The story starts with a weather forecast for the day that predicts that it might rain throughout Korea because of a typhoon. For people who like to go camping like our protagonist does, it would be bad news. However, he has still packed his bag and gone out to camp in the forest. He takes out some pieces of kimchi meat from his food storage and puts them on a large pan, cooking a lot more food than one normal person can handle. Next, he cracks a cold beer and relishes its taste, thinking that it doesn't matter if it rains or pours because the place where he is staying is a bit unique. Suddenly, some of his friends come there, and our protagonist is glad that he cooked a lot of food in advance. A veteran soldier cheerfully approaches him, asking him if he still has some of his fine alcohol. Next are a calm beast man and his feral daughter who go mad at the sight of food. There is also an old wizard-looking guy and a pretty elf lady with a blue bird on her arm. They surround protagonist in his campsite, placed in an open space between the great mountains and forests. If any of you still don't get it, our protagonist is not camping on Earth. Well, this is only a sneak peek of the future, and the real story starts quite a few months before it. In a small village in Korea, a car stops in front of an old building. One man asks his friend if this is the store that his grandfather used to run, and says that it has a nice vibe to it. The man that asks his masked friend if he, as the most famous chef in Korea, is really going to open a restaurant in this place. The masked guy comes out of the car, asking his friend to check the area properly because he fears the paparazzi will find him. His friend says that no one will follow him so far in the countryside, and he takes his mask off as he agrees. He is Lee Kang-hyun, a renowned celebrity chef who graduated from CIA, one of the best 3 cooking schools in the world. It's the Culinary Institute of America. After that, he won the Paris International Cooking Competition, and that was the beginning of his fame. He was not only skilled but also handsome, which is why a bunch of different TV shows began asking him to feature on their shows. That would have been a good thing had Kang-hyun not gotten burned out. That was just the first issue. The second problem was the invasive fans who didn't value his privacy or work ethic and barged into his kitchen to click selfies with him. He insulted those fans out of the kitchen. However, he still got chewed out by his seniors and other chefs in the kitchen who accused him of making things difficult for them. They told him that if he wanted to mingle with his fans everywhere, he should have just become a model. It didn't stop at that, and there was an army of online trolls after Kang-hyun. They said that he was just popular because of his face and that his cooking skills were not so good. Some of them even called him a horrible person for yelling at his fans and said that his food was average at best. Kang-hyun got depressed as he read all this, and now he is tired of attention. That is why he has come to the shop his grandpa used to run in his village. His friend asks him to rethink his decision to open a restaurant here, because he won't earn much. Kang-hyun replies that it is good for him because he came here to rest. His friend mocks him, saying that people who want to rest don't start businesses, but Kang-hyun replies that cooking is like resting to him. After carrying all his luggage inside, Kang-hyun's friend says that he is hungry so they should go eat something. They decide to hit the nearest restaurant, and the quality of the brings out the Gordon Ramsay in him again. He picks up the massive soggy noodles dipped in a mud-like sauce, and is ready to throw hands at the chef. But his friend calms him down because it is normal for food quality to drop in a place like this with no competition. He tastes the noodles and says that the sauce tastes okay, at least according to him. Well, that hits Kang-hyun right where it hurts because he cannot taste food anymore. He was devastated the first time he found it out, and went to the doctor immediately. The doctor told him that he lost his sense of taste because of psychological stress, so they could not treat him through conventional medicine or surgery. The doctor told Kang-hyun to take care of his stress first, and suggested he pick up a hobby. Back to the present, Kang-hyun's friend asks him if he is really sure to come to this place even though he gets some customers here. There is literally nothing exciting he can do in a village like this. Kang-hyun replies that there are mountains and fields here which is perfect for him because he can go camping there. A few days later, Kang-hyun takes all the items he needs for camping and heads out to the mountains at a cab. The cab driver makes fun of his attire and says that he looks like he is going to the beach instead. Suddenly, Kang-hyun recalls something and asks the driver to stop by Yongpyeong village. It was the village his grandfather lived in, and it is Kang Hyun's first time coming there after his grandfather's death. He decides to clean up his old house before going to the mountains, but then notices that the door of the storehouse is open. He panics, thinking that there might be a thief in there, and nervously checks it out. He believes that he has a stainless steel camping bag, so he can deal with any thief. The strength to fight comes from a person's heart, not from the weapons he has. Well, Kang Hyun suddenly gets startled as something darts out of the room, which turned out to be just an ordinary house cat. Well, he wants to show attitude to the cat by flexing his bag toward her. He then enters the storeroom and begins looking for the light switch. However, as he keeps walking in without finding anything, he realizes that something is weird. The storehouse feels much bigger than it looks from the outside. Suddenly, Kang Hyun notices tiny sparks of light all around him and then finds that he is looking at a completely different universe while standing on the crumbling edge of a platform. Suddenly, the stone beneath his feet breaks loose, and Kang Hyun stumbles into a different universe, screaming so loudly. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange forest and wonders where he is. A small animal licks his hand, and he immediately freaks out. However, the giant ear squirrel that was licking his hand is still there, looking at him with surprise. Kang Hyun thinks that the squirrel has too many huge ears, but then it starts flapping the ears and flies away, leaving him bewildered. That is no squirrel. Next, Kang Hyun notices some rustling in the bushes behind him and freaks out once again, only to find a rabbit there. Well, it was not just any rabbit but the Gigachat rabbit. The rabbit hops away like it is exercising, and Kang Hyun realizes that he needs to escape before he comes across even more dangerous creatures. He runs around frantically, but night comes, and he still finds no way out, either is there any cell phone reception there. Kang Hyun thinks about the doctor who advised him to go camping and curses him because now he is lost. Suddenly, his stomach starts growling to demand food, so Kang Hyun starts a fire, and then begins cooking. The problem is that he has lost his stainless steel bag that had most of the ingredients. The only things he has right now are some dried fish, salt, pepper, and some beef stock. Well, at least he has something to eat, so he begins cooking. He pours the beef stock over the dried fish in his pan, and then adjusts the taste with salt and pepper. He is not satisfied with his cooking, but at least it is edible. Kang Hyun eats the dried fish dish, and as expected, he cannot taste it at all. He is frustrated and tosses the pan away before cursing his fate. Suddenly, he feels another rustling in the bushes and notices a pair of eyes glaring at him in the darkness. Kang Hyun fears that it is a wolf and reaches out for his pocket knife. It's not like he can do anything with the knife, but he still picks it up and positions it towards the big black wolf, wearing its fangs at him. Kang Hyun screams loudly, anticipating getting attacked, but nothing happens, and when he opens his eyes he finds nothing there. Then suddenly, he hears a sound coming from behind him and turns around to find a small white pup gobbling up the food in his pan. The little pup has licked the pan clean, and it wags its tail intensely while looking at Kang Hyun. He is utterly confused upon seeing the creature, and at first he thinks it is a small breed of dog. The puppy approaches him, and he wonders where it came from. Kang Hyun tells him that if he is done eating, he should get going because he doesn't like dogs to begin with. He then picks up the pup and begins ruffling its hair, all while complaining that he doesn't understand people who find dogs cute. Kang Hyun notices that the puppy's fur is kind of stiff because it is wild. Also, as he takes a closer look at its appearance, he notices its sharp claws and fangs, which make him realize that it is not a dog but a wolf. He panics, wondering where the mother of the wolf is. He fears that the big black wolf he saw earlier might be the mother, and when she finds her baby with a human, the very obvious thing might happen. Kang Hyun is terrified, but then he notices that he is still too hungry. He lays on the ground thinking that it doesn't matter if the wolf kills him because he is set to die because of starvation either way. Suddenly, the wolf starts dragging him using his shirt, and Kang Hyun asks if he is trying to eat him now. However, the wolf brings him to a hollow tree trunk emitting a faint purple light. As Kang Hyun notices it, he sees the same thing that he saw before coming to this world. He realizes that it is the hole he fell through and wonders if he can go back home using it. However, he is doubtful because the hole is going downward again, and if he takes it, he might just end up in hell. He just wants to have a little look first, so he puts his head in through the hole, but the wolf cub sees this chance. He happily struts towards Kanhyun and headbutts his butt, throwing him into the hole. Once again, Kanhyun screams loudly while cursing the wolf pup in his mind, but to his relief, he soon finds himself back outside the storehouse. He is moved to tears by the fact that he survived. Kanhyun thinks that he didn't even get to thank the wolf pup for his help and decides to never forget his debt for as long as he lives. Well, the puppy is right there, and it begins wagging its tail as he notices it. He has no choice but to bring it home. First, he gives the puppy a bath, and it turns into a fidget spinner, spraying water everywhere. After that, he decides to give the puppy a name, and picks up a list of names like white rice, white sugar, etc. After that, he sleeps peacefully with the wolf by his side. The next day, as he stretches after waking up, Kanhyun realizes that he has not slept so well in a long time. He brings some dog food for his puppy, whom he has named White Rice. However, the puppy refuses to eat it. He brings cat food and even rabbit food for him, but White Rice doesn't want it. He is irritated now, and he decides to ignore the wolf pup and eat something. He cooks a lot of breakfast for someone who can't taste food, hoping that maybe there is at least something he can taste. However, before he can start eating, White Rice jumps on the table and starts gobbling up the food he made. Kanhyun tries to get him away, but then he notices something peculiar. White Rice is only eating the things that he made himself and ignoring all the factory-processed food items. He doesn't even eat the frozen steak that he brought from a convenience store. This gives him an idea, and he realizes that his pet wolf might just be a gourmet. So he prepares a test for him. He presents the 2 plates of steak he cooked himself in front of White Rice. He used the same quality meat and the same cooking method for both dishes, but the sauce is different. One has a commercial sauce, while the other is his original sauce, which got a lot of praise in the international cooking competition. Kanhyun tells White Rice that if he really knows gourmet food, he must choose wisely. First, White Rice sniffs the commercial sauce steak, and he knows that it is also tasty. However, if the wolf pup chooses his sauce, he will be an Epicurean, a person who has developed a taste for luxury. White Rice first eats the commercial sauce steak. He then moves to Kanhyun's original sauce steak, and as he eats it, he immediately realizes that he liked it a lot more because of the faster wagging of his tail. He is delighted that White Rice really turned out to be a gourmet and realizes that he cannot feed him just anything now. Kanhyun looks at the clean plate and realizes that after a long time, he felt that it was worth giving all his efforts to cooking. Soon after that, Kanhyun begins to paint his restaurant, but the paint is uneven, and he wonders what the problem is. Someone tells him that he is using indoor paint for painting outside walls. He turns around and sees a stylish and funky old man whining about how new-gen kids can't even recognize paint. Kanhyun is startled upon seeing the tough-looking old guy and takes off his cap to ask him who he is. The man removes his goggles and reveals that he is the head of this village. He was expecting the new member of the village to come see him, but since Kanhyun didn't come to see him, he came here himself. The village head then insults Kanhyun's painting skills, saying that it looks like a raccoon painted the wall with a monkey's tail. He notices White Rice and tries to pet it while telling Kanhyun to give up on painting because he will introduce him to some guy who can do it perfectly. Kanhyun tries to refuse and says he will call professionals, but the village chief says that he doesn't know the value of money. He tells him to be free on the weekend because then he will bring in a local to help him. All this while White Rice has been skillfully dodging the old man's advances. The weekend comes, and the village chief brings a man named Young Miho, who will help him paint the shop. They both begin to examine the wall, and Kanhyun wonders why they are working so hard for the sake of a stranger. The old man then asks if this place is going to be a restaurant, and Kanhyun explains that he is planning to make it an Italian restaurant. The old man doesn't know what Italian is, so Kanhyun simply says that it will be a Western restaurant. Miho gets alert upon hearing this and nervously asks if he will sell pork cutlets in his Western restaurant. Later, He explains that his wife loves pork cutlets, and the restaurant they always go to is closed. On top of that, the wife is pregnant, so they can't go far. Miho tried making pork cutlets himself, but they looked like they would harm the baby. He tells Kanghyun that he was just asking out of curiosity, so he does not have to be pressured. Kanghyun thinks the pork cutlets are easy to make, even if they are not on the menu, but the problem is how can he give customers food whose taste he doesn't know. He is about to decline when he notices the excited white rice behind him. Kanghyun suddenly gets the answer to his question of how to know the taste of food. He gets up and tells Miho that he can make pork cutlets for him. Later he starts making the cutlets based on the description Miho gave him. According to it, the sauce was more brown than red and was sweet because of the tomatoes. He realizes that sweetness and tomatoes equal tomato ketchup. He soon prepares all the ingredients and tells White Rice to get ready as his taste tester. Kanghyun prepares the first batch of pork cutlets and presents them to White Rice. He feels that his tail is not wagging fast enough, so the dish is not up to the mark. This fact pains him, so he prepares multiple iterations of the pork cutlet. He keeps an eye on his taste measuring device, which is obviously White Rice's tail. By the time he is done finding the best variant, White Rice is also satisfied and full. Kanghyun feels that now that he has a taste meter, he can finally enjoy cooking again. The next day Miho comes there with his wife. His wife is really excited to eat at a new restaurant, and says that it has been a long time since she ate pork cutlets. Kanghyun soon presents them with his special pork cutlets, and Miho's wife is already amazed by how wonderful they look and smell. She takes a bite, and both Miho and Kanghyun wait eagerly for her response. She says that the pork cutlet in the countryside restaurant was good, but this one is way better. She is really happy and exclaims that the sauce tastes similar, but the meat is much crispier and juicier. She then begins talking with Miho about their first date. They had pork cutlets that day too, and she remembers how Miho was looking at her the entire time instead of eating. Miho blushes on hearing that, and his wife says that she took a liking to pork cutlets after that day. Before that, she didn't even like them that much. She says that instead of the pork cutlet, she cherished the sweet memories with him. Kanghyun is happy to see his customer is so satisfied, and he turns back to see that he fed White Rice a little too much. He compliments him for his nice work, and White Rice replies with a good old woof. Later, Kanghyun begins to rework his ideas for the restaurant. Instead of opening an Italian restaurant, he decides to create a menu with Western dishes revolving around what his customers want. Restaurants with such flexible menus already exist, but they are all high-class expensive restaurants. Kanghyun feels that he may need to improvise things as he runs his restaurant, but before that, he must do something about White Rice, who looks like he is depressed. Kanghyun asks him if he misses the forest he came from, and White Rice's ears and tail stand up on hearing forests. Kanghyun realizes that returning an animal to the world he came from will be the best thing, even if it makes him a little lonely. However, as he remembers the flying squirrel and the giant rabbit, Kanghyun begins shivering with fear and thinks that he doesn't want to go there. He plans to cancel his visit, but White begins looking at him with innocent puppy eyes. Kanghyun tells him that he is not going to fall for it, but apparently, the charm of innocent puppy eyes is irresistible, and he ends up back in the otherworldly forest. He is worried about himself, and only hopes that everything is all right. He walks White Rice in the forest, wondering if this is a separate dimension like in the comics he reads. Suddenly, he hears the sound of water and goes towards it to check it out. What he sees there blows his mind. There is a lake in front of him, and it is so beautiful that Kanghyun is left speechless. He claims that if this place were his home, he would also get homesick, no matter where he went. He then looks at White Rice and tells him that there is a farewell gift for him. Kanghyun pulls out a portable grill from his backpack and tells the wolf pup that he will feed him some expensive meat. White Rice is already blown away with that, and then Kanghyun melts some butter, lets the premium steak cut sizzle on it, and then sprays salt and pepper on top. White Rice likes the finished product a lot, and his tail swings so fast. He then looks at the lake and realizes that he is missing something, and that something is a keg of cold beer that is necessary to enjoy such a good view. Kan Hyun drinks the beer and then is about to give the cliché reaction everyone has after drinking beer, but for a change, he doesn't, since he can't even taste it. Well, it's not as if anyone drinks alcohol for its taste anyway. Kan Hyun enjoys the scenery when suddenly he feels a blade on his shoulder. A rough voice asks him who he is because he does not look like a person from the nearby villages. Kan Hyun is terrified, and the veteran guard who has him on sword point sternly asks him to identify himself. Kan Hyun is scared out of his wits, and in response to the man's question, he can only tell him that he is a chef. He insists that he is not a suspicious person at all, but the man asks him what the hell a chef is doing here. Kan Hyun replies that he was just admiring the view, and the man asks him if a forest where demonic beasts appear is a place to admire the view. He yells at Kan Hyun to tell him what he really is up to, otherwise he will kill him. Suddenly, the man notices White Rice eating his food and giving him a side eye, and he realizes something. Kan Hyun is terrified of the man and begs him to spare his life, even offering all his money in exchange. He realizes that currency from Earth won't be any good here, so he will try to get it exchanged somehow. However, the man quietly takes away his sword and apologizes to Kan Hyun for being overly reactive, as this forest is a place where ordinary people cannot enter. He sheathes his sword before introducing himself as Randolph, a knight from the territory below. Kan Hyun introduces himself too and wonders why the man suddenly changed his attitude. Randolph tells him that he is accompanied by a white wolf that only appears in folktales, and it is enough to prove that he is not a bad person. Kan Hyun is confused by it, so Randolph decides to educate him about it. He explains that the white wolves are a race that has inherited the blood of the wolf god. The primordial wolf god is supposed to possess eyes that distinguish between good and bad, along with his great wisdom. The white wolves that have descended from him have also inherited some of his abilities. Randolph tells Kan Hyun that since such a white wolf is accompanying him, he must be a nice person. After hearing that, White Rice is a descendant of a god, everything makes sense to Kan Hyun, from his great hunger to his swiftness, both because he is a semi-divine being. Randolph then remarks that the food anyone has in a beautiful place like this is bound to be special. His gaze goes to the premium steak Kan Hyun has cooked, and he asks him more about it. Kan Hyun reveals that it is beef and asks the knight to have some. Randolph says that he already ate, but then says psych because he hasn't eaten anything yet. On top of that, the meat smells so good that he would be unable to resist it even if his stomach was full. He eagerly asks for one bite, and Kan Hyun gives him a piece. Randolph is blown away by the otherworldly taste of the tender and juicy meat. He then notices the beer can in Kan Hyun's hand and asks, "What is it?" He is surprised to hear that it is alcohol and asks if it is from the area he lives in. He is curious about it, and Kan Hyun asks him if he wants some. Out of courtesy, Randolph says that he just asked out of curiosity, so he does not really need it. While grabbing the can tightly and telling Kan Hyun that he can't refuse if he is being so insistent, Kan Hyun decides to give him a fresh can instead of the one he has used. As Randolph gulps it down, he is stunned because he has never tasted such a refreshing and clean beer before. Kan Hyun is glad that the knight's attitude has changed from that of a menacing guard to that of a curious tourist. Randolph thanks him for the treat, and says that he cannot just go away without repaying the favor. He tells him that if he ever comes to town, he can ask anyone for Knight Captain Randolph's address, and they will show him the way. Well, Kan Hyun doesn't exactly know how high the Knight Captain is in the army ranking, so he is quite confused. However, Randolph thinks that since he is not reacting, despite knowing his position, he must really be an extraordinary person. With that, the Knight Captain tells Kan Hyun that since he has the White Wolf by his side, he will be fine no matter what kind of creature he encounters. He goes back to his patrol, telling Kan Hyun that they will meet again. Kan Hyun is startled to hear that because Randolph just drank alcohol on duty, and he is worried about what is okay in this world. Kan Hyun gives all the remaining food to White Rice and thinks about how lively his life has been because of him. He feels a bit sad to leave him here, but he thinks it is for the best. He gets up with a sigh, telling White Rice that he doesn't know if they will meet again and asking him to take care of himself. He walks away and then looks back at White Rice, dissatisfied that he is not showing any signs of affection. Kan Hyun was hoping the puppy would be at least a little attached to him, but when he looked around a second time, he found only his feeding tray. Kan Hyun wonders where White Rice went, but then feels that his backpack is heavy because the pup is hanging onto it. Kan Hyun tells him to let it go, and White Rice uses his claws to latch onto the bag, ruining it in the process. Kan Hyun is defeated after a while and asks the pup why he is doing this, and White Rice just licks his hand. He asks the wolf puppy why he wants to come back with him when he has returned to his hometown. White Rice barks at him, and Kan Hyun asks him if he prefers being with him. He is happy and picks the dog up, thinking that he has no choice but to take him back. However, as he returns to the village, Kan Hyun realizes that he must go to the other world quite frequently or White Rice will kick a fuss. In the village, he spots everyone gathered for a party and wonders what is happening. He doesn't really care, but everyone is gathered in front of his shop. Suddenly, the village chief remarks that Kan Hyun is finally here. Kan Hyun asks him what everyone is doing here, and he replies that they are having a feast and asks if he didn't get to know about it. Kan Hyun says that he didn't and decides to leave because he does not want to join the party anyway. However, the village chief stops him and tells him that he should join them because this party was thrown to welcome him anyway. The village people unfurled a huge banner welcoming Kan Hyun to their village, and he was not ready to see that everyone was having fun at Kan Hyun's welcome party, except for Kan Hyun who wanted to go home. As the old village people pester him, Miho and his wife seem to be the only sensible people there, and Kan Hyun asks them if they always celebrate like this when there's a new person in the village. She tells him that they are a small village, so they try to stay close to each other, but he can tell that the old-timers just need an excuse to drink all day. The village chief comes to tell him that they care for each other, and that is why sharing their happiness is a common practice. The old man asks him to promote his restaurant here, and he almost believes him until he notices him wearing the bottle caps as accessories. The old man runs to drink with his friends, but he thinks that it is a nice idea to advertise his restaurant. Everyone is busy enjoying themselves, and Kan Hyun thinks that this type of gathering is not so bad after all. He finds that White Rice is missing and realizes that some villagers have surrounded him. They are fawning over how cute he is, and how quickly he is eating all the meat. However, as they try to pat them, White Rice dodges their touch like a pro. After beating everyone with his agility, White Rice quickly paces through the gathering, stealing all the expensive meat with such great speed that most people don't even know what hit them. Kan Hyun pretends to not know White Rice, and his emotional memories disappear as he thinks that he should have left the wolf pup back in the forest. Suddenly, he notices a boy sitting by himself in the corner. His grandma soon comes there with some food for him, but he slaps it away angrily. Kan Hyun is not happy to see this. His grandma tries to talk to him. The village chief approaches the old lady to ask her what happened, and she replies that Sangha has been acting rebellious ever since he came back from school yesterday. His friend bragged to him about eating a hamburger, so now he also wants it. The grandma brought him a convenience store burger, but the boy didn't seem to want it. Someone volunteers to buy a burger from a restaurant the next day, but another person counters him, saying that the boy must desire a Big Mac, which they don't sell here. However, the village chief says that it is okay if they don't sell it here because they can make it themselves. He points towards Kan Hyun, saying that they have a chef from Seoul who knows it all. He is exasperated by the attention, and he gives up and accepts the village chief's requests. However, the village chief tells him that it doesn't need to taste like a Big Mac because Sangha probably doesn't even want a hamburger. The boy must be jealous of his friend who went out with his parents. The chief explains that Sangha's mom is admitted to a hospital while his dad is outside the country for work, so he lives with his grandma here. The chief says that since Sangha is the only kid in their village, they must take care of him. Kan Hyun has some newfound respect for the village chief who knows about everyone's condition, but the graph of respect quickly drops as he sees some empty bottles tied around his waist. At night, Kan Hyun thinks that he can easily make hamburgers because he studied in America, but he never really tried a Big Mac because he didn't do anything aside from studying. However, he feels that he must do at least this much for the villagers because his pet will fade all their meat. White Rice is nervous on hearing that and tries to act cute to win Kang Hyun's favor, but he tells him to shut up because there will be no more food for him. White Rice is upset, but then Kang Hyun tells him that he will have to taste something for him. He creates a hamburger for White Rice just by looking at a picture, but the taste meter is not wagging fast enough. Kang Hyun suddenly remembers how he went to America with a love for cooking. He never put as much passion into anything else as he did into cooking. He wonders what the Kang Hyun from the past would think if he saw him like this. He is not happy that he is trying to create just a poor replica to satisfy a kid, and he is not pleased that the village chief told him that it doesn't need to taste the same. He ties his apron and wears his headgear, saying that he has never cooked half-heartedly before, and he will not do it now. The next day, as Kang Hyun is busy working his magic in the kitchen, Sangha is waiting in his restaurant. His grandma is there with him, along with Miho and his wife. They try to hype up the boy by saying that Kang Hyun can cook anything, but he is not happy about it. Suddenly, Kang Hyun comes there with a hamburger, and everyone is amazed by how good it looks. Sangha takes a bite, and he feels the taste of freedom in his mouth. He excitedly turns to his grandma to tell her how delicious this burger is, and the old lady smiles that her grandson is finally happy. Sangha suddenly gets upset as guilt sweeps over him. He admits that he just wanted to see his mom. He reveals that he demanded a good burger because he thought his grandma would take him to Seoul to have a burger, and he could meet his mom there. He begins crying while apologizing to his grandma for being rude, and she gently holds his face. She hugs him, apologizing for not realizing how much he was suffering alone. Sangha cries as he says that he is okay living with her, and both of them apologize to each other. Suddenly, Kang Hyun says that he is going to Seoul soon and asks the boy if he wants to come with him. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and Kang Hyun tells Sangha that they can stop by the place he wants to visit and have a burger together. The boy lights up on hearing that, and his grandma thanks Kang Hyun. Only then does he realize that he got a little bit carried away. However, seeing the smiles of Sangha and his grandma, he thinks that it won't be too much trouble anyway. After that, Kang Hyun looks at his fridge and wonders if he should take some leftovers and go camping with them. White Rice's ears stand up as he hears camping, and he approaches Kang Hyun, who is thinking about how he won't have any time to go camping once the restaurant opens up. White Rice looks at him with innocent puppy eyes again, and no matter how hard Kang Hyun tries, he is forced to take his puppy to the otherworldly forests. He sits on a chair gloomily while White Rice just barks and runs around. Well, there is no use being upset about it, so Kang Hyun decides to camp right there since the view is good. He begins setting up a tent, but that is harder. Meanwhile, White Rice is chasing butterflies. Soon, Kang Hyun succeeds in setting up his tent and then realizes that he is hungry. Now, he begins preparing some spicy kimchi stew, but he still can't taste anything. Two cute squirrels approach him eagerly, and Kang Hyun decides to give them some lightly cooked meat. He throws a few pieces towards them, but a giant bird suddenly swoops them up and flies away. Anyway, he has enough to make sure the squirrels are satisfied. He is also quite satisfied by just sitting in nature and doing nothing, and he thinks this is what they mean by the healing touch of nature. He then wonders where White Rice went and believes that he will come back by dinner time. Anyway, little does he know that something is hiding in the bushes, and it is drooling at the food he is eating. Kang Hyun notices the rustling of the leaves and thinks that White Rice has returned. However, something else darts towards the bowl of food in his hand. Kang Hyun has got some insane level reflexes, and he moves the bowl away from the attacker instantly. He is on his guard now and finds that the attacker is a young and feral beast girl. Kang Hyun notices the cat-like ears and tail of the girl and gets confused. He wonders if she is one of those beast people they show in fantasy. It shouldn't be the main cause of his worry because the cat girl is ferocious. She growls while leaping at Kang Hyun, but his actions the last time were not a fluke, and he can dodge her attack once again. However, the girl doesn't seem ready to give up, and Kang Hyun wonders where White Rice is when he really needs him. He tries to resolve things peacefully with the cat girl and realizes that she might be hungry. He shows her the bowl of food, and she suddenly quiets down. Kan-hyun leaves the bowl on the ground and tells the cat girl that he will give her this, and then she should peacefully go back. The girl doesn't believe him, and she approaches the food quite cautiously. However, its look and smell entice her, and she starts drooling. She takes one bite directly with her mouth, and suddenly an explosion of chili ravages her taste buds. She falls to the ground and starts screaming. Kan-hyun realizes that the kimchi stew might be too spicy for her, and decides to offer her some water. However, the cat girl calms down by herself, and as the spiciness of the chili dies, the deliciousness of the meat and vegetables comes flowing in. She gets up and begins eating the stew again, and Kan-hyun realizes that it must suit her taste. Suddenly, white rice returns there in time for his meal, and Kan-hyun complains that he could have come back a little earlier. He goes to reheat the stew for him, but white rice notices the cat girl eating food meant for him. White rice doesn't tolerate it, and he immediately tackles the girl. Kan-hyun tells him to stop and not anger the girl, but the wolf pup is blinded by rage. He keeps fighting with the cat girl, and Kan-hyun tries to stop them. It seems white rice had the upper hand, and the cat girl starts crying after he crushes her nose. She tries to pounce on him, and Kan-hyun tries to get white rice away from her. Then suddenly, the situation becomes peaceful within an instant as a cool and composed cat man arrives at the scene and grabs the cat girl mid-flight. The cat man apologizes to the human before leaping away from the campsite with great speed. Kan-hyun can only watch him go with white rice's paw print on his face, and he wonders how many different races live in this forest. Well, he returns to the village after that and begins cleaning his restaurant with white rice's help. The day of the restaurant's opening is tomorrow, and Kan-hyun thinks that he needs to stop playing around and get serious about business. Meanwhile, an old lady passing in front of the shop notices the banner to welcome Kan-hyun. Inside, he cross-checks his preparations and finds that everything has been taken care of. As soon as he completes the cleaning, he is dreaming about a flawless opening when suddenly the old woman enters his shop. She asks him if they are open, and Kan-hyun replies that they will open tomorrow. However, so that he doesn't disappoint the villagers, Kan-hyun sighs and asks her to have a seat. The woman notices that the furniture is old and asks him why he is using old things instead of throwing them away. She remarks that this place is still the same, and Kan-hyun asks her if she came to visit it when it was a tea house run by his grandpa. The woman doesn't give him a reply and instead asks what he will be selling here. He tells her that he will be selling Western food like pizza and pasta. The old woman only knows pasta is American noodles. She asks Kan-hyun to give her some pasta and tells him to decide the details himself. He heads to the kitchen and thinks that this is the old lady's first time having pasta, so he decides to prepare the basic tomato sauce pasta for her. He cooks everything perfectly because he feels that she is the first customer in his shop. He presents the tomato pasta to the woman soon. Kan-hyun is anxious about her response because even though he could not taste the pasta, he has received many compliments on it before. The old lady takes a bite, and her expressions darken as she asks Kan-hyun how much it is, leaving him baffled. Meanwhile, the village chief enters the store to check up on Kan-hyun, and he is surprised to see the old woman whom he calls Grandma Park. He asks her why she is here, and she says that she came here to eat since it is a restaurant. The village chief tells her that the opening is tomorrow, but the old lady says that she will be leaving now that she is done eating. The old man complains that the woman is too cold and then notices the plate of tomato pasta, which proves that she really ate here. However, he is confused about why she left so much food. Kan-hyun thinks the same thing, and he feels his whole existence in shambles as he wonders what the old lady did not like about his food. The village chief tried to comfort him, and started by asking Kan-hyun what was wrong. He asked if the preparations for the restaurant were not going well. Kan-hyun coldly replied that there was no problem, even if the preparations were not going well, because he was going to shut down his restaurant as of today. It hasn't even opened yet, is exactly what the village chief was thinking. He soon understood that the reason Kan-hyun was so gloomy was because old Grandma Park left behind so much food. He laughed it off, telling Kang Hyun that it is not like he is one master chef or in any other cooking competition that he can satisfy everyone. This made him even more mad because he actually won an international cooking competition. The village chief told him to just shrug it off because Grandma Park probably didn't even come here for the food. He told the boy that someone closely associated with the old lady used to come here often, so she might be here just for the nostalgia. Kang Hyun was curious who that person was, and the village chief said he was talking about the old lady's husband. He was a regular customer of this place when it was a tea shop, but he passed away last year. After that, Grandma Park spent almost all her time alone, and even the villagers rarely got to see her. The village chief believed that the old lady still thought about her husband a lot, but the dead won't return to life no matter how much you mourn them. He said that the living should move ahead with their lives because clinging to the past is foolish. He then got back on track and told Kang Hyun that it was not his fault because Grandma Park was already picky enough when it comes to food. Given her special situation, she might have reacted worse than usual, so Kang Hyun didn't need to pay it any mind. He replied, "How can he not pay it any mind after hearing her story?" The thoughts gave him a headache, so he headed out to camp in the other world. In front of him, the mighty rabbit was doing push-ups, and white rice was sitting on top of him. Kang Hyun thought that because of them, no monster would dare come near him, and that would give him ample time to sort out his thoughts. He stretched, thinking how stunned he was when the old lady left without eating his food, but he felt sorry for her after hearing her full story. However, he was still shocked that she left the dish he was most confident in, and wondered if he should prepare some Korean food for her next time. Suddenly, Kang Hyun noticed something above his head, and it was the same feral cat girl from before. She got nervous as she saw that he had noticed her, but Kang Hyun was in no mood to deal with her right now. The girl began screaming, and Kang Hyun just stared at her with boredom. He thought that the girl was hungry just like the last time and began searching his bag for something. As white rice got close to Kang Hyun, the cat girl descended from the tree too. Kang Hyun cooked up some juicy steak and then was ready to put some hot sauce on it, but then he recalled the last time the cat girl was not really able to handle the spice well, and she flinched as she saw the hot sauce bottle. Kang Hyun decided to skip it. He melted butter in another pan, and then roasted some mushrooms in it with a bit of pepper and salt. He added some cream for thickness, and then added some cheese too before putting cooked pasta in the mix. As the finishing touch, he put the steak on top of the pasta, and his cream steak pasta was done. He gave a plate to the cat girl, who growled at him. Kang Hyun told her that she could growl at him later, and that right now she needed to eat it quickly before it was stolen from her. She was a bit anxious about the taste of chili from the last time but decided to take a bite nonetheless. With just the first bite, she felt herself in a different dimension, with angelic cats preparing the meat and the cream for her. She meowed in pleasure at eating the pasta and rapidly gobbled everything up. She looked at Kang Hyun with eager eyes, as if to tell him that she liked what he cooked without chili. He could tell that she wanted more of it even though the girl seemed unable to use words. He was pleased that she was more satisfied than she was when she ate the spicy stew. However, Kang Hyun wasn't a big fan of the cream steak pasta because it was really greasy and heavy, which didn't work for him. On top of that, it was more of a shabby fusion than authentic pasta. The cat girl began rubbing against Kang Hyun's leg to act cute so that he would give her more food. He ruffled her hair and thought that it didn't matter if the pasta was authentic or not as long as it suited her. Suddenly, he had an eureka moment and immediately returned home. He washed some spring onions in the sink and called White Rice to help him find the best batch. Well, White Rice wanted to say that he was a dog and not a donkey who would eat grass and turned away from the plates. Kang Hyun was disappointed, but he thought that it wouldn't be very difficult even if he had to do it without White Rice's help because the taste of all the ingredients was ingrained in his mind. He began cooking, and outside his store, there was a notice saying that the restaurant would open up next week because of his personal reasons. Well, the village chief was outside the store, and he got what was going through Kang Hyun's mind when he read the notice. He visited Grandma Park's house and cheerfully told her that she should go out more often because there were many fun things outside her house. She rudely asks him, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" And he says that he just wanted to check up on a neighbor. The village chief laughs, saying that the young chef was quite shocked after Grandma Park left his noodles untouched. She simply says that the dish didn't suit her taste, and there is nothing so shocking in that. The village chief agrees with her, and then says that since she doesn't have much to do, she should pay him a second visit. Grandma Park asks him why she should bother to do that because the one chance she gave him was enough. He tries to convince her that things might be different this time, and then tries coddling the old woman by saying that it is not far away from her home. He asks her to give Kang Hyun another chance because it could be worth the effort, and then walks away. Back at the restaurant, Kang Hyun has finished his new poster recipe, and he seems satisfied. He has added some fresh vegetables and seafood to create a harmonious and local taste, but the main problem now is how he can invite Grandma Park here again. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and Kang goes outside to see who it is this time. To his surprise, it is Grandma Park again, and she once again asks him if he is open. Kang Hyun is glad to have her over and says that they are open. Grandma Park sits down to eat, and wonders if Kang Hyun knew that she would come again because he has already prepared the food for her. She thinks that it is going to be the American noodles again. Grandma Park doesn't like the taste of Western noodles, and she thinks that it would have been better if she had not come here. Then suddenly she senses an enticing smell and wonders where it is coming from. Kang Hyun places the plate of pasta he has made for her and thanks her for waiting. He tells the old lady that this is an item from his restaurant's special menu called daylily pasta. The old woman is confused as she looks at the pasta and wonders if they have daylily in the States. She also notices the clams on the plate and decides to give it a try. She picks up some noodles and wonders if they will taste better than before. Well, when the taste of spring onions hits her, it suddenly takes her down the nostalgia rabbit hole. She remembers the last and most memorable spring she spent with her husband watching the cherry blossom trees. He said that the flowers had bloomed more this year than the previous years and then picked up a few and began flirting with Grandma Park, calling her a young miss and asking if she was free today. He invited her to a cup of coffee playfully, and she asked him if he had gone silly or something. The taste of the noodles made her relive those memories vibrantly, and she looks outside the window and sees cherry blossoms falling down. She thinks that it is finally spring again. She then asks Kang Hyun if this dish was not on the menu before, and he replies that it was not. She asks him if he made it for her, and then demands to know why he went out of his way to do this. Kang Hyun simply replies that he wanted to make food she would like and then adds that he wanted to try something new and improve. Grandma Park is moved by his words. Kang Hyun thinks that he cannot rely on white rice forever, and that is why he wanted to satisfy his first guest without his help. Grandma Park begins eating the pasta silently, and Kang Hyun can only stare at her in awe as she finishes everything. She then asks him how much she owes him, and he nervously tells her that it is fine, and she doesn't have to give him anything. She sighs, asking what kind of restaurant owner doesn't accept payment from his customers. She insists that since she ate so well, she must pay for it. She asks Kang Hyun to not lower the value of the food he made for any reason and then tells him to add this dish to the menu as well because she will come by again. Kang Hyun is left speechless by her gesture, and he is happy that he succeeded in winning her over. Later, he goes back to the other world to enjoy some free time. He has set up a hammock for him there as well as a comfy bed for white rice. Kang Hyun is happy that he managed to satisfy his first customer and successfully open his restaurant. Now he is going to take some time to heal from his stress. He makes up an excuse that white rice kicks a fuss if he doesn't come here regularly anyway, so it is the perfect place for him to come and relax over the weekend. He is a bit too excited for someone who just wants to relax. Then suddenly, something huge and gray flies overhead. Kang Hyun doesn't even understand what just happened, and then suddenly the night captain, Randolph, arrives there. He finds Kang Hyun on the ground, his campsite ruined and destroyed. The night captain is shocked to see him there, and then cheerfully greets him, saying that it has been a long time. Kang Hyun is furious and wonders if Randolph's eyes are just for decoration because he doesn't seem to notice the situation he is in. Kang Hyun gets up, and Randolph is praising his choice for picking up a good spot. Kan Hyun asks him if he is on patrol again today, and Randolph says that today is his day off, so he just came here to hunt a bit. White Rice shows some interest after hearing that word, and Randolph gets excited too. He declares that this time he will treat them to a meal and asks them to come hunting with him. While White Rice is eager to do that, Kan Hyun is just dumbfounded. He didn't want to go, but here he is holding a bow and a quiver of arrows tied behind his back. He is not happy that peaceful healing time is over, but White Rice is busy with Randolph, and they are hiding in the bushes waiting for the jumping birds that are found in this area. Kan Hyun is curious about the jumping birds, and Randolph tells him to look ahead to see what he is talking about. The jumping birds are just ostriches but in flamingo colors. Kan Hyun thinks that their fur looks like cotton candy, and he feels sorry that Randolph is going to kill those cute creatures. It seems that the night captain could guess what he was thinking. He tells Kan Hyun that the feathers may look cute, but the jumping birds are a short-haired species. Kan Hyun is confused, and Randolph tells him that it is not the real look of the jumping birds and the pink part is not their fur. Suddenly, two birds get into a fight, and they suddenly reveal that they are mighty Thor of the bird empire, and the pink stuff was actually their highly compressed muscles. Kan Hyun is terrified and wonders if Randolph really wants him to catch those dangerous creatures. Well, his opinion doesn't matter because Randolph and White Rice are already charging towards the birds, and they ask Kan Hyun to support them from behind. On the way, Randolph taught Kan Hyun how to shoot properly, but how he could have learned how to shoot accurately in such a short time. He decides to calm down, and puts an arrow on the bow anyway. He strains to pull the string, aims the arrow at the birds, and then releases it forward. Well, the arrow reached quite close, but not close to the birds. It barely missed hitting White Rice, who gives Kan Hyun a dumbfounded stare, and so does Randolph while he is strangling the mighty bird. White Rice feels betrayed by his friend, and Kan Hyun nervously apologizes to him. Night comes soon, and Randolph is cooking the bird meat over the fire. He asks Kan Hyun if he is sure he can eat by himself because his arm is vibrating. Kan Hyun replies that he can endure this much, and rather than himself, he is worried about something else. The jumping bird meat stinks, and he thinks that it will be too rude to cover his nose as it is cooking. It is ready soon, and Randolph gives a piece to Kan Hyun. White Rice is missing from the scene, and his piece is lying on his plate. Kan Hyun reluctantly takes the first bite and finds that the taste of the bird's meat can really stimulate his dead taste buds because it is so bad. Randolph thinks that he is dumbstruck because it is so good, and decides to cook some more. Kan Hyun panics and asks him to let him cook, but then suddenly freezes, wondering if he can really cook something whose taste he doesn't know. However, he decides to throw away his worries because just earlier today he proved himself by cooking pasta for Grandma Park. He throws his cloak down and tells Randolph that since he is a chef, he will make something using this meat for him. Kan Hyun first removes the blood from the meat in a nearby creek so the bad smell vanishes. However, draining the blood is a slow process, and it will take at least half a day to clean a chunk of meat this size. The meat is not completely clean, but this is what he must work with. So, to remove the bad smell, Kan Hyun pours some dark beer on the meat. Randolph instantly sneaks behind him and asks him if he is pouring beer into the bucket. He demands an explanation about how he can waste such a precious thing, but Kan Hyun is not having it. He tells the night captain to create a frame on which he can hang the pot, and he obeys silently. Kan Hyun then remarks that it would be nice if they had some laurel leaves or herbs. He fills up the pot with an equal amount of beer and water in the meantime and then adds onions, pepper, salt, and sugar. He leaves the mixture to cook for about an hour, and when it is done, he asks Randolph to help him put it down. Kan Hyun then removes the lid of the pot, and the smell of the cooked meat stew is so delicious that even White Rice has returned. Randolph asks if it is done, and Kan Hyun replies that they still have to roast it one more time. Normally, he would have put it in an oven, but since he is camping, he will use an open fire instead. After the meat is roasted well, Kan Hyun cuts it into smaller chunks to complete the dish. As Randolph holds the plate for the finished dish, he wonders if this wonderful scent is coming from jumping bird meat. Randolph knows that even the best chefs in this territory have given up on making the meat taste good. He can't believe that Kang Hyun can do the impossible, but as he takes a bite, he feels lightning coursing through his body. He wonders what the hell this taste is and begins gobbling up the meat. The outside is as crispy as a cookie, but the inside is juicy and tender. Randolph feels like he is in heaven and wonders if this is the meat of the jumping birds that he has eaten hundreds of times before. However, he feels that there is something missing in this dish that will make it balanced and perfect. He has his eureka moment, and immediately asks Kang Hyun to give him some beer because it will fit perfectly with the dish. Kang Hyun tells him to go and grab one himself, so Randolph does it. As he relishes the taste of the beer and then takes a healthy bite of the meat, he is proud of his intuition. He remarks that this is the perfect dish to go along with alcohol. He praises Kang Hyun greatly, saying that he will never get tired even if he eats this dish for the rest of his life. However, Kang Hyun is not thrilled because he could have gotten rid of all the foul smells if he had more time. Kang Hyun turns to White Rice to ask what he thinks, and he wags his tail decently fast to say that he likes it. While the wolf pup is asking for more, Kang Hyun is still contemplating how he could have made the dish better. This leaves Randolph dumbfounded, and he now believes that Kang Hyun's skill level must be higher than that of the imperial chef if he is not satisfied with the delicious meal he just cooked. Later, a mildly drunk Randolph says that he wants to treat Kang Hyun to a meal this time, but he ends up getting treated by him again. He wants to know how such a cooking technique exists in the world. Kang Hyun is glad that he liked it, and Randolph says that after this, he can never eat normal jumping bird meat again. He asks Kang Hyun if it will be fine if he copies his cooking technique, and he replies that it will be fine because it is nothing special anyway. Randolph cuts him off mid-sentence. He says that he is acquainted with some chefs, and that's why he knows the value of Kang Hyun's skills. Randolph tells him that his dishes are brilliant, so he should not undervalue himself. Kang Hyun is happy to hear that and thanks the night captain. Randolph then decides to repay Kang Hyun for all the amazing and precious things he has shown him, and his idea of repaying him is to teach him swordsmanship. Kang Hyun is dumbfounded by his suggestion, and Randolph repeats himself in case he does not understand him. He proudly says that right now he is situated in this rural area, but once he was a reputed knight in the capital. He thinks that his swordsmanship lessons would be a valuable reward for Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun tries telling him that he is just a chef, and Randolph suddenly starts laughing as he declares that countless people come to him and beg him to teach them swordsmanship. Kang Hyun asks him to teach those people then, but Randolph says that he doesn't like them. He tells Kang Hyun to be ready with a beer and a meat dish for him the next time they meet, and then he will teach him some swordsmanship. While Kang Hyun is not interested in learning it, he understands that the night captain might be embarrassed to get treated to a free meal every time. He realizes that Randolph will be uncomfortable if he racks up any more debts. Now Kang Hyun decides to accept his offer because he can just consider the swordsmanship training as a workout, and if he gets stronger because of it, he will be able to use heavy utensils properly too. Soon the night sky is covered by the northern lights, and as Kang Hyun admires them, he has no idea what the consequences of accepting Randolph's offer would be. Back in the village, it has been a week since Kang Hyun's restaurant opened. During the last few days, many villagers visited his restaurant, but only for a few days. Now Kang Hyun is completely free and can only watch birds from his window. He knew that there would be no customers, but he still felt a bit down because of it. White Rice is watching TV to cure his boredom. The TV was a gift of sorts from a customer who left it here saying that he doesn't use it anymore. Kang Hyun decides to see what White Rice is watching and finds that he is watching an interview with an idol group. Kang Hyun reads the name Uneyes and thinks that he has heard it somewhere before too. At the same time, Kang Hyun's friend who helped him get settled in the village is busy with his work. And what's his job? He is a manager for the same idol group, Uneyes. He asks the girls if they are comfortable working at this location, and they complain that it is too rural, the sun is too bright, and there are huge grasshoppers here. The man is exhausted. He doesn't even hear the girls' replies and tells them that they did a good job. Jim prefers to work quietly in his office, but it is not possible with a group of girls who cannot be silent. He checks his schedule and finds that there is nothing to do today since the shooting for the interview has been completed. Since he has time and is close to Kang Hyun's village, he decides to visit him. He calls Kang Hyun and asks him if he is still alive. He says that his shoot just finished and he is nearby, so he will drop by for some food. Later, it seems Kang Hyun doesn't want him over, but Jim says that he doesn't even have any guests. On top of that, he has no plans to eat anywhere else when his friend is a chef. The girls hear this, and they begin gossiping about the chef among themselves. As Jim's plan is ready, the girls have also hatched a secret plan. Jim leaves the girls to his assistant, and tells them to behave nicely. They act innocent, asking him when they have not been nice and obedient. Jim doesn't have enough fingers to count the number of incidents, but he doesn't want to argue with them, so he simply gets into the car and tells them that he will see them tomorrow. Just as he goes, the girls gang up on his assistant and tell him to follow his boss. The assistant says that he cannot do that, but apparently, he is weak to the charm of pretty girls. The blonde girl who seems to be their leader tells him that asking forgiveness is easier than asking permission anyway. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is mopping the floor, complaining that Jim is egoistic. He is not happy that he is coming to visit him so abruptly. Kang Hyun asks what would have happened if he had been busy. Well, he is not busy at all, but still, there is no use crying over it now, so he decides to cook something while White Rice is still watching TV. Suddenly, the door is kicked open as a man enters the restaurant while carrying another in his arms. It is Jim, who is pissed at his assistant who got caught tailing him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kang Hyun wonders what the hell is going on, and then Jim apologizes to him, saying that a few unwanted guests tagged along. Those unwanted guests cheerfully introduce themselves as Uneyes. Soon, the girls start fawning over White Rice and try to pet him, but he runs away from them. On the other hand, Kang Hyun still can't believe that his simple restaurant, situated in the remotest part of the country, has been visited by idols. After that, Jim lectures the girls. He says that they have gotten too bold recently and asks if they even think about the consequences of their actions. The girls don't even dare to face him, and the furious Jim tells them to answer him. They can only apologize, and Jim tells them to go back right now. Kang Hyun understands the situation now and then takes a look at Jim's assistant, who is crying in a corner. He pities the poor man and then tells Jim that since everyone is already here, it will be better to return with their bellies full. Jim asks him if that will be okay because he can't believe that Kang Hyun is going to accept this unexpected situation. Because the Kang Hyun he knew would have made a huge fuss in this situation. In the meantime, Kang Hyun asks the girls if there is something they are craving, and they name some spicy and oily food. The assistant tells them to be mindful of their diet as they are still promoting their new show. Jim thought that Kang Hyun had lost his mind when he decided to move to the countryside to heal. However, now he seems to have changed. Also, he notices White Rice and wonders if the dog is always there. In the meantime, Kang Hyun goes to the kitchen and wonders what he should prepare that will please everyone. He wants them to be fulfilled and happy since they have come far away from the city. First, he decides to check what ingredients he has and opens the refrigerator, where he gets a great idea. That idea involves using some very ripe red tomatoes. He begins chopping the onion, planning to prepare a light meal for the girls. On one pan, he puts some sizzling meat, and on the other, he fries some garlic. He grates some cheese, thinking that he must cook something that his guests will like, but it should be rich in nutrients and flavor too. Soon, the food is prepared, and he presents it to the girls, who can't contain their excitement at seeing it. Kang Hyun has made tomato pasta and steak salad for them. The girls eagerly start taking pictures and then start eating the food. The blonde girl is amazed by the taste of the tomato pasta. She says that she doesn't usually eat pasta unless it's rose or cream pasta, but the pasta sauce in this one is truly delicious. The girl with bangs remarks that the vegetables in the salad are fresh and the meat is also quite tender. Kang Hyun tells Jim that he prepared a light meal on purpose and asks him to let the girls enjoy their food in peace. He retorts that he wasn't planning to say anything while they ate anyway. On the other side of the table, the redhead is crying tears of joy, wondering why she has never eaten something so delicious before. Now, the purple-haired girl with her is getting angry because the food is so good. Her friends tell her that she should eat more instead of being angry. They say that they never know when they will get another chance to have a feast like this. Kang-hyun gives a judgmental side-eye to Jim and asks if he is starving the girls. He replies that while it is easy to misunderstand the situation, he has not been starving them. Kang-hyun then tells him to eat too, because his assistant is already enjoying his food. Kang-hyun has made light vango pasta for him since he has to drive to Seoul, and he should not get sleepy on the way back. Jim is really surprised at this because he hadn't even imagined Kang-hyun being considerate of him. Suddenly, he gets an idea and grabs his shoulder, asking him if he is acting so kind because he is going to die soon. Kang-hyun coldly asks him if he looks terminally ill to him. Later, the girls praise his food and say that it is on another level compared to anything they have eaten before. Kang-hyun replies that he will cook something better for them the next time they visit him, and the blonde cheerfully says that they will come back for it. She even calls Kang-hyun by his name, and he flinches because he never introduced himself to them. The girls get into the car and tell him that he and his food look much better in real life, and they say that they will see him next time. After they are gone, he nervously asks Jim how the girls recognized him, and he replies that they watch his cooking videos when they are hungry, so they will recognize him. With that, Jim gets in his car, and Kang-hyun tells him to inform him in advance the next time he decides to pay a visit. Jim simply asks him how his healing is going, and Kang-hyun smiles and says that it is going well. The next day, he picks up his bicycle and rides to the local supermarket with white rice in the basket. There is only one supermarket near the village, and the rest of them are all in the nearby city. He stops outside the store and decides to buy a lot of green onions from it. He enters the shop to find a dark-skinned lady working there. Kang-hyun thinks that she is the daughter-in-law of the old lady he saw here the last time. The woman asks him if he is looking for anything in particular, and he thanks her before saying that he will take a look on his own. He goes to the vegetable section and finds that they don't have any daylilies today, and that is a problem because Grandma Park always orders the daily pasta. Since the woman also tells him that they only have green onions right now, Kang-hyun decides to check out the bigger supermarkets. He leaves the store, saying that he will come another time. Just as he steps outside, he finds some children fighting. A boy and a girl have grabbed each other's hair, and they are cursing each other while asking the other to let go first. The boy says that he doesn't want to play with her, and the girl retorts the same. She calls him a brat, and the boy shouts that she is different from the rest of the children here. He yells at her to go back to her own country, and the girl is stunned and speechless. Just then, Kang-hyun arrives there and separates them while telling them to stop fighting. He asks the little racist to take back those words because he will regret them later. Just then, the lady from the shop comes outside, and she panics at seeing her daughter there. She calls her daughter's name, and the girl rushes to her side and starts crying. Kang-hyun thinks that since the girl's mom is here, his job is done. The racist boy frees his hand from him and runs away. The woman then thanks Kang-hyun for helping her daughter, and he says that he didn't do anything. He then asks if Myung is all right, and the woman replies that she just fell asleep. She blames herself for all this trouble, and Kang-hyun panics as he wonders what to say. He tries to convince her that it was just a children's quarrel, but then the woman introduces herself. She says that her name is Eun-gun, and she is from Vietnam. Eun-gun believes that her daughter is being bullied because she is a foreigner. Kang-hyun hears Eun-gun's testimony about her daughter being bullied because she is a foreigner. He wants to console her by saying that it is not true. However, if he did that, he would be just lying. He had witnessed the boy tell Myung to go back to the country she came from because she looked different from everyone. Kang-hyun knows that this is a sensitive matter, and he cannot talk carelessly about it. He just stays silent, so Eun-gun talks first. She remarks that she knows who Kang-hyun is. However, all she knows about him is that he runs a restaurant on the other side of the village. She suddenly asks him if he would mind teaching her how to cook, and Kang-hyun can only stare at her with his eyes wide open. He asks her what she means, and Eun-gun tells him that she can only make Vietnamese dishes. She reveals that this year Myeon wants to invite all her friends to her birthday party, which is why Eungun wants to prepare Korean dishes for them. Her words have a lot of impact on Kanghyun's mind, and even after he returns home, he can only think about them. He felt the sincerity in Eungun's gaze, so he had no choice but to agree to her request. However, now he feels a bit down because he understands the reason Eungun was asking for his help. He knows that the reason she wants to make Korean food is so that other children don't make fun of her daughter. This thought frustrates Kanghyun for some reason, and suddenly he finds Rice Cake trying to reach him. Kanghyun thinks that this is a sweet moment where his pup is comforting him, but no, Rice Cake is greedy and just wants his food. He has found a tin of premium and expensive caviar, and he wants Kanghyun to open it for him. Kanghyun is shocked and asks where he even found it. He tells Rice Cake that this stuff doesn't even taste good straight out of the can, but he is indifferent to it because it is useless to him right now. He opens the tin while looking at Rice Cake with disappointment, saying that he always comes to him asking for help when it concerns food. This is another one of Kanghyun's enlightenment moments, and he realizes that asking for help when you need it is the right thing to do. Soon he decides to ask someone for help too because this is what neighbors are for. In the middle of the day, he carries a package with some sauces, probably, and decides to pay one of his neighbors a visit. Kanghyun believes that he knows whom to talk to in situations like this, and that is a trustworthy person who knows a lot about the other people in the village. He reaches the gate and rings the doorbell, and soon the gate opens and Sujin, the pregnant lady, receives him. She is surprised to see him and remarks that it is unexpected for him to visit them. Kanghyun tells Sujin that there is something he would like to hear her opinion on, and she welcomes him in. To his utter surprise, the village chief is also sitting inside. He also loudly yells at Kanghyun that he should have come to his house if he needed his advice. Kanghyun asks him what he is doing here, and the old man replies that he came here for a drink. Soon Kanghyun finishes telling everyone about his dilemma. He claims that he has been thinking about the dish he can teach Eungun for her daughter's birthday party. Sujin replies that she also knows the lady from the supermarket. She has also seen the girl Myeong hang around with the boy named Sanga after school a few times. Kanghyun is surprised to hear that the kids go to the same school and that they are friends. Sujin's husband, Miho, tells him that since there is only one school in the vicinity of the village, all the kids go to the same school. He also adds that while Sanga and Myeong are friends, they are not the same age. There are only less than 20 kids in the entire school, so they have only one class. Kanghyun understands now that the school only has one combined class for students of all grades. Sujin then says that she can understand how Eungun must feel after all that happened to Myeong. She rubs her hand over her belly and says that she would do the same for her child too. Kanghyun thinks deeply about her words and thinks that every parent wishes that their child could live a life without worry. He then says that he should teach Eungun something she can learn quickly, but the village chief calls his idea nonsense. Instead, he suggests Kanghyun do the opposite. He asks him to tell Eungun to make dishes from Vietnam instead. Kanghyun is surprised to hear that, and says that the reason Eungun wants to learn Korean food is for her daughter's sake, but the village chief is firm. He believes that trying to forcibly fit in with others could negatively affect the young Myeong. The old man asks, "What do kids her age even know?" He believes that right now, even Myeong cannot accept the differences between them. That is why the adults must show her that being different is not a bad thing. He tells Kanghyun that he should also do his part in this. The village chief ends his lesson by saying that a single bite is more meaningful than 100 words, and Kanghyun feels that he is speaking the truth. Soon after that, Eungun started cooking under Kanghyun's guidance, but she is still unsure if she is doing the right thing. She thinks the Korean and Vietnamese dishes are too different, and what will happen if the kids don't like Vietnamese food? Just then, Kanghyun hands over a bowl of rice noodles he prepared and tells Eungun to fish out the onion from the broth once it is cooked because kids are usually picky eaters. Eungun agrees, and then Kanghyun gives her his opinion on the Vietnamese spring rolls she made earlier. While it is a delicious and familiar food, he believes that it would be too difficult for kids to roll them properly. This may result in fewer kids choosing to eat it, so they should replace it with another dish called the cha gios, which is a type of fried dumpling. Kang Hyun believes that the kids will like their crispiness, and if Eun-gun tells them that the dish is Vietnamese dumplings, they will be more interested in it. As Eun-gun sees him helping her so earnestly, she gets the feeling that everything will be fine as long as he helps her. After that, she prepares another dish that has a little bit of everything, from green vegetables to grain sprouts, and some fried meat patties. She presents the final dish to Kang Hyun, and tells him that it is called the bun cha. Kang Hyun already knows about the dish, which is not as famous as rice noodles, but it is certainly one of Vietnam's representative food items. In this dish, meat, vegetables, and noodles are eaten after dipping them in a spicy sauce. That is exactly what Kang Hyun does, and then he takes a bite. The sauce smells sweet, sour, and refreshing, and he believes that the kids will like this combination. He tells Eun-gun that this is a good main dish, and then requests that she bring him a glass of water. As soon as she leaves, Kang Hyun immediately summons his assistant, Rice Cake, and tells him to test the soup. As soon as Rice Cake tastes the soup, he begins wagging his tail violently and whipping Kang Hyun's face with it. That is a very good reaction, and it is the fastest Rice Cake has wagged his tail out of all the dishes he tasted today. Now Kang Hyun believes that Eun-gun must be a great cook to receive such a reaction from his official gourmet foodie. Soon Eun-gun returns with the glass of water, and she is shocked to see Kang Hyun's face so shabby and covered with white fur. She asks what happened, but he changes the topic and begins to give her advice about food. He tells her to leave the pepper out of the soup because it may be too spicy for the kids, and also asks her to reduce the amount of cilantro. He also tells her to add beef to the meat patties instead of just pork because it will make them juicier. In conclusion, Kang Hyun tells Eun-gun that her cooking is delicious and the kids will enjoy it a lot. Eun-gun is elated to hear this, and she thanks him. After that, Kang Hyun leaves for home with Rice Cake in his arms. He thinks that it is a fortunate thing that Eun-gun is such a good cook, and she also understood his feedback very well. He thinks that there is nothing to worry about now. Suddenly Myung approaches him from behind, and Kang Hyun turns around to see her staring at him. She gives him a handmade invitation to her birthday party, and Kang Hyun asks her if she made it herself. She is proud of her artwork and tells him that he won't be able to enter the party without it, so he should not forget to bring it with him. Myung then gets sad, remarking that not many kids will come to the party anyway. Kang Hyun asks her why that is, and she replies that it is because she got into a fight with Cholman, who has many friends. Kang Hyun realizes that Cholman is the name of the rude, racist boy from earlier. Myung is still saying that no one will come to her birthday party, and Kang Hyun doesn't know what to say to her. Soon it is the day of Myung's birthday party, and she is fidgety and anxious. She wonders if Mr. Chef will come, believes that at least Sangha will. As for others, she is not sure, but a couple of them told her that they would come. As Myung is wondering what will happen if no one shows up, her mom comes to show her dress to her. Myung turns around, and she is amazed to see her mom wearing some traditional Vietnamese dresses. She remarks that she is looking beautiful and asks more about the clothes. Eun-gun tells her that they are clothes from her country, and then asks Myung if she wants to wear them. Myung is very excited to try them on, and she frolics around after wearing her new clothes. Suddenly the doorbell rings, and Eun-gun says that her friends must be there. She urges Myung to open the door, and the girl is relieved that at least someone has come. She wonders which one of her friends it is as she opens the door, but the person she sees outside stuns her. Myung can only stare at the nervous Cholman standing in front of her, seemingly overridden with guilt. The doorbell rings. Myung cheerfully goes to welcome her first guest. But to her shock, it is Cholman. He looks quite shaken. Myung coldly asks Cholman why he is here, and he is nervous to see her like that. She turns her face around, telling him that she didn't invite him, so he should go back. She is about to close the door as well when Cholman suddenly says that he is sorry. Myung stops, then nervously tells her that he didn't mean what he said earlier. He says that he was just angry at that time for another reason, and he ended up saying those mean words. He apologizes again, and then starts crying while repeating that he is really sorry. Myeong can only watch him, dumbfounded, as he keeps on apologizing. She then says that he still can't come in. She shows him the invitation that he clearly doesn't have, and Cholman freaks out. He feels nervous and sad that he didn't receive an invitation, but then Myeong suddenly gives him the invitation. She tells him that she will let him off this time, and Cholman thanks her while holding back tears. Meanwhile, the other kids were hiding outside the gate, and just as this melodrama ends, they peek out and ask if they can go in. They tell Cholman to not be mean again, and he gets embarrassed that he was found out. After that, the kids gather in front of the door and happily show Myeong that they brought their invitation cards and her birthday gifts too. Myeong is happy to see them all, and they soon settle inside. On the table, the Vietnamese cuisines are presented, and the kids are amazed to see them. They eagerly ask what those dishes are because they have never seen them before. Meanwhile, Myeong sits in the special seat proudly. Kan-hyun is helping Myeong's mom in the kitchen, and he feels like all the kids from the school are here at the party. The kids curiously ask how they eat these dishes, and Eungun tells them that this dish is called bun cha. They dip the meat and noodles into the sauce first, and then eat it. Two girls try that, and as they take the first bite of the meat and noodles dipped in sauce, they feel an explosion of taste in their mouths. The fried meat, pates, noodles, and sauce dance around in their taste buds, and the girls declare that they have never eaten anything like this before. They remark that it is sweet, sour, and savory at the same time. Eungun begins telling the kids about other food items too, and as a girl with glasses eats the fried Vietnamese dumplings, she is smitten by their taste. She declares that she is going to marry this dumpling when she grows up. It turns out that this is not a new thing for the girl, whose name is Miju, and she keeps changing her future husbands faster than people change clothes. One boy then remarks that Myeong is wearing a new type of dress and asks her what it is called. He claims that he has never seen it before. Myeong gets up and proudly displays her dress, telling everyone that it is from her mother's home country. The kids are curious, and Myeong tells them that her mother is from Vietnam, and all of these dishes are from Vietnam too. The kids start talking about how Myeong's mom must have come here on an airplane, and that is enough to make them jealous. Well, even the girl named Miju has spotted the pretty dress, and she declares that when she grows up, she is going to marry the dress. After that, Myeong asks her mom to show her friends her dress too because she wants to show off their matching clothes. Eungun says that she has to finish cooking, but Kan-hyun tells her that it is fine because they are nearly done anyway. He tells Eungun that he will take care of the rest, and she is free. Myeong pulls her along to hurry, and Eungun is happy to see her so excited. After that, the mother and daughter show their matching dresses to everyone, and while the kids gush over them, Kan-hyun and Rice Cake are watching this from a corner. He is pleased because both of them look happy. On the other side, in the fantasy world, there is a small settlement made up of tents. In one of the camps, one beastman wearing a skull as an adornment is inquiring about her cute daughter running away again. In front of her is the gray-haired beastman who tells her that they even increased the number of guards, but the girl seems to have slipped away through a hole in the net. The red beastman asks if she went to see the human again, and the gray beastman affirms. The red beastman lady is now curious about the peculiar human who managed to pique the interest of a sacred wolf as well as her daughter. She orders the gray beastman to invite him in, and his ears immediately stand up to display shock and alertness. He asks her if she is planning to let a human into their settlement, and she asks him if it is forbidden. She also assures him that since she is the village leader, no one is going to dare start a fight with her guests. She then removes her mask, saying that since her daughter is indebted to the human, as her mother, she should at least make acquaintance with him. Soon, in the forest of the fantasy world, a majestic deer, who definitely looks like a rare legendary animal, is standing over a river. It is alerted because it can hear loud roars and growling voices coming from a distance. Those voices are actually coming from Rice Cake, and even Kan-hyun has covered his ears to protect them from his loud barks. He tells his pet wolf to shut up, but he is really furious and on edge about something. What has got him so angry is just a bunch of dead shrimp, and Kan-hyun is not impressed. He tells Rice Cake that he can play around with the jumping birds and mighty rabbits, who are much bigger than him, but he is still so wary of such small shrimps that are already dead. Kang-hyun thinks that it might be because Rice Cake has never seen them before, as there are no saltwater bodies nearby. Well, he thinks it is a shame that the wolf pup is reacting like this because shrimp are really delicious, but he admits that they look kind of disgusting to someone who has never seen them before. But then he thinks about it for a while and recalls that whenever Rice Cake comes to him after hunting his prey, it is much more disgusting than the shrimp. Now he is confused and wonders what exactly Rice Cake's standards are. Well, since he can't do anything about that, he decides to show the wolf the true taste of shrimp. He puts them in a water bowl and then starts by removing the whiskers and internal organs of the shrimp. After that, he spreads coarse salt on a pan and places the shrimps neatly on top of that. He puts the pan on the stove and then covers it, and that's the recipe. Kang-hyun says that he wanted to show this to Randolph too, but they have enough shrimps left for the next time, so he might be able to show it to him later. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is giving the pan the most judgmental stare he can because he is still wary of the shrimp. While Kang-hyun waits for it to cook, the Pharaoh Beast girl also arrives there. Kang-hyun is confused to see her here again, but her full focus is on the pan. When he asks her when she joined them, the Beast girl looks at him with surprise. Rice Cake has still not noticed her, as he is fully focused on the pan. Kang-hyun decides not to pay much attention to useless details and thinks that if the Beast girl is here, she can also have some food since she is always hungry. He soon opens up the pan to find that the shrimp have been roasted perfectly. He breaks them off while wearing gloves because they are too hot, and then places them on plates for Rice Cake and the Beast girl to eat. They just stare at it in confusion, and then Kang-hyun tells them to try it. They take a bite and suddenly find themselves overwhelmed by the taste of the shrimp. They feel like they are surfing in the ocean on a giant shrimp and melting while they eat it. Kang-hyun asks them how the taste of the sea is and sees both of them gobbling up the shrimp. He is proud and smug that they are enjoying it so much. The Beast girl has finished her food, and she eagerly stares at Kang-hyun to demand more. He is about to peel some more shrimp for her when suddenly the Grey Beast man comes there looking for the girl, whom he calls Mona. The girl is startled to hear his voice and instantly hides behind Kang-hyun. The Grey Beast man says that she ran away from the village again, and Kang-hyun recognizes him as the same guy from the last time who took the Beast girl away. He tells him that the girl looks hungry, so he should let her eat before taking her back to the village. He tries to assure the Beast man that he is not feeding her anything weird, but then he suddenly speaks up. He tells Kang-hyun that today he is here for him and not for the girl. Kang-hyun is nervous and slightly terrified now, and he asks what he wants from him. The Beastman walks up to him, and then gives him a cold glare as he asks the human to follow him. Kang-hyun is left confused by all this. Kang-hyun nervously asks him where they are supposed to go, and the Grey Beast man tells him that the village chief has invited him to the village. He also reveals that the chief is Mona's mother. Seeing how violent and feral the girl is, Kang-hyun can only imagine how her mother would be. He wonders if the chief is planning to interrogate him about what he has been feeding her kid. Kang-hyun judges that he should not follow the Grey Beast blindly. He makes an excuse, saying that he is rather busy today, so coming in will be difficult right now. The Beast man understands his problem and suddenly hands him a small horn. He tells Kang-hyun that the horn is used by the warriors in their village, so he can use it to call them whenever he has time. Kang-hyun receives the horn and thinks that since the Beast man is being way more considerate than he initially imagined, it might just be an ordinary invitation. He asks the Beast man why the chief wants to see him, and he replies that she wants to see the human who managed to lure her daughter out of the village. Those words definitely carry a bad vibe for Kang-hyun, and he feels that it is going to be a meeting with an angry parent. The Grey Beast man leaves with that, and Kang-hyun is left trembling because he didn't even call the Beast girl out on purpose. Kang-hyun then suddenly stops the Beast man for something. A few minutes later, as the Beast man is back in the village, he enters his tent in private to check what Kang-hyun just gave him. It is a bunch of cooked shrimp in a poly bag. Earlier, Kang-hyun had told him that he couldn't let him return empty-handed when he had come all the way here. That is why he gave him the shrimp, saying that they might look ugly, but they are quite tasty. Well, the Beast man takes a bite, and his tail starts wagging, which means that he likes the taste. On the other hand, Kang-hyun is still sighing as he wonders whether he should go to the Beast Tribe village or not. In the background, White Rice and Mona are fighting with each other because White Rice is stealing her share of shrimp. Kang-hyun thinks that since White Rice didn't react to the Grey Beast Man, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. He is also curious about the village, even though he is uncertain too. In the meantime, White Rice has climbed on his head while munching on a bunch of shrimp at once, while Mona tries to snatch them from him. Kang-hyun is too busy with his thoughts to notice them, and wishes that there was someone he could consult about this matter. No sooner did he say those words, and Knight Captain Randolph suddenly arrived there. Randolph is taken aback to see two beasts fighting while climbing on Kang-hyun, who is not even fazed. He seems like an average toddler mom. He doesn't even care that the claws of Mona and White Rice are dangerously close to his eye, and he tells Randolph that he came at the perfect time because he needs his help with something. Soon after that, Kang-hyun tells the entire story to Randolph, who says that it is rather unbelievable that he got invited to a Beast Man village. Kang-hyun asks him if it is that rare, while Mona and White Rice are resting on either side of him. Randolph tells him that it has been quite some time since the Beast Man and humans cut off contact with each other. It is also Randolph's first time seeing a human get an invitation from a Beast Man. On top of that, Kang-hyun is getting an invitation from the Beast Tribe, who follow the community parenting principle. It surprises him that a tribe like that left a kid in Kang-hyun's care, which is an incredible situation. But as usual, Kang-hyun is not even aware of that. Randolph finally tells Kang-hyun that he can go to the Beast Man village without any worries and assures him that they won't harm him. Kang-hyun is relieved to hear that. He says that he will take up the Beast Man on their invitation the next time, and he gets up, dusting his pants. Randolph looks at him with surprise, and then Kang-hyun suddenly pulls out some shrimp, asking him if he is craving something delicious. With that, Kang-hyun prepares a little special recipe for cooking shrimp with some extra seasoning. Just one bite is enough to make Randolph feel the vastness of the ocean. He thinks that Kang-hyun's skills never disappoint him, and he always brings some new flavors to the table. The dish simply contains garlic and lime in addition to shrimp, but that combo is really working well. Randolph thinks that despite being salty and oily, the dish is really delicious, and he feels giant cute shrimp winking at him. More importantly, he is mesmerized by the addictive texture of the meat, and thinks that he can eat an entire bowl of it. White Rice is living the life Randolph can only dream of by eating Mona's food after clearing his plate, and Kang-hyun is trying to stop him without any success. Randolph thinks that peeling the shrimp is a bother, and he simply tosses a whole shrimp in his mouth. Kang-hyun is surprised to see Randolph eat a shrimp whole, but it seems that White Rice and Mona are also following his lead. He feels that they got tired of waiting for him to peel the shrimp for them, and that just works out for him. Not only that, they seem to be enjoying the taste and texture of the shell too, and Randolph proclaims it a delicacy in its own right. Kang-hyun still warns them that the shell can be sharp in some places, and then they keep on eating. After a while, all the utensils are empty and all the bellies are full. As Kang-hyun is packing up things, Randolph says that to thank him for the very good meal, he must give it his all to teach him. Kang-hyun is confused and asks what he is even talking about, and Randolph tells him that he is obviously talking about swordsmanship. Kang-hyun suddenly remembers that they had made a deal like that in the past. Randolph tells him not to worry too much because it is his first day, so they will start with some basic training. Well, somebody's basic training is someone else's nightmare, and when evening comes, Kang-hyun is lying face down on the cold grass. He is exhausted, and Randolph remarks that he has terrible stamina and at this rate, becoming the strongest warrior is a long journey for him. Kang-hyun can only say that he is just a chef. Randolph asks him how he can be so exhausted by a mere 4-hour hike at his age, and his body must really be weak. Suddenly, the worried White Rice starts licking Kang-hyun's feet, and he starts feeling better in that place. Kang-hyun wonders if he is just imagining it or if the pain around the part White Rice is licking is reducing. It gives a cool and relaxing feeling, so Kang-hyun just relaxes. Just then, Mona also starts licking his other leg because she is also worried about him, but that doesn't do anything to Kan-hyun, and only makes him feel wet and slimy. Kan-hyun gets up somehow and tries patting Mona while saying that he appreciates the gesture. Randolph tells Kan-hyun that he is impressed at his persistence in getting up again, and gives him a bronze practice sword on this occasion. He says that it is lighter than a real sword, but it is not bad for practicing. He says that he originally made it for his daughter, and Kan-hyun flinches on hearing that. He tells Randolph that he cannot take something that is meant for his daughter, but the knight captain tells him that it is fine. He says that his daughter has trypophobia, which is the fear of needles and sharp objects. Randolph is a bit disappointed as he says that, but he cheers up because he has another student whom he can teach in place of his daughter. He tells Kan-hyun that with his help, he can become the strongest warrior to exist. Kan-hyun doesn't really want that, and he believes that he should be looking forward to constant muscle pain for some time now. Still, he accepts the practice sword in Randolph's lessons. At night, he is finally back at his place and cooks some pasta for himself and white rice. Kan-hyun sighs, saying that he really exhausted himself today, and that made him crave a late-night snack after a long time. Kan-hyun gives white rice his plate first, and he really likes it even though the pasta only has bacon and garlic in it. Kan-hyun is satisfied that white rice is enjoying it, and then he takes a bite too. As he chews it, he suddenly freezes stiff. White rice barks at him with a question mark in his mind because Kan-hyun seems odd to him. Suddenly, Kan-hyun places his chopsticks on the table, and then rushes to the cupboard to grab all the items he can find there. He places all of them on plates in front of him hurriedly, and after a while, he says that he can taste things now. He is almost on the verge of crying and can't believe the words he is saying. He realizes that his sense of taste has not fully returned yet, but he tastes food again. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is just confused about what his human is blabbing. Kan-hyun thinks that if he had stayed in Seoul, he would have given up on cooking itself. Well, he had given up on himself when he came to this village too, but now that he has the most precious thing in his life back, he falls to his knees under the weight of the happy emotions he cannot contain in his heart. He thinks that he can cook to his heart's content again now, and then gently tells Rice Cake that he is glad that he moved to this place. On the other side, the village chief has drunk too much at his friend's house. He stumbles and wobbles as he heads home, thinking about how he will treat his friend to some alcohol the next time. Just then, he notices the light of Kan-hyun's restaurant is still on, and he is curious about what he is doing right now. Well, Kan-hyun is cooking. He chops some tomatoes, fries some mushrooms, and then sears some very delicious steak. Rice Cake is in Wonderland just with its smell. There are other ingredients too, like fresh lime and purple grapes, that Kan-hyun uses to create a sauce. After everything is ready, he finally presents his dish that was once part of his signature menu. The dish looks appetizing and mouth-watering, and Kan-hyun decides to have a bite to see how it tastes. It turns out that while he can taste the acidity or sourness of the dish nicely, he can't seem to taste the savoriness yet. He takes off his hat, saying that this is also a start. Just then, Rice Cake barks from behind, telling him with glistening eyes and a wagging tail that he loved the dish. Kan-hyun is happy that at least someone could properly enjoy the taste of the food, and he decides to treat Rice Cake to more dishes. He prepares some dishes using which he won the cooking competitions, and they spend all night cooking, eating, and having fun. The next morning, someone comes knocking at Kan-hyun's door quite loudly. Kan-hyun comes to the door completely haggard. He had pulled an all-nighter while cooking, and his stomach was also not doing so well after eating different types of dishes. He asks the visitor to be a little quieter, but the visitor is the village chief, and he is in a hurry. He yells at Kan-hyun, saying that he has to come with him immediately. Kan-hyun is confused and asks him what he means. He tells the village chief that he is very tired now, so he should come to see him later, but the old man tells him that they don't have much time, and he begins shoving him inside his van. Rice Cake also comes there, still sleepy, and he just watches the old man stuff his human into the van and drive away. They soon reach the village hospital, where the chief tells Kan-hyun that Sujin is giving birth right now. They run to the hospital after parking their van, and the chief says that he also came here running despite his hangover from last night. They reach the delivery room, where a lot of people have gathered outside the door. The old aunties have surrounded Miho, and they are swarming him with questions. They ask him how his wife's condition is and if the child has been born yet. Miho is already too tense, and he cannot answer a single one of their questions. Kan-hyun notices his expressions too and thinks that he needs some help. Just then, Grandma Park comes there, and she loudly yells at everyone, asking if this is some sort of fish market where they have all gathered here to chatter. She tells them that they are disturbing the employees here and to go out. Everyone is terrified of her, and even the village chief tells people that Grandma Park is right. He says that too many people being here is not good, so they should go back. Then he happily says that he will stay here as the village chief and take care of things. But Grandma Park has other plans. She grabs his shoulder, telling him that he is also coming with her. He tries protesting that he is the village chief, but the old lady just drags him along. Kan-hyun is the only one left now, and he thinks that Miho will feel more comfortable without people around him. However, Grandma Park tells him to stay there. Kan-hyun is confused, so she tells him that he should stay by Miho's side since he is his friend. The village chief screams that he is Miho's drinking buddy, but he gets dragged away anyway. Kan-hyun is left stunned now. He sits next to the nervous Miho and thinks that he is too awkward. He thinks that it would have been better for the village chief to stay here and not him. He has never been in this kind of situation before, so he doesn't even know what to say. He tries coming up with something, but then Miho suddenly thanks him for staying with him. Kan-hyun is taken aback by his words and tells him that it is not a big deal as he is just sitting by his side. Miho tells him that his sitting here is more than enough for him. He says that right now he is very excited but also very worried. Kan-hyun notices the nervous Miho and realizes that he must be roughly his age. He pats his shoulder casually, telling him that it will be fine. Well, he can't face him properly because he is nervous, but his words give Miho some confidence and relief, so he thanks him. Soon, the child is born, and the old-timers gathered outside the hospital loudly announce that it is a girl. Everyone is delighted to hear the good news because it has been so long since a baby was born in the village. They say that it is such a great day, so they can't let it pass without celebrating. Everyone says in unison that they should throw a feast. Just then, Kan-hyun comes out, and the chief asks him about Miho's condition. Kan-hyun replies that he is with Sujin and is crying like there is no tomorrow. Well, he then finds that no one is interested in hearing about Miho anymore because they are busy thinking about the feast. The village chief tells him that it is a very normal thing in this village to strengthen their bonds over feasts. That reminds Kan-hyun that he was invited to another village, the village of the beast people, to be specific. He asks the village chief what he should take as a gift, but the chief has gone into full gangster mode on hearing this. He furiously asks Kan-hyun if he was scouted by another village. He is ready for a turf war with any village that is trying to steal a young man under the age of 40 from their village. Well, after learning that it is just an invitation, the village chief is a bit disappointed because apparently, he was craving violence. He then tells Kan-hyun that if he is visiting a village, he should take some alcohol, or a local specialty. Kan-hyun thinks that taking a local specialty is a nice idea and asks the chief if their village has a special product that they produce. Well, the chief can't tell him anything except Korean beef, but Kan-hyun tells him that it is not their village specialty because he knows which regions are famous for their meat. In the end, he thinks that alcohol is a good enough gift, so he goes to the fantasy world and takes out the horn given to him by the Grey Beast Man. He feels nervous before blowing it for some reason but then decides to blow it. The sound of the horn echoes throughout the forest, and all types of creatures hear it. Kan-hyun gets tired after blowing it for a while, and he wonders if the Grey Beast Man will even find him using this. His questions are answered immediately as the Beast Man suddenly appears there, and even Mona is on his back, waving at Kan-hyun. The Grey Beast Man asks him if he is ready and then immediately picks him up, saying that they must go right away. Kan-hyun is dumbfounded by this strange means of transport, and he screams at the Beast Man to wait and put him down first. His words are of no use as the Beast Man leaps through the trees while carrying him, and Kang Hyun screams again. Well, he gets motion sickness thanks to this small but violent journey and begins puking out a rainbow. The beast man only remarks that humans seem to have become much weaker these days, unaware that Kang Hyun is not a human from this world. He remarks that Kang Hyun's lower body is especially weak. The beast man is only talking about his legs, and Kang Hyun recalls that the night Captain Randolph told him the same thing. He wonders if his legs are so weak. Just then, the beast man decides that they will walk the rest of the way, and both Mona and Rice Cake are happy to hear that. The gray beast says that their village is already visible in the distance, and Kang Hyun gets up to see it. He finds it a quaint and peaceful settlement, and he remarks that all the houses look like Mongolian tents. The gray beast is curious about this thing called Mongolian, but Kang Hyun tells him that it is nothing. He clarifies that the village looks a lot like another place he knows about. The gray beast is surprised that there are human villages that look like theirs. This reminds Kang Hyun of what Randolph had told him earlier. He told him that there was no danger in going to the village of the beastmen. The first thing is that they consider the white wolf sacred, and the second reason is the treaty that is in place between humans and the beastmen. Kang Hyun was curious about the treaty, and Randolph was surprised that he didn't know about it. He explained that in the past, there was a huge war between the different races. The brutal war continued for hundreds of years, and because of that, the entire continent was engulfed in chaos, destruction, and death. With huge piles of dead bodies on every battleground, it looked as if the entire world would be doomed if the war did not stop. Then one day, a miracle happened. The gods could no longer bear all the death and destruction, so they decided to intervene on the battlefield to end the war. After that, a treaty was signed between the various races to prevent conflicts among themselves. Naturally, the various species started distancing themselves from one another after that. Now, as Kang Hyun thinks about all this while walking with the Grey Beastman, he wonders if the Beastmen will welcome him into their village. As soon as he enters the village, a curious horde arrives to see a real human. There are not just beast people in the village, but also other races like bulls and bears. The bull Beastman remarks that the human looks weaker than he expected. Another girl says that the human also has the sacred white wolf with him. They are curious if he is the person whom the village chief invited. Just then, some other beast folk arrive and block their way. They seem hostile about receiving a human in their village, and they openly question their leader's sanity for inviting him. Kang Hyun sees that the senior beastman has no intention of toning down his hostility, but then the Grey Beastman intervenes. He tells the senior beastman, who is the warrior chief Tmu, not to forget that the human is the village chief's guest. The old beastman begins scowling at the Grey Beastman, whose name is revealed to be Noah. Tmu asks him if he has lost his pride and reputation as a warrior to protect a human. Noah replies that he is just following the orders of the chief and asks the old beastman to step aside. However, Tmu doesn't take his words kindly. He asks Noah when his status became so high that he got to order him around. As the two warriors are about to clash, Rice Cake suddenly starts to angrily growl. All the beastmen are terrified and hide on seeing the sacred white wolf angry. Even Kang Hyun is surprised by seeing Rice Cake so furious. Tmu too is taken aback to see the holy wolf growling at him. The beast girl Mona also begins imitating Rice Cake, and Kang Hyun asks what is wrong with her now. The beastmen are even more confused now, and they believe that if Mona and the white wolf are protecting Kang Hyun, he is not an ordinary human. Kang Hyun finds this too much to bear. He just came here because he was invited, but he was not expecting to be dragged into this drama. Now he feels like a princess in distress, with Noah, Mona, and Rice Cake trying to protect him from the evil Tmu. This situation feels too suffocating for him, and he doesn't want to be the reason for a fight here. Just then, someone leaps over him and answers Kang Hyun's prayers that someone stop everyone from fighting. It turns out to be the leader of the village, and she strikes herself between the two opposing parties. She suddenly tells Kang Hyun that she feels she will die of old age while waiting for him, and he doesn't even know her. Noah tells him to pay respect to their leader, Cassandra, the head of their tribe. However, Cassandra tells Kang Hyun to feel free to call her by her name if he wants to. Kang Hyun nervously bows before her. He introduces himself, and then thanks Cassandra for inviting him. Mona eagerly runs to her mom, who holds her in her arms. She then tells Kanghyun that he doesn't need to be so nervous. She reveals that the reason she called him here today was to thank him because her daughter has been bothering him recently. Kanghyun tries to be polite, and says that Mona has not been bothering him, but Cassandra asks him if he is certain about that. She knows her daughter's personality very well, so she will be a nuisance to everyone. Their awkward conversation is interrupted by the nervous Tmu, who asks the chief what made her think a mere human. Cassandra just turns around and acts surprised that Tmu is here. She puts on her brightest smile, saying that she just thought that some idiot was trying to break the treaty by picking a fight with a human. She says that since it was not some random idiot but Tmu, she is sure that he would never do anything like that. The hunting chief gets embarrassed on hearing this, and he can only meekly agree with the leader. Cassandra just laughs, saying that a man as wise as him could never make such mistakes. Anyway, she says that now she will have to attend to her guests, so he should simply go back and mind his own business. Tmu is seething in anger, and his clenched fist trembles, but he has no other option but to agree with the leader. Soon, Kanghyun finds himself in Cassandra's tent with other prominent beastmen there. She remarks that he must have had an unpleasant encounter earlier just as he entered the village. However, she asks him not to worry about it. She claims that the people of this village are not used to seeing humans, and it is not like they personally dislike him. That is already too uncomfortable for Kanghyun, as he feels the curious gazes of the beastmen on him. He feels that they will tear him to pieces just by staring at him. Cassandra then says that while it is truly unusual for them to invite a human to their village, she wants to meet the protagonist of the rumors. Kanghyun is curious about the rumors, and Rice Cake gives him a disappointed side-eye. Cassandra asks him if he has not heard the rumors yet because the entire forest is talking about the human who managed to tame a sacred white wolf. She says that a lot of beings have been watching over him in the forest and asks if he has never felt their gaze. The only thing Kanghyun feels on hearing this is embarrassment, because he has just learned that he was an unwilling Twitch streamer all this time. However, Cassandra says that it is not important right now. She tells Kanghyun to name anything he wants in return for taking care of her daughter. She claims that they are a tribe that always repays favors and debts. Kanghyun nervously tells her that there is no need to go so far because all he does is share some food with the girl. He then said that he didn't want to show up empty-handed today as well, so he brought something. Cassandra could already smell it, and she asked if the delicious-smelling thing was in his bag. Kanghyun takes out a tiffin box containing some boiled pork that he has made as a side dish. He claims that it is not much and the amount won't be enough for everyone here, but Cassandra almost jumps on him as she says that he brought something too precious as a gift and he is being too modest about it. However, she heard Kanghyun call it a side dish and asked if that meant what she thought. He nervously affirms, saying that he also brought an alcoholic drink that he doesn't think exists in this world. Cassandra gladly takes the bottle of Korean rice wine, and then eagerly asks Kanghyun if this is how he tamed her daughter. It seems like he has tamed the beast mother too. Kanghyun can't give a coherent answer to that question. He then tells Cassandra that it will be better not to drink the wine right now because it shook a lot during their journey here and might explode because of it. On hearing the word explode, the beastmen get alert and furious. They try to attack Kanghyun, thinking that he gave something dangerous to their chief. They don't even give him the chance to explain himself and declare that he has finally shown his true colors. Kanghyun somehow says that by explode, he meant that the pressure inside the wine has built up, and it may bubble up violently when opened. Well, Cassandra seems curious about that, so she removes the cork to send the fizz flying everywhere. She is intrigued to see it, and asks Kanghyun if this is what he meant by an explosion. However, she is quickly disappointed as the fizz dies out, and Kanghyun is somehow safe from being pummeled by the beastmen. Cassandra then directly gulps the wine, and the beastmen are stunned by her recklessness. They are scared, and they ask her how she can drink an unknown substance. They want to know if she is fine because the drink seemed weird. Well, the only weird thing it does is make Cassandra burp loudly. She is pleased by the drink, and then exclaims that humans are indeed very talented. She asks how they made this wine because it is slightly sweet and tangy, and the flavor is very deep. Its velvety texture makes her want to drink more and more of it. She has also started to crave the side dish and points at Kanghyun's backpack, which is full of boiled pork strips. She tries a piece of that meat and remarks that it has no bad smell and its texture is also soft. She doesn't even need to chew it much before swallowing. Cassandra can't believe that this soft and moist thing is meat. She clears the entire box and says that she was so mesmerized by the taste that she wouldn't have noticed even if someone died right next to her. She declares that they will have to share this delicious food with everyone, but there is something else she needs to do before that. She suddenly apologizes to Kanghyun, freaking out her subordinates who ask her how she can apologize to a human. Cassandra says that her tribe has been acting rudely in front of their guests, so it is only appropriate that she apologize. The two beastmen also realize their mistake on hearing this, and they apologize to Kanghyun for overreacting earlier. He tells them that it is fine, but if things were left to Noah, that would change. He was planning on stabbing the two rude people with his spear if they did not stop, and even Rice Cake was furious. Noah says that there is no way that a human chosen by the Holy Wolf would bring something dangerous here. Cassandra declares that everything is water under the bridge now. Since they have apologized and thanked Kanghyun, it is time to party. She loudly yells to let all her tribe members know that they are going to organize a festival immediately. She declares that they should unleash their capabilities to the fullest since this festival is for their precious guests. She announces that the hunter who manages to catch the most delicious animal will be bestowed the title of Chaitu. Kanghyun can only plug his ears to protect them from the loud noise, but the beastmen are super excited. They join their leader as she declares that they will show their guests that they have the best parties. Well, this is not good news for Kanghyun. He is already tired and wonders why villagers everywhere love to party this much. All the hunters are out of the village and Kanghyun is left behind with Cassandra and the kids. Cassandra tells him that the term Chaitu refers to the best hunter in the tribe. The person bestowed with that title has the honor of leading the tribe when the entire tribe goes out on a hunt. Kanghyun now understands why everyone was so enthusiastic about the hunt earlier. In front of them, the beast children are running after each other without a care. Cassandra suddenly asks Kanghyun if he likes to hunt because he can also participate in this competition. Kanghyun tells her with a calmness that reflects his experience that he is not fit for hunting. If he goes out now, he will get hunted instead. As a girl happily comes to Cassandra's side, she says that if she were not the tribe's leader, she would also have run into the forest immediately, but she has no choice. Because of her post, she has to stay behind and watch over the children. Kanghyun volunteers to help her with taking care of the children, and before he can even complete the sentence, Cassandra throws away the girl who just came to her. Kanghyun is left speechless now, and Cassandra asks him if he also wants to play with the kids. More beast kids have come to her to get their chance at being thrown away playfully, and Kanghyun realizes that he is not made for the wild from any angle. He says that he would just prefer to stay here. Cassandra replies that it will be better for him anyway because there is another issue with him. Just as she says this, a girl suddenly bites Kanghyun's leg. He freaks out and Cassandra calmly explains that he is emitting a very delicious smell, so the kids might instinctively bite him. Kanghyun screams, but the tribe leader laughs and assures him that it is fine because they don't eat humans like the barbarian orcs do. While Kanghyun is struggling to get the girl to leave his leg, he suddenly hears a loud thud. He looks ahead, wondering what is going on, when he suddenly sees what caused it. There is a dead and injured tiger monster lying in front of them, and someone is freaking out on seeing it because it is a powerful monster from the western part of the forest. The tiger is incredibly hard to catch because of its great speed, but the warrior chief Temu has successfully caught it. Cassandra applauds his achievement, saying that Temu is indeed an expert hunter. The old beastman says that she is praising him too much, and then Cassandra asks Kanghyun if he also thinks that Temu caught a splendid prey. Temu cries condescending and tells the village chief that this question might be a bit insensitive because Kanghyun might never have seen a monster like this. He laughs, saying that even his pride could have been hurt. Kang Hyun can only stare at his sarcasm, which is so blunt that anyone with a single functioning brain can see it. However, instead of fighting back, Kang Hyun thinks that it is better to go along with it. He tells Temu that he caught a fascinating and cute prey, and that hurts the old warrior chief's pride. He asks Kang Hyun how dare he insult him, and even Cassandra asks if he thinks that this tiger is cute. Kang Hyun nervously asks if she doesn't think it is cute because it has soft fur and 4 legs. He says that he found it cute because rice cake only catches the most ugly and grotesque creatures. No sooner had he said it, rice cake was already there with his haul. It is a giant purple serpent that completely outscales the previous prey. As Temu turns around, he freaks out because it is the infamous magic beast that spews paralyzing poison when approached, and even the most powerful warriors cannot defeat it alone. Rice Cake just looks at Temu's prey and then gives him the smuggest of smug smirks, infuriating him even further. Meanwhile, Mona is also on her way back after catching a small raccoon. She is thinking happy thoughts about her mom and Kang Hyun being proud of her for catching the prey. However, as she sees the tiger and the giant serpent in front of her, she drops the animal from her jaws. She starts crying just as Noah returns with his prey. He says that even though Rice Cake is just a pup, he is still a holy wolf. However, he has also hunted a giant animal, and that makes him confident that it will not be so easy to write him off from the competition. Soon, everyone returns after hunting their prey, and Cassandra is ready to announce the result. All the parties eagerly await her decision. Meanwhile, Mona's raccoon gets up and starts running, so she chases after it. Finally, Cassandra declares the name of the warrior who received the rank of Chaitu today. The warrior is a seemingly ordinary girl named Haemin who has caught a bird. Well, no one can believe it, not even Haemin, who was not even expecting to be near the top. Temu is flustered and asks Cassandra how she can give the title of Chaitu to someone who just hunted down a bird. Cassandra tells him and the other warriors that they are misunderstanding something here. She never told them to hunt the strongest animal, but she asked them to catch the most delicious one. Both Temu and Noah flinch on hearing that, and then Cassandra says that a hunter cannot be called amazing just because he is good at hunting. She says that to be worthy of the title of Chaitu, they must also have the ability to select their prey according to the required purpose. She asks if there is anyone who disagrees with her decision. No one opposes her, and Noah tells Cassandra that she is right, but the best man standing next to him can see that his face looks like he will cry. Anyway, Cassandra yells that since the Chaitu has been decided, it's time to start a fire and commence the feast. Everyone begins cheering for the Chaitu, and the poor Haemin doesn't know how to react. At least Kang Hyun is happy with this result because if Rice Cake had won the title, he would have earned even more scornful gazes. He thinks that now he should just quietly enjoy the feast until it is time to go home. However, there is neither quiet nor enjoyment for him at the feast. The beastmen are enjoying themselves, but Kang Hyun is being so heavily bothered by the bad smell that all joy has left his life. Cassandra asks him if the party isn't exciting, and he replies that he cannot hear her because of the bad smell. Well, everywhere in the village is roasting over an open fire, and it smells really bad. Kang Hyun wonders if they don't even have a tinge of spices in the entire village. He wonders how everyone is grilling the meat so happily despite the terrible smell, and they are even beastmen with sharp noses at that. Cassandra is eating a huge piece of meat, and Kang Hyun asks her if the meat doesn't taste fishy if she eats it like that. Cassandra replies that meat always tastes fishy and only the meat that he brought was rather special. She says that it was so delicious that it disappeared in a matter of seconds. As thanks for that, she tells Kang Hyun that he can eat as much as he wants. However, Cassandra's daughter Mona is not in the mood to eat anything. Cassandra pokes her, asking what happened because she used to love meat. Even Rice Cake is at his wit's end because he has never been surrounded by more foul smells and untasty food before. Kang Hyun silently asks him to endure for a bit longer. The beastmen already don't think too highly of humans, and he is sure that if he tries to meddle here, things will only get worse. Just then, Cassandra shoves a piece of meat into his mouth, telling him to eat before it gets cold. Kang Hyun finally snaps. He declares that he will cook everything, and Cassandra says that the guest should stay back and enjoy himself. However, Kang Hyun is already in business mode. He tells Rice Cake to find him some sour edible fruits, and the wolf pup immediately leaves on the mission. Kang Hyun then pulls out his toolbox and the cooktop, which surprises everyone. Well, he should have asked if they have bigger utensils in the village because that little thing won't be able to prepare even one beastman portion. Anyway, Kang Hyun gets cooking. He cooks the meat on high heat until the outside becomes crispy, then he puts it in a pot and pours some alcohol over it. Next, he aggressively plucks some berries from a branch that Rice Cake has brought for him and puts them into the pot. After that, he waits for 30 minutes as the meat cooks in the alcohol. While Kang Hyun is fully focused on his work, everyone else creeps behind him to see the result. He lifts the lid of the pot and reveals a finely cooked piece of meat. He shows everyone that even the color of the meat is different now. He then angrily makes slices of the meat, but then he suddenly relaxes as he realizes that it is not smelling that bad. He begins analyzing the ingredients and remarks that the fruit is a bit too strong and the meat is also not like regular pork. He failed to control the heat and cooking time because of that, and he plans to try it again. However, Cassandra has already taken a piece of meat and eaten it. She can't believe that this is the meat that her tribe people caught because it tastes like the meat Kang Hyun brought. She says that it doesn't taste fishy and is incredibly tender. She asks Kang Hyun if he is still unsatisfied with the results, and he affirms. He says that he is a chef, and his job is to make things as delicious as possible. He tells everyone to get ready because he is going to take over the cooking from now on. On hearing this, Cassandra suddenly bursts into laughter. She can't decide whether Kang Hyun is bold or timid, but she likes him a lot. However, she tells him that feeding the whole tribe will be a lot of work, and she can't let their guests do that. She calls the beastmen skilled in cooking and asks them if they saw everything. Kang Hyun nervously says that since the meat is different, it won't be easy, but the beastmen have already gotten to work. They examine the different types of meats, sour fruits available to them, and even their alcohol. Cassandra tells Kang Hyun to let them worry about everything else because it is their responsibility to cook the prey they catch anyway. She thanks Kang Hyun for showing them such generosity, so in the end, she doesn't let him cook. Kang Hyun still helped around a bit, giving the beast chefs some tips and suggestions. Everyone enjoyed themselves, and the party was over. In the evening, Noah serves as Kang Hyun's guide on the way back, and Cassandra comes to see him off with her daughter on her shoulders. She tells Kang Hyun that she wants to give him a proper send-off, but everyone is hungover after the party. She presents him with a small whistle and says that it is proof of his friendship with the beastmen. Cassandra asks him to call them whenever they need it because he is a friend of their tribe now. Kang Hyun is happy and thanks her while thinking about this experience that he will never forget for many reasons. He thinks that he can't experience things like this in his daily life, and he won't be able to witness anything this spectacular when he gets home. As Kang Hyun returns home, he finds a disguised old man in front of his restaurant asking if there are any empty tables there. He is shocked to see him, and he thinks that even his daily life is not completely unremarkable. He gets a very suspicious-looking old man as his customer. Kang Hyun coldly and distantly welcomes the old man to his restaurant and asks him what he wants. Meanwhile, he is thinking that he has not installed a necessary item in his store yet. Anyway, the old man tells him that they will start with cold water, in fact, the coldest he has because he is sweating heavily because of all the heavy leather he is wearing on this warm sunny day. Well, as Kang Hyun looks at him again, he once again thinks about the necessary item, which turns out to be a security alarm. He wonders how much it would cost because right now it seems like a good investment. The old man doesn't seem to notice his suspicions and hesitation, and he keeps on saying that he has only heard about it, but he is not expecting a restaurant to be here. He wants to order immediately, and judging by his way of talking, Kang Hyun thinks that he is not from the village. The man says that he wants to have a vocal, and he wants it to be made from fettuccine. Those words leave Kang Hyun flabbergasted, and he instantly changes his attitude about the shady customer. He apologizes and says that they don't have any fettuccine right now. The old man says that it is fine because he was asking just in case. However, Kanhyun tells him that instead of fettuccine, they have linguine, and the old man's eyes widen. Kanhyun asks him if he will be satisfied with linguine, and he asks him to use it. There are different types of pasta. Kanhyun never thought that someone would come to this remote place and order fettuccine in particular. Fettuccine is a thick and flat pasta, and linguine is slightly less thick but thicker than normal pasta. Since the old man wanted his pasta, Kanhyun offered him linguine as it was the best he had after fettuccine. He thinks that most people in this place don't even know the names of different types of pasta shapes, but the customer right now has a very specific order. As he cooks, Kanhyun thinks that maybe the old man likes Western food. He roasts some clams along with garlic and oil and then pours some wine over them. It has been a long time since Kanhyun has been asked to make something fancy, and he plans to use this chance to show off his skills fully. He soon completes the vocal pasta and presents it to the customer. The customer is impressed by the look of the dish, and he gradually takes the first bite. He finds that the flavor of clams is strong, but it doesn't taste fishy at all. It also has the right amount of spices that bring the savoriness forward. He is certain that this is not the skill of any regular restaurant owner. He looks at Kanhyun and thinks that he was not expecting such high-level pasta from a countryside village. He sees great skill in Kanhyun and thinks that he can do something special that he needs to be done. The old man gets up and asks Kanhyun if he can talk to him for a second. As he turns around, the TV is on, and it loudly talks about a famous painter called Jung Ji-hoon, who has once again left his mark on the world of art with his latest painting. The famous painter is giving a speech about the last art festival he attended and the opportunities he got after that. Just as the customer hears this, he quickly hides his face, and Kanhyun is confused. He nervously asks him if there is any problem with the food, and the man tells him not to mind it. Later, he finishes his food and tells Kanhyun that it is very delicious. He says that he never thought he would be able to eat proper Italian food so far out in the countryside. Kanhyun replies that it is the same for him because the old man was the first person to ask for a specific pasta shape. He asks him if he likes Italian food, and the man replies that he used to eat it a lot when he went studying abroad. Kanhyun understands the reasons now and thanks the customer because he was able to show off his skills because of him after a long time. He tells the man that he can cook anything Italian, and he asks him to visit the restaurant again. On hearing this, the customer asks him if he can make a minestrone. Kanhyun knows that it is a traditional Italian soup with pasta and vegetables. It is an easy-to-make dish and is typically eaten while being shared with the whole family. Well, Kanhyun is certain that his customer knows Italian food well, and he excitedly asks him if he wants it now. He is raring to show his skill and says that he can prepare it in 30 minutes if he wants it on the go. The man tells him that he will come again tomorrow and tells Kanhyun that he should make it then. Kanhyun is a bit disappointed that he will have to wait but says that he will prepare for it in advance. The customer thanked him and added that he was not the type of person to make such requests, but since he saw great skill in Kanhyun, he could not stop him. He takes off his glasses and introduces himself as Jung Ji-hoon, paying special emphasis to his name. Kanhyun is confused, but he introduces himself in return. Ji-hoon is shocked to see that Kanhyun didn't recognize him even after he was shown on TV just now. He asks Kanhyun if he doesn't watch TV, and he replies that he doesn't really. The old painter is a little taken aback and decides to leave so that he can come again tomorrow. Kanhyun is still confused about why the customer suddenly introduced himself when his attention went to the TV. He sees that the program is talking about the famous painter Jung Ji-hoon and a documentary on his life is also in production. Kanhyun is stunned to learn about this, and he lets out a scream to express his shock, which startles the poor white rice. The next day, Kanhyun apologizes to Ji-hoon for not recognizing him yesterday, and he stutters as he says that he is a fan of his works. Ji-hoon would rather believe the words of Satan than this, and he asks Kanhyun if he would believe the same if he were in his place. Kanhyun admits that he would not, and then the old man tells him not to worry about it. He says that he came to the countryside because he didn't like being treated as someone special. He says that he has become quite arrogant too. Kanhyun tries to say that it is not what he meant, but Jihun looks outside the window and gets lost in the thoughts of his past. He says that perhaps he wanted to be reminded of the old times when he was still passionate and humble about Kang Hyun's cooking. Soon, Kang Hyun prepares the minestrone soup that Jihun ordered. Once again, Jihun finds the soup very delicious, but the look on his face is quite plain. Kang Hyun complains that he is eating like he doesn't care about the taste. Jihun is not surprised to see Kang Hyun staring at his face from across the table. He assures Kang Hyun that the soup is delicious and he has never had it so good in Korea before. It is so good that it can be sold in authentic restaurants in Italy. However, it is different from the taste Jihun is looking for. He says that he ate minestrone a lot during his time studying abroad. Kang Hyun asks him to elaborate, and Jihun says that it has been dozens of years since then. He went to Italy with only a dream to become a good painter and had no money to his name at all. He did all sorts of jobs to keep afloat, and even after that, buying a bottle of paint proved to be too difficult. Back then, all he could eat was some pasta and a pinch of salt. Jihun says that he was having a hard time, but his pride was too strong to let him bow down and ask for leftover vegetables in the market. However, whenever he managed to sell a painting, he ate out at a restaurant. It was not fine dining, but it was still something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. In those days, a bowl of minestrone full of vegetables was the most precious thing to him. Jihun says that at the end of his struggling days, he got a good opportunity and left Italy, and ever since then, he has been avoiding Italian food. However, after some time passed, he realized something. He realized that painful memories of the harsh past are still his own. To properly relieve them, he wanted to have that cheap minestrone soup again. He begins talking about how things always appear better and sweeter in memories and starts getting up. He says that the soup he had in Italy could not have tasted much different. Kang Hyun asks him if he doesn't think that he can find the same taste if he looks for it. Jihun says that he doesn't think he can find it, and then thanks him for the food and for listening to his rambling. However, Kang Hyun is not ready to give up. June's story about surviving in a foreign country all alone resonates greatly with him, and he wonders what he could compare the minestrone soup with in his journey. He suddenly asks Jihun if he can describe the taste of the soup in detail to him. Jihun tells him that the soup was not as delicious as the one he made, and the broth was thicker. They used cheap vegetables, so the taste was bound to be average, but it was still refreshing. Also, it tasted slightly fishy. Jihun then asks Kang Hyun if he knows about the town called Amalfi, which is a coastal town in Italy. He says that maybe it was because it was a fishing town that even the vegetables had a fishy taste there. Kang Hyun is lost deep in thought now, and he asks Jihun if he can spare some time tomorrow so that he can taste his minestrone soup once again. Later, Kang Hyun begins preparing to make a minestrone that will be exactly like Jihun wanted, and as always, white rice is there to help him out. Kang Hyun is thinking out loud that the ingredients for the soup differ from place to place and from family to family. He recalls that Jihun told him that the soup had a thick broth, a fishy taste, and no meat in it. That is a matter of concern for him because the soup tasted fishy even though it only had vegetables in it. He researches online about the possible causes. Suddenly, he gets an idea. Kang Hyun wonders if an Italian fish stew called caciucco was used as the base of the soup. That also forces him to wonder if the refreshing taste of the minestrone Jihun ate came from a combination of seafood stew and tomatoes. However, Jihun was knowledgeable enough, so Kang Hyun believed that he would have known if he had a caciucco. Kang Hyun begins to wonder if the painter is remembering a different taste because of a faulty memory. He then starts searching for the town called Amalfi that Jihun mentioned, and what he finds stuns him. Kang Hyun looks at the pictures of Amalfi and thinks that it is a beautiful coastal town. He sees the sea and notices something and then starts saying that Jihun might have an even sharper memory than him. The next day, Jihun revisits Kang Hyun, and Kang Hyun goes out to greet him, saying that he was just waiting for him. He asks him to sit down as he prepares his soup, but Jihun looks grumpy today as he holds his smartphone for Kang Hyun to see. On the phone, there are video highlights of him winning the cooking competition that has over 100,000 views. Jihun angrily stutters as he says that Kang Hyun told him that he doesn't watch TV, so how come he is on a show himself? Kang Hyun tells him that his gaze is scary, and then Ji-hoon finally takes his seat. He remarks that now he understands how Kang Hyun can be so talented. Kang Hyun just politely laughs, saying that he doesn't even watch his videos. He then moves on to the main topic and asks his guest if he is not curious about his Mind Stone. Ji-hoon replies that he is. He tells Kang Hyun that he is thankful that he took the time and pain to listen to an old man's rambling and indulged him. He says that it is enough for him, and Kang Hyun realizes that the old painter is not expecting much. He knows that Ji-hoon is right in keeping his expectations low because he has visited countless restaurants before in search of the familiar taste but has not gotten it anywhere. However, Kang Hyun is confident that his dish will make him see things differently. He presents his special version of the Mind Stone to Ji-hoon, who is taken aback by its smell. The dish smells too fishy, and the broth also has some foam in it. He wonders if this was the same dish made by the same chef who made a perfect Mind Stone yesterday. He even wonders if Kang Hyun made it disgusting on purpose as he takes a spoonful of the soup. Just as he tastes the Mind Stone, he is suddenly reminded of his days in Italy and how he was young and passionate. After fully relishing the images brought to him by the taste of the fishy Mind Stone, Ji-hoon grows sentimental and says that it is too much. He says that if he were to have this dish for the first time today, he would have thrown it away right away because it is not nice. However, to be able to experience this familiar taste once more is truly a delight. Kang Hyun then tells him that since he mentioned a fishy taste, he focused on the thought that the Mind Stone could have been based on kachiyuko, but even they don't taste that fishy. Kang Hyun says that after that, he thought about the viscosity of the broth and its connection with the fishy taste. That is when he got the idea that clams were blended into the Mind Stone broth. Because of the clams, the broth got thicker and also had a strong fishy taste. Ji-hoon is shocked to hear about clams, and he begins thinking about them. He believes that there was no way that the cook making the Mind Stone didn't know about the extra strong fishy taste, so maybe she did it on purpose to torment other people, especially him. Kang Hyun replies that there are many ways to ruin the taste of a dish. However, he does not believe that anyone would go so out of their way to ruin it. He then says that perhaps the lady added clams to the soup because she was worried for the health of a young man working hard in a city so far away from home. He says that maybe the lady knew Ji-hoon's condition very well, so she added blended clams to the soup so that he got adequate nutrition, but also so that his pride was not hurt by this act of kindness. Ji-hoon's eyes widen on hearing Kang Hyun's theory, and he remembers the lady from the shop who would often look weirdly at him when giving him the soup. He admits that if he had known about this at that time, he would never have visited the restaurant again. It was his pride that helped him through the tough times, so he would not have liked to lose it. He gets emotional and starts laughing, saying that the woman was seriously too interested in other people's business. Later, as Ji-hoon goes out, he tells Kang Hyun that he owns a villa nearby, so he will visit from time to time. Kang Hyun tells him that he is welcome anytime. Ji-hoon then suddenly looks at his restaurant walls and comments that they look empty, and Kang Hyun is confused about what he means. Ji-hoon tells him that it was nothing, and then, as he enters his car with the help of his driver, he asks Kang Hyun to keep his visit a secret since he is undercover. With that, he leaves, and Kang Hyun says that nothing screams suspicious like having a personal driver in a fancy car. Just then, another person approaches him from behind and asks who the suspicious person is leaving just now. As Kang Hyun turns around, he is shocked to see his friend Jim. Jim just waves to him and asks how he has been doing, and Kang Hyun freaks out and asks what he is doing here. He replies that he is on vacation but is too lazy to travel abroad. He was looking for a place with clean air and delicious food anyway, so he ended up coming here. Kang Hyun is irritated because Jim is here to freeload and get him to cook for him. Anyway, Jim tells him that he is not going to stay long, so Kang Hyun should not worry about him. He is just here for 3 days, so Kang Hyun only has to make him 9 meals. Kang Hyun is angry and says that he is not going to cook for him, but Jim is not going to listen to him. He goes inside and looks at Kang Hyun's home, saying that he remodeled it nicely. The grumpy Kang Hyun tells him not to get too comfortable because he will make him pay for his labor. Just then, Jim looks at Rice Cake and asks what breed it is because he has never seen a dog like this. Kan-hyun says that he doesn't know, but Rice Cake is cute, and that is enough. He tells Jim to go ahead and pet him, and he decides to do it. However, just as his hand is about to touch Rice Cake, his ultra instincts activate, and he quickly gets out of Jim's way. Kan-hyun snickers from the distance, saying that even experienced boar hunters in the village cannot catch Rice Cake, but he allows him to pet him calmly. He laughs menacingly, and tells his friend to pet his dog if he can. Jim realizes that Kan-hyun just wanted to brag to him about his dog being selective about human touch. He asks him if he gets along well with the villagers with a nasty attitude like that. He wants to know if Kan-hyun is an outcast here, and this offends him. Kan-hyun yells that he is not that weird as he slams the glass of water on the table. He says that the villagers even held a feast for him. Jim only gives him a pitiful gaze because he thinks that Kan-hyun must be lonely to make such a fuss. His reaction makes Kan-hyun even more frustrated, and Jim stares at him twice as pitifully. Just then, someone comes to his door, and Kan-hyun tells Jim to relax while he sees his customer. He goes outside to see Miho. As Miho sees Kan-hyun coming out of his apartment, he asks him if he is on a break. Kan-hyun says that the restaurant is open and asks if he is here to eat something. Miho refuses and says that he just came here to give him something. Kan-hyun finds a pair of oven mitts with Rice Cake silhouettes sewn on them. He is surprised to see them, and Miho says that his wife made them herself as a thank you for the delicious seaweed porridge Kan-hyun made for her. Kan-hyun is surprised to hear that Sujin made these mitts herself and says that she is talented. Kan-hyun then confirms with Miho if the figure in the middle of the mitts is Rice Cake. On hearing his name, Rice Cake comes out wagging his tail. Miho says that Sujin wanted to thank him personally, but she is still recovering after her delivery, so coming all this way is too much for her. Soon after that, more people came to the shop, including the village chief Myung, and another boy. Seeing Kan-hyun interact happily with them through the window, Jim is rather impressed. He finally believes that Kan-hyun is not lying when he says that he is doing well in the village. The truth is that Jim came here to keep him company in case he was feeling lonely, but now that there is no need for it, he just decides to sit back and enjoy the free meals for the rest of his stay. He begins walking upstairs as he thinks about how much Kan-hyun has grown up and matured now. However, he is soon going to learn that he is wrong about two things. First, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and second, Kan-hyun is still a bit immature. Right now, Kan-hyun gets an idea, and he eagerly turns to the village chief, ulterior motives dripping from his face. He asks the village chief if he didn't say that he wanted some additional help. He tells him that he came to the right place because he can help him. Kan-hyun tells the village chief to count 2 helpers from his side, and unaware of what his friend signed him up for, Jim is peacefully watching TV upstairs. The next day, it is a bright and sunny day in the village, and Kang-hyun's friend Jim stands in the middle of a rice field with a bunch of seedlings in his hand and sweat trickling down his face. Everyone around him is busy working, but as Jim stands alone in the middle of the field, he curses Kang-hyun, saying that he is dead meat. Well, Kang-hyun is unbothered, happy, moisturized, and flourishing in his lane. He helps an old grandmother harvest some potatoes and then asks her what he should do next. The old lady is grateful that he dug up the potatoes so fast and then asks if he is not tired at all. She remarks that he is stronger than he looks, and that makes Kang-hyun think that he had not noticed it earlier. He wonders if it is because of Randolph's regular training in which he works hard till he reaches his limits. As he is thinking about it, the old lady tells him that it is time for a break, and he can sit with his friend and eat something. She says that Jim has been sitting there for a while, and Kang-hyun tells her to ignore him and asks what he can do next. Well, Jim looks like he has murder on his mind, and he tells Kang-hyun to keep working while he decides on a place to hold his funeral. Soon after that, Kang-hyun and Jim start eating, and Jim says that he should have predicted something like this when he saw him preparing that huge breakfast today. Kang-hyun does not even give him any attention, and he tells his friend to keep coming to his restaurant without notice so that he can get some free labor. Jim says that he didn't raise him to make someone work on their precious vacation, and Kan-hyun simply tells him that he didn't raise him anyway. To apologize for pulling him out here, Kan-hyun offers to make anything Jim wants for dinner. Looking at the group of old men chatting happily as they eat their food, Jim gets an idea. He says that he wants to eat jambalaya, which is a one-pot dish with rice, meat, vegetables, and a flavorful broth. Kan-hyun asks Jim if he wants to eat that American street food because he is expecting him to demand something more expensive and difficult. However, Jim is sure that all he wants is jambalaya because he is craving it today. In the evening, Kan-hyun begins working in the kitchen. He first fries the shrimp shells, and Jim is curious about why he wants to fry them since they are not eaten. Kan-hyun replies that he is doing this to make stock because it would be a waste to throw them away. He says that if he makes a stock with shrimps, the intestines will come out too, giving the stock a more savory and nutty flavor. Kan-hyun then adds some water to the stock, and while it is boiling, he moves on to the other items. He grills the sausages in butter, and when they get ready, he adds chicken. When both things are cooked, he adds rice, followed by the pre-cut vegetables, and then pours in some sauce and the stock. Then he adds a bit of seasoning, and finally, he adds the cooked shrimp to the dish and covers it for a minute. With that, the Creole-style red jambalaya is done. Before eating, Jim is more curious if it is okay for dogs to eat jambalaya because Rice Cake is enjoying it. Kan-hyun tells him that he made it fit for the dog too, and Jim thinks that it is cool. Kan-hyun then asks him if he always liked jambalaya because he doesn't remember hearing anything about it. Jim replies that maybe he doesn't remember, and decides to remind him that jambalaya was the first thing Kan-hyun made for him the first time he came to his house. Kan-hyun is surprised to hear this, and Jim explains that he wants to eat out, but Kan-hyun insists on making something. At that time, they didn't even have many ingredients, but Kan-hyun made the jambalaya without any hesitation. He looked confident in his craft, and even Jim was surprised by how it turned out. Now, as he takes a bite of the dish, he says that he was so dumbfounded back then because of the taste of the jambalaya. He says that the rice had a touch of umami, the seafood, and the vegetables were well seasoned, and the sweet, spicy, and salty taste was better than anything they could have ordered that day. Jim says that the jambalaya Kan-hyun made is still as delicious as that day. He says that this is why he believes that Kan-hyun will succeed. Kan-hyun is taken aback by his words, and Jim says that he became certain that he would be successful after having that first bite years ago. He claims that he doesn't say empty words and then tells Kan-hyun that he believes his sense of taste will be back soon. Well, the emotional moment is suddenly interrupted as Kan-hyun asks Jim if he has not yet informed him that his sense of taste is already back. Jim is perplexed to hear this, and Kan-hyun thinks about it, saying that it hasn't been long and the taste has also only returned partially. Jim is dumbfounded and says that living in the countryside sure is a healing experience. Although he is disappointed that Kan-hyun forgot to tell him about it, he says that it is good news and then asks Kan-hyun if he plans to return to Seoul now. Kan-hyun takes a side eye at Rice Cake, who is looking at him curiously, and he tells his friend that he is not sure yet. At first, he didn't want to return to Seoul because he was afraid, but now he has come to like his life in the village. Jim also tells him that there is no need to rush his decisions because his sense of taste has not returned fully yet. He puts a beer in front of him and says that they should just celebrate his successful countryside life. Kan-hyun cheers with him, thanking him for his kind words that he doesn't know how to respond to. They begin talking about a lot of things, and time passes. After a few days, Kan-hyun goes to the other world to train with Randolph. He tries to spar with him using wooden swords, but the veteran knight's heavy slash disarms him with ease. However, Randolph is impressed because Kan-hyun was able to last 1 full second longer than the last time they practiced. He commends him, saying that his stamina is also increasing faster than expected. Randolph says that with his skills, Kan-hyun should last around 5 seconds with their youngest knight in a serious fight. As Kan-hyun looks at his bruised and aching hands, he wonders if he is still too weak to get defeated in 5 seconds. It has been a month since their training started, and Kan-hyun has been learning swordsmanship from Randolph now and then. He has only been learning how to defend himself, but even that is hard to do against someone as strong as Randolph. Kan Hyun picks up his sword, and Randolph tells him that he will use a little bit more strength in round 2. Kan Hyun is terrified because he was barely holding on until now when suddenly Randolph feels a presence. Within a second, Noah arrives there with Mona on his back. He is impressed that Randolph sensed his presence, and Mona happily runs to Kan Hyun. Randolph asks Kan Hyun if he knows the Beastman warrior, and he says that Noah was the one who delivered the letter from their village to him. Meanwhile, in the background, Rice Cake tackles Mona before she can reach his human. Noah thinks that it is quite rare for a warrior as skilled as Randolph to be here, and he also remarks on his fierce gaze. Randolph then cheerfully asks Kan Hyun if he can ask Noah if he is interested in his training. The confused Kan Hyun tells the knight to ask the question himself, completely ignoring the cat and dog fight between Mona and Rice Cake on his shoulders. Randolph says that he would talk to Noah himself, but neither of them own a translation artifact to understand each other. Noah is the same, and he wants to know what the human has been saying since earlier. Kan Hyun is shocked to hear about a translation artifact, still not noticing Rice Cake bullying Mona on his shoulder. Randolph asks him why he is surprised because he must have been able to communicate with them despite being from another area because of an artifact. Kan Hyun had never thought about this thing before, and then Randolph says that the Beastman must have come to see him for some specific reasons. He says that they were about to end the session soon anyway and decides to call it a wrap. He begins heading home and tells Kan Hyun to improve his stamina even more the next time they meet. After that, Kan Hyun turns to Noah and asks what brings him here. He replied that Mona wanted to come here, and he just tagged along. However, he seems oddly curious about Kan Hyun learning swordsmanship from Randolph. Kan Hyun explains that things somehow came to this after he shared some food with the knight captain, and he offered to teach him. He finally takes notice of Rice Cake and Mona and throws them off his shoulders while telling Noah that he should be grateful to Randolph for teaching him such precious skills. Noah suddenly becomes serious, and tells Kan Hyun that he has also received food from him once. Kan Hyun is about to say that it is not a big deal, but then Noah says that he also gifted some meat to their village, which makes it 2 instances where he has given him food. Now Noah wants to return the kindness too, but the dumbfounded Kan Hyun tells him that he is fine without it since his sixth sense is giving him some ominous vibes. However, Noah is firm that he will repay Kan Hyun by teaching him beastmen martial arts. Kang Hyun's gut instinct was right, but he says that he is more than satisfied with Randolph's swordsmanship training. Well, Noah takes this as a racial remark and asks him if he thinks that beastmen martial arts are inferior to human swordsmanship. So that he does not get cancelled by the beastmen, he accepts Noah's offer and asks when they can start. Noah is pleased and says that they can start right away. He says that the beastmen martial artists are the strongest in the world, and he is going to teach Kan Hyun the basics. Kan Hyun is depressed, but he thinks that he has already gone through hell because of Randolph's training, so it should not be too difficult. However, he didn't know that hell also has levels and there are different types of hells too. Noah tells him to get down on all fours because the beastmen martial arts start with the basic running on 4 limbs. Kan Hyun gives him a side eye, and Noah tells him to run up to the mountain in the position immediately. The next day, Kan Hyun is sore all over, and he lies in his bed, unable to move because of the muscle pain. He still gets up and does some light stretching to feel better, while thinking how he never imagined there would be a training more strenuous than Randolph's. It is only thanks to Rice Cake, who licked away the pain in time, otherwise, Kan Hyun wouldn't be able to get up. He is certain that Rice Cake's saliva has some kind of healing effect, and the wolf pup is quite proud of that. Kan Hyun just wishes that the saliva could also restore the dignity he lost as a human. Anyway, he begins his day by sorting out the items in his kitchen. Seeing the spices suddenly reminds him that beastmen don't seem to use spices at all. He wonders if the concept of spices doesn't exist in their world but discards the idea because Randolph seemed to know about the basic spices. He thinks that the problem must be localized to the beastmen, and he finds it revolting that they eat meat just as it is. He wonders if he should give them some sauces but then thinks that they would soon run out. He thinks that it would be great if they could find spices in their world, which suddenly gives him an idea. Kang Hyun thinks that there must be some in Randolph's village, so the next time Kang Hyun goes to the fantasy world, he asks Randolph to take him along just for a quick visit. However, his visit turns into something that he was not expecting, as a file of knights on either side greets their captain's friend. While Kang Hyun is overwhelmed by it, he can tell that Randolph seems like he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He leads Kang Hyun along, saying that he wanted to bring him to their town because he was a bit hurt when he learned that he visited the Beastman's village first. He tells Kang Hyun that even though he is visiting them for the sake of the Beastmen, he will treat them with the utmost hospitality. Kang Hyun asks him if all the soldiers here are his subordinates, and he affirms, stating that he is their captain. Kang Hyun replies that he didn't think his rank was so high, but Randolph tells him that it is too early to be surprised because he has planned another thing for him. At the end of the lines of soldiers stands an old, cloaked man with a neatly braided beard and a tall staff. The old man asks Randolph if this is the man he is talking about, and he affirms, addressing the man as Sir Roman. Roman asks him if he just wants this because Randolph asked for a favor, and the knight captain affirms. As the old man removes his cloak, Kang Hyun can only keep staring at him because, by looking at his get-up, he is certain that he is a mage. Roman welcomes Randolph's friend to the Robentis territory, and then introduces himself, saying that he is a mage who is going to shoot out fireworks to welcome him. He was so fascinated to see a real mage. Roman then unleashes his power and shoots a magic firework up into the sky, and Kang Hyun eagerly waits for it. But the fireworks are so tiny that Kang Hyun is disappointed, even though everyone else is amazed. He realizes that magic in this world is not so efficient because Roman seems to be tired just by shooting the tiny fireworks. After that, Kang Hyun goes to the city to do some shopping, and he first picks some clothes that don't stand out in the city. Randolph tells him that he needs to visit this territory's lord for a while and tells him to explore the market till then. He informs him about a party that will be held at night, and says that he will be here to pick him up by then. Well, Kang Hyun is so deeply enchanted by the market that he has stopped listening to Randolph. The thing that entices him the most is the variety of food items in the market. He begins walking around and finds a food item that looks like a chili. Its smell is a bit different than the chili Kang Hyun is used to, and he wonders what it is used for. Suddenly, Roman arrives there and tells him that the fruit called lammy is used in stews. Kang Hyun asks why he is here, and Roman replies that Randolph asked him. The mage says that initially, he didn't see a point to it, but then he looks at rice cake and says that now he understands why Kang Hyun needs an escort. Roman decides to buy some lammy chili for Kang Hyun, saying that he has more than enough money. As Kang Hyun receives them, Roman asks him if he wants anything else. Kang Hyun looks at him with such admiration that Roman wishes that he had reacted like this when he saw the fireworks. Ultimately, he buys a lot of spices for Kang Hyun, who keeps on thanking him. The old mage tells him that it is no big deal because he has too much money, and he doesn't get to spend it because he is too busy researching. He then asks Kang Hyun why he wants all those spices, and he replies that he wants them for research. Roman asks if he is going to write a thesis on spices, but Kang Hyun laughs and says that he just wants to study them to create new dishes and help his friends enjoy their food more. He explains that he has different spices where he is from, so he needs to experiment with these first before he can put them to work. Seeing his dedication to cooking, Roman understands why a sacred white wolf is with Kang Hyun. Just then, Kang Hyun says that Roman must have gotten hungry after walking through the market, and he takes out a lunchbox from his bag. The lunchbox contains chive pancakes that Kang Hyun made, and he asks the old mage to try them. Well, even though Roman last ate 4 days ago, he is still not hungry, but he decides to take one just for the sake of politeness. However, as he eats the pancake, he feels his expectations shatter because he has never eaten something like this before. The aromatic chives and the moist and chewy texture of the pancake make him crave more of them. He stares at the lunchbox and asks Kang Hyun if he can have more, and he replies that he can have the entire box. Roman begins relishing the pancakes, wondering how long it has been since he ate food for its taste. After that, Kang Hyun asks the mage why he needs to be escorted by someone of his status. He asks if it is because of pickpockets and thieves, enrollment says that they are just lesser evils. Just then, Rice Cake senses something and gets alert as some people begin approaching them. Meanwhile, Roman continues telling Kanhyun that while the white wolf is a sacred creature for most people because it appears in their mythology, some people don't believe that they are holy beings, especially those who believe in God. Just as he says this, the group of people approaching them is revealed to be a priest and his followers. The priest remarks that it is rare to see Roman out of his lab, and the old mage says that he comes out occasionally for fresh air. He asks the priest, named Bishop Bahram, what he is doing here, and Kanhyun is shocked because a bishop is the highest rank among priests. Bahram says that he also comes out to the market occasionally to save lost souls, but today he has other business. He asks Kanhyun if he is the White Wolf's master, while Rice Cake is still growling furiously at him. This situation reminds Kanhyun of the hostility he faced in the Beast Folk village, but that time it was directed at him. This time, the people here are targeting Rice Cake. Bishop Bahram asks Kanhyun to accompany him to the temple if he has time, and even before he can refuse, he promises that they don't mean him any harm because they have business only with his White Wolf. He menacingly says that he is very curious about the White Wolf, but then Roman interrupts him. He says that Kanhyun is a close friend of Randolph, and right now he is personally showing him around the market. Roman activates his magic as a threat and asks Bahram if he plans to take his guest somewhere else while he is in the middle of showing him around. He tells the priest that he should ask for his permission too. Bahram is shocked to learn that Roman himself is showing Kanhyun around, and then his follower tells him that he saw Kanhyun with Randolph earlier too. The follower advises the bishop to deal with things more carefully, and he decides to give up on him for now. He walks away, saying that since Kanhyun has prior appointments today, they can't do anything, but if they meet next time, they should talk then. Once they leave, Roman finally relaxes his power and says that he did his job as an escort well. He tells Kanhyun that nothing good will come out of hanging with the people from the temple. Kanhyun understands and remarks that Roman even used his magic to try to scare them away. He asks the old man not to overexert himself because he was exhausted from the small fireworks earlier. Roman is impressed by his audacity and decides to tell him more about magic. He says that the explosion magic he used earlier was exhausting because it requires an advanced technique. He begins talking in detail about the fireworks spell that has over 20 formulas, and by the time Randolph returns, Kanhyun's ears are bleeding because of the old man's rambling. Kanhyun tells him that he is fine, and then they go to an inn to eat and drink. Kanhyun wonders why everyone is staring at him, and Randolph tells him that they are all his subordinates who came here because they were curious about their captain's friend. Randolph tells him to ignore them, and just then a lady comes there with some food for Kanhyun. Kanhyun thanks the woman, named Jennifer, but she tells him that she should do at least this much because he must be having a hard time dealing with her husband, Randolph. She pities him because Randolph took him as a student and tells him to eat as much as he can. She also tells their daughter, Hina, to eat properly, but she is upset because she wants to eat with Rice Cake. Randolph tells his daughter that she should eat some now, and then take some food for Rice Cake later because he has a big appetite. Hina believes him, but Kanhyun knows that the Rice Cake will be full by then because he is stealing meat from other people's plates while they are busy listening to their conversation. As Kanhyun thinks about that, he begins drinking the crude beer of the inn, and finds that it is less refreshing than what he usually drinks. He realizes why Randolph always asks him for beer. He then looks at the meat in front of him, and wonders which animal it came from. He looks and sees Jennifer working on equipment that looks like a rotisserie. He tastes the meat, and finds that it has an herbal seasoning. He asks Randolph about it, and he says that it must be Eucelia. Kanhyun had bought that earlier, but when he learns that the herb is rare and imported from faraway places, he is shocked. He realizes that he can't find the herb in the forest, and to top it off, Randolph tells him that not many things are edible in the forest. Kanhyun realizes that he is too optimistic when he thinks that the beastmen can find spices in the forest. Randolph also understands his intentions and says that though it has been over 100 years since they last traded with the beastmen, if it is Kanhyun, he can make trade possible between the two races again. He decides to talk about it with the lord of the territory, and Kanhyun realizes that he just got caught up in something big. Just then, Jennifer comes out to tell her husband that they may need to buy more beer. He is about to leave, but Kanhyun says that there is something he forgot to tell them earlier. Suddenly, some of Randolph's subordinates rush towards him, asking where he got these excellent beers and liquors from. Because they are much more delicious than anything they have ever had. Randolph tells them to calm down while explaining that it was Kanhyun who brought them along as a gift, and if they have any questions, they can ask him directly. Kanhyun doesn't even have the chance to prepare himself as the knights surround him and ask if he brought this beer from his territory and if they can buy it. He was not expecting such dramatic reactions, and he couldn't just tell them that he brought it from another world, so he decided to get the soldiers away from him first. He tells them that there is a way to enjoy the beer even more and asks if they want to know it. The soldiers are pumped up now, and they hail Kanhyun as the genius of alcohol. Kanhyun just mixes the two types of liquors in one mug in a ratio of 3:7 and then vigorously stirs it with a wooden spoon while everyone else watches him like they are seeing an angel in action. Once Kanhyun finishes mixing the drink, he tells everyone to try it, and they are overjoyed. Meanwhile, Kanhyun can only thank Jim for teaching him this trick in the past, even though he thought it was completely useless back then. The knights are blown away by the taste of the mixed drink, and they cling to Kanhyun, telling him to prepare more of it for them. While he likes this attention for a change of pace, he decides to create new drink mixes for everyone. By the time morning comes, everyone is knocked out cold, and thus starts the legend of Kanhyun, who single-handedly took down the entire Rebentus Knight Order. The next day, as Randolph is training his knights, two of them start talking about Kanhyun. Only one of them remembers his unusual name, but both of them wonder how good his skills are because they have heard that the captain accepted him as a student. They wanted to ask him to spar with them after they drank the other day, but they couldn't even get up from their hangover. They thought the drinks he brought were so good that they would drink them even if they were poisonous. They wonder when Randolph will call his friend to the city again because they want to have some of his pristine alcohol. On the other hand, Kanhyun also gets ready for a journey. He has packed everything he needs, and now the only thing left is rice cake. Kanhyun calls the confused wolf pup and then leaves him in the care of the village chief. Rice Cake has a look of betrayal on his face as he wonders what just happened. Kanhyun apologizes to his furry friend and tells him that Seoul is a busy city with lots of people, and he is already taking 2 kids with him, so he won't be able to watch out for him. The grandma of the boy named Sangha thanks Kanhyun for taking her grandson to Seoul. Kanhyun tells her that it is something he has to do eventually because he promised Sangha that he would take him to see his mother. He tells Sangha's grandma as well as Myong's mom that he will take care of them and asks them not to worry about them. Just then, Jim also arrives there with his car and tells them to get in. It is time for him to return to the city, and he is taking Kanhyun and the kids along. Myong's mom is grateful that Kanhyun is taking her along too, and Sangha's grandma calls him a kind young man. The village chief agrees and says that Kanhyun is not the same person as the one who came here from Seoul. Meanwhile, in the car, Kanhyun tells Sangha that it took him quite some time to fulfill his promise to take him to Seoul. The boy doesn't mind it at all, and he thanks Kanhyun because he is the one who made it possible for them to go to Seoul in the first place. Myong is equally excited as him because it is her first time going to Seoul. Jim finally understands why Kanhyun told him that he wanted to go to Seoul. He even put their first destination as an amusement park. Jim asks Kanhyun if he is sure about going out in public, and he replies that since he has not been on TV for a while, people won't recognize him easily. The kids are confused about what is going on, but Jim is taking no chances, and he tells Kanhyun to take the hat in the glove compartment for safety. Anyway, Jim is glad that Kanhyun is finally daring to go to an amusement park. Because in the past, he would not have done that. Suddenly, he notices something white flash in the rearview mirror and vanishes. It is Rice Cake, who ditched the village chief and ran after his human. After he looked at the lashes of the rice cake, it was empty and Rice Cake was nowhere to be found. The village chief asks Grandma Park, but she just rudely tells her to not bother her. Once they reach the amusement park, the kids begin demanding Kang Hyun to take them to different rides, but he is frozen stiff by being in front of so many people. Jim knew this was going to happen, and he told his friend that he would pass out at this rate. Kang Hyun also admits that he still fears crowds like this. He thought that he would be better now because he could interact with people in the village and the other world just fine. He wonders if he was not scared of them because he was sure that they didn't know him. His hands are trembling, but suddenly Sanggu holds it, asking if he is scared of the rides. He tells Kang Hyun not to be scared because they will be with him. Kang Hyun smiles and thanks the kids, saying that he is already feeling better because of them. Jim is surprised to see that he is fine, because he was about to call an ambulance right away. He thinks that he can at least tease Kang Hyun about being a babysitter. Then he suddenly sees a crowd gathered around someone and trying to take pictures. He wonders if some celebrity is here, but little does he know that the people are fawning over a cute dog that doesn't let anyone touch it. As Kang Hyun and his group ride the roller coaster, with Kang Hyun freaking out, Jim is unfazed, and the kids enjoying themselves. They don't see the group of security guards trying to capture a super fast and agile dog on the ground, even as they get down and go to a restaurant to have food. They don't notice Rice Cake clinging to the roof to hide from its pursuers. Then finally, Sanggu goes to the hospital to meet his sick mom. He runs crying and hugs her tightly, while his mom can't believe that her son came here. While they have a tear-jerking reunion inside, Kang Hyun and Myung stand outside. Kang Hyun asks her where she wants to go next, and she replies that she wants to go home now because she misses her mom too. Soon after that, Kang Hyun returns to the village with the kids. They eagerly run to their parents, and then Kang Hyun finds Rice Cake, who looks exhausted and haggard. He picks up the wolf pup, asking if he came to greet him, but the poor Rice Cake looks devoid of life. Kang Hyun says that he looks like he had fun too, and probably he played with them. Kang Hyun apologizes for leaving him behind and says that they should go to the city together next time. However, Rice Cake lets out a tired woof, which means he has had enough of Seoul for now. Soon after that, Kang Hyun goes back to the other world and cooks as usual with Rice Cake, and Mona eagerly waits for him to finish. He prepares the meat of the jumping bird using his techniques to make sure that the bad smell is completely gone. He has also used a spice of this world for it, which smells so good that he wants to use it at his restaurant. It has been 2 weeks since he started experimenting with this world's food spices, and he has found some new recipes. He eats the jumping bird meat after seasoning it with a lime-like spice and finds that it tastes better now. Mona also likes it, so he thinks that the recipe is safe to share with the beast folk and Jennifer. However, he is not alone this time because someone is watching over him from the treetop. The mysterious stalker wonders if Kang Hyun is going to only cook even today. She has seen the odd human who enjoys cooking while in the company of a white wolf and a beast man quite often because he looked like a suspicious person in the beginning, but he does nothing more than cooking and eating. The stalker wonders what Kang Hyun adds to his food to make it smell so delicious. She is not interested in the meat itself, but the smell is so good that it makes her hungry every time. Just then, Kang Hyun notices that the rice cake is missing. The stalker panics on hearing this, and she tries to run, running away because being as perceptive as the white wolf can detect her presence anytime she wants to leave immediately. But Rice Cake is already there, and with a mischievous expression on his face, he barks, startling the stalker and causing her to fall to the ground. Kang Hyun hears the crash and thinks that Rice Cake is back with another jumping bird he hunted. He tells him that he is not going to cook anything else, as he looks inside the bushes where, to his surprise, he finds a pretty tan-skinned elf. The elf stalker turns red from embarrassment, as she realizes that she fell from the tree and got discovered. The elf girl was embarrassed that she fell from a tree because that is probably the worst thing that can happen to an elf. On top of that, she is considered the best ranger in her tribe, and falling in front of a human is sure to bring down her reputation greatly. Kang Han is confused by whatever is happening, and he can only ask the elf ranger if she is fine. He asks her if she needs his help in standing back up, and the girl immediately screams the name of someone called Sona. Suddenly, a bluebird flies above them and swoops straight toward the elf girl, almost hitting Kang Hyun on its way down. The majestic bluebird perches on the elf girl's shoulder, who tells Kanghyun that she showed him a very pathetic side of hers today. She tells him that it will be better for him to not utter a single word about what he saw to anyone, and Kanghyun doesn't even know what she is talking about. The elf girl coldly tells him that if he speaks about what happened today to anyone, he will have to face the wrath of an elf. With that, she suddenly disappears from her place as if by magic. Kanghyun finally calms down, and recalls that he learned about another humanoid species apart from humans and beast men. Just then, Rice Cake peeps down from the tree, and Kanghyun asks him if he is the reason why the girl fell from the tree. Rice Cake gives him a look like he is the most innocent and free from sin creature in the entire world, and by seeing that, Kanghyun is certain that he made the elf girl fall. He feels sorry for the elf girl because she looks embarrassed and thinks that he should try to apologize to her. Just then, he notices that she has forgotten her dagger here. Kanghyun picks it up and decides to keep it with him just in case. When suddenly, he hears the screams of the cat girl, Mona. Noah is here to take her back to the village, and he calmly greets Kanghyun, not paying any attention to Mona's tantrums. Kanghyun asks Noah what Mona did wrong this time, and he replies that she left the village without permission again. As the warrior beastman says that the chief asked him to bring her back, the feistiness immediately leaves Mona's face. Noah tells Kanghyun that the village leader said that she can't give Mona special treatment just because she is her daughter, and she asked him to bring her to her room so that she can properly discipline her daughter. Kanghyun pities Mona, who is already terrified of her mom's beating. Then suddenly, Noah catches an unfamiliar scent and asks Kanghyun why he smells like one of the elves. Kanghyun nervously explains that the smell must be Ko Myung from the dagger. He tells Noah about the elf girl he just met after Rice Cake made her fall, but he stops before revealing the key detail, thinking about how embarrassed and angry the elf girl was. Noah almost picks up the words that the elf girl fell from the tree, but he instantly dismisses the idea because, unless the girl is an idiot, there is no way an elf would fall from a tree. Kanghyun freaks out a bit on hearing this, and when Noah asks him if anything special happened between him and the elf girl, he says that nothing happened to steer the conversation in another direction. Kanghyun asks Noah if he is not hungry. He offers him some food he had made earlier, but the pan has been licked clean courtesy of Mona. Noah replies that it is fine because he is not hungry, but Kanghyun is not going to let him leave with an empty stomach. He asks him to wait because he will quickly prepare something else for him. Kanghyun had brought the ingredients for a meat skewer in case the beastmen didn't like spices. He puts the meat and some veggies and then puts them on the grill he has brought with him. The skewers are done soon, and Kanghyun gives one to Noah while he holds back Rice Cake and Mona. He tells the warrior beastmen to hurry up before the two kids eat everything. Noah takes a bite of the skewer, and it tastes so delicious that it makes his ears stand up in attention, but despite that, he only says that it is not bad. Kanghyun tells Noah that he will wrap the rest of them up for him so that he can enjoy them after he drops Mona off with her mother. Mona freaks out on hearing that, but Noah agrees with Kanghyun's idea. On the other hand, the elf ranger from before is in a patch of the forest with beautiful flowers. She is still embarrassed that she fell from a tree, and a human and a holy wolf saw it all. She thinks that as long as they keep quiet about it, everything will be fine, and they won't look talkative. Just then, she senses someone approaching her, and it turns out to be Noah. The elf girl says that he isn't even trying to hide his presence, and Noah tells her that he was aware that she was watching over the human. He asks the elf girl what she wants, and she replies that she is just checking out the source of the commotion. Noah says that commotions are natural in the forest, especially because it is the meeting point of 3 different races. The elf ranger replies that they can't allow any conflicts in this neutral region, and then Noah tells her that Kanghyun is a friend of beastmen, so she should stop bothering him. The elf ranger is surprised to hear this. Just by Noah's presence, she can tell that he is one of the top warriors of his village, and she wonders why someone like him would try to protect a mere human. But more than that, she is curious about the meat skewer in his hand. She wonders what that thing is he is holding on to like it is precious, and why it smells so awesome. The elf ranger tells Noah that as long as the human doesn't act suspiciously, she won't disturb him. But in her mind, she has decided to keep watch over him for some more time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kang Hyun's friend Jim is taking a break from his work when one of the idols he manages comes running to him. He asks her if she doesn't have a shoot going on right now, and the blonde girl tells him that they are having a short break too and she wants something from the car. Jim decides to unlock the car for her, but then he receives a notification that sours his mood. So-hyun asks him if it is a message from credit card companies or insurance salesmen, but Jim tells her that it is Kang Hyun. He tells So-hyun that he gave Kang Hyun a ride, so he sent him money for the fuel. Jim says that this is just a part of his personality, and the blonde is confused. She remarks that Kang Hyun seems to be more and more different from the rumors the more she gets to know him. She says that she doesn't believe in any rumors because she is a celebrity herself, but just a little while back, all the rumors about Kang Hyun were negative. People all over the net and in the news were talking about how he was not as talented as the media showed and that he only got fame because of his handsome face. They insulted his cooking and said that he was an ill-mannered person. So-hyun asked Jim why such mean rumors about a nice person like Kang Hyun spread so quickly. Jim replies that Kang Hyun made a lot of enemies because he is not good at sucking up to people, but his biggest mistake was that he pissed off an idiot with an inferiority complex. Just as Jim says this, a car stops next to them, and the very same idiot he was talking about comes out of it. He began showing off how busy he was when the broadcasting station called him. Jim is irritated by his rambling, and then he asks the blonde girl if she remembers the offer she got to appear as a guest on a cooking show. He tells her that of all people there, she should be wary of the guy who just got out of the car. So-hyun is surprised to hear that because the man in front of them is Chef Kim Jong-sik, who is quite famous. Jim tells her that most of the bad rumors about Kang Hyun came out of Kim's mouth. So-hyun is shocked to hear that because Kim was introduced as Kang Hyun's close senior. Meanwhile, Kim goes inside the broadcasting studio, where he sees a social media post about Kang Hyun enjoying his visit to a theme park with kids whom the media portrays as his nephew and niece. Kim is not happy that after being criticized so much, Kang Hyun is having the time of his life. Just then, one of the staffers comes there and asks him what he is frowning over. Kim shows him the picture of Kang Hyun, and whines that he is not self-reflecting even after everything. The man knows that Kang Hyun did nothing that would require self-reflection, but he can't say it in front of Kim. Kim was the one who helped him get a job in the broadcasting station, and the man believes that siding with him will be better for him and his career. So he starts to badmouth Kang Hyun to get into the good books of the chef with an ego as small as the limp thing in his undies. He says that Kang Hyun is not working anymore and just fooling around. He asks Kim if the rumors about Kang Hyun losing his sense of taste are true and if he left his job as a chef because of that, and not because of a wrist injury like he told the media. Kim asks him where he heard the rumor, and the man replies that one of his friends used to work with Kang Hyun. Kim suddenly gets sinister as he hears this, and just then, the director comes there to call them for the shoot. Kim asks his lackey about the 1000th episode of their show, in which a lot of chefs are being invited. The man asks him what about it, and with a crooked smile on his face, Kim says that he is looking forward to it. He plans to involve Kang Hyun in it, and destroy his career and reputation once and for all. Back in his restaurant, someone was eating pizza and wearing a hat. Jaewoo complimented the pizza, saying that the skills were amazing and the margarita was excellent too. He was praising Kang Hyun for his exceptional cooking. Continuing their conversation, he mentioned how lucky he felt to have his villa so close to Kang Hyun's place, and how grateful he was to enjoy Kang Hyun's food so easily. Kang Hyun responded with a smile, saying that he should be the one thankful for having Ji-hoon as a neighbor. They continued chatting, and Kang Hyun commented that the painting Ji-hoon had given him was too much for a gift, feeling like it belonged in an exhibition rather than a restaurant. The scene then showed a beautiful, expensive painting that Ji-hoon had gifted to Kang Hyun for his restaurant. Ji-hoon smiled and downplayed the gesture, asking if he could have another Van Gogh. Kang Hyun enthusiastically agreed but asked Ji-hoon to hold on for a moment. Just then, Kang Hyun's phone rang. It was Jim. Kang Hyun answered, asking him why he was calling at such an hour. Jim asked if Kang-hyun was taking part in a show. Kang-hyun, puzzled, asked which show Jim was referring to. Jim explained that it might be better if Kang-hyun stayed offline for a while. After seeing the call from Jim, Kang-hyun hung up, still confused and surprised, wondering what Jim was talking about and why he couldn't go online. Curious, he opened the internet to check the news and was stunned by the headlines. An article about him stated that Chef Lee Kang-hyun was confirmed for the 100th special episode. Kang-hyun stared at the article in shock, wondering aloud what it was about. The article was already attracting comments from people, many of whom were harsh. One person commented that Kang-hyun was unlikable and questioned if he had run out of money. Another added that Kang-hyun was crawling his way back onto the show and wished he'd stop appearing on TV. A third comment mocked his desperation to be on TV, questioning why a chef would want to be on TV so badly. Another person questioned why someone so controversial would be invited to a special episode. Seeing the comments and the article, Kang-hyun felt a wave of sadness. He muttered that he had never given such an interview and had never even received a participation proposal. As he continued to read the article and comments, he was interrupted by Ji-hoon, who had been eating pizza. Ji-hoon noticed that Kang-hyun seemed distracted and asked if he was all right, noting that he didn't look well. Kang-hyun, looking increasingly distressed, muttered to himself, questioning what the article was about and asking not to be told again. Ji-hoon, growing more concerned, suggested calling an ambulance, seeing that Kang-hyun was visibly shaking, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He reached out, trying to get Kang-hyun's attention, but Kang-hyun remained frozen, lost in his thoughts. Kang-hyun assured Ji-hoon that he was fine and that it was nothing, continuing to talk to himself about how he didn't know who had done this but that they had gotten to him. He tried to reassure himself, stating that he had been doing some good healing lately and would become more mentally stable, deciding to ignore it. He then brushed it off and said that he would quickly prepare Ji-hoon a plate of vongol, asking him to wait a moment. As Kang-hyun left to prepare the food, Ji-hoon expressed concern about Kang-hyun's appearance, but before he could finish, Kang-hyun had already disappeared to get the dish. Ji-hoon, still worried, suggested that Kang-hyun at least wipe his face. Later that night, Kang-hyun was resting inside a tent with a fire burning outside. He sat on the ground, pulled out his phone, and started a call. Frustrated, Jim muttered angrily that he had told Kang-hyun not to look it up, but they had anyway. Jim continued talking on the call, trying to reassure Kang-hyun by saying that the management team would release an article on the matter soon and that they were currently searching for the culprit. He advised ignoring any strange calls as they were attempts to spread more rumors. After hanging up, Kang-hyun muttered to himself that at least he had a good friend by his side. He sighed, looked up at the sky, and remarked on how exhausting everything was. As he gazed at the sky, he noticed Rice Cake, who was holding a bird in his mouth. Kang-hyun observed that Rice Cake had gone hunting and recognized the bird as none other than the bluebird from the elf. He noted that the bird was rather normal-sized by Rice Cake's standards, but it looked a bit familiar. Just then, the elf appeared, searching for her bluebird. She spotted it and called out to Sona. Kang-hyun apologized for Rice Cake's behavior and expressed his apologies for both this incident and the last. He continued, sincerely apologizing for Rice Cake's behavior, and even Rice Cake seemed to be apologizing in his way. The elf, making a slightly puzzled face, said that it was fine and acknowledged that it was obvious a holy wolf could see spirits. She admitted that she should have been more attentive but was fascinated that Kang-hyun, a human, could also see the spirit. Surprised by Kang-hyun's ability, she asked if he could see Sona. Kang-hyun, somewhat confused, replied that if she was referring to the bird next to her, then yes. The elf made a strange face and Kang-hyun can easily guess that she is in a pitiful state. The elf girl muttered to herself about Kang-hyun's ability, which made him more suspicious the more she observed him, wondering who exactly he was. After that, Kong Hyun brought his bag over and started rummaging through it, searching for something. He finally looked up and told the elf that there was something he needed to give her. He pulled out a dagger from his bag and handed it to her, explaining that she had left it behind the last time, so he had kept it with him just in case. The elf, talking to herself, thought that Kong Hyun didn't seem like a bad person, and then she expressed gratitude for finding the dagger and thanked him. Kong Hyun, momentarily speechless, told her there was no need to thank him, as she had lost it because of them in the first place. After that, they both started chatting and engaging in conversation. Kong Hyun asked if she wanted to eat something before she left, mentioning that he had brought a lot of meat. She declined, stating that she didn't eat meat. The elf girl nodded and added that she was patrolling the area, so she needed to head back soon. She noticed that he made a strange face but said nothing. He continued, suggesting that since she had come all this way, she should eat something. She muttered to herself, questioning why he had asked if he wanted to force her. Finally, she partially agreed, stating that it had to be a small snack with no meat. Kong Hyun brightened up and said that he had the perfect idea. Kong Hyun was then seen in the kitchen, preparing something for her using the ingredients he had. He quickly whipped up a rice ball and presented it to her. She looked at the dish with uncertainty and inwardly expressed that she didn't want to eat it, finding it odd. Sensing her hesitation, Kong Hyun began removing the cover from the dish. To her surprise, underneath was a delicious-looking potato. He put some butter inside the potato, mixed it all, and handed it to her. She took the potato, and Kong Hyun told her that she could take some home with her. She examined the dish again and remarked that it looked better now. When she took a bite, she was taken aback by how incredibly tasty it was. She noted aloud that it was delicious and, talking to herself, commented on the subtly sweet and mild taste that appealed to her palate. She savored the baked potato, enjoying the creamy butter that garnished it. Thrilled with the meal, she realized that she had always thought human food was supposed to have strong flavors, and her misconception was shattered. As she continued eating, she noted to herself that this kind of food was part of human cuisine as well. After that, she was thrilled and said that the fruit was a promel and, although it looked a bit different, the taste was the same. She added, asking if he had cultivated a new breed or something and how on earth he had managed to do that. He looked puzzled and admitted that he had spaced out for a second, asking her to repeat what she had just said. Feeling a bit irritated, she made a strange face and asked if there was something on his mind. He replied simply, asking what she meant. They continued talking, and she mentioned that he probably already knew part of her job was to observe him, and that she noticed he always had that expression when he was worried about something. He responded that he wouldn't call it worrying, just exhaustion. He gazed at the sky and continued, explaining that lately there had been a lot of rumors spreading, and he always ended up being misunderstood and hated. He said that sometimes he thought he'd rather hide deep in the forest to stay safe from it all. She listened carefully, although she didn't quite understand everything he said. Still, she replied that when they helped others become adults, they had to go through a coming-of-age ceremony. He looked at her attentively as she continued, explaining that the ceremony always consisted of trials that were harsh and difficult for young elves, and asked if he knew why they had to go through such tough trials. She began explaining the concept behind it, stating that elves had long lives during which they encountered various kinds of pain and that the trials were meant to prepare them for these challenges. She said that the trials helped them build the strength to face hardships when the pain became overwhelming, and that's what the ceremony granted them. She went on to describe the elven culture in detail, explaining that their culture required them to go through these trials to prove themselves. It was a rite of passage that ensured they were prepared for the challenges they would face throughout their long lives. She explained everything about their traditions and the importance of these ceremonies in their lives. After that, they continued their conversation, and she stated that the problem would keep coming back if he kept running away. He was surprised by her words. She added that she wasn't familiar with his situation but hoped he wouldn't give up everything he had just because of what others thought. She further explained that he shouldn't feel discouraged by others' opinions and should continue with his work if he believed in it and knew he was right. Her words seemed to lift his spirits a bit. She then stood up and thanked him for the fruit, saying goodbye until the next time, and with that, she vanished, teleporting to a new location. He looked at the rice cake and expressed that he thought they'd need to head back home for a while. He continued, deciding that he would go through with the show. He resolved to participate in the cooking show, convinced that he would do it regardless of the outcome or others' opinions. A large building, which turned out to be the headquarters of LBS. Inside, one of the employees was visibly stressed as he stared at his laptop. He muttered to himself that it was a mess and that they hadn't even received final confirmation from above, but an article about it had already been published. He grumbled about the leaked article that had gone out without his consent, explaining that he was so caught up trying to sort everything out that he couldn't even get in touch with Mr. Lee Kong-hyun, the one who had fallen victim to the rumors. He was frustrated as he continued talking to himself. Another employee approached and handed him a cup of coffee. The stressed employee sipped the coffee and remarked that it would be interesting to see the former and current head chefs compete against each other, and that this had a good chance of going viral. He added that, most importantly, even the director wouldn't be able to look down on them anymore after this. He continued, speculating that if they managed to set up a battle between the former and current head chefs, it would go viral, but they were also concerned about Kong-hyun since they had announced his participation without his consent. He sighed, saying that it would be a miracle if Kong-hyun agreed to it. As he pondered the situation, he thought about how much Kong-hyun had been criticized, making it unlikely he would want to participate again. While lost in thought, his phone began ringing. He glanced at the screen to see who was calling him and was completely shocked to see that it was none other than Mr. Lee Kong-hyun calling him personally. He was in complete disbelief, and he and his colleague both panicked. He told his colleague that they would have to beg Kong-hyun, no matter what. After that, he picked up the call and greeted Mr. Lee Kong-hyun in a very low tone. He was scared that Kong-hyun would sue them, and he tried to explain that he had wanted to contact Kong-hyun first but that there had been so much going on. However, before he could continue, Kong-hyun interrupted him and informed him that he would be participating. After hearing this, he was in complete disbelief and couldn't believe what was happening. He muttered that he guessed so, and also said that they would love that. When he finished talking to Mr. Kong-hyun on the call, his colleague asked him what Kong-hyun had said, wondering if Kong-hyun wasn't going to sue them. He hung up the call and looked at his colleague in complete shock, exclaiming that a miracle had just happened. They both realized that Chef Lee Kong-hyun was participating in the show. The scene shifted to the Seoul station, and Kong-hyun was walking by the street. He said that Kong-hyun had told him to wait there, and he was looking at his phone, waiting for someone. He further mentioned that there was no need for Kong-hyun to come pick him up personally. After that, they saw the employee with whom Kong-hyun had talked. The employee came to Kong-hyun and started crying, holding Kong-hyun's hand and thanking him profusely for coming. He couldn't stop expressing his gratitude. Kong-hyun made a weird face and noted that the employee had been saying that for the past few weeks. The employee looked at Kong-hyun and insisted that he had been thinking hard about how he could repay him for this generous favor, and that was why he had prepared a gift for him. After that, the employee told Kong-hyun to sit in the car with a driver, instructing the driver to take Kong-hyun to the salon where the gift had been prepared for him. The driver agreed, saying, "Yes, sir," and took Kong-hyun to the salon. The employee started talking to himself, stating his plan to secure female viewers, which was his motto. He said he was thankful to Kong-hyun for many reasons. The scene shifted to the studio where the cooking show was about to happen, Jong-woo talking to Jong-sik. Jong-woo questioned whether they were going too far this time, but as expected, ugly-faced Jong-sik replied that they weren't. He replied, pointing out that Chef Kang Hyun didn't like to appear on TV shows, so he wondered if publishing the article was necessary. It was none other than that ugly face who had circulated the article about Kang Hyun and spread a lot of rumors about him because he was jealous. He shamelessly admitted that those plans were all supposed to be confidential and wondered what would happen if they got fired because of it. Jong-woo was worried and embarrassed, stating that if he had known the ugly-faced Jong-sik was planning on revealing that information, he would have never introduced him to the reporter. Hearing this, Jong-sik made a creepy face, asked if he was scared, and added that it was too late for him to act nice now. He further tried to manipulate and calm him, saying that it was fine and that he had paid the reporter well, so they wouldn't get caught. He continued manipulating him with his dark skills and mentioned that, in the end, Kang Hyun couldn't endure it and decided to show up. He added that this was the scenario they had wanted and that finally, people were going to see Kang Hyun's true personality. They both talking to each other, Jong-sik trying to manipulate him. Everyone gathered because someone had arrived, some special person, some special superstar. Later, it is revealed that it was Kang Hyun, and everyone gathered to see him. He greeted them, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. A lot of his female colleagues approached him, asking how he had become even more handsome and saying they had barely recognized him. We see him wearing his chef clothes and returning to his field where he is an expert. He thanked everyone, but they couldn't stop praising him. They continued the conversation, commenting on his improved physique, asking if he had worked out while on break, and noting that he was in better shape than before. He smiled at them and admitted that he guessed he did, though he hadn't planned on it. The women started looking at him with admiration because he had become even more handsome than before, and the person who was jealous of him was watching from a distance, becoming even more envious. Angry, he complained that Kang Hyun should have greeted his senior as soon as he arrived and criticized him for flirting around. He then suggested them to chat more later and laugh. He approached his senior but did not greet him, but his senior remarked that Kang Hyun should greet his seniors properly. Kang Hyun badly ignored him and walked past him. Realizing that he was ignored, Ugly Face became furious and shouted, asking if Kang Hyun had just ignored him. Kang Hyun responded with surprise, asking how long the senior had been there and apologizing, saying he had mistaken him for one of the stage staff. Hearing this, the senior went into a rage, claiming that Kang Hyun had thrown shade with that apologetic face. He went on, observing that Kang Hyun was not even trying to hide his attitude anymore and questioning what made him so confident. He was surprised at how nicely Jong-sik was talking to him and commented that Kang Hyun was still as petty as ever. He went on to say that Kang Hyun still thought things were going to go well for him and called him a genius chef, insisting that Kang Hyun was just lucky. He further criticized that Kang Hyun hadn't become famous because of his skills but because of his look. Kang Hyun heard this, and he started criticizing him for no reason, saying that he felt sorry for Kang Hyun now that his true skills had been exposed. He looked at Kang Hyun and questioned how Kang Hyun was going to make a living now, with a wrist injury and gustatory sensory impairment. Kang Hyun was still composed despite hearing the criticism, but as Jong-sik was about to finish his sentence, someone came and put their hand on his shoulder from behind, remarking that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It was a female, who commented that she used to see Kang Hyun a lot when he was her manager. Kang Hyun smiled and acknowledged her, expressing how long it had truly been. They both started talking, with her reminiscing about the good old times when Kang Hyun used to cook for her. They continued chatting and recalling the times they had spent together, with her mentioning that her palate had become way too expensive when it came to food because of him. As they were talking, the jealous ugly-faced person watched them in disbelief, wondering how someone like Kang Hyun could be friends with actress Sena. The conversation continued, and she stated confidently that the skills of the Paris cooking competition winner were on another level. She paused and added that luck favored the talented. Before Jong-sik could fully respond, his minion arrived just in time to stop him, expressing frustration and saying that things were already tense, urging Jong-sik not to make a scene. He urged his friend to leave with him, and they departed together. As they left, Kang-hyun and Sena observed their exchange, wondering if Jong-woo was that close to ugly face. Sena commented on the situation, noting the peculiar dynamics and turning her attention to the situation, asking if Kang-hyun had planned on letting him have his way if she hadn't intervened. He responded that it wasn't about letting him ramble on and reflected on how he used to be quite close with him, realizing how poor his judgment had been seeing him act this way now. Sena didn't hold back her criticism, pointing out that Kang-hyun was only interested in things related to cooking, but acknowledged that Kang-hyun had grown more mature now. She concluded on a positive note, looking forward to the competition. After their intense cooking preparations, Chef Kang-hyun received a warm farewell from Sena, who encouraged him to go and win. Kang-hyun responded with a grateful smile, maintaining his cheerful demeanor despite the pressure. As the lights of the studio began to brighten, the excitement of the event was palpable. The announcement echoed through the space, welcoming everyone to today's chef's 100th episode special. The camera then focused on the show's host. The main host, a well-known figure in Korea, started by introducing the episode, announcing enthusiastically that they were bringing Korea's best chef. Beside him, Sena added that their goal for the day was to create dishes that the whole family would enjoy. The hosts continued detailing the structure of the competition, explaining that they would proceed with two teams, the blue team and the white team, and questioning which team would emerge as the final winner. As the host spoke, a keen observer of the event watched from a vantage point above, remarking to himself about having a great view from up there. He noted that the first round was between the youngest members of each team. The stage was set for a thrilling competition, and the anticipation built as the chefs prepared to showcase their skills in this special episode. Two young chefs were preparing for a dramatic showdown. On one side was Chef Han Jong-woo, a newcomer who was quickly making waves and also a dark horse in this competition. On the other side was Chef Kim Hanul, a rising star known for his exceptional skills in Western-style cuisine. As the competition heated up, the announcer's voice rang out, declaring that the first round was about to begin. With the sound of the bell, both chefs dove into their cooking, each determined to make an impression. Chef Kim focused on creating a dish with calf tomahawk steak, known for its minimal fat content, resulting in a tender and light texture. The camera zoomed in on Chef Kim as he expertly handled the steak, highlighting his precise technique. Meanwhile, Jong-woo, who is on the side of ugly face, worked on an impressive combination of lobster tail and T-bone steak. As he cooked, the camera captured the meticulous care he put into each component of his dish. From the sidelines, Kang-hyun commented on the thickness of the steak, noting its substantial size compared to Chef Kim's cut. As both chefs continue to cook, it's clear that they are fully committed to showcasing their skills and delivering exceptional dishes. The competition is intense, with each chef striving to outdo the other and impress the judges. We see another chef in action, working with a combination of lobster and T-bone steak. His dedication and passion are evident as he expertly prepares the dishes, pouring his heart and soul into every step of the cooking process. Meanwhile, Kang-hyun observes from above and remarks on the chef's choice to use surf and turf, noting that it's quite an impressive combination. He acknowledges that cooking such a diverse range of ingredients is no easy feat, especially given the many challenges inherent in a cooking competition. Kang-hyun explains that competitions are tough due to a variety of factors, including strict time limits and the often unpredictable cooking environment. These variables can make it difficult to fully showcase one's skills and creativity. However, it's precisely these challenges that make the competition exciting and engaging. As we watch the chef's focused efforts and commitment to his craft, it's clear that he's giving his all. Kang-hyun is thoroughly impressed by the dedication and skill demonstrated by both chefs. As he continued to watch, he noticed that Jong-woo seemed increasingly nervous and a bit disappointed. He observed the Jong-woo's demeanor and decided to point out the situation by asking what was going on there. It became clear that Jong-woo had accidentally dropped his ingredients all over the ground. He remarked on the error, describing it as a fatal mistake, and questioned how Jong-woo would manage to overcome this unexpected and significant setback. Observing closely, he could see that Jong-woo was visibly distressed and struggling to cope with the situation, and it was evident that this mishap had put him in a challenging and stressful position. As the battle raged on, the camera panned to one of the contestants, who had a momentary slip-up. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he looked over his neatly organized ingredients, muttering to himself that he had prepared all the ingredients, almost as if trying to convince himself that everything was under control. He thought it was time to start cooking the steak. His voice was barely above a whisper, a mix of determination and unease. The worry in his eyes could easily be seen as he stared at his food preparation, his mind racing. He continued talking to himself, his words a strange mix of reassurance and doubt, admitting that he was strangely nervous for some reason. His hands were trembling slightly as he reached for the steak. It was as if the weight of the competition was finally sinking in, and the realization that millions were watching his every move only added to the pressure. His nerves were getting the better of him, making him question every step of his cooking process. The audience could feel his anxiety. Despite his nerves, he pressed on, determined to do his best. He placed the steak in the pan, the sizzle filling the air as the meat hit the hot oil. As he began shallow frying the steak, his movements became mechanical, his mind elsewhere. He was zoned out, lost in his thoughts, replaying every mistake he had made so far and worrying about the next step. The steak sizzled and browned, but his focus was slipping. It was as if time had slowed down, and he was trapped in a moment of self-doubt, unsure if he could pull off the dish that could either make or break him in this high-stakes competition. Then, he managed to get his attention back toward his competition, telling himself to calm down and that he was just getting distracted. He thought that they were both cooking at a similar speed. Looking at his opponent, he told himself that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he had a good chance of winning. While preparing his food, he noticed Kang Hyun was constantly watching him, which made him shake and feel nervous. He wondered why Kang Hyun was looking at him like that. He guessed that something was off and further thought to himself that Kang Hyun might know he was one of the people behind the article's publication. He tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that Jung-sik said he had compensated the reporter well. When thinking about that, he realized that he had zoned out again, so he brought his attention back and told himself that he didn't have time to worry about that right now. He further urged himself to stay calm, reminding himself to go at his own pace and do what he had to do. As he was preparing his food and calming himself down, he started cooking again but dropped a few ingredients. The hosts commented on the situation, noting Han Jong-woo had dropped his ingredients, which was a big blunder that could cause him to fall behind his opponent. Kang Hyun, watching everything from above, remarked that it was a fatal mistake and wondered how Kang Hyun would deal with this crisis, speculating on how he was going to tackle the situation. Han Jong-woo realized he had made a big blunder and panicked a little, but he tried to calm himself down. He started talking to himself, thinking it was fine and that he could easily fix the mistake. He reminded himself that he had to keep calm in situations like this. Even though his hands and body were shaking, he decided on a plan to tackle the situation. He walked towards his dropped ingredients and started picking them up, but his whole body was still shaking. Panicking, he thought that Kang Hyun had seen everything from above and realized Kang Hyun had watched him make the big blunder. Knowing that Kang Hyun was watching him, he still tried to calm himself down and kept picking up the ingredient. He zoned out again, thinking that Kang Hyun must be filled with glee over his mistake. While zoned out, he noticed Chef Kim was slowly moving towards finishing up, prompting him to catch up as fast as he could. He further said to himself that he had to hurry up. He started motivating himself, but then realized he had zoned out again. Frustrated, he told himself to get his thoughts together, thinking he had to catch up and couldn't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun was watching everything from above and noticed that the frying pan was burning. He thought about the frying pan, and at the same time, Han Jong-woo realized that, in his haste to cover up his mistakes, he had forgotten about it. He noticed the butter burning and saw the smoke coming from the steak, which only increased his panic. Han started talking to himself, wondering why everything was going wrong and lamenting that all he had ever wanted was to appear on the show. He rushed towards the frying pan, hoping to handle the situation, and again started talking to himself, saying he bore no ill will towards Chef Kong and didn't want to lose after resorting to dirty tactics. Kang Hyun, still observing from above, saw how Han was messing up and thought that the first win was going to Chef Kim. It was obvious to Kang Hyun that Chef Han Jong-woo had made many blunders, so he predicted Chef Kim would win the round. After that, both chefs prepared their dishes and served them to the judges. Han, sitting and talking to himself, was completely panicked as he recalled his mistakes, knowing he had blundered and was unlikely to win. He was thinking that the steak was disappointing. It was burned on the outside but still raw inside, and the lobster was tough as well. Han recognized that he had made many blunders in the competition, including not perfectly cooking the steak and messing up the lobster. He further thought that his skills were more fitting for an amateur chef. Both Chef Kim and Kang Hyun stood before the judges, who tested their dishes and announced Chef Kim as the winner. Chef Kim had easily won the battle because Han had made so many mistakes. Han was disappointed and sad, and then Ugly Face approached him. He mocked and bullied Han, questioning what he was doing. He continued by accusing Han of tarnishing the team's reputation, urging him to try harder. The taunting escalated as the person criticized Han for embarrassing their entire show and asserted that this was not the reason Han was put on the team. After enduring the taunts, Han sat depressed in a chair, talking to himself. Kang Hyun approached and offered him a cold drink. Kang Hyun asked if Han had been nervous while cooking, speaking to him politely. Han, still feeling the impact of the harsh words, admitted he was a bit nervous. Kang Hyun started talking to him, and Han confessed that he never wanted the situation. He didn't want his dishes judged or tested, but felt he had no choice because it was a show. Kang Hyun sympathized, saying he understood the feeling of having dishes that didn't seem worthy of being eaten or served, making one think of giving up. However, Kang Hyun noted that Han hadn't run away. He stayed and completed the dish, which Kang Hyun saw as an admirable feat. Kang Hyun praised Han, trying to lift his spirits, and after that, Han felt a bit better than before. The show continued, and the host expressed their anticipation for the next round, mentioning that it was a matchup between the former and current champions, who were also known for having a close senior-junior relationship. The audience watched attentively. Blondie from Uneyes, who was previously met with Kang Hyun, became excited when she found out it was Kang Hyun's turn to compete. She shared her thoughts with those around her, admitting her curiosity about what Kang Hyun would make, noting that they often followed his recipes in their group. Celebrity judge and actor Shin Junwoo if she likes Chef Kang Hyun. Sohyun replied that she does not him but his cooking. Next to them, a food critic named Hwang Dae-gil was making a strange face while watching the show. The stage was set for the ultimate showdown, a final battle between champions. The host introduced the contestants, explaining that the blue team's champion was the head chef of a 5-star restaurant, none other than champion Chef Kim Jong-sik. Meanwhile, the white team's champion was Chef Kang Hyun, a former top chef who had won all the top 10 cooking contests. The audience was eager to see the champions face off. 2 spectators discussed the event, noting that sending Kang Hyun to the salon was a good decision. They agreed it would have been a shame not to showcase his handsome appearance now that he was prepared to appear on the show. Chef Kang Hyun and Chef Kim then began preparing for the ultimate showdown. As Chef Kang Hyun put on his hat, the The person who had styled him was displeased, questioning why Kang Hyun was wearing the hat after all the styling. The host announced the beginning of the 4th round, eagerly anticipated by everyone. Both chefs instantly started preparing their dishes. Chef Kang Hyun grabbed a bowl and started stirring, while Chef Kim also got to work, with the audience closely observing them. Sohyun commented that Chef Kim was planning to cook meat with the oil previously used for grilling foie gras, revealing that Chef Kim was preparing a special French beef steak dish. The food critic sitting next to her noted additional ingredients like truffles and Madeira sauce. Sohyun acknowledged the high quality of the ingredients, but he commented that Chef Kim's approach seemed excessive and overly ambitious. Sohyun said that might be because this was a special episode. In her mind, what she heard was all right about him being a strict judge. Then she expressed concern for Chef Kang Hyun, hoping he would be all right, and made a quirky face while stating she would be generous with her points, cheering for Kang Hyun. Attention then turned to Chef Kim, who was intensely focused on his meat preparation. Out of nowhere, a chuckle escaped his lips, growing into a full-blown laugh. Chef Kim began speaking to himself, sarcastically questioning how Kang Hyun had dared to enter his show without a sense of taste. Amused by what he saw as Kang Hyun's audacity, Kim thought that since Kang Hyun had come this far, he might as well give it his best shot, although he would be nothing more than a garnish to Kim's dish. Chef Kim's disdain for Kang Hyun consumed his thoughts, as he believed Kang Hyun had no place on the same stage as him. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Kang Hyun was nothing more than a joke, a minor obstacle in his path to victory. But just as Chef Kim was sinking deeper into his self-assured critique, he heard an unusual sound coming from the workstation next to him. His rant came to an abrupt halt as he turned his head sharply to see where the noise was coming from. His eyes fell on Kang Hyun, and what he saw made his jaw drop in shock. There, right before his eyes, Kang Hyun was engaged in a culinary technique that left Chef Kim utterly speechless. Chef Kim muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, as he tried to process what he was witnessing. Kang Hyun was beating his meat with a hammer to prepare a dish named donkatsu. Kang Hyun was seen preparing his dish with a pretty smile on his face. And when everyone in the audience realized that he was preparing donkatsu, they were all completely shocked. Even Sohyun, who was watching him cook, was also completely shocked and wondered why he would choose to make donkatsu out of all the dishes in the world. She also remarked that everyone else had made super fancy things. The food critic sitting next to her was watching him very carefully, noticing every minor detail, while Sohyun that it would be more difficult for her to give a high score. Kang Hyun continued beating his meat to prepare donkatsu, and it was being broadcast on television. Ugly-faced Chef Kim continued looking at Kang Hyun, thinking to himself about what exactly Lee was thinking. He made a weird face and wondered if Lee's brain had rotted during his hiatus. Chef Kim criticized Kang Hyun for making a basic yet tasty dish. He further speculated to himself whether Kang Hyun was looking down on him. Kim assumed that Lee must have forgotten how competitive this field was during his break in the countryside, and he recalled all the moments from the cooking competition. He started smiling as he continued preparing his dish, thanking Kang Hyun in his mind for showing him the level at which he was. He continued to criticize Kang Hyun, thinking that victory would be easy. It was evident that Chef Kim was overconfident and was looking down on Kang Hyun's cooking abilities. On the other hand, Kang Hyun was preparing his dish without any distractions. He added some ingredients to the curry and mentally prepared himself to start for real. He smiled and proceeded to put his patty in the oil for deep frying. After deep frying, the patty turned golden brown and he started cutting it. He tested one piece by eating it, and everyone on television was watching the battle between the two champions. The editor, who was also watching the competition, remarked that he would have been lying if he said he wasn't worried when Kang Hyun initially expressed his desire to make donkatsu. However, he was confident in Kang Hyun and, after seeing his reaction, felt reassured that there was no need to worry. The editor put all his faith in Kang Hyun because he trusted him. He also reflected on how it had been a while since he had seen Kang Hyun smiling like that while cooking and was glad that Kang Hyun was enjoying his work. Kang Hyun continued cooking his dish with focus, undistracted by anything. After all the struggles, both chefs completed their dishes back to back and served them to the judges. Afterward, the host of the show came onto the main platform and asked them to come up on stage while they waited for the result. Chef Kim and Kang Hyun were called on stage and stood next to each other. Chef Kim remarked to Kang Hyun that it seemed he had enjoyed the countryside, but added that such a cheap dish didn't belong there. He continued criticizing Kang Hyun for no reason, making fun of him and his dish. He sarcastically commented that donkatsu suited Lee perfectly. Kang Hyun, however, gladly accepted the criticism, smiling as he agreed. He further added that only the person he was at that moment could have possibly made that dish. As they were talking, the host interrupted them and announced that Chef Kim's dish would be evaluated first since he had finished preparing it before his competitor. The host then speculated on how Chef Kim's dish would align with the theme of the round, a dish meant to be shared with the whole family. The host asked Chef Kim whether he had tried to express his desire to serve only the best dishes to his family. Chef Kim laughed and replied that it leaned more towards the fact that he could serve his family such fancy dishes because he had the skill. His response elicited a strange look from someone who told him to be quiet. Sena then turned to Kang Hyun and inquired about the message behind his dish. Kang Hyun smiled slightly and explained that during his break, he had met a lot of new people who always greeted him warmly. Sometimes they felt like friends, nephews, and nieces. He continued by sharing his experience, saying that he had gained much throughout his break. He added that there were moments when he asked himself whether having a large family would feel like this, and concluded that the dish he wanted to enjoy with that family was donkatsu. One of the crew members was seen holding a piece of paper with something written on it. When the host looked at it, he thanked Kang Hyun for sharing his thoughts and announced that they would move on to see what the judges had to say. The panel of judges was then shown, and the food was served to them. They noted that the first dish was Chef Kim's and observed that it was a very delicious and expensive-looking dish, Tornado Rossini. Sohyun was stunned and mentioned that it was her first time eating a dish like that. She was a little scared and remarked that it looked like something only the crazy rich would eat, with insane visuals. The person sitting next to her added that he felt like he should change into a suit to eat it. She then wondered how a mere donkatsu could win against this. It was clear that everyone on the panel liked Chef Kim's dish. They said that it was a well-cooked dish. The food columnist Shin Juno and vice president of the Chefs Association Dang Suk-jin also liked his dish and commented that he had made it perfectly by the books, with nothing to criticize, whether it was his choice of ingredients or his skills. They noted that it was rare to find a chef with that level of skill. Hearing these compliments boosted Chef Kim's ego, and he started laughing internally. He thought to himself that it was just as he had predicted, and that he wasn't lacking in skill. He also felt confident because he had spent a lot of money on the ingredient. He mentioned that it was in a completely different class compared to the other ingredients and started criticizing again, suggesting that the judges had good eyes and that any chef with the same skill level could make this dish. While he was busy criticizing, a person from the panel remarked that among all the entries, this one had the least personality. Chef Kim couldn't believe what he had heard. It turned out that the comment came from the food critic, Hwang Dae-gil, who then asked if this was a dish one would want to eat with their family. He added that to him, the dish felt like nothing more than a way for Kim to show off, and that it was excessive. Hearing this, Chef Kim's face fell, and he was about to cry. He began talking to himself, questioning who the critic was to criticize his dish like that, and wondering if the critic even knew anything about food. He was furious that the critic insulted his dish in such a manner. Despite his anger, after listening to the critic's honest review, something about the way of criticizing seemed familiar to Kang Hyun. Eventually, the judges announced Chef Kim's final score, which was 88 points. Afterward, the person sitting next to the food critic, Dang Sukjin, started talking to him, pointing out that he was the reason no one had managed to score higher than 90. Hwang Dae-gil responded indifferently, saying that he couldn't give an ordinary dish a high score and that he could sense the contestants holding back because it was broadcast. He was just making honest and straightforward critique. Following that, they announced Kang Hyun's turn, and the time had come for his dish to be served to all the judges on the panel. When one of the judges looked at the dish, she noted that it was not ordinary. Columnist Shin Juno also commented on Kang Hyun's dish, suggesting that it seemed as if Kang Hyun had come there to kill some time and express disappointment. He further stated that he couldn't sense any nervousness in the way Kang Hyun had cooked or in the dish itself, questioning how such a common dish could be special. However, when everyone had their first bite, their expressions changed dramatically. It was like night and day. Everyone liked Kang Hyun's dish immensely, and they couldn't stop praising it. They all expressed their enjoyment, with one of them mentioning how much they liked crispy food and joking that God must have blessed the coating himself. Association head Dang Sukjin said that the meat was tender and juicy and wondered if it was legendary. All the judges liked the dish, and one commented that only a machine could make it so flat even, admitting they weren't confident they could achieve that in such a short time. They added that every bite tasted different and that the taste completely changed when the sweet sauce was mixed with the juicy meat and finely chopped green chili pepper. Even the stingy old man, Hwang Dae-gil, who hadn't liked anyone's dish that day, seemed to enjoy Kang Hyun's dish. He noted that the taste of the green chili pepper intensified the longer one chewed the meat, and he couldn't stop eating. He further remarked that if the meat had been fried even a second longer, the taste of the chili would have blended into the meat, calling it incredible talent. The judges continued praising Kang Hyun's skills, with the critics saying he found it fascinating and couldn't believe Kang Hyun had made the dish, and that he liked the new challenge Kang Hyun had taken on. So-hyun commented that she felt more at ease before taking her first bite compared to the other dish, which, while delicious, made her feel underdressed while eating it. She said she would prefer Kang Hyun's dish to comfortably enjoy with her family. Listening to that voice, Kang Hyun found it familiar as well. When it was time for the results, the host came to the stage to announce them. The results showed that Chef Kim scored a total of 88 points, while Kang Hyun's total score was 96 points, making him the winner of the fourth round. With this, the Battle of the Champions ended, and Kang Hyun won the competition with a dominant victory, being the only person who scored more than 90 points. Chef Kim couldn't believe what had happened. He was angry and frustrated. He looked at Kang Hyun with anger and accused him of doing something underhanded, even suggesting that Kang Hyun had pulled some petty trick. Chef Kim was about to make a move, accusing Kang Hyun of rigging the results, and claimed that his dish should not have lost to Kang Hyun's street food. The editing team in the back end told his partner to mute whatever Chef Kim was saying. Ugly Face then accused Kang Hyun of coming there just to provoke him, but Kang Hyun listened carefully, smiled, and replied that it was Ugly Face Bastard who had done that to him. Kang Hyun revealed that he knew it was the Ugly Face who had released that article about him and provoked him to participate in the competition. However, the tables had turned, and Kang Hyun gained a one-sided victory against a rotten, jealous Ugly Face. Kang Hyun knew that it was Chef Kim who had released that article about him and had poked him to participate in the competition. However, the tables had turned and Kang Hyun had gained a one-sided victory against Chef Kim. Upon hearing that revelation, everyone around them was surprised and shocked, looking at them with strange expressions. Ugly Face stammered, confused, asking what article Kang Hyun was talking about and denying any involvement. He insisted he wasn't guilty and called Kang Hyun a stupid bastard for blaming him, questioning how he would even be capable of such a thing and how Kang Hyun knew he was responsible. Kang Hyun, however, replied that Ugly Face had always been like this, always trying to pull him down out of jealousy. He told the man that he used to be bothered by his words, but things had changed. Kang Hyun said that he no longer cared, as this only proved the ugly face's worth as a person. Ugly Face was traumatized and shocked by these words, incredulously repeating the word worth. He became enraged, asking how Kang Hyun dared to insult him and calling him a little creepy bastard. He demanded to know who had given Kang Hyun the right to insult him. Angry, he grabbed Kang Hyun's collar and challenged him to name one thing he was better at, something in which he could compete and win against him. He then insulted Kang Hyun further and threatened that he could ruin Kang Hyun's whole career if he didn't stop acting this way. At that moment, the producer of the show, Glasses, appeared quickly, grabbing the enraged man's hand and trying to stop the quarrel. They told him to stop and asked how far he was planning to take things, pointing out that he had framed an innocent person. Glasses exposed that the article the man had published had stirred up a lot of talk about the show, humiliating him in front of everyone. Ugly Face was shocked and scoffed, calling them dumb and asking if they had any proof or evidence that he was the one behind the article. He urged them to stop accusing the wrong person and stop blaming him. Then Han Jong-woo came forward and confessed that he was guilty, admitting that he had done everything with Chef Kim's help. He told them that he had explained everything to the others. Ugly Face, scared, stammered, asking what exactly had been told. Han Jong-woo responded that if word got out about what had been done to Kang Hyun, Chef Kim's career would be over, just like their viewership. He warned that Chef Kim would never appear on TV again and would lose his position as head chef. Wherever he went, people would speak badly of him. He asked if Chef Kim could handle that and added that a life gained by dragging others down never lasted long. Chef Kim calmed down after hearing that was finally exposed in front of everyone. A few moments later, Kang Hyun and the man with glasses began confronting each other. He apologized to Kang Hyun, saying that he had told both of the guilty men not to come there the following week. Kang Hyun replied that none of it was his fault and thanked him, saying that because of him, he had been given the chance to grow. Kang Hyun looked at his phone screen, and the man with glasses mentioned that Kang Hyun was going back to Pyeongchang, asking if he had ever considered joining a show again. He told Kang Hyun he was always welcome. Kang Hyun, smiling, responded that he didn't think it was the right time yet. The man with glasses understood, remarking that after all the unfortunate events, he wouldn't want to return so soon either. Kang Hyun clarified that it wasn't about those events, but rather that he just really liked his current day-to-day life. Kang Hyun then bid them farewell and traveled back. The man with glasses reflected that he had hoped Kang Hyun would return once his health had improved, but seeing how content he seemed, it was hard to convince him otherwise. The scene shifted to the forest, where a gigachad rabbit was doing plank. Birds came and sat on him, and a black cat appeared and sat in front of him. Despite his frustration, he kept up with his training. The next scene showed Kang Hyun saying to himself that today was the day he would teach the Beastmen the results of his spice research. He expressed that he wanted to teach the most talented first and slowly teach the others, but also conveyed his condolences for the animal that had been sacrificed for food that wasn't even worth calling food. He observed that they had relied on good ingredients rather than cooking skills and now lacked basic culinary knowledge. One lion-like lady remarked that only a big fire like that could cook the food fast enough, and Heyman mentioned that their teacher had told them not to cook in that way. They hadn't reached the level where he could teach them about spices. Kang Hyun and Rice Cake, wearing cool sunglasses, agreed that today they would teach the basics of cooking and wouldn't allow them to return home until they had mastered it. Rice Cake barked in agreement, and Kang Hyun told them that they would start by making boiled pork belly. Rice Cake agreed and Kang Hyun affirmed. Later, Kang Hyun noticed one girl heating the meat and appeared behind her, scaring her, pointing out that he had specifically told her to only fry the outside lightly with some oil in a pan. He shouted at her, and she nervously replied that she thought her method would be quicker. Kang Hyun, annoyed, asked why she was so relaxed and sarcastically asked if she was in such a hurry, would she finish her life quickly too. Rice Cake then smelled the food which was cooked by Lion Lady and was shocked, prompting Kang Hyun to question how something had ended up in the pot next to the spices he had told them to use. He took something from the pot, shocked to see a dead frog there. The Lion Lady explained that it looked tasty to her. Kang Hyun retorted that the meat must have turned green because of it, and while it might look delicious, it wasn't. Monitoring their cooking process, Kang Hyun observed that Haemin was doing everything exactly as he had instructed. Haemin was on edge because Kang Hyun was noticing her every move. He thought to himself that she seemed familiar, and he remembered a past scene of a competition of being Chaitu. He recalled that the girl who had won the hunting competition. The girl, noticing Kang Hyun staring silently, wondered if she had done something wrong. Kang Hyun remembered that she had become the champion because she had brought back the most delicious bird. He found her useful and smiled in a somewhat creepy way. Looking at her dish, which looked delicious, Kang Hyun decided to take her boiled pork belly as an example. The girl remarked that it looked tasty but had taken too long to cook, questioning if it was really necessary to spend so much time on it. Kang Hyun gave her a bite of properly cooked food, and after tasting it, she was stunned and remarked with amazement. Kang Hyun advised her to let it boil a bit longer, explaining that cooking required sincerity and effort. He suggested they increase the difficulty level and showed them the fruit, which he had in his hand. The others recognized the fruit and exclaimed that it was kuzushari, a delicious ingredient. Kang Hyun affirmed their guess and jokingly said something about beggar bastard, noting how sherry and beggar sounded similar in Korean. Confused, the others wondered if he was calling them beggars. Kang Hyun clarified that they would use the fruit to make goulash and proceeded to show them how to make a simple yet delicious soup. The goulash is a traditional Hungarian tomato stew, and it's easy to make. One can add a variety of ingredients to it. Moreover, the kuzushari tastes like tomatoes and basil, making it perfect for goulash. A girl then expressed her confidence in cooking soups, mentioning that they made some with herbs occasionally. Another person added that it must be easier than making boiled pork belly. Kang Hyun mentioned that they had to receive a pass from the jury this time. Kang Hyun then revealed that now the judges were Warrior Noah and the Holy Wolf. Rice Cake with a Wolf enthusiastically stated that they should proceed. Hearing the news, everyone was surprised and shocked, noting that both judges had already tasted the sample stew made by Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun clarified that this made it easier for them to judge. Noah remarked that the taste was worth the effort, and Rice Cake showed his approval by giving a woof. Kang Hyun added that their stew should taste better than the sample and encouraged them to do their best. The group decided to start right away. Once again, everyone was traumatized and frightened of the judges. Kang Hyun began explaining the recipe and ingredients, asking them to watch closely and follow along. He explained that they should first oil the pot, fry the chopped onions like fruit, and once that was done, add the meat along with any other fruits they'd like to include. Kang Hyun continued by explaining the importance of the kuzushari, advising them to sherry it, core it, and cook it with the rest. He instructed them to add the broth from the bones along with finely ground spices and let it boil for a while, stating that the world's regional rendition of goulash would then be ready. Kang Hyun mentioned that while it was a homemade goulash, it was easy to make and tasted delicious. Since Noah liked it, he was confident it would suit the other beastmen's tastes as well. He then asked everyone to submit their soups. The contestants were shocked, with one expressing uncertainty about the Holy Wolf's preferences, and another commenting that since Warrior Noah had a habit of saying things were edible, they should be fine. Warrior Noah examined the dish and appeared depressed, as did the Rice Cake. Rice Cake doesn't want to even touch the bowl. Noah remarked that a true warrior could gauge an opponent's capabilities at first glance and that this soup wasn't even worth facing. Kang Hyun grabs a spoonful of the first contestant's soup, noting that it looks all right, so asked Rice Cake to at least try it. After tasting it, he was knocked back, making a fierce face, and asked if cooking was a joke to them. This left the contestants deeply depressed, wondering what they had done wrong. The second contestant arrived, fearfully admitting they had copied Kang Hyun's recipe to the best of their abilities. Kang Hyun tasted another contestant's soup, and though he noted they could work with the flavor, he collapsed and fainted after tasting it. The wolf girl, emotionally distressed, wondered if the paralysis poison residue left on her fingernails from the hunt had seeped into the soup. She cried as she looked at Kang Hyun. While fainting, Kang Hyun reminded her to wash her hands before cooking. Noah, observing them, commented that he was too weak and called for the next opponent. Kang Hyun, weakly speaking, acknowledged that there was a reason for the saying that the first try was always a failure. However, he noted that their strongest warrior, Haemin, was still left. When Haemin arrived, Noah grabbed the soup directly and tasted it. Both the girl and Kang Hyun watched him closely as he finished the soup, telling everyone it had been worth facing. While not as good as Kang Hyun's soup, he said he could taste the kuzushari in this one as well. He imagined himself in the forest of kuzushari, relaxing and enjoying the moment, and remarked that while the soup was lacking as an individual dish, it had the potential to become formidable. Later, Kang Hyun declared that Haemin had passed. Haemin was overjoyed and thanked him with gratitude. Everyone tasted her soup, and Kang Hyun congratulated Haemin, stating that she had a talent for it. With a happy face, Haemin replied that it was all thanks to her wonderful teacher. Afterward, the tribe chief entered dramatically and greeted everyone, noting that she had come to check on them and observed they were doing well enough on their own. She looked at Haemin and her soup, asking if Haemin had made it and if she could taste it. Haemin happily allowed her to try the soup. After tasting it, Chef exclaimed that it was amazing, and the whole tribe would be able to enjoy the dish. She turned to Kang Hyun, said it was a great blessing and promised to repay the favor. Kang Hyun humbly responded that there was no need, as it was something he had wanted to do anyway. Chief, however, insisted that while Kang Hyun had done it for them to a certain degree, it didn't change the fact that he had helped them, so they should at least be allowed to thank him. Kang Hyun acknowledged her gratitude, explaining that it had all started with his freedom, but he was glad to have been of help. Later, Kang Hyun entered his kitchen and placed the bag the chief had gifted him, wondering aloud why Cassandra had given him something so smelly despite being thankful. He paused to smell it and mused that perhaps she wasn't thankful, though it might taste good like a durian. Meanwhile, Rice Cake stayed away from the bag due to the smell, and Kang Hyunin asked if Rice Cake wanted it for dinner. Rice Cake denied with a woof. Later, Kang Hyun's house bell rang, and someone outside asked if he was there. Kang Hyun recognized the voice as that of painter Jiwon. Kang Hyun then inquired about the person behind Jiwon, to which Jiwon replied, laughing, that he hadn't come alone and introduced his friend Lee Young-hwan. Kang Hyun was shocked and asked for clarification. Lee Young-hwan, shaking him, remarked he was rather Young-hwan and mentioned that he had heard Kang Hyun was a chef. He jokingly asked if Kang Hyun worked out outside of his job, Kang Hyun calling him a motorcycle gang grandpa. He laughed and added that Kang Hyun was living the life of a young man. Lee Young-hwan then revealed that he used to work out quite a bit as well, showing off his muscles and inviting Kang Hyun to touch them if he wanted. Jiwon, embarrassed, stopped him and asked if he had gone senile, telling him to put his clothes back on. Young-hwan replied, asking if Jiwon had just hit him and teasing him about a painter hitting a civilian. Jiwon apologized, admitting he should have ended their friendship long ago, and asked Kang Hyun if he was surprised by the grandpa suddenly taking off his clothes. Young-hwan explained that this was just how they greeted each other. Jiwon told him to shut up, while Kang Hyun commented that Jiwon's friend was quite unlike him. Once inside, Kang Hyun prepared food for them, taking their orders. He served delicious soup, explaining that the pomodoro was for Jiwon and the arrabbiata was for his friend. Kang Hyun mentioned that he had made the arrabbiata spicier, as requested, and warned them it was very spicy. After tasting it, they expressed their delight, commenting on the pleasant smell. Jiwon encouraged his friend to eat, and Young-hwan remarked that it was incredibly delicious, noting that the sweet and spicy combination was out of this world. He added that while he wasn't a gourmet like Jiwon, he certainly recognized the fiery excellence of the dish. He commented that arrabbiata meant angry in Italian, and it tasted just like something from Italy. Kang Hyun thanked them and encouraged them to enjoy their meal. Young-won then asked Kang Hyun if he could spare a moment. When Kang Hyun agreed, Young-won asked him to pick a weekend in the month after next, specifying the second Saturday of the month. Kang Hyun, slightly puzzled, agreed, and Young-won responded that it was set. Kang Hyun asked what Young-won was planning to do on that day, wondering aloud if it was a retirement day and why Young-won was setting such an important date so casually. Young-won assured him it was fine and enough. Kang Hyun then asked what exactly he was retiring from, and with a surprise thought if Young-won was announcing his retirement from the biker gang. Kang Hyun imagined several scenarios in his mind while Jiwon commented that he knew Kang Hyun wouldn't recognize Young-won, as he was quite famous. He revealed that Jung-won's real name was Lee Young-won, a famous pianist who had won many international competitions. Kang Hyun, who looked shocked, asked if the man was a pianist. He imagined people around also reacted with surprise when they discovered that the biker was the famous pianist, Lee Young-won. One person even asked whether he was the one who played Beethoven's pieces with exhaust note. Kang Hyun, still in shock, repeated that the man was a pianist. Seeing his stunned expression, Jiwon remarked that they should just accept it. Then Lee Young-won spoke up, saying he didn't blame anyone for not recognizing him, as it had been a long time since he had performed or been on TV. He added that decades had passed since his last appearance. Jiwon responded that it wasn't just that. Kang Hyun was having a hard time believing that Young-won was a pianist because, to him, Young-won looked more like someone from a biker gang. Kang Hyun, still standing there, got goosebumps again and, with a stuttering voice, said he knew who Lee Young-won was. Later, Kang Hyun explained that his former boss had said Lee Young-won was his favorite pianist, which was why he always played Jung-won's albums at work. The music had pleased Kang Hyun's ears, and he had always thought that someone who could perform so emotionally would be soft and detail-oriented. Lee Young-won listened, surprised by what Kang Hyun said, and thanked him with a slight nod and a look in his eyes. However, Kang Hyun, overwhelmed by it all, suddenly fainted, muttering a goodbye to his imaginary pianist. As Jiwon rushed over to help, he asked how Young-won could have disappointed Kang Hyun like that. Young-won, confused, replied by asking how it was his fault. Kang Hyun then told him not to worry and that Young-won was much cooler in real life. He then mentioned that if it was about Lee's retirement, they should think it through a bit more. Lee Young-won responded by explaining that he had chosen a special day and had even decided on a time and place because he had wanted his last recital to be as grand as its name. Unfortunately, his left hand had ended up injured. Kang Hyun, shocked, listened as Young-won continued, saying that even the doctor had advised him not to use it anymore, so he had cancelled everything. Young-won explained that he just wanted his last recital to end quietly, and although it was a shame, he felt he should leave the past behind and prepare for what was next. Kang Hyun commented that words like those sounded even cooler coming from a famous pianist. Sometimes later, both of them left Kang Hyun's restaurant. Jiwon, looking satisfied, thanked Kang Hyun for the food that day. Lee Young-won told Jiwon that he couldn't believe Jiwon had been eating such delicious food all by himself, joking that he had made friends with the wrong guy. Jiwon said he shouldn't have brought Young-won there, and told him to wait outside while he talked to Kang Hyun. Young-won agreed and told Jiwon to take his time. Then he went outside of the house and Jiwon apologized to Kang Hyun, saying he guessed Kang Hyun had been overwhelmed by him. Kang Hyun reassured him, saying that Young-won seemed like an honest and good person, though he lacked elegance when it came to things other than music. Hearing this, Jiwon apologized again if the situation had caused Kang Hyun any worry. He explained that it hadn't been a serious topic for them, which was why Young-won had brought it up without much thought. Kang Hyun smiled and admitted that, funnily enough, He thought Younghwan was amazing. He remarked that usually when people struggled or suffered, they gave up. He then paused and reflected on the fact that he had lost his sense of taste that day, feeling as though he had been in a similar situation. Jiwon nodded and agreed, noting that at their age, many plans get ruined, and they learned to give up. As they continued talking, Lee Younghwan burst through the door and asked if they were having another meal and what was taking so long. Jiwon shook his head and told him to let him say his goodbyes, questioning why Younghwan was so impatient. Jiwon then turned to Kanghyun and said he would see him next time. Kanghyun replied that Younghwan should come again. Later that night, as Kanghyun was cleaning his room, he mumbled to himself about learning to give up. As he continued cleaning, he thought that the situation was driving him nuts, feeling that while Younghwan might be in a similar situation, there was nothing he could do for him. He told himself he needed to stop minding other people's business. Feeling deeply depressed, he muttered something about regaining his sense of taste when suddenly, Rice Cake barked softly. Kanghyun looked at Rice Cake and asked why he was so dirty. Rice Cake stared back with cute eyes and barked softly again. Kanghyun sighed, complaining that he had just cleaned everything and Rice Cake was making the place muddy, asking if the dog had rolled around in the dirt. He grabbed Rice Cake and started cleaning him, but Rice Cake continued looking at him with that same cute expression and licking him. Kanghyun grumbled, telling Rice Cake to quit acting cute, although it did lighten his mood. Jokingly, he wondered if Rice Cake's saliva was some kind of pain relief cream, as his muscle soreness from his last training session felt better after Rice Cake had licked him. Suddenly, Kanghyun got an idea and exclaimed that maybe Rice Cake's saliva could heal Lee Jungwon's wrist. He imagined a scenario where people thought he had brought a magic wolf, and everyone pushed him to sell Rice Cake. But the horrific scene shook him and told himself to forget about that. He approached Rice Cake and said he was lucky to regain his sense of taste because he hadn't given up. He expressed hope that Younghwan wouldn't give up either, noting that if you gave up, luck wouldn't even get the chance to find you. Rice Cake gave an emotional smile, and Kanghyun, sensing something, wondered aloud what the chances were of Lee's wrist healing suddenly. Rice Cake seemed to understand his concern and consider it for a moment and then started biting Kanghyun's pants. Kanghyun asked what was wrong and if Rice Cake wanted him to follow. The dog ran off quickly and Kanghyun followed, calling out to Rice Cake and asking where he was taking him. When they reached a spot, Kanghyun asked what was the matter with Rice Cake. The dog started digging, and Kanghyun noticed that the soil color was different. He wondered if someone had dug a hole there before and if there was money buried, but then Rice Cake pulled out a small bag of berries. Kanghyun, surprised, asked if Rice Cake had buried it because of the smell. Rice Cake gave a confirming bark. Frustrated, Kanghyun commented that Rice Cake couldn't bury a present just because it smelled. He pulled out the bag and asked why Rice Cake had bothered burying it if he was going to turn himself in any way. Kanghyun thought to himself that the dog was smart enough to know he'd be mad, yet had still led him there. Suddenly, Kanghyun remembered Cassandra's voice saying that the berries were valuable, despite their strong smell, and that they were good for the body. She had explained that it was a kind of medicine that humans didn't have. Kanghyun pulled out a berry and ate it. Shocked, he exclaimed that he could feel a wave of freshness flowing through his whole body. Not only did it feel fresh, but his body felt light, as though he had just woken up. He wondered if the fruit had healing properties similar to Rice Cake's saliva. Feeling a burst of energy, he realized that the berries had the same power as Rice Cake's saliva. He looked at the dog, who barked in agreement. Kanghyun recalled Cassandra giving him something so valuable and imagined her popping up in his mind, striking a victory pose, and saying she had told him it was valuable. Kanghyun thought that if he gave the berries to Lee Younghwan, Younghwan would probably ask where he had gotten them from. Even if he handed them over, Younghwan might not eat them because of his stubbornness. Kanghyun also noted that although it was a fruit, it was chewy like meat. Feeling frustrated, Kanghyun suddenly had an idea. He could cover the smell with sauce and package it like a dumpling so nobody would be able to tell. He smiled mischievously, thinking it was the perfect fit for ravioli. He was ready to execute his plan with an evil grin. He had been holding the smelly fruit in his hand, looking creepily at it, while Rice Cake sat behind him, staring. Even Rice Cake was stunned by his evil intention and creepy smile. He began wondering about the dish he was about to prepare. Meanwhile, Young Hwan was walking on the grass when his hand suddenly started shaking. He stopped the shaking, noting to himself that it was becoming a habit. He then noticed someone calling his name. Looking back, he saw that it was none other than Kong Hyun and Rice Cake. Young Hwan wondered how Kong Hyun had found him there. Kong Hyun explained that he had heard Young Hwan was staying at one of Mr. Jaewon's houses. Young Hwan made a strange face and remarked that Kong Hyun must have found him for a reason, asking what that reason was. Kong Hyun, holding a tiffin box, calmly replied and handed it to Lee. Mr. Young Hwan, surprised, Kong Hyun started opening the tiffin box in front of Mr. Young Hwan and asked if he was hungry. When he opened it, he found ravioli that Kong Hyun had specially prepared for him. After a while, they both sat together, and Young Hwan was eating the dish prepared for him. Then they started having a conversation with each other regarding Kong Hyun's new menu. Young Hwan asked Kong Hyun if he wanted him to taste his new menu and remarked that Jaewon would be better suited for the task. After hearing that, Kong Hyun felt a little guilty and replied that he would ask Jaewon later. They continued the conversation, and suddenly Young Hwan inquired if Kong Hyun had come because of what he had said the day before. Kong Hyun, completely shocked, asked what Young Hwan meant while staring at him. Young Hwan, smiling, explained that he had been scolded the previous day and had thought he made Kong Hyun worry. He thanked Kong Hyun for everything he had done for him, but Kong Hyun reassured him not to worry about it. Kong Hyun then asked if he still liked to play the piano. Young Hwan, smiling a little, replied that it was what he loved the most, although he hadn't entirely given up on it. He continued by saying that he had hoped for a nice farewell, but he could no longer achieve that and would end up like a clown if he retired in his current state. He further explained that he believed ending things quietly would be for the best. They looked at the sky for a while and stopped talking. Kong Hyun admitted that he couldn't completely understand what Mr. Young Hwan was going through, but expressed his desire for him to do well in life, adding that he just wanted Young Hwan to have a proper finale. After listening to Kong Hyun's words, Young Hwan was completely shocked and couldn't believe that someone cared for him. He laughed, saying that Kong Hyun's words were filled with youthful optimism, but added that such ideas were difficult for an old man like him to even imagine. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Kong Hyun apologized if he had crossed a line. However, Young Hwan reassured him, saying not to worry, and thanked him, telling him that it was exactly what he had needed to hear the most. Kong Hyun was the only person who had said something like that to him, and hearing those words made Young Hwan completely happy. He thanked Kong Hyun sincerely. While they were talking, Rice Cake appeared suddenly, looking tired. Seeing this, Kong Hyun realized he had forgotten to feed him. After that, he offered more food to Young Hwan, and Young Hwan started eating the meal Kong Hyun had prepared. Upon taking the first bite, Young Hwan was amazed and asked if Kong Hyun had used arrabbiata sauce, knowing Young Hwan liked spicy food. He added that he usually avoided dishes like this because they were too greasy, but the one Kong Hyun had prepared was perfect in texture. He enjoyed every bite, praising Kong Hyun's skills, and mentioned that it made him feel healthier. Kong Hyun responded that it was because Young Hwan was feeling better emotionally. Young Hwan acknowledged that Kong Hyun was right. Suddenly, Kong Hyun brought 5 lunchboxes and said he had accidentally made too many for Young Hwan, suggesting that he should keep them and eat whenever he felt like it. He thanked Kong Hyun for all the lunchboxes, and they both enjoyed their time together. After spending time with Young Hwan, Kong Hyun returned to his kitchen. When he was about to prepare something, there was a knock at his door. He received a letter and wondered who had sent it. Upon opening it, he found 2 piano concert tickets and a letter from Mr. Lee Young-hwan. The letter thanked Kang Hyun for his work and the food he had prepared. It also mentioned that Mr. Young-hwan was undergoing rehab in Seoul. After reading the letter, Kang Hyun felt happy, but he noticed something written on the back. It asked if Kang Hyun knew what da capo meant and explained that it signified going back to the start until the end. Mr. Lee Young-hwan had also thanked him for giving him the finale he had wanted the most. After reading that, Kang Hyun began to wonder if Young-hwan had figured it all out. The scene then shifted to heavy traffic, where Kang Hyun's friend was driving. He suddenly received a text from Kang Hyun inviting him to join a piano concert on Saturday, saying he had an extra ticket. The friend remarked to himself that Kang Hyun had no friends other than him. He realized it was Mr. Lee Jung-won's concert and wondered how Kang Hyun had gotten tickets for such an event. He made a weird face, remembering that he already had plans for Saturday, but added to himself that there was another person who was a fan of Mr. Young-hwan Lee. Then he called someone and asked if they were busy at the moment. The person replied that she was free and inquired why he was calling, further remarking that he hadn't contacted her since being assigned to a celebrity. It was none other than the famous actress friend.
Fast forward to the day of the final recital, and Kang Hyun was in the audience, visibly nervous. Something unexpected had happened. He was sure he had texted Jim to come to the recital with him, but instead, Sena was sitting right next to him. She mentioned that she was really sad when she couldn't get a ticket, but luckily, Kang Hyun had an extra one. Apparently, Jim sent Sena in his place without bothering to give Kang Hyun a heads up, which Kang Hyun thought was typical of Jim. Sena chuckled and commented that she never knew Kang Hyun was a fan of the pianist Lee Young-hwan. Kang Hyun, a little flustered, nervously replied that he had only recently discovered Lee Jung-won's music. He asked her how long she was a fan, and Sena, feeling a bit bashful, admitted that she had been listening to him since her debut. She recalled how she used to play his songs in her car on repeat until one day her manager, Jim, begged her to stop before he fell asleep at the wheel. Kang Hyun laughed, thinking that meeting Sena felt like reconnecting with an old friend. He remembered back when Jim was Sena's manager. They were pretty close, or at least he thought they were close until he recalled that one wild night when Jim barged into his apartment after hacking the passcode and demanded food, with Sena trailing behind him. They had asked for dinner, but Kang Hyun freaked out and kicked them out. Now that he was thinking about it, he realized that maybe they weren't that close after all. Lost in thought, Kang Hyun was brought back to reality when Sena snapped her fingers in front of him. She teased him, asking what had stunned him and whether it was her, jokingly suggesting she might be too stunning that day. Just then, a fan approached Sena, telling her how much she had loved her recent drama. Sena gladly gave an autograph, and Kang Hyun was surprised to learn that she was acting as well. Sena gave him a smug look as if asking whether he had thought she was still just a singer. Apparently, Kang Hyun hadn't been keeping up. Sena teased him further, remarking that he would know what was going on if he actually watched TV and wondered aloud how he could be so out of the loop. Feeling a bit ignorant, Kang Hyun decided that he should start watching at least 1 hour of TV a day to keep up with the recent trends. Sena added, clearly enjoying the teasing, that it was kind of his charm, pointing out how he didn't seem to care about anything around him. Kang Hyun felt that the comment stung a bit. At that moment, Lee Young-hwan walked onto the stage, and the audience immediately quieted. He didn't look like his usual biker self, appearing more formal and composed as he greeted the crowd. Sena seemed visibly excited but also worried. She hoped that Lee Young-hwan would be okay, as everyone knew about Jung-won's wrist injury. Kang Hyun, seeing an opportunity to impress her, smugly mentioned that he knew something she didn't. Sena raised an eyebrow, curious about what it was. Kang Hyun told her that he had heard Jung-won's wrist was fully healed. Just then, Young-hwan began playing, and the entire audience, including Kang Hyun and Sena, became mesmerized by the performance. Afterward, Kang Hyun went backstage to meet Young-hwan, who eagerly greeted him. Young-hwan asked Kang Hyun whether he had brought his girlfriend with the ticket Young-hwan had given him, grinning as he spoke. Kang Hyun quickly clarified that Sena was just a friend. Sena, hiding behind Kang Hyun, playfully punched him, annoyed that he didn't tell her he knew Young-hwan personally. She complained that she would have brought some albums to get them signed if she had known. Ignoring her, Kang Hyun focused on Younghwan, who asked for his honest opinion about the performance. Kang Hyun praised it, saying it was amazing. However, critic Ji-won interjected, stating that it was good at the start but that Younghwan had gotten a little too excited toward the end, which caused him to lose control. Ji-won said this with a smirk, but Younghwan, furious, threw a bow tie in his face and snapped that he didn't ask for Ji-won's opinion. Ji-won replied that he should care about everyone's opinion and advised him not to avoid criticism. Kang Hyun looked at them as he did not know Ji-won would be there too. Unfazed, Ji-won turned to Kang Hyun and asked whether he agreed with him. Kang Hyun, trying to avoid the chaos, simply responded that he had liked it a lot. Sena, surprised to see Ji-won, asked Kang Hyun whether he knew him too. Kang Hyun shrugged, explaining that both Jeonghwan and Ji-won were regulars at his restaurant. Sena narrowed her eyes and demanded that Kang Hyun give her the restaurant's address, stating that she was going to become a regular as well. Later, Sena got an autograph from Lee Younghwan, gushing over his performance. Younghwan thanked her and added that it had all been possible thanks to a special ravioli lunchbox, turning to Kang Hyun with a knowing smile. Kang Hyun tried to act cool, but he was nervous. A few days later, Kang Hyun found himself in a fantasy world, fishing alongside his friend Randolph. The peaceful setting left Kang Hyun feeling nice and relaxed, but also strangely drowsy. He wondered if it was because it was his first time fishing, but Randolph assured him it was because they had just finished an intense training session. Kang Hyun then asked why he couldn't use the fishing rods he had brought with him. Randolph, ever the warrior, replied that fishing was war. Just then, something tugged hard on Kang Hyun's makeshift wooden rod, and Randolph pulled out a massive monstrous fish. He smirked, remarking that Kang Hyun's puny rods couldn't handle such a beast and that sometimes one had to go with the tried and test something new. Kang Hyun, still groggy, could barely react as the fish fell right toward him, but Randolph saved him from being crushed. Randolph noted that the fish didn't have a strong smell. Suddenly, Kang Hyun perked up, wide awake, as the fish continued to flop around. Kang Hyun thought to himself that it would be perfect for some spicy fish stew. He began imagining the dish he could prepare with the fish, including a good bowl of fish broth with noodles, mushrooms, and other ingredients. After some time, Randolph and Kang Hyun were seen looking at the fish that they caught. Randolph complimented him, saying that he was good with a knife. It was obvious from Kang Hyun's face that he was tired as he worked with a large blue fish, cutting it with a knife. Kang Hyun explained that a chef needed to know how to use a knife, so he had to do everything himself. Randolph continued praising him and asked why he was preparing so little. Kang Hyun replied that it was already a lot, and even a small piece was too much for him. The fish's skin was being peeled off, and Kang Hyun asked whether the lake normally had such big fish. Randolph responded that it didn't, but the strange energy around the lake had caused the fish to grow that large. Randolph then explained how these giant fish were found in the lake. Kang Hyun agreed it was strange and mentioned that the forest acted as a border between the three races, which must have been the reason. Randolph also mentioned that the huge jumping rabbits seen earlier were a result of this strange war energy. In conclusion, the forest was filled with enormous and unusual species of animals and birds because of its unique energy and aura. Kang Hyun remarked that he had thought all the animals there were naturally like that, but Randolph replied that a muscular rabbit like the one they had seen could only be found there, making it a specialty of the place. Meanwhile, Rice Cake eagerly watched him preparing the fish. Kang Hyun then commented that from his perspective, the animals seemed normal. Randolph then asked whether that was what rabbits looked like where he lived, to which Kang Hyun responded that the rabbits where he lived were small and cute, not giant and enormous like the ones there. Randolph smiled slightly and remarked that the rabbits weren't too different after all. Then he said that he was getting hungry and decided to help by gathering firewood. Kang Hyun appreciated the help and thanked him. Both of them began preparing the food, but Kang Hyun realized there wasn't a large enough pot for the fish. He wondered what to do but then remembered that he had brought an enormous pot with him. Rice Cake also helped him gather firewood, wiggling his tail. His friend asked if the bones should be thrown away, but Kang Hyun told him not to, explaining that the bones would be used for the spicy fish stew. Randolph wondered how the bones would be used and asked about it. Kang Hyun explained that radish, bones, and dried shrimp should be boiled together with the foam removed as it appeared. Ingredients would then be added to make the soup refreshing, and boiling without a lid would remove the fishy smell. This process would result in spicy fish stew. As Kang Hyun explained, both Randolph and Rice Cake felt their mouths water, and Randolph praised the aroma, saying it was amazing and that he couldn't wait to eat it. According to him, the stew was ready, so they both approached the pot, but Kang Hyun stopped them, pointing out that something he had forgotten. Only the bones were added, and the meat for the stew was left out. The pieces of meat, which Kang Hyun had already cut, were shown to his friend, and Kang Hyun told him that they would start with some sashimi first. Randolph mentioned that it had been a while since he had eaten raw fish. Since he hadn't eaten fish in a long time, he was encouraged to try it with the sauces in Kang Hyun's hand. When Randolph took the first bite, he was amazed, wondering how the raw fish could taste so good. The way the fish was caught was remembered by him, who then praised the taste, saying he didn't know raw fish could be so chilly and delicious. Randolph further praised the sauces, noting they were like the cherry on top. He described the red sauce as sweet and spicy, said the brown one enhanced the dish's flavor, and remarked that the green one was very spicy but enjoyable. Each sauce given by Kang Hyun was appreciated by Randolph. Rice Cake also stomps on the sauce bottle, pouring a lot on his dish. Kang Hyun continued preparing the soup. He took a bowl and began serving the soup, mentioning that in the place he lived, fish was eaten raw and the bones were used to make soup. The soup was prepared by Kang Hyun, who expressed his belief that Randolph would like it too. The soup looked so delicious that Randolph's mouth started watering again. After the first bite, he started crying and punched the ground. Kang Hyun, thinking Randolph didn't like it, approached him, worried, and asked if something was wrong. However, he explained that he needed alcohol. Both of them began drinking alcohol with the fish, and it seemed like Randolph was enjoying every moment spent with Kang Hyun. He appeared happy and commented that the spicy fish stew went great with alcohol. As Randolph continued eating the fish, he said that whoever had come up with the dish must have been a genius. Kang Hyun asked if he really liked it that much, to which Randolph responded that he liked it more than anything else and that it was the tastiest dish he had ever eaten. He continued to praise the dish, asking if Kang Hyun could feel the tingling heat, to which Kang Hyun replied that he did. However, Randolph added that he felt it too much. Kang Hyun was praised by Randolph that he must be a chef because of how well he described food. Kang Hyun agreed, muttering something unintelligible, implying he was surprised by his regained taste. Kang Hyun then shared with Randolph how his taste had returned. He explained through a flashback that while trying to reduce the smell of a dish, he realized that without a stronger sauce, like a cream sauce, the fruity smell was overpowering. He described the cheesy flavor from chewing as pleasant but noted that the fruity smell persisted as a problem. He wondered if the taste had always been that vivid. While preparing a dish for Lee Young-hwan, Kang Hyun almost forgot that he once had no sense of taste. He reflected on how now he could detect a variety of flavors in food, though it didn't feel as dramatic as when his taste had first returned. Kang Hyun explained everything to Randolph while petting the rice cake. Despite the challenges, Kang Hyun expressed his happiness about regaining his taste and his excitement about being able to showcase even more dishes. Randolph shared in his joy and remarked that Kang Hyun was already making him excited. They both laughed and agreed to look forward to more dishes. Afterward, they took another shot of alcohol and continued drinking. Later that night, he went inside the tent to sleep. At midnight, he woke up thirsty from drinking too much alcohol. His head was spinning and his skin felt itchy. Realizing he needed water, he got up and saw something surprising. Randolph was drinking alcohol again. When Kang Hyun caught him, Randolph admitted that his wife told him to come home early but that he had forgotten. Then he starched his hand while feeling the nice blow of winds. Suddenly, Miss Amelia appeared, standing in front of them. Kang Hyun looked at her and, recognizing her, asked who she was. Kang Hyun, confused, thought it seemed like a scene from a movie. Amelia greeted him. He mentioned that he had wanted to visit her and see her again. She was described as looking very beautiful, and it was noted that everything seemed to be going well. Kang Hyun thanked her for her advice, and she appreciated the moment. They both looked cute, constantly gazing at each other while they talked. Then, Kang Hyun offered to treat her to some food since she was there and told her to wait a moment while he went inside. But when he got up, he fell being tipsy. She replied that she didn't want to try food made by someone who couldn't even stand properly. She also said she had a request. Kang Hyun, confused, asked about the request. She summoned her spirit Sona by calling its name and reminded him that he had said he could see her. When he confirmed this, she explained that normal humans couldn't see elemental spirits because they didn't have the same affinity as those who could. Since he could see the spirit, she concluded that he must be a strange man who randomly appeared in the forest. She speculated that there might be a deeper meaning behind everything and then asked if he would be interested in making a contract with the spirit.
Kang Hyun mentioned a spirit. Miss Amelia then explained to Kang Hyun that people often thought the elves monopolized spirits, but in reality, elves were just close to them. She said that anyone, even normal humans, could make a contract with a spirit if they had an affinity for it. She added that Kang Hyun must have a high affinity since he could see Sona, and asked if he wanted to try. Kang Hyun responded, saying he understood what she had explained, but suddenly he felt unwell and was about to vomit. Covering his mouth, he asked Miss Amelia if they could continue the conversation the next day due to his stomach discomfort, to which Miss Amelia agreed. The following morning, Kang Hyun and Miss Amelia stood in an open area within the forest. Kang Hyun apologized for his behavior the previous day, expressing regret for showing her the worst side of himself. Miss Amelia reassured him, saying it was fine and that day drinking was quite common. Kang Hyun informed her that he had given the spirit matter some thought, as spirits stayed with their contractors constantly, just like she and Sona did. He likened it to adopting another pet and explained that he needed time to consider it carefully. Upon hearing this, Rice Cake seemed to feel insecure, worrying that Kang Hyun might prefer the new pet over him. He clung to Kang Hyun's pants with his tiny paws, trying to signal not to proceed with the contract. Kang Hyun looked down at Rice Cake and asked what was wrong. Rice Cake made a pleading expression, apparently seeking attention and trying to express concern about the new contract. Kang Hyun remarked that it seemed Rice Cake wanted a younger brother. It became apparent that there was a communication gap, as Rice Cake's expression suggested he might feel lonely. Miss Amelia encouraged Kang Hyun, saying he would surely find an amazing spirit. Hearing this, Rice Cake playfully kicked Kang Hyun in frustration, displeased with the arrangement, though both Kang Hyun and Miss Amelia ignored his reaction. Miss Amelia then instructed Kang Hyun to change into a summoning outfit. She handed him a leaf-made frock, a floral necklace, and a stick to hold. She commented that the outfit was a perfect fit and explained that these items would help boost his affinity. Kang Hyun questioned the necessity of wearing the outfit, expressing that it left him feeling slightly odd. Miss Amelia assured him that her grandfather had worn the same attire when he made a contract with a great spirit. She then advised Kang Hyun to think about the type of spirit he wanted, but he replied indifferently. Miss Amelia, however, insisted that it wasn't just whatever, as a spirit's characteristics, hobbies, age, and values could vary. She told him not to worry, assuring him the process would be quick. She closed her eyes, made a hand gesture, and chanted a spell. The atmosphere changed around them, and Kang Hyun marveled at the enchanting scene, noticing glowing fireflies descending from the sky and silently wondering if these were the spirits he sought. Suddenly, an orange firefly approached him, encircling him and leaving trails of color. Miss Amelia was delighted, calling it a success and speculating that it might be a high spirit. Kang Hyun's excitement grew as he anticipated meeting his spirit. The colors eventually faded, revealing a small hamster in front of him. Kang Hyun felt let down by the hamster's small size, and the hamster, feeling shy, covered his eyes, declaring to himself that such a handsome person would be his master. In a surprising move, the hamster drilled underground and moved around before resurfacing in front of Rice Cake, who stared at him intently. Miss Amelia was impressed by the hamster's abilities, noting that it could wield two elements, which was rare. Kang Hyun asked her about the two-element ability, and she explained that the hamster could use both earth and fire. At the mention of fire, the hamster attempted to breathe fire but quickly fainted afterward. Rice Cake was jealous and stomps on the hamster, causing it to stop its act. Miss Amelia noted that the young hamster was too inexperienced to handle both elements. Meanwhile, Rice Cake was still uncertain, wondering if he would remain important to Kang Hyun after the hamster joined them. Rice Cake brushed off his worries as the summoned creature was not as cute and furry as he thought. Miss Amelia then suggested that Kang Hyun name the hamster to complete the contract. Holding the fainted tiny hamster in his hands, Kang Hyun thought of various names like Ratatouille, but eventually decided on Tori, adding that Ham would be its last name. Miss Amelia admitted she hadn't expected such a spirit to appear and expressed her hope that Kang Hyun and Tori would form a strong bond. She informed him that she needed to go scout, but Kang Hyun gently held her hand, asking her to stay a while longer. He explained that he couldn't let her leave without offering her some food. He then pulled out a burger from his bag, saying he had prepared extra, anticipating that she might have come without breakfast. Miss Amelia contemplated the burger and decided to try it, acknowledging she hadn't eaten that morning. She wondered aloud if it was a sandwich, examining it curiously. Kang Hyun clarified that it was a simple and filling breakfast item and shared that, as a child, he had eaten a lot of salad bread. Miss Amelia remarked that it was her first time seeing such food and believed it must taste good if Kang Hyun had made it. Meanwhile, Rice Cake was close to Kang Hyun, determined not to leave any space for Tori. Taking her first bite, her face reddened with pleasure as she savored the flavors, amazed at the softness of the bread. She praised the sandwich, marveling at how it melted in her mouth, and asked about the sweet and sour sauce, commenting that the crunchy veggies complemented the flavors perfectly. She also wondered aloud how far human culinary arts had advanced. Kang Hyun, pleased with her reaction, expressed his happiness that she liked it. In her mind, Miss Amelia pondered Kang Hyun's impressive cooking skills, suspecting he might be from somewhere unusual and possibly a mysterious chef. She enjoyed the sandwich so much that she asked if he had another, to which Kang Hyun replied that he had brought plenty and could even pack some for her to take. They both enjoyed the sandwiches contentedly. The scene then shifted to a woman in a dim room, occupied with household tasks. While she worked, her daughter peeked through the door, informing her that she had finished her homework and asking for permission to watch television. Her mother agreed, granting her an hour to watch. The girl excitedly switched on the television, mentioning she would be watching a show called Jujutsu Frirabi Bugstrangester, and sitting right in front of the screen. Her mother cautioned her not to sit too close. While watching, the girl suddenly called out to her mother, who responded, wondering why she was being called. The girl pointed at the TV screen, which displayed Kang Hyun. She asked her mother if the person on the screen was Uncle Chef. Her mother, equally surprised, recognized Kang Hyun on the television. In the next scene, Kang Hyun was at home with Rice Cake and his newly contracted spirit, Tori, the hamster. Rice Cake gently patted Tori, who had been unconscious since using both elements. Tori muttered something before slipping back into unconsciousness. Kang Hyun, holding two bowls, asked Rice Cake if Tori still wasn't feeling well, mentioning that Tori had been like this since arriving in their world. He set down the bowls, explaining that he had cooked some meat in the hope that Tori might eat. Seeing the bowl full of meat, Rice Cake leaped with joy, but Tori remained still, only uttering a soft murmur before crawling toward the plate of meat and putting her entire mouth over it. Kang Hyun told her that she was going to hurt her mouth, but he was happy to see that she was still eating. Tori and Rice Cake started eating the meat, and seeing both of them eating made Kang Hyun happy. He commented that she was just like Rice Cake when it came to food. Kang Hyun then recalled Miss Amelia's words, where she had explained that when a spirit comes to life, it takes on the appearance of an animal. She had mentioned that hamsters like Tori have an affinity with the earth element, but Tori was special as she could also use the fire element. Miss Amelia had also informed Kang Hyun that he didn't need to feed spirits since they feed off nature's energy. When Kang Hyun had seemed tense and questioned if they didn't eat, Miss Amelia had reassured him that spirits could eat, so he could still feed her. Kang Hyun then thought about nature's energy and considered that perhaps Tori would like some raw food. After eating the meat, it appeared that Tori had regained some of her energy, as she looked a bit more energetic. Kang Hyun remarked to himself that she looked much better now and decided he would give her more raw food from then on. This made Rice Cake feel slightly jealous, as he believed Kang Hyun was worrying more about Tori. He was also pissed at the fact that he also have to eat raw instead of cooked food. All this happened because of Tori. At that moment, Kang Hyun heard a noise coming from his door, and he turned his eyes toward it, inviting the person to come in. He saw a group of kids peeking inside the house and murmuring among themselves that Kang Hyun was there and that someone should talk to him, finding it very interesting. Seeing this, Kang Hyun was a little confused. One of the boys, Sang-gu, called him uncle and entered the house. Kang Hyun asked Sang-gu what was up with him and his friends, to which Sang-gu replied that he couldn't believe Kang Hyun was that kind of person, expressing betrayal and disbelief. The children at the door echoed Sang-gu's feelings, exclaiming that Kang Hyun had lied to them. Kang Hyun, still confused, asked them what he had done, and further asked Sang-gu to explain what was going on. Feeling shy, Sang-gu covered his face with his hands, turned away from Kang Hyun, and exclaimed with joy that Kang Hyun had spoken to him. He then rushed outside the house to his friends, who discussed excitedly amongst themselves that they had never seen a celebrity before and wondered if they should ask for an autograph. Watching this, Kang Hyun was overwhelmed with emotion, remembering his childhood when everyone around him had been bullied for talking to him. Soon after, the kids left. Just then, a bike pulled up outside his house and stopped, revealing a delivery man who appeared to have come to deliver an order. The delivery man asked where he should place the item, which looked like a banner. Kang Hyun responded that he hadn't ordered a banner and asked if he was sure he was at the correct address. The man confirmed the address was correct and unfolded the banner, asking once more if Kang Hyun hadn't ordered it. Seeing the banner, Kang Hyun seemed puzzled and held his head, wondering aloud when today's episode of Chef was supposed to air. Moments later, the city speakers announced that the village head had an announcement. The speaker introduced himself and shared that there would be a screening of Yongpyeong's Pride, featuring Lee Kang-hyun, at the village hall at 4 p.m., inviting villagers to stop by if they had time. The announcement concluded with a special request for Kang-hyun to come. Hearing this, he was taken aback, realizing that the show had already aired. The delivery man commented that Kang-hyun looked great and requested an autograph, though he did not know who Kang Hyun was. Kang Hyun replied that he didn't have an autograph ready yet. Outside the village hall, Kang Hyun stood with Rice Cake and Tori. He held a watermelon in each hand. Kang Hyun thought to himself that it was his first time coming here, and it was to see himself on TV. He began to walk inside the hall, noticing that Tori and Rice Cake seemed very excited. It seems both of them had settled their matters. As he opened the door to the village hall, he greeted everyone, and upon entering, he saw an old man, the village chief, holding a poster of him and showing it to the crowd. Kang Hyun asked the chief what he was doing. The chief revealed that he wanted to surprise Kang Hyun and explained that the poster was for everyone to take after the screening. He had made many copies so that everyone could have one. In response, Kang Hyun took all the posters outside and burned them. The chief was a little disappointed as he watched through the window. Kang Hyun re-entered the hall, expressing that he couldn't walk around the village with his poster everywhere. He then sat near a table, and an elderly lady sitting beside him commented that this wasn't the first time he had done something like that. The lady, Grandma Park, greeted Kang Hyun, who responded to her. She reassured him that there was nothing to be embarrassed about and added that the chief was simply proud of him. Kang Hyun thanked her but explained that people tend to dislike chefs who appear on TV and mentioned that he had decided not to care about it. He expressed his gratitude. Grandma Park praised Kang Hyun, stating that if he was good at his job and had time for other pursuits, he was doing amazing, adding that no one had said they hated him. She offered him some wise advice, telling him that if anyone spoke poorly of him, their opinions were worthless and would not help him in life. Kang Hyun, impressed by her words, assured her that he would remember them. A lady then entered the hall, carrying a large basket, and announced that she had brought some samjitang. The villagers expressed happiness and excitement, and someone remarked that it was a special day, as one of their own was on television. Another agreed. The lady placed a big bowl in front of Kang Hyun, offering him the biggest portion. Kang Hyun looked at the bowl, thinking to himself that it had been a while since he had eaten someone else's cooking. The bowl was filled with chicken and soup, and its aroma was incredibly refreshing. He took a spoonful of soup and rice and put it in his mouth. As he ate, he was overjoyed and appreciated the cook's skill, noting the broth's purity and refreshing taste, how much care had gone into adding herbs and cooking for a long time, and how even the rice shared the flavor. He concluded that no one could make such a dish without sincerity. Seeing him enjoy his meal, Rice Cake and Tori couldn't contain themselves, their mouths watering. Observing this, Kang Hyun promised to get them some chicken. He stood up and fetched chicken for both Rice Cake and Tori, who happily enjoyed the meal. Hamster eating chicken, well, that's wired. Meanwhile, the village chief announced for everyone to gather as they were about to start the screening. Everyone gathered in front of the television. The speaker from today's chef welcomed the audience, and everyone watched the screen eagerly, waiting for Kang Hyun to appear. The screen showed Kang Hyun, and the speaker introduced him, marveling at his skill at only 14 years old. The screen displayed Kang Hyun cooking with intense focus, and the speaker praised his cooking as an art, calling it beautiful. The speaker proclaimed that everyone should feel proud as the Republic of Korea had Lee Kang Hyun. Both the judges and the audience in the show were awestruck, and the speaker declared it a historic moment that would shake the world. Hearing this, all the villagers were moved to tears, clapping and shouting with joy, celebrating that Korea had Lee Kang Hyun. The chief hugged him tearfully, telling him how hard he had worked and how amazing he was. Kang Hyun, also emotional, admitted that he hadn't known he would get more screen time because Jung Sik and Young Woo had dropped out. He cursed PD Yonha for this. Inside the hall, everyone cheered enthusiastically, declaring it the perfect day to celebrate. They raised their glasses in a toast to Lee Kang Hyun, calling him the pride of the Republic of Korea. Overwhelmed by the immense love and support, Kang Hyun, full of tears, exclaimed inwardly, wishing someone would knock him out of this embarrassing moment. The village chief thought it was the perfect day to drink and invited everyone to raise their glasses, toasting, "Son of Yongpyong, pride of the Republic of Korea." All the villagers enthusiastically cheered for him, praising him with shouts dedicated to Lee Kang Hyun. Witnessing this overwhelming affection, Kang Hyun, filled with embarrassing emotion, implored someone to knock him out, though it was clear the villagers were too captivated by him to oblige. They declared that they would now drink to honor their village's pride. Kang Hyun wished fervently that this newfound attention was merely a dream and that he would wake up the next day to find it all gone. However, a week later, the adoration continued unabated. The village chief referred to him solely as the pride of Yongpyong, and asked him how he was doing. Children nicknamed him the God of Chefs, and even his friend Jim frequently texted to ask if he was enjoying his celebrity status. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Kang Hyun turned to Tori and asked if she was skilled at digging. When Tori, confused, inquired why he was asking, Kang Hyun sighed and explained that she could dig a hole big enough for him to hide, or she could just bury him. It would be preferable to enduring his ongoing embarrassment. To escape his stardom, Kang Hyun traveled to a fantasy world for training with Noah. After an intense session, Noah commended him for his effort that day. Kang Hyun, however, shrugged, attributing his resilience to the emptiness in his mind, noting that after the peak of embarrassment back home, nothing could faze him, not even running on all fours. Observing his nonchalance, Noah expressed concern, asking if Kang Hyun was okay. Kang Hyun reassured him with a grin, admitting that he felt much better in the fantasy world. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori are in a fierce battle competing at who could dig the ground faster. Rice Cake was determined not to lose to Tori. Kang Hyun noted that Tori seemed to be doing better as well. Noah questioned who Tori was, so Kang Hyun casually introduced her as a spirit he had recently formed a contract with, explaining that she was small and beside Rice Cake. He asked Noah if he was also unable to see the spirit. When Noah learned that an elf had helped Kang Hyun form the contract, he picked up a stone from the ground. Perplexed, Kang Hyun asked what he was doing and why is he grabbing a stone. Without replying, Noah suddenly threw a stone with great force at a nearby tree. Kang Hyun shouts at him, trying to stop him. A huge hole was created in the tree. Emilia, sitting on the tree, glared at him and called him a savage. Noah, visibly angry, retorted that he had told her not to bother Kang Hyun, who was a friend of the Beastmen. He demanded to know what Emilia was planning, to which she replied coolly, criticizing the Beastmen for their violent tendencies. Noah grew even angrier at her remark, while Kang Hyun hurriedly tried to diffuse the tension. He wondered if there was a backstory between them. After Kang Hyun intervened, he questioned Noah about how the two could even understand each other, pointing out that Noah hadn't understood Randolph previously. Emilia came down and smugly explained that, as a ranger, she needed to know at least 3 languages for navigating the forest, and added that she was also fluent in ancient languages. Noah, smirking, insinuated that it was because she had been alive during ancient times, and he informed Kang Hyun that the elf lived 10 times longer than he had. It was a jab that struck a nerve. Kang Hyun, bewildered, asked how could she live 10 times more than him. Emilia became angry, and the confrontation escalated further. Feeling like a mediator in a wrestling match, Kang Hyun reminded them that interracial fighting was forbidden and pleaded for peaceful communication. Just then, Randolph arrived for training and stopped, bewildered by the scene of Kang Hyun trying to pacify an elf and a beastman. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori appeared to be betting on the outcome of the fight. Finally, Kang Hyun managed to calm everyone down, said they were all his saviors, and pleaded with them not to fight. He suggested proper introductions. Kang Hyun suggested to Randolph that he would translate, but Randolph brought a translation artifact necklace and insisted that he need not help anymore. Randolph introduced himself as the Knight Captain of Robentus. Emilia stated that she was an elf ranger, and Noah simply mentioned his name. As the atmosphere turned awkward, Kang Hyun had an idea to break the tension. He asked if everyone was okay with spicy food, and proposed cooking a spicy dish from his hometown, confident that good food and drinks could mend any rift. Kang Hyun grilled some meat, added spices, and prepared his special kimchi stew. The representative of the species looked at him in awe. Randolph remarked that if it was not strange, because it had been 100 years since the war ended and there had been no exchanges between races since fighting was forbidden. Randolph looked at Kang Hyun and thanked him, remarking a chef from an unknown world made them gather in the same place. He closed his eyes and said what he believed. He believed that Kang Hyun might be an apostle sent by God. Emilia also smiled and remarked that he might be a cooking apostle, which was funny but agreed with him. That was the reason why she asked Kang Hyun to make a contract with a spirit. Then she told Noah that she would not harm Kang Hyun, to which Noah nodded. Kang Hyun looked at them and was happy to see them getting closer. Then he attended to cooking. At first, put the ingredients in the pot and boil them. Then fill a pot with freshly cooked rice with a fried egg on top. And here you go, a complete meal with a meat dish, rice and rice paper. He introduced them to the meal called kimchi jjigae. Kang Hyun then invited everyone to eat. He warned them that the meal could be spicy, so they should eat with rice. Randolph, looking at the meal, was drolling as this smelled nice to him. Others were bewildered at the scene. As the meal started, Randolph ate with great enthusiasm, while Noah observed Emilia's bowl with suspicion. Noah remarked that he had thought elves did not eat meat. At this, Kang Hyun froze, realizing he had forgotten about that detail. While Noah tried to snatch her meal, Emilia hastily pulled her bowl back and explained that she chose not to eat meat to avoid harming living beings, but she could eat it if she wished. She expressed her gratitude to Kang Hyun, offered a prayer to nature, and began eating. Meanwhile, Randolph thoroughly enjoyed the meal, describing the stew as an explosion of flavor, while Noah struggled with the spiciness, feeling as though he were breathing fire. Emilia, as graceful as ever, complimented the mixture of meat and vegetables, which kept her eating more. Though it was spicy, the balance of rice and egg in the dish made a perfect combination. Randolph also complimented the dish, saying he had never seen grains that looked this glossy and sticky before, which is fantastic. He wished there were, but before he could finish, Kang-hyun brought a glass. Looking at Randolph, he signaled that he knew. Randolph was in tears and thanked him. Drunk Randolph, with an awkward gesture, expressed his satisfaction. But he fumbled at the fact that they could not train since they were drinking. Kang-hyun also wanted to avoid the training and wished to chat and enjoy. Meanwhile, Tori and Rice Cake were also eating, and it seemed the dish was too spicy for Tori. Noah remarked that the alcohol was different from the one that he brought previously. During the meal, Randolph suddenly mentioned that someone wanted to speak to Kang-hyun regarding the spices for the beastmen. He asked if Kang-hyun would be willing to meet his lord. Kang-hyun, perplexed, asked why lord. Randolph asked if he wanted to give the beastmen tribe some spices. Randolph explained that spices were valuable goods and required the city lord's permission to trade in large amounts. He also informed Kang-hyun that Lord was interested in meeting him. This revelation made Kang-hyun nervous, but Randolph reassured him, explaining that it was a necessary step. Kang-hyun admitted that he was simply curious about the matter and noted that the beastmen might have differing views on it. He elaborated that he intended to teach the beastmen how to make dishes using spices, though the region had a limited supply. That's why he asked Randolph about it. Noah wanted to know if Kang-hyun wanted the beastman tribe to trade with humans. Not necessarily, but Kang-hyun wanted them to eat better food. Kang-hyun expressed his wish to enhance their taste and lifestyle through this initiative. Randolph pointed out that there was no downside to the trade for either party. He added that interspecies trade had been practiced a century ago and saw no reason why it couldn't happen now. The beastman agreed with Kang-hyun but emphasized that the final decision rested with the tribe chief. Reflecting on the past, Noah believed that she would agree too. He recalled how the tribe's morale had improved after he introduced spices to them. Some tribe members had even expressed an eagerness to learn more about cooking. The beastmen thanked Kang-hyun for changing their perceptions of humans, attributing the shift entirely to his efforts. He assured Kang-hyun that their chief would consider his proposal favorably. Randolph celebrated the beastmen's supportive words and turned to Ms. Ranger for her thoughts. She explained that most of her elf tribe had been involved in the war directly, making her situation different. Changing the subject, she assured Kang-hyun that the right time for such endeavors would come soon. Meanwhile, Rice Cake jumped on him along with Tori, excited by the delicious food. They wanted more. Randolph expressed joy at everyone's agreement on the topic and remarked that their meeting felt destined. The group then poured drinks and continued their discussions. Amid the conversation, Noah mentioned that he had been teaching Kang-hyun beastman combat technique. Randolph noticed changes in Kang-hyun's physique and commented on his separate training regimen. Kang-hyun laughed, admitting he had forgotten to share the updates, and demonstrated his ability to run quickly on all fours. As he crouched to show his running style, he wondered why he had 4 hands. He was drunk. Randolph and the beastman joked that Kang-hyun no longer needed 2 teachers. Randolph challenged the beastmen to a duel, agreeing that the loser would forfeit. He throws his gloves as a gesture. Noah, breaking the soju bottle, eagerly accepted, and the two began playfully taunting each other, much to the amusement of the elf and Kang-hyun, who watched from a distance. Both of them started arm wrestling. Ms. Ranger remarked to Kang-hyun that they seemed weak, shocking him. She offered to teach him archery, but he clarified that learning archery might be excessive, and he won't have time to cook. Then she offered him to teach dagger technique, but he admitted that he had no use for dagger combat technique. She added that they were not an easy, drunken group to handle. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and the spirits peacefully fell asleep after enjoying the meal. But her spirit was trembling as Rice Cake grabbed the bird's spirit. As the day ended and a new one began, Kang-hyun returned to Earth. A banner was hung in the pride of Kang-hyun. In the kitchen, he attempted to light the gas stove. The fire wouldn't start due to a problem with the gas. He considered calling someone to fix it, realizing they wouldn't arrive until the next day. He felt disheartened, worrying about the day's sales, and reflected on how there had been no guests for the past 3 days. Still, he held out hope that someone might come. This week, Kang-hyun's profit was still 0. As soon as he mentioned this, the house bell rang. Kang-hyun jumped with joy, believing he had jinxed it. The next moment, he saw a man and a girl standing at the door. He was surprised to see them. They are Sujin and his husband with their newborn child. The girl greeted Kang Hyun and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. She then inquired about Kang Hyun's health. Upon seeing the baby, Kang Hyun asked if it was alright to keep the baby outside. She assured him that it was fine for a short while. She further explained that she had wanted the baby to meet him but she had fallen asleep on the way. Sujin informed him that the baby's name was Haeun. Seeing the baby up close, Kang Hyun was overjoyed and started wondering how someone could be so small and cute. Her husband encouraged Kang Hyun to touch the baby. The three adults admired the baby for her looks and innocence. Kang Hyun then expressed his concern that he might break her if he held her. The man reassured him to be gentle, and that there would be no issue. Kang Hyun hesitated but admitted he only wanted to pinch the baby's cheek. He wiped his hand and then lovingly, he approached her and softly whispered her name, Haeun, before gently poking her cheek. Upon touching them, he was filled with happiness and thought again about how cute and soft her cheeks were. Witnessing this, Rice Cake and Tori grew jealous and pounced on him, upset that he was showing affection to someone else. Tori began to flash. He asked to show her cuteness. Kang Hyun calmed them down by saying they were soft too. Meanwhile, Sujin explained that they had come for Haeun to meet him and added that she wished to have a nice meal. She asked Kang Hyun if he could prepare something for them. Kang Hyun invited them to sit down, promising to make a meal quickly. Heading to the kitchen, he remembered with disappointment that the stove was not working. Determined, he decided to use the camping stove. Seeing his struggle, Tori, the spirit, called out to him and gestured that she could help. Kang Hyun recalled that Tori had fire powers and entrusted the task to her before continuing his other preparations. He began cleaning the abalone, removing the guts and teeth, and blending the intestines with rice wine. He then instructed Tori to melt butter in a pan and fry onions and minced garlic. Next, he added abalone, soaked rice, and the blended intestines with broth, then let it simmer. Stir everything well before serving it to his guests. The aroma delighted them, and they were amazed at what Kang Hyun had created using abalone. This dish is called abalone risotto. Sujin's husband was amazed that he could make risotto out of abalone. Kang Hyun explained that he had wanted to prepare something better than simple porridge since they had traveled so far to visit him. They tasted the dish and were thrilled. Sujin praised it as delicious, noting that it did not taste fishy but had a nutty flavor. The man complimented the dish, saying the abalone was soft, chewy, and seemed to melt in his mouth, making the combination extraordinary. Sujin then asked Kang Hyun if she could take some abalones home, as she could eat many of them. Kang Hyun regretfully explained that he couldn't cook more that day but offered to teach her the recipe. She felt slightly disappointed, but Kang Hyun expressed gratitude to Tori for her help, acknowledging that the dish would not have been possible without her. He would never forget the sacrifice that Tori made. Noah, the beast man, came back to the tribe. Back in the chieftain's tent, he talked about their conversation of trading with humans. He was sitting in front of her as she was considering the idea of trading with humans. He mentioned that the atmosphere and vibe in their tribe had changed a lot and urged her to view the opportunity, as it was a chance to get ahead of the other beastmen tribes. The Lord smiled and agreed with his thoughts. She then told the beastman that she already knew what was happening behind their back. She spoke about the Temu bastard, explaining that he always challenged her directly whenever he disagreed with her and that the title of warrior chief had become unbefitting. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said that they should spread the word that the Lord was in favor of trading with humans. She explained that they were already moving in that direction and that it was best to get rid of any annoyance as soon as possible. However, she added that the decision to trade also lay with the human city lord. Noah agreed and assured the Lord that he would spread the rumors, especially within the Temu's circle. She then asked him whether he had seen her daughter, as she hadn't seen her since the morning. Noah replied that he thought Mona was with her. Upon hearing this, she became alarmed and thought about whether her daughter had run off again. She closed her eyes, reflecting that there was still so much she needed to teach her daughter. The girl, she lamented, was already behind other children when it came to talking because she wandered around too much. Noah then asked her if she had said something the previous day. She replied that she was shocked after hearing her daughter's first word, which, surprisingly, was food. In the next scene, Kang Hyun is sitting on a chair in an open area in the forest. While he sat there, he heard the bush behind him rustling. Turning around to check, he saw someone jump out of the bushes toward him. It was the chief's daughter, Mona, who had run away again. She jumped at him, shouting the word food, which, incidentally, was the first word her mother had mentioned earlier. Seeing Mona, Kang Hyun jumped with joy, as it had been a very long time since he had seen her. He asked Mona if she had said food earlier. Mona stared at Kang Hyun for a while, and when she saw his reaction, he called her name out of curiosity. Mona struggled to stand, and after a few moments she managed to get up on her feet, though she fumbled a little. Seeing her stand, Kang Hyun was initially shocked, but then he became emotional, realizing how much she had grown in the time he had not seen her. He wondered to himself whether this was how uncles felt when they saw their nieces growing up. Proudly, he grabbed her in his arms and remarked that it was amazing she could even walk on 2 feet now. In the back, Rice-cake and Tori were a little disappointed. While he was holding her, Mona tried to communicate with her gestures. Kang Hyun understood that she wanted to tell him it was all because of him. Her mother had taught her to stand, and the reward was the chance to meet him. She worked hard while making Kang Hyun's food as her inspiration. Mona also seemed to convey that she missed the food Kang Hyun used to make for her. Understanding a little, Kang Hyun apologized to Mona. Meanwhile, Randolph, who was also sitting on the chair, apologized to Mona and explained that Kang Hyun already had a prior appointment. Kang Hyun apologized again and asked her to leave. Hearing this, Mona was shocked. She started crying loudly. Her cries were so loud that the birds in the trees flew away. She grabbed Kang Hyun's legs, refusing to let him go. Kang Hyun asked her to calm down, as she was even pulling on his pants. Rice-cake gave her a smug look. Seeing the scene, Randolph commented to Kang Hyun that it was quite bothersome. Mona was determined to follow both of them, but since she was a beast man, they could not take her into the human village. Kang Hyun then pulled out the whistle that the beastmen had given him. He wondered who would have thought he would need to use it in a situation like this. As soon as he blew the whistle, Noah appeared in front of him and asked who was troubling him. However, upon seeing Mona crying and grabbing Kang Hyun's legs, Noah was shocked. He picked Mona up with both hands, while Kang Hyun told her that it was for her own safety. Mona started crying again, thinking about the past when Kang Hyun had promised to make her something very delicious the next time he saw her. Mona screamed at him, calling him a traitor. Randolph and Kang Hyun then started heading toward the village. They were going to the estate where the human lord resided. Randolph told Kang Hyun that it was also his workspace, so the knights lived there as well. At the entrance of the castle, soldiers greeted him as they knew him from the drinking session. When they reached the estate, Kang Hyun marveled at its beauty and size. He wondered what kind of person the lord would be and thought that the lord might be someone insightful and egoistic. In the next scene, the lord, Giovanni Dorman Robentus, was sitting right in front of them. Kang Hyun was surprised, as the lord appeared far friendlier than he had expected. Introducing himself to the lord, Kang Hyun listened as the lord explained that he wanted to meet him for a while because of the many rumors about him. The lord noted that Kang Hyun was a human protected by a holy wolf and also the beloved student of Knight Captain Randolph. The lord then glanced at Kang Hyun and asked if it was true that he had defeated the entire Robentus Knight Order on his own. Kang Hyun disagreed, dismissing it as fake news. As Kang Hyun thought about the rumors, Randolph remarked that the rumors about him being an excellent chef had not yet spread. The lord then mentioned that he had heard about Kang Hyun's cooking skills in detail from both Randolph and Sir Roman. Apparently, the two had bragged about Kang Hyun so much that even the head chef had started considering Kang Hyun as his rival. Hearing this, Randolph thought for a moment and questioned if it wasn't a very high goal for the head chef, considering Kang Hyun as his rival. He then mentioned to Kang Hyun that he would be happy to have a dish made by him if he ever got a chance. Lord invited both of them to have lunch together, commenting that their chefs were not too bad. Kang Hyun then wondered about the Lord. He thought that the Lord was a very good person and had the power to make others feel comfortable around him. In the next scene, all three were sitting around the dining table, waiting for their lunch to be served. Kang Hyun shared his idea of trading with the beast with the Lord. The Lord appreciated Kang Hyun for his knowledge of cooking and asked where he had learned all of it. Kang Hyun replied that he had learned a lot from school. Upon hearing the term school, the Lord expressed curiosity and wondered aloud if cooking schools even existed in that place. He then mentioned that he had studied in the capital city for a while, too, and proceeded to ask Kang Hyun about his hometown. Kang Hyun replied that his hometown was a bit far away. The Lord, curious about how Kang Hyun managed to come there every week, remarked that there must have been a well-developed transport system in place. However, the Lord also noted that it was his first time seeing the kind of clothes Kang Hyun was wearing. The style seemed unfamiliar to him, and there was no country in his mind where he could place those clothes. But before he could ask any more, Randolph intervened. After some thought, the Lord realized he was asking too many questions. He apologized to Kang Hyun for being a little rude, explaining that it was simply his curiosity. He then reassured Kang Hyun that, as a student of Randolph, he seemed very trustworthy, and now it would only be his future actions that mattered the most. At that moment, there was a knock on the door as the food was about to be served. The waiters, ladies from the estate, entered the room to serve the meal. The lunch in the Lord's estate looked very delicious. After a while, Kang Hyun felt a little strange. He had the impression that someone was staring at him from behind. When he turned around, he saw that it was the head chef of the estate. They both stared into each other's eyes, and Kang Hyun wondered to himself about the lasers that seemed to be shooting from the chef's gaze. Kang Hyun questioned internally why the chef was staring at him with such laser-focused eyes. Unknown to him, the head chef wasn't simply gazing into thin air but was admiring the boy who was famously nicknamed the boy who seduces people with unheard dishes. The head chef had longed to meet this future culinary prodigy and hoped to show him what it meant to hold the big leagues in one's hands. Under the head chef's stern gaze, Kang Hyun began to feel uncomfortable. He shakily whispered his gratitude for the food. The head chef, though quiet, was brimming with excitement. He believed that once Kang Hyun tasted the food, the boy would finally understand the vast difference in their skill levels. The head chef smiled mischievously and wished him to enjoy the meal, though the expression made Kang Hyun briefly paranoid, wondering if the food might be poisoned. Kang Hyun shook off the thought and decided to focus on the meal. After all, he reasoned that the food served at the Lord's estate must be prepared by the best chef in the fief, which explained why it looked so visually stunning. Curious to explore the dishes, Kang Hyun began with a spoonful of creamy white potato soup. As he tasted it, he noticed a deeper richness than in regular soup, as if it had been made with goat milk. The texture was smooth and light, however, he thought it lacked the boldness and strength he preferred. Maybe because he was used to strong flavors, he felt the soup was bland. Moving on to the sausages, Kang Hyun found himself very impressed. The meat was juicy with a strong flavor that stood out. It was perfectly seasoned in every bite and had an ideal texture. Rice Cake and Tori also received food, though Rice Cake had to share it with Tori since nobody could see her. Sad life. The head chef, unable to resist a bit of arrogance, asked Kang Hyun mockingly whether the food was to his taste. Although outwardly calm, the chef was smug, assuming that Kang Hyun lacked the experience or palate to offer proper criticism. To the head chef's surprise, Kang Hyun suddenly lit up with delight and enthusiastically exclaimed that the food was excellent. He went on to praise the chef, saying the steak was cooked perfectly, the sausages were juicy yet light in texture, and the soup's flavors combined beautifully for a well-rounded dish. The head chef, caught off guard by the genuine praise, responded casually with a thank you, though internally he was bursting with pride. He thought that even the boy, who was known for his extraordinary palate, had acknowledged the greatness of his food. As Kang Hyun continued to enjoy the meal, the head chef's smug smirk softened into a satisfied grin. For the moment it seemed that Kang Hyun's talent for creating unheard-of dishes would coexist peacefully with the head chef's mastery of classical culinary excellence. Amidst all the excitement, Randolph suddenly pushed Kang Hyun forward, urging him to bring out all the food. He prepared to share with everyone, and an eager Kang Hyun agreed enthusiastically, saying that he should bring it out now since everyone was already eating. Kang Hyun opened his box and brought potato pancakes to the meeting. He asked them all to taste a little bit. Lord was visibly excited and thrilled at the opportunity of finally tasting the cooking of the man who had gained fame because of his mysterious culinary creations. When the head chef saw the potato pancakes, he furrowed his brow in confusion and thought to himself what in the world the food was supposed to be. Nevertheless, Kang Hyun offered him a portion as well and recommended eating it with the sauce he had brought along. The head chef could hardly believe that this strange food was being offered to him, the great chef in the Lord's estate. He had never even heard of such a dish in his life. As the delectable scent of the pancakes filled the air, the workers and other servers couldn't help but sniff the air. The heavenly aroma alone was a guarantee that the food would be great. However, when the head chef reluctantly picked up a piece of the pancake, he reassured himself that no matter what anyone said, there was no way the dish could compete with his cooking. But the instant the head chef tried the pancake, he was struck with an unexpected realization. As he was able to detect the main ingredient, it was promel. He found the texture perfect, chewy yet fine, with the ideal ratio of savory and salty, leaving him speechless. He wondered how promel could be so chewy. Even in an attempt to compose himself, he was amazed at how something seemingly simple could turn out so complex. In the background, Rice Cake chuckled at the chef's bewildered reaction. The head chef began to analyze the dish, wondering if the ingredients were the same as the ones he used in his soup. Yet, despite the apparent similarity in the base ingredients, the depth and execution of Kang Hyun's cooking far surpassed his understanding. As the head chef finished eating, his pride hit the floor, and he began hallucinating. In his mind, he imagined Kang Hyun standing atop a towering wall of talent, mockingly asking whether he could make something like that. On that day, for the first time in his life, he felt a huge wall that was hard to overcome for him. He was in tears. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, the head chef abruptly got up and ran out of the room, shouting that he would show Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun was taken aback by the chef's dramatic reaction and asked in confusion what the chef wanted to show him. But the head chef was already gone. The city lord, who had been observing the whole scene, chuckled in amusement. He commented with a knowing smile that the existence of a rival would undoubtedly inspire personal growth. In the end, he believed the competition would only make their food even tastier. Randolph, sitting by the Lord, was picking pancakes like cards and inquired whether Lord should not care for the head chef. The city lord, however, simply swatted aside the inquiry with his hand and ate more potato pancake. He exclaimed that the food was remarkable and actually quite good, marveling at how much he enjoyed it. He added that he finally understood why they must have the trade. Pausing to sip another cup, he murmured darkly that, in a way, they wanted what his people had. Kang Hyun was confused by the city lord's ambiguous and cryptic statement. Just as he opened his mouth to ask a question, the city lord smiled and began telling him a story about his past. The city lord explained that the Robentus family had protected the border of the forest for generations. Because of that, they enjoyed a monopoly on the trade of rare items found in the forest, which allowed their family to rise and become one of the great houses of the kingdom. However, he added with a hint of sadness, that was all in the past. The city lord continued that he now wanted to rebuild the land and restore his family's legacy. To do that, he said, he needed someone with unique skills and knowledge, someone like Kang Hyun. Looking straight into Kang Hyun's face, the city lord explained that this was why he was offering him a role as the mediator for the trade. He asked Kang Hyun if he would help them. The trust of the tribe chief was not in ordinary humans but only in Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun was shocked by the faith the city lord had in him and the surprising offer of becoming the mediator for the trade. In the church, when the bishop got wind of this, he was completely shocked. The man who brought the news explained that it was unclear how the deal was progressing, but he was certain that Kang Hyun was the one negotiating it. The bishop clenched his fist in frustration. For the bishop, the name Kang Hyun was a thorn in his side. This was not the first time Kang Hyun had interfered with his schemes. The first time, he had caused interference with the city lord by allowing the White Wolf to enter the territory when the bishop considered such things to be an abomination. Now, Kang Hyun was establishing trade with barbarians and unworthy beings known as beastmen. To the bishop, trading with the beastmen was an affront to their teachings about humanity's superiority. Worse yet, if the trade succeeded, Kang Hyun's influence would grow. If that continued, the bishop's power and the number of his followers would decrease. Biting his nails, he was adamant that the trade could not happen at any cost. But the real problem, he thought, was how he would stop it. The follower in front of him was sweating in fear. Then he got an idea. He told his men that they were not going to stop Kang Hyun directly and ordered them to find out where the meeting was going to happen. The man was surprised, but the bishop explained his evil plan. If he knew the site and time of the meeting, he would crash it. This way, Kang Hyun would lose the trust of both parties in one move. Satisfied with his scheme, the bishop smiled wickedly and muttered that the opportunity must have been sent to him by God himself. Then, the church bells tolled in their turn, and the bishop resumed his holy demeanor. The time had come for meeting the congregation for the evening mass. As the bishop entered the chapel, the gathered followers erupted into smiles and whispers of joy. They were oblivious to his schemes and wrongdoing, seeing only the pious figure who guided them. The bishop raised his hand, signaling for silence, and addressed the congregation with a warm but commanding tone, telling them to be silent and still in the house of God. He added that such a place was meant to be treated with great respect. Looking down during his sermon at a small girl named Michelle, who was clutching a doll close to her heart, he remembered her face and commented that if she brought the doll friend along for Mass again. The little girl beamed with excitement and nodded, confirming that it was indeed her favorite doll. Feigning interest, the bishop chuckled lightly and remarked that it was a cute puppy, attempting to mock the child's enthusiasm. However, Michelle quickly corrected him, explaining that it was not a puppy, but a strong white holy wolf. Her voice filled with pride as she added that the white wolf was a holy creature that chased away bad luck, which was why white wolf dolls were so popular in town. At the mention of the white wolf, the bishop's smile faltered. Irritated, he took the doll from the girl's hands and held it disdainfully by the neck. He stated coldly that these stories about white wolves were nothing but baseless superstitions. Michelle's bright smile withered, her happiness destroyed by the bishop's dismissive tone. The room held its breath, the tension building as the bishop glared at the doll, his distaste for the white wolf clear to anyone who saw him. The bishop held up the doll in disgust and declared that a toy of such nature was not only inappropriate but shouldn't even exist in the first place. Without another word, he took the doll with him, ignoring the little girl's cries. Michelle was heartbroken and begged for her doll back, tears streaming down her face. However, the bishop did not move a limb. He fumed, thinking to himself why these simple-minded folk revered this creature so. In his eyes, the white wolf was a representation of a challenge against his teaching. The bishop clenched the doll to his chest, silently vowing that they would learn soon and that this blind infatuation for the white wolf would end that day. Only the white wolf would die from the reverence they bestowed over this land. Only he was worthy of faith in this territory. Meanwhile, in the estate, Tori was having the last piece of pancake, keeping an eye on the rice cake, which was also eyeing the last piece. After lunch, in a room, Kang Hyun, sitting next to Tori, was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not even notice. He was going over and over in his mind the words of the city lord, who had told him that he would be the mediator. Even though the position of mediator seemed not too challenging, Kang Hyun couldn't stop himself from feeling tense. He wistfully thought that if only the city lord had made him in charge of the food instead, it would have been much easier. Kang Hyun distractedly looked at the rice cake, which sprawled out in a somewhat sulky way. With interest, he bent closer and asked what was wrong. The rice cake did not reply, but Kang Hyun saw where its gaze was directed, and he laughed when he realized what it was telling him. He teased the rice cake, asking if he was looking for potato pancakes, and looking at Tori added that there were none left, as everyone had already finished them. However, the rice cake remained unmoved, still dissatisfied. This gave Kang Hyun an idea. He thought that perhaps cooking could work as a way to make good impressions for the meeting that was going to take place. He decided to prepare a snack for all the guests attending, which might calm nerves and create a friendly reception. Kang Hyun now had a better idea of what he was to do in the meeting. He would prepare delicious snacks for everyone. He made up his mind to prepare some light snacks with cookies he had brought. Soon enough, the meeting day arrived. In the early morning, dressed in full chef attire, Kang Hyun was ready in the kitchen and started preparing the snack. However, just like before, he felt a strange déjà vu, as if someone was watching him. That was true because the head chef Thomas was secretly keeping an eye on him. The chef was not at all happy about Kang Hyun cooking in his kitchen. What made him even more frustrated was that the Lord himself had given Kang Hyun permission to do so. But the chef wasn't going to leave Kang Hyun alone because, to him, his kitchen was like his kingdom or territory, and he couldn't let anyone else near it. Although he needed the kitchen later, so it was the only time Kang Hyun could use it. So, he kept a close watch on Kang Hyun. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun was busy with his snack preparations. When he was looking for knives, the chef entered the room like flash and slammed the knife onto the table, handing him one. Then he went back to his previous position. When Kang Hyun opened the cupboard to find a cutting board, the chef brought him that too, doing the same thing. Kang Hyun thought the chef was being kind and helpful, but in reality, the chef was only concerned about his kitchen. While preparing, Kang Hyun initially thought of making simple, classic snacks like cookies and cake. However, baking was entirely different from cooking. Since Kang Hyun wasn't confident in baking, he decided to stick to dishes he was good at. With that thought, he got to work on his dish. At first he finely chopped tomatoes, and then fried shrimp in butter. Next, he added cream on the base. The chef, on the other hand, was puzzled, wondering what on earth Kang Hyun was making. Then Kang Hyun presented his dish to the chef and asked if the chef could try it. He told him it was salmon cream bruschetta. The chef reluctantly agreed to taste it, saying he would only take a small bite. However, the vibrant and colorful fish made the chef a bit excited because he had never seen anything like it in this area before. Taking the entire bruschetta in one bite, the chef thought he would figure out what it was after tasting it. After all, there wasn't a single ingredient in the world he wasn't familiar with. But the moment he tasted the salmon, he felt like he had ascended to heaven. He had no idea that such a fish even existed in the world, one that tasted so soft and oily. The creamy flavor paired with crunchy bread was delightful. The chef couldn't wrap his head around how bread and fish could taste so good together. He knelt down, deeply contemplating where this young boy had gotten such high-quality ingredients and these unique recipes. The thought even crossed his mind that the boy might have worked in the royal kitchen before. When Kang Hyun asked the chef if he liked the dish, the chef quickly hid his face and bolted out of the room, too embarrassed to admit that someone had made a dish better than his. With the head chef running away while crying like that, Kang Hyun was worried. He had no idea whether the dish was appreciated or not. He thought to himself that he would serve the bruschetta to rice cake next, but rice cake was still fast asleep. Nevertheless, Kang Hyun decided to head to rice cake, thinking that if rice cake liked this dish, then surely everyone in the world would love it too. He carefully arranged the bruschettas on the dinner table and went to bring rice cake. Meanwhile, someone sneaked into the room. His silhouette was visible on the dish. This person was Bishop. He muttered to himself about how foolish Kang Hyun was to leave his food out in the open. It was the bishop. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. He began sprinkling a special spice all over the bruschettas, intending to ruin the meeting by giving everyone an upset stomach. His ultimate goal was to destroy the Lord's trust in Kang Hyun so badly that he'd never trust him again, and no one, not even the gods, would come to his rescue. As Bishop was tampering with the food, he mused about his oath. To him, those are just legends of the past. There is no way God exists, right? He asked himself. Then he caught sight of a particularly appetizing tomato bruschetta. It looked so delicious that Bishop thought to himself that people said Kang Hyun was an amazing chef, so he should try it too. He picked up one that was not corrupted. The moment he took a bite, Bishop felt like this was transported to him from heaven. It was as if someone from paradise had personally invited him there. For the first time in his life, it felt like he heard the voice of heaven. Just then, he heard Kang Hyun's voice coming from outside as he returned with rice cake. Panicking, Bishop quickly fled the crime scene. Kang Hyun seated the still drowsy rice cake on a chair and apologized for disturbing its sleep. Picking up the tomato bruschetta, he moved toward rice cake, knowing full well it wouldn't eat the salmon one since he didn't like salmon. Kang Hyun could only rely on rice cake's feedback now. But before he could do anything, rice cake devoured all the tomato bruschettas as if it hadn't eaten in days. Kang Hyun was left stunned but noticed the salmon bruschettas were still intact. He told rice cake that it had already finished everything else and should get down from the table. However, rice cake spun around and gave Kang Hyun a stern look before suddenly tossing all the remaining dishes to the floor. He stomped on all the remaining dishes that were corrupted by the bishop. Kang Hyun clutched his head in frustration and angrily told rice cake that he wasn't getting dinner tonight. But the truth was, rice cake had sacrificed itself by destroying the tampered bruschettas, saving Kang Hyun from disaster. Rice Cake felt the betrayal as he helped, but instead of getting a reward got punishment. He was frowning over the fact that he would not get any rewards. Now, the biggest problem was what to serve for the meeting. The food was ruined, the bread was gone, and Kang Hyun only had cream and a few other ingredients left. Worse still, he only had 1 hour left in the kitchen. At that moment, his eyes landed on a jar containing some biscuit. Rushing over, he tasted one. They weren't overly sweet, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Kang Hyun shouted with excitement, realizing he could replace the bruschettas with shrimp and cream to make canapés. Kang Hyun confidently mentioned, while bringing out some ingredients to make food, that it was more than enough to make delicious canapés. He prepared the dish, which looked quite appetizing. A servant served the beautifully decorated canapés, and upon seeing them, Tribe Chief remarked that it looked tasty but wondered how it tasted, adding that she was eager to find out. The estate lord then asked Kang Hyun if it was going to be something sweet, since Kang Hyun had called it a snack, but concluded that snacks didn't have to be sweet. The city lord sat holding a canopy and examined it closely. He commented on how pretty they looked and asked Kang Hyun how they all had such nice shapes and colors, as well as what the snack was called. The two of them clearly enjoyed the canapés, which made Kang Hyun very happy. Kang Hyun explained that they were called canapés, a type of finger food often served as a snack, side, or appetizer. He further described it as a fun dish that could be made with different combinations of ingredients depending on the chef. He began listing the ingredients and described how he made them, explaining that the base could be made from bread, biscuits, fruits, or even vegetables. Thinking to himself, he felt relieved that the little fact had saved him the day. Feeling satisfied, the tribe chief thanked Kang Hyun, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity to try another fascinating dish. Estate Lord added that Kang Hyun really was an impressive person. Kang Hyun even offered some of the canapés to the guards, Randolph and Noah, outside, who happily enjoyed them. Tribe Chief, looking thoughtful, mentioned that after tasting the canapés, she felt more certain. Turning to Estate Lord, she asked for his opinion. The City Lord nodded and agreed, adding that Kang Hyun was a nobleman after all. Both of them looked at Kang Hyun, who started feeling a bit nervous, unsure of what they meant. Chief declared that she was open to the trade under the specified conditions. The City Lord responded by suggesting they start drafting the contract. Kang Hyun thought to himself that he didn't understand what was happening, but guessed it had ended well. Chief and Noah left for the forest, leaving 3 other men with Kang Hyun. He expressed his relief that the two had reached an agreement. Lord added that it was all thanks to Kang Hyun. Feeling flustered, Kang Hyun replied that it wasn't true and that he hadn't done much this time. Lord insisted that Kang Hyun had made the biggest contribution to the day's success, stating that being the auditor was a big deal and expressing his trust that Kang Hyun would handle it well. Surprised, Kang Hyun asked if they were talking about him being an auditor. Lord pointed towards him. He pointed at himself, asking if it was really him. Lord nodded and Randolph just turned away, acting like he do not know anything. Later, as the chiefs departed with his bodyguard, Noah questioned the necessity of appointing Kang Hyun as the auditor, suggesting that anyone else could have overseen the trade. The chief explained that status mattered to humans, as a high status granted trust and credibility, and added that oaths didn't mean much to human, so this was a better safeguard. Noah remarked that the chief must think Kang Hyun was someone to whom the laws of the world didn't apply. The chief laughed, agreeing, and pointed out that Kang Hyun remained unharmed even after Mona bit him every time she saw him. As summer neared its end, the atmosphere at the restaurant began to shift. The first change was Jiwon's relocation. Kang Hyun served 2 customers. Jiwon casually mentioned that he was moving down to the area the following week. Kang Hyun and the piano grandpa sitting with him looked shocked. Piano grandpa asked if it had been a sudden decision. Jiwon explained that while he couldn't say he hadn't thought about it before, he had coincidentally met the village head, and after they had a drink, the decision had been pretty much made by the time he woke up. Both Kang Hyun and piano grandpa joked that it sounded like Jiwon had been scammed. The second change was he got a new tiny regular customer. As they continued their conversation, the couple and their newborn baby entered. Kang Hyun excitedly welcomed them. Kang Hyun greeted the baby, calling himself Uncle. Kang Hyun was looking for him. The cute baby looked at him. However, another child, Sangwoo, arrived. Kang Hyun, startled, asked when did he came there. Sang-woo, slightly annoyed, and mentioned that they had come together but that Kang Hyun hadn't even noticed him. Kang Hyun apologized and explained that he had a narrow field of view. Sang-woo shrugged and said it was fine, adding that he wasn't as cute as Haeun and concluding that it was just part of growing up and the struggles of the firstborn. Kang Hyun knelt and smiled and asked what Sang-woo wanted to eat that day. Sang-woo replied while pouting that he had already had lunch. His parents chuckled. Kang Hyun then asked what Sang-woo wanted to do and eagerly offered to do anything if Sang-woo let it slide that time. Sang-woo's eyes lit up as he agreed enthusiastically. Kang Hyun beamed, and the narrator added that the third change was how Kang Hyun had become immune to sudden surprises. Sang-woo exclaimed that they should go to the lake in the valley. Though surprised, Kang Hyun agreed. At the lake, everyone enjoyed themselves. Sang-woo laughed, comparing Kang Hyun to a genie. Kang Hyun's tired friend Jim joked about making a wish. He told Kang to get a driver's license. Later, Kang Hyun, exhausted from journey, apologized. He replied that he was planning to hire someone to drive them, but a driver's license was needed for that too. Jim commented on how fancy his thought was for a short trip. Meanwhile, kids went to play in the water while grown-ups were preparing for camping. Kang Hyun laughed and suggested that if Jim was tired, he could rest at the cafe at the bottom of the mountain. Rice Cake also gave Jim a smug look. Jim eyed him suspiciously and asked what Kang Hyun was really trying to say. He then teleport into the lake and commend to enjoy while it lasts. Seeing this, Sang-woo cheered, calling him Sigma. Myeong mistook a watermelon for a ball and wanted to play volleyball with it, causing her mom to laugh. She explained it was watermelon. Ultimers brought beer, soju and rice wine for their enjoyment. Looking at them and feeling joyful, Kang Hyun declared that it was time for him to have fun too. Sang-woo and Blondie made an evil plan. They throws out Jim, who was peacefully enjoying him time, into the water. Both of them was laughing at this. But then Jim retaliated with a water cannon, attacking them. The boys run away like their life was in danger. Kang Hyun was playing with Myeong but got caught in the splash. Jim laughed and challenged him to come at him. Sang-woo grabbed Myeong, trying to save her. Their game continued while Rice Cake and Tori was enjoying their time far from their reach. Old-timers and Myeong's mom looked at them worried and excited. After a while, tired from playing, they relaxed by the shore. Both of them looked at the playful kids, admiring their youthful stamina. Myeong's mom called Kang and recommended to go to the restaurant nearby. Kang Hyun smiled and mentioned that he had brought lunch. Drunk village chief protested, arguing that they had to eat baekseok by the lake, claiming that while Kang Hyun's food was great, the lake called for baekseok and insisting they eat out. Determined, Kang Hyun said the chief was underestimating him. Jim looked confused. Chief, surprised, asked if he was thinking right. Kang then revealed that he had made baekseok. Kang smirked and told that it wasn't just any baekseok. He made nungi baekseok. Kang Hyun's friend remarked that he had thought nungi baekseok was hard to make, but it looked like Kang Hyun had just thrown all the ingredients into a pot and let it boil. Kang Hyun, angry, responded with disbelief, insisting that he had prepared everything in advance. He explained that even buying the ingredients had been difficult since they had to pick very selective items. He added that carefully preparing the raw chicken properly was important to get rid of any unpleasant smell, and he had even trimmed the excess fat. As Kang Hyun was preparing the chicken, Rice Cake tried to sneak a bite, but Kang Hyun stopped him and warned him not to even think about it. Then after he prepared a dish, Rice Cake would finish that, leaving nothing behind. He and Tori had hard time stopping Rice Cake. Turning to his friend, he asked if his efforts to prepare everything were understood. His friend, seeing Kang Hyun's emotional outburst, smiled and acknowledged that he had done a good job. Kang Hyun cooked by the lake, and soon the delicious aroma spread all around. Old-timers, who were drinking, noticed it and wondered where the amazing smell was coming from. The village chief chuckled and commented that they had woken up at the right time because baekseok was almost ready. Jaewon, still drunk, woke up because of the aroma. Piano Grandpa enthusiastically declared that the aroma was definitely that of baekseok. Kang opens the lid of the pot, showing multiple chickens. Then he lifted one and placed it in another pot, adding veggies and spices. The village chief felt like fainting watching the dish. Kang Hyun proudly presented the dish and expressed his gratitude for their patience. He announced that he had prepared a healthy and tasty nungi baekseok. He then tossed the pan to heat the meat and spices and mix. Piano Grandpa expressed his surprise, noting that although he thought Kang Hyun specialized in Western food, he was also great at Korean dishes. Jiwon tasted the soup and remarked on its simplicity while marveling at its deep umami flavor. Piano Grandpa noted that the chicken was tender and juicy, even the tough parts, and praised the aromatic nunji mushrooms. After eating, Village Chief started drinking, as he joked that the dish must be some kind of lubricant since the alcohol was going down so smoothly with it. Myung's mom served the dish to others. Sangwoo, watching the older men, asked Jim why the grandpas were behaving so strangely. Jim explained that it was the effect of the nungi baeksuk and the atmosphere by the lake, reassuring him that he would understand someday. Meanwhile, Rice Cake managed to grab a whole piece of chicken, prompting Kang Hyun to panic and warn him not to gulp it down because it had bones. He then scolded Rice Cake not to spill the broth. After the meal, everyone decided to catch fish from the pond. When the village chief signals, Kang Hyun tries his luck with a fish trap but ends up pulling up a trap full of stones and leaves. His friend laughed and teased him, asking how he had managed to catch no fish at all and questioning why they had even given him the net. Chief asked Kang Hyun if he had never caught minnows as a child. Even Myung caught 2 fish and packed them in a glass jar. Suddenly, Rice Cake waddled over with something filling his mouth. Kang Hyun bent down and asked him if he had come to cheer him. Rice Cake opened his mouth, revealing a lot of fish. Rice Cake gives a smug look at him. Kang Hyun was astonished and admitted he couldn't believe that even Rice Cake had caught something. Even Tori caught one. He turned to his friend and pleaded for one more chance, asking him to redirect the fish his way. His friend smirked and remarked that Kang Hyun was suddenly very eager, agreeing to give him one last chance. Nearby, Piano Grandpa showed his skill of dancing stones, and Jiwon was teaching Sangwoo how to pick stones that were good for water skipping. Ladies in the group were enjoying their time by happily munching on watermelon and soaking their feet in the lake water. Even after trying many times, Kang Hyun was unable to catch anything. Rice Cake and Tori were tired of playing all day and fell asleep. As evening arrived, Jim drove them home. He complained to Kang Hyun about being tired and urged him to get a driver's license. Kang Hyun laughed and told him to drive carefully since they had 8 people and 2 animals on board. His friend, confused, asked where the second animal was. When Kang Hyun turned around to check, he noticed that everyone had already fallen asleep. Kang Hyun chuckled and noted that they must have exhausted themselves. He then thanked Jim for this. His friend muttered that the adults seemed to have all passed out drunk. He jokingly added that they might be able to buy another box if they sell the empty bottles. He then mentioned that when Kang Hyun's sense of taste returned, he had wondered why he didn't return to Seoul immediately. He explained that if it were him, he would have gone back to show everyone what he was capable of. However, after visiting a few times, he said he understood why Kang Hyun had chosen to stay, as the happiness here was not worth giving up. Kang Hyun expressed his gratitude that his friend understood. His friend joked that maybe Kang Hyun would start farming next, to which Kang Hyun laughed and replied that he hadn't gone that far down the road yet. Kang Hyun thought to himself that he didn't want to give up the fun and happiness he had found there. The next day, a man suddenly appeared at the restaurant. He greeted Kang Hyun enthusiastically, asking if he had missed him and suggesting they high-five and hug. Kang Hyun greeted him stiffly, calling him his former boss. The former boss, noticing Kang Hyun's distant demeanor, asked why he was being so cold. Sangwoo and Myung were drawing Rice Cake and Tori, while both of them were standing in a pose. Myung inquired if he was a friend of Uncle Kang Hyun. Sangwoo whispered, wondering who the man was. She replied that she had never seen him before. The former boss proudly proclaimed that he was practically Kang Hyun's friend. Kang Hyun clarified that their relationship had been bound by employment contracts and labor laws. The former boss looked heartbroken and asked Kang Hyun if he had done something wrong, insisting that he had treated him well. Sangwoo asked why Kang Hyun was acting so cold, and his sister agreed that it seemed odd. Meanwhile, Tori jumped from the pose and looked at their drawing book. But when she saw only Rice Cake, she was so sad. Sangwoo whispered to Myung if the man was a bad guy. She replied that he had seen a loan shark on TV. Kang Hyun sighed internally, thinking that he didn't hold anything against the man but understood why he had come. He was a good person who wanted to work with him until the end. After watching him on TV, The former boss admitted that he regretted letting Kang Hyun go and urged him to return to work at his restaurant. Kang Hyun politely declined, expressing his gratitude but stating that he had to pass on the offer. The former boss began crying and questioned why Kang Hyun was refusing. He insisted that Kang Hyun's skills were being wasted and urged him to aim for world-class success together by returning to Seoul. As the man clung to Kang Hyun's leg, even the children appeared worried. Kang Hyun silently wondered if he should go back to Seoul. Meanwhile, Tori checked the other book hoping to see herself, but there was no trace of her. As always, Ricecake stood proud, showing who is superior. As the boss pleaded with Kang Hyun, he expressed that they couldn't let his skills be confined to the countryside. He insisted that they should aim to be world-class together, which surprised the children with his behavior. The boss urged Kang Hyun to return to Seoul, causing the children to wonder if Kang Hyun would go back. The boss further emphasized that, with Kang Hyun's reputation, skills, and connections, they could take on the world. He even lay down on the floor while begging. However, Kang Hyun merely shrugged off the suggestion. Meanwhile, Sang-woo informed Myeong that the situation was urgent, prompting them to prepare to leave quickly. Ricecake yawned tiredly while Tori was still sad about the fact that nobody drew her. Kang Hyun inquired whether they were hungry and offered to make something for them. Sang-woo declined, explaining that they had something urgent to attend to and needed to leave soon. Kang Hyun remarked that their hurried departure indicated the urgency of their plans. Then Kang Hyun looked at the former boss, reminded him of his previous role, and questioned why he needed to return if he had already appointed a new head chef. He responded by pointing out that the new chef had left, and the boss admitted that although he might have been strict and rough, he had not been irresponsible. Kang Hyun questioned the boss's intentions, suggesting that he thought the boss wanted him to come along, then why he was bad-mouthing him. The boss countered, asking if Kang Hyun's reluctance was due to his sense of taste not returning. He reassured Kang Hyun that his skills would compensate for that. Kang Hyun mentioned that his sense of taste had indeed returned. The boss then questioned why, if that were the case, Kang Hyun was still unwilling to come back. He offered an attractive salary and explained that such conditions were rare. Despite the offer, Kang Hyun explained that he could not agree to the boss's conditions and, therefore, would not return to Seoul. Meanwhile, Sang-woo commented that Seoul was a fantastic place with frequent buses and speculated that Kang Hyun might eventually want to return, leaving them behind. They draw poor Kang Hyun and an evil boss who is trying to take him away on the ground. Myeong suggested seeking help from adults, starting with the village chief, as he would likely assist them. Sang-woo, visualizing the intimidating demeanor of the village chief, speculated that involving him might escalate the situation. He proposed that they should find a way to convince Kang Hyun that their village was better than Seoul. Sang-woo wondered what they could do for their uncle. Myeong suggested that since Kang Hyun had always cooked delicious meals for them, they should return the favor by cooking something for him. Sang-woo agreed, noting that they could bring Kang Hyun happiness just as his cooking had brought them joy. They are so excited. In the kitchen, Myeong coldly looked at the hamburger, joking that it might emit a poisonous smell. Sang-woo clarified that it was indeed a hamburger but explained that he had improvised by using toast instead of buns and pork belly from the freezer instead of round meat. He also admitted to substituting perilla for lettuce and omitting vegetables he disliked. So none of the ingredients are correct. When Sang-woo asked Myeong about her scrambled eggs, he implied they resembled pebbles. Myeong assured him that they were not burnt stones. Myeong's mother entered, observed the dishes on the table, and remarked that they should not place trash on the dining table. This comment upset the children, who began to cry. When she asked why they were crying and if they wanted to throw away the trash, they began to cry even harder. Upon learning their intentions of cooking for Kang Hyun, their mother asked if they wanted her to prepare something instead. Myeong declined, explaining that they wanted to make something on their own to bring joy to Kang Hyun through their efforts. Sang-woo stated that they intended to cook dishes like Kang Hyun's. Their mother encouraged them, offering to assist from the side if needed and assuring them it was okay to ask for help since it was their first attempt. She explained that Uncle Kang Hyun is skilled at cooking because he has a lot of experience. She asked if they were now willing to accept her help. Myeong and Sang-woo agreed, and when she inquired about their sudden interest in cooking for Kang Hyun, they explained their reasons. Elsewhere, the former boss contemplated what conditions Kang Hyun might have been referring to. He considered that Kang Hyun already had a house and fame and wondered if Kang Hyun merely wanted a quiet life, avoiding interaction with strangers. In the first place, he never liked interacting with strangers. In the past, when he offered him a team dinner, Kang Hyun always avoided it. He even used to fight with customers. As the boss reflected, some older villagers approached him, asking if he was a tourist. They asked him for a drink. The boss clarified that he was not a tourist but had come to visit a friend. When the village chief inquired if the boss was a young chef, the boss confirmed and asked how they knew about him. The village chief pointed out that their village had few young people, making it easy to deduce his identity. The boss laughed, agreeing with the observation. The villagers insisted that they couldn't let a friend of their dear chef leave empty-handed and invited him for a drink. Although the boss initially hesitated, since he had to drive a long way back, he decided to stay overnight, reasoning that he couldn't refuse an elder's request. Chief claps for him, looking at him full of energy. After drinking, the boss praised the local beverage and noticed the villagers' positivity. He was immediately recognized as the special Kaoyong liquor. The village chief mentioned that they had boiled pork belly but humorously recounted how a dog had stolen it. Rice Cake sneakily finished boiled pork belly and ran away. Chief immediately changed the topic and said the best dish is buchimgi. Others also supported him, saying they also liked it. Boss, confused, asked why they were acting like nothing happened when they clearly noticed the dog had been stolen. Stating it as a good sign, the chief explained that the dog only ate delicious food, suggesting that the dish had been well cooked. Their reply made the boss even more surprised as they were so positive. The villagers invited the boss to join them, and after several drinks, the boss began discussing Kang Hyun's exceptional abilities, noting that winning an international competition was no easy feat. He started crying because of how selfless Kang Hyun was. The village chief smiled, remarking that even Kang Hyun might have his desires. He asked the boss what he yearned for, to which the boss revealed his ambition of making his restaurant the best in the world. The chief remarked that alcohol was all he needed, prompting the boss to reflect on the diversity of human aspirations. The chief concluded that everyone longed for something different, be it a hobby, a fresh start, or family, and suggested that the same applied to Kang Hyun. The boss bows down to the villagers, stating that the food is very delicious. The village head tells him that he should drink more before going home and that he would love to host him again. The boss replies that before he gets too drunk, he should meet Kang Hyun first. He leaves, stating that in that case, he will see him next time, bidding him farewell. The village head waves him back, asking him to be careful on the road. The lady beside the village head states that young people have excellent energy, to which the village head agrees, stating that they have amazing ambition and spirit. He also adds that he was like that before. Meanwhile, one of his friends comes running in. The village head asks what's wrong with him and says it makes his heart feel like it wants to come out. His friend states that he heard from Myung's mother, questioning if it's true that Kang Hyun will move to Seoul, surprising the village head. The scene shifts toward the restaurant, where Kang Hyun remarks that his boss will surely come back again, as he is a persistent person. While thinking so, he was drawing Tori. Meanwhile, Tori comes in front of him. Seeing the sketch with excitement, she was mesmerized. Kang Hyun draw her better than those kids who can't even see her. Grabbing the sketchbook, she started dancing in joy. Kang Hyun comments that he understands the reason but still can't go out to work with him. He remarks that opening a business in a small village is difficult. When it comes to making a lot of money, one has to move to Seoul, and it is certain that he thinks like that. He says that if one really wants to make money, moving to Seoul is the right step. Myung and Sangwoo, along with their mother, are quite shocked upon hearing this. Sangwoo even dropped the dish plate that they made for him. Sangwoo and Myung start crying, stating that they are too late and should have come sooner. Kang Hyun is shocked to see this and runs toward them, questioning if it is because they are hungry and if they want him to prepare some food. Suddenly, the village head comes in, jolting out, questioning Kang Hyun if it is true that he wants to move to Seoul. He asks why he suddenly made up his mind and whether he wants the position of young president-director, as they can offer him that as well. He assumed that other villages might have appointed him as a young adult representative. Meanwhile, his friends try to calm him down, telling him not to mistake this, as they are not the ones that hit him. The village head scolds Kang Hyun, asking how he could not tell them that he was moving to Seoul, for which Kang Hyun, utterly confused, denies it, stating that no one said he wanted to go to Seoul. Sang-woo and Myeong plead with Kang Hyun that if he's leaving, he can't forget them and ask him to visit often. Myeong begged him to play with them for the last time. Kang Hyun scrunches his hair, saying that from the beginning, he never said he wanted to go to Seoul, for which Sang-woo states that he and Myeong made something for him. Kang Hyun questions what they have brought, for which Sang-woo states that they want to give something to him, offering him some fried rice. They had a lot of fun at the theme park thanks to him, and not only that they also got to eat a lot of delicious food. Sang-woo shivers as they thank Kang Hyun. They did this so that Kang Hyun wouldn't go, and they worked hard to make it. Myeong and Sang-woo break down crying as they express that they don't want to separate and plead with Kang Hyun not to go, as they want to spend more time together, asking if he can't just stay there. Kang Hyun crouches down as he tastes the rice. Taking a bite, shivers move through his mouth as he realizes that it is salty and greasy and there are some burns in it, but he can't discourage them. He finishes the whole dish, and the children looked at him in awe. He pats them with a smile, thanking them and stating that it's so good. He asks if they think he wants to go to Seoul, but he reveals that he has no plans to leave because this is his home, and where else would he go? He smiles saying that he likes this village, making the village head quite emotional. The others laugh, stating that now Kang Hyun considers this place his home and that he likes them so much that he can't go anywhere, making Kang Hyun embarrassed and think that he had gone overboard. Suddenly, the boss claps, saying that Kang Hyun is awesome and that he understands what he means because Kang Hyun has found people who are so precious that money cannot buy them. However, his desire to work with him is also really genuine. Both kids took a defensive position against the devil who tried to take their precious chef away. The boss suggests helping him develop a recipe. He just needs to look at the recipes he sent and give some feedback, which can be done from here. Kang Hyun thinks that it's not a bad idea, as weekends are usually quiet. Kang Hyun states that with some conditions, he thinks there are no problems, for which the boss smiles and says, "Let's work together." As the boss falls, saying that he will be going, the villagers become quite worried. Kang Hyun asks them to leave him alone, as it's his habit after drinking. The village head announces that since everything is resolved, they will celebrate by drinking together. Myeong's mom asked if they wanted some juice. Kang Hyun tells them to order anything they want, adding that the person who was lying on the ground will pay. The village head states that they will party until they drop. The scene shifts toward the forest, where Kang Hyun remarks that these recipes are standard and nothing special. He states that there is no way his boss asked him to look at them seriously. However, as he sees the food boiling, he calls for rice cake, saying that the food is cooked and asking them to stop hunting and come back. As rice cake comes back, Kang Hyun is confused as to why he returned so soon. Seeing a scar, Kang Hyun asks if it has a wound on its eye, questioning if it has gone to a dangerous place. Rice cake just replied calmly with a woof. As he searches for an ointment, Kang Hyun notices that rice cake is quite calm today and asks where Tori is. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind, and Kang Hyun sees rice cake with Tori in utter disbelief. Rice cake dropped the prey that he had hunted, feeling betrayed. Tori was also quite shocked. Kang Hyun turns his head to see a lookalike. He gets lost in another dimension while rice cake shows hostility toward the lookalike, but it minds its business and eats the food. Kang Hyun is left baffled as he stares at the two rice cakes, or rather, the two wolves, in front of him. After examining them for a while, he notices the lookalike is slightly larger and bulkier than rice cake. Scratching his head, he wonders if this new wolf is a relative of rice cake, perhaps a sibling. However, his thoughts are interrupted as the lookalike remains silent, offering no answers. Sighing, Kang Hyun decides to apply some ointment to the scar on the lookalike's body. As he does, he mutters that if it's an old scar, the ointment won't help much. He adds that it must have been a painful injury to leave such a large mark. Meanwhile, rice cake growls furiously at the lookalike over the food. The growling becomes so intense that the lookalike finally snaps. With a swift motion, it places a paw on rice cake's face, its sharp claws emerging as a clear warning. Within moments, rice cake is subdued, completely overpowered by the lookalike. Kang Hyun watches in disbelief, stating that he has never seen rice cake surrender so quickly. Just as he begins to process what he's witnessing, the lookalike grabs rice cake and bolts out of the area. Kang Hyun, stunned, yells after them, demanding to know where the lookalike is taking Rice Cake. But before he can react further, they disappear into the distance, leaving him alone and bewildered. The scene shifts to Amelia, who is calmly observing the surroundings, standing on a tree. She mentions that there's nothing unusual happening in the Beast Village or the southern region aside from minor disturbances. As she spots Kang Hyun, she descends to meet him. She notices his worried expression and greets him. Without wasting a moment, Kang Hyun anxiously asks if she has seen Rice Cake. Amelia, quite taken aback, asks what happened to his white wolf. Kang Hyun, clearly distressed, explains that Rice Cake was taken by another wolf that looked just like him. Amelia, still apprehensive, asks him to calm down. Kang Hyun, still panicking, recounts how the lookalike grabbed Rice Cake and dashed off before he could react. He describes it as nothing short of a kidnapping. Amelia, quite embarrassed by his closeness, raises her voice to tell him to calm down once again. After hearing the full story, Amelia offers a logical explanation. She suggests that the lookalike is probably a relative of Rice Cake, most likely a sibling, and reassures Kang Hyun that it's unlikely to harm him. Kang Hyun lets out a sigh of relief, feeling slightly comforted by her words. However, Amelia quickly adds that she can't predict when Rice Cake will return. She speculates that the lookalike may have taken Rice Cake back to their family, as it's important for young wolves to learn how to live in a pack. Hearing this, Kang Hyun jolts in surprise at the possibility that Rice Cake might not come back. Just then, Sona appears, and Amelia comments that if even Sona can't locate them, there's only one place they could have gone. Kang is still pondering over the fact that Rice Cake has returned to his family. Amelia sighs, noticing Kang Hyun's dejected expression, and asks if he sees the mountains in the distance. She points toward the distant mountains, explaining that the mountain summit is White Wolf territory. She confidently states that Rice Cake and his sibling are likely up there. She explains that climbing to the summit requires a permit and, while it's not impossible, it's certainly not an easy task. She then asks if he's truly determined to go after Rice Cake. The scene shifts to the mountain trail, where Kang Hyun is struggling to make progress. Accompanied by Tori, he finds himself surrounded by thick fog that makes it nearly impossible to see anything. He mutters that the lack of proper paths makes the journey even more challenging. If not for Tori's guidance, he admits he would have been completely lost by now. As he continues climbing, Kang Hyun reflects on Amelia's words. He wonders if Rice Cake's family wants him back and begins to feel guilty for taking his time with Rice Cake for granted. It dawns on him that, just as Amelia said, it's natural for a young wolf to stay with its family. His mind was shaking as he pondered if what he was doing was right. Tori also noticed him hesitating. However, he also feels that Rice Cake might not have chosen to leave on his own. Moreover, he doesn't like sudden goodbyes. And Rice Cake is his family too. Tori was also happy to see him. Though Rice Cake is not a good dog and often tries to prey on her portion of food, he is not bad either. And she will be alone if Rice Cake doesn't come back. She cheers him up. Determined to bring Rice Cake back, Kang Hyun pushes forward, but his exhaustion catches up with him. He falls to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. Frustrated, he mutters that he wants to keep going but simply can't move any further. He is too ashamed to face Noah and Randolph. Realizing he's out of options, he decides to take a different approach. He decides if he can't go to them, then he will make them come to him. Reaching into his bag, Kang Hyun pulls out a piece of steak. He grins, asking to see who the final winner is. With careful precision, he placed meat pieces on the grill pan and then sprinkled some spices. Then he picks up one of them and offers it to Tori. Believe it or not, Tori was happy to eat in peace. Kang Hyun calls out loudly, questioning if Rice Cake remembers his favorite beef dish. He warns that if Rice Cake doesn't come out soon, Tori will eat all of it. Rice Cake sniffs the smells of cooked meat, and also realizes that someone is calling him. Just as he finishes speaking, a shadow emerges from the fog. Excited, Kang Hyun calls for Rice Cake, but his enthusiasm quickly fades as he realizes it's the lookalike wolf. Kang Hyun glares at the lookalike and demands to know where Rice Cake is. Before he can get an answer, another wolf steps into view, and Kang Hyun's jaw drops. This wolf also looks exactly like Rice Cake. Another one popped out from behind the tree. Another two popped along with him. As more wolves emerge from the forest, each one identical to Rice Cake, Kang Hyun's confusion grows more and more. He nervously mutters to himself, wondering why there are so many lookalikes when he's only searching for one wolf. Surrounded by the pack, Kang Hyun suddenly becomes aware of the danger he's in. The wolves, drawn by the delicious smell of steak, begin closing in on him as they give in to their desire to attack. Kang Hyun, realizing the gravity of the situation, mutters that it was at this moment he knew he pocked up.
After the wolves destroy and devour the last bit of steak, one of them is still licking a plate. After finishing the last bit of food, he cheerfully looked at the person who cooked the food while wagging his tail. Then they bundle up around Kang Hyun, with one wolf licking his face, one of them licking his feet, another one sniffing, and another one just sleeping on his stomach. Kang Hyun, in disbelief, mutters to himself, wondering why he didn't know Rice Cake had so many siblings. Tori could do nothing but comfort him. When Kang Hyun wakes up, he questions one of the wolves holding him up, asking about Rice Cake and which one of them is him. Inspecting each wolf one by one, Kang Hyun quickly realizes none of them are Rice Cake. Just then an elder wolf howls from a high vantage point. Hearing the howl, all the younger wolves join in, their voices harmonizing. Confused, Kang Hyun looks at them, then notices the fog around him beginning to compress, and as the scenery clears, he finds himself at a beautiful summit. He looks around in awe, questioning how he got there. With the forest disappearing along with the fog, Kang Hyun wonders if everything he just experienced was an illusion. As two beautiful-looking wolves stare at him, Kang Hyun hears a voice calling him a human. Surprised that they can speak, Kang Hyun listens as the voice questions why he has come here. Gathering his courage, he stands up. He asks if they are Rice Cake's parents. One of the wolves near him looked at him in surprise, daring to talk to his parents like that. Kang explained that he came here to meet Rice Cake. The elder wolf, his presence radiating power, threatens Kang Hyun and demands to know his true purpose. Kang Hyun feels the weight of the elder wolf's presence, finally understanding why these beings are referred to as descendants of God. The elder wolf continues questioning whether Kang Hyun is here for Rice Cake's healing powers, his unique eyes that can discern good from evil, or perhaps his title as God's child. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun responds that he came because Rice Cake is family. Taking a step forward, he explains that while Rice Cake's powers are indeed remarkable, he would have come regardless simply because Rice Cake is a part of his family. The elder wolf, sensing Kang Hyun's honesty, softens and admits that Rice Cake used to be his pickiest child. He remarks that he now understands why Rice Cake chose to follow Kang Hyun. At that moment, Rice Cake appears from beneath the walls, surprising Kang Hyun, and says, "Woof." Kang Hyun was eager to meet him and hug him. You bet they will have a good reunion. However, the elder wolf immediately punches Rice Cake, and both parents begin scolding him. They berate Rice Cake for leaving the cave again when he was supposed to be self-reflecting. They remind him that he never listens to them, and that they had explicitly told him the time hadn't come for him to leave the mountain. Not only that, he never considered returning to the mountain. As the parents continue scolding Rice Cake, Kang Hyun observes the scene and thinks to himself that it's no different from how human parents scold their children. Though he doesn't know all the details, it's clear to him that Rice Cake is in the wrong here. Rice Cake, once a mighty white wolf who is a descendant of God and used to rule in the forest, is now just a wet cat in front of his parents. After some time, Dad Wolf sighs. Eventually, the elder wolf permits Rice Cake to leave with Kang Hyun. Rice Cake, touching his wound, looked at him in disbelief. Overjoyed, Rice Cake leaps onto Kang Hyun, who shouts in alarm, asking him not to jump without warning. Despite his fear, Kang Hyun manages to catch Rice Cake, holding him securely. Rice Cake is ecstatic to see Kang Hyun again, and the elder wolf speaks to Kang Hyun, acknowledging him as a human from another world. He explains that while Rice Cake is still a young wolf who struggles to listen and make clear judgments, he is still their precious child. Kang Hyun smiles and thanks the elder wolf for trusting him. In response, the elder wolf casts a spell on Kang Hyun using his paw. Kang Hyun feels a strange sensation, like a breeze lifting him off the ground. He notices the pain in his legs disappearing and feels his body being flooded with energy. It feels like he is floating in a cloud. As he processes this, a wolf mark appears on his forehead. Startled, Kang Hyun questions what has happened to his body. The elder wolf calmly explains that Kang Hyun is now free to visit this place whenever he wishes. As the elder wolf finishes speaking, Kang Hyun feels his head growing heavy. The elder wolf asks him to take good care of Rice Cake as Kang Hyun falls unconscious. At night, Kang Hyun, still unable to fully comprehend everything, hears someone calling his name. When Kang Hyun regains focus, he finds Amelia standing before him. She expresses relief that he was successful. Kang Hyun, still dazed, comments that he was on the summit just a moment ago. Amelia confirms this, acknowledging that he did find Rice Cake, and that climbing up there couldn't have been easy. She also notes that he seems to have received a gift, sensing wind energy emanating from him. Kang-yeon, confused, asks what she means. Amelia explains that the energy is a token of trust from Rice Cake's parents. She asks if they mentioned anything about it. Looking at Rice Cake, Kang-yeon smiles and confirms that they did. He adds that they also asked him to take good care of Rice Cake, which he fully intends to do. At dawn, the village chief says that now that he has sobered up quite a bit, ice cream bars are the best during autumn. Sang-hoo giggles, thanking him for buying him ice cream. The village head asks him not to tell his grandmother that he treated him to some ice cream, to which Sang-hoo agrees, promising to keep it a secret. The village head smiles, saying that indeed, they are on the same wavelength. From behind, a child comes in, and Sang-hoo recognizes him as Chulman. Chulman asks if he wants to hang out together. Sang-hoo agrees but tells him to let him finish first. Just then, Sang-hoo comments on how funny it is that he came here with his village head as well. Chulman states that he promised to buy him some snacks, for which the village head of Sogum mocks him, saying, "Look who we have here. His dear friend Yongpyeong." The village head groans, saying, "Long time no see" to him. The village head of Sogum states that he heard the news that Sujin gave birth to her child, congratulating him. He adds that, to be honest, they had a child this year too, and what a joyful year it is. The village head, quite seething with anger, thanks him, stating that their child wasn't the only one who came to them. These days, people from Seoul have also been moving to their village, and interestingly, one of them is a young man under 30. The village head of Sogum states that it is good for him. As they laugh, Chulman remarks on why they always fight whenever they meet. Sang-hoo states that he heard from the adults that apparently, they hadn't been on good terms even before they became village heads. Chulman states that they have known each other for so long, yet they still don't get along. While both villages headbutts, Chulman tells Sang-hoo that they should not end up that way, to which Sang-hoo agrees, saying that absolutely they are all friends. The village head of Sogum glares, stating that sports day is just next week and questions how his preparation has come along. The village head tells him that sports day is for the kids, and what would they need to prepare. Sogum village head states that he is right, sports day is for kids. He adds that Sogum village has been winning all the games thanks to his maturity and questions if he is letting them win this time as well. Sogum village head says that he is looking forward to it as he moves out. Sensing the mood, Sang-hoo asks the village head if he is okay, questioning why he is making a face like that. The scene shifts as the village head asks Kong to come to sports day, for which Kong is quite confused, questioning if it isn't supposed to be just for families. The village head agrees, stating that in the end, it's more like a festival, and everyone from the village comes, has a drink, and eats some food. Kong wonders how they can drink alcohol in elementary school. Village head says there are some games for adults, but they have never won against Sogum village, not even once, and they don't even do anything about it because Sogum village is bigger than theirs. They also have more young people, saying, how can they win against that? Kong asked Sang-hoo if he liked the food and Sang-hoo praised him. The village head screams that this year will be different because they have him. After all, he is a strong young man under 39. Kang-yeon states that might be true. However, he has never really been to a sports day before. In his school days, he avoided sports day, saying, I have a competition coming up so I can't risk hurting my hands. Can I skip sports day? When his teachers asked, you can't even participate in the race? He simply replied, I had to prepare for competitions. The village head questions if he hasn't gone to school or something, to which Kang-yeon replies that he went through everything, including university. The village head states that it's fine and nobody will judge him for not going to school. It's all about talent these days. As Kang-yeon tries to say that he graduated, Sang-hoo calls out for Kang-yeon, stating that it doesn't matter if he is bad at sports, and asking if he can just come to play with them, smiling and saying that he wants to compete alongside him. Kang-yeon thinks that winning or losing isn't important anyway, and he agrees, stating that he will bring some food as well, making the village head quite delighted. The village head assures Kang-yeon not to worry about the games as he will train him. The scene shifts to the forest as Rice Cake and Tori are sleeping while Khan is grinding through exercises, questioning the village head if he's sure about this. The village head assures him that he is all right. Both Rice Cake and Tori are playing on a wooden log. As Kang-yeon continues training with the log, he questions if he is doing the right training, for which the village head also agrees. Rice Cake and Tori are enjoying the ride. Kang-yeon is running with the tires as he screams, asking if he's sure, for which the village head assures him that he is doing everything he told him. He wonders if he should go with the idea of training in waterfalls. Grandma Park at the side asks, what's all this commotion about? Village head states that their young chef promised to participate in sports day, so he is helping him train. Grandma Park questions, last year it was Minho, and this year it is the chef. She states that he won't find any strength in that frail body, and that he is going to drop soon, for which the village head states that he knows he had the same thought. But he questions, why is he so good? After the intense training, the scene shifts toward Kang Hyun's home as he groans that his life has been so full of training recently, and he got used to it, so he automatically follows along. Kang Hyun thinks that though he feels like the village head said it half-jokingly, he questions what if he took it too seriously. Kang Hyun notices that his body feels so good, questioning how to put it. He notes that his body became healthier after meeting Rice Cake's parents. Meanwhile, Rice Cake was acting all high and mighty, and Tori was not someone to back off. Kang Hyun thinks that all the training just helped him grow stronger, and that he should thank Randolph and Noah later. Rice Cake looks at him pitying for him. Kang Hyun thinks anyway, since it's for the kids, it should be perfect for them. As he decides that he can find the ingredients, he thinks that it's his first time making something like this, and that it sounds fun. He decides to make character lunchboxes. All this time he was looking through the internet. The next day, it is announced that the students of Growth Elementary School to gather at the center of the field, and they will be grateful if the remaining villagers could wait in the area beneath the tents. Kang Hyun states that they are drinking alcohol, and the games haven't even started, while the village head waves at Kang Hyun to come over. Minho welcomes him with his friend, stating that he just come here as the games were about to start. He has hitched his saddle rather unbridled. Kang Hyun states that it took him longer to prepare the lunchboxes than he expected. It is announced that before they start, the headmaster will give a short speech. He addresses the students of Growth Elementary School and their parents, thanking them for joining them today for the Grow Liveliness Sports Day. He confirms that their sports day will be a huge success, blessed with good weather and the presence of their beautiful students. He questions, what is the most important thing in today's sports day? It is safe. He blabs on and on about the safety part, making the students doze off during this boring speech. Mi-young wonders how can he sleep in that position. The village head assures Kang Hyun that their village now has 2 aces, and they have a chance of winning. While Minho states that he got a glimpse of Sogum Village's tent on his way here, and it seemed like they had a high schooler with them. The village head is shocked and questioning. Sogum brought along their freshly born toddler. Minho states that he also saw a bunch of people in their 30s and 40s. The village head, quite depressed, states that he expected as much, and that is why they trained for today. For years they have had to accept their bitter losses to Sogum. However, they will make history today, and he promises to bring Sogum Village down. As the headmaster commences the games, they begin. The village head states that for 4 years, they have had to accept their bitter losses to Sogum. However, today they will make history. He declares that he promises to bring down Sogum Village as the headmaster announces the beginning of the games. It is announced that the children's puppet dance performance will start now. Kang Hyun comments that it's nice that it's a puppet dance. He recalls learning it when he was young, and finds it interesting that they still practice it today. From behind, the village head and his companions climb upon Kang Hyun, questioning what he is doing there, and reminding him that they need to get ready to take pictures. He remarks that the children look incredibly cute in their handbooks. Seeing the children in handbooks, Kang Hyun, quite mesmerized, thinks to himself that they truly are adorable. As the announcement begins and the music starts playing, the ladies discuss taking a video. Sang-hoo's grandma expresses that she intended to record a video instead of taking pictures, prompting Mi-young's mom to guide her on how to press the correct button. Minho cheers for Sang-hoo. Meanwhile, Chalman finds himself fixated on Mi-young as he gets ready to climb upon her. However, when Mi-young glances toward Chalman, Chalman becomes flustered and quickly turns his head away. His father teases Chalman, asking if he finds her pretty, causing Chalman to vehemently deny it, insisting that she is not. Kang Hyun, observing the interaction, wonders if this means Chalman likes Mi-young. Hey, look at you, still single. I am tired of repeating this line again and again. Sang-hoo's uncle approaches Kang Hyun and asks if his camera has run out of battery. Kang Hyun checks and reassures him that he might have just pressed the wrong button. It's working fine now. Uncle then asks Kang Hyun to record some videos of Sang-hoo for him, mentioning that he will use the brand new phone that his son bought for him. Kang Hyun records a video of Sang-hoo smiling. Kang Hyun reminisces about his childhood, recalling the days when he participated in sports events during elementary school. His parents would film him using camcorders back then. He wonders if they felt the same way he does now, watching Sang-hoo perform. After finishing their performance, everyone bows to the audience. Uncle wonders when he took 600 photos. After the performance, Sang-hoo excitedly runs towards his grandmother. Sang-hoo asks his grandmother and Uncle Kang-yun how he thinks his performance went. His grandmother praises him, telling him he did well. Kang-yun adds that he tried his best to capture the perfect video. Excitedly, Sang-hoo exclaims that they will have ball games and relays next. Kang-yun gently tells him to calm down, assuring him that he will be cheering him on, making Sang-hoo even more delighted. Chaman calls out to Sang-hoo, reminding him that they need to go and change. As they leave, the next announcement is made, declaring that the students' sports competitions and contact events are about to begin. Sang-hoo's grandmother, watching him, comments that it has been a long time since she has seen him this excited for sports day. She recalls how he acted as if it didn't matter to him, but deep down she knew he was affected by the absence of his parents. No child remains unbothered when their parents aren't there to cheer them on. Ever since he heard that Kang-yun was coming, he has been glowing with joy. She turns to Kang-yun and expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Kang-yun smiles humbly, stating that it was nothing, and that he should be the one thanking them for inviting him. The scene shifts to the racecourse where the event is about to begin again. As the whistle blows, Mi-young walks to the designated area and picks up a letter. As she reads it, she realizes it's addressed to someone she respects. She contemplates her choice, considering selecting one of the village heads, but seeing them overly excited, she becomes conflicted. She then wonders where Uncle Kang-yun is. Two children are struggling between themselves, while anyone who will marry a girl is struggling to reach the table. The village head notices Mi-young's hesitation and asks if something is wrong. He offers to accompany her if she wants. Meanwhile, a student, Miju, picks up the last tattered piece of paper that reads "less person." Miju contemplates for a while, trying to think of a person. Mi-young asks Minho where is Uncle Kang-yun, and he replies he went to the bathroom. The finish line manager startled when she saw Miju step forward with a person to the coordinator, taking everyone by surprise. The coordinator states that he is the first to come, and reads his slip of the less person, the bald headmaster. Confused by Miju's wording, he questions her about what she means by less person. Miju casually responds that he doesn't have it. Perplexed, the headmaster asks what he doesn't have, to which Miju bluntly states that he doesn't have hair. The announcement declares that Team Yellow has won the Find a Person competition. Meanwhile, Mi-young is crying for not finding Uncle Kong. The students celebrate, waving their belts in victory, while the parents and students perform, making the village head watch in quiet jealousy. Meanwhile, the village head of Sogum Village laughs heartily. It is then announced that the second half of the competition will continue after the lunch break, scheduled to resume at 1:30. The village head enthusiastically declares that while they may be losing to Team Yellow for now, they haven't even unleashed a quarter of their skills. He encourages everyone to eat well and turn the game around in the afternoon. Kang-yun tells Sang-hoo that he promised to prepare lunch boxes for them. He admits that it was his first time making lunch boxes, but he surprisingly found it fun. As he takes out the neatly packed boxes, they reveal an array of delicious and beautifully arranged food. Kang-yun explains that the dinosaur-themed lunchbox is for Sang-hoo, while the one with the ping-ping character is for Mi-young. Sang-hoo, mesmerized by the stunning presentation, questions if Kang-yun made them himself. Mi-young, equally amazed, exclaims in excitement about the world's cutest magical ruby star ping-ping. It looks identical. The children eagerly grab their lunchboxes, excited to show them off to their friends as they run off. Kang-yun, watching them leave, remarks that he didn't even get a chance to show them the bunny-shaped apple slices he made for dessert. The village head comes in, commenting that if they had seen them, they would have fainted from shock. More curiously, the village head asks about the side dishes. Kang-yun informs him that there is broccoli and meat, which the village head claims is perfect. As he opens the container, he is impressed. However, before he can fully admire it, the village head shifts the conversation to the next item, ignoring Kang-hyun's reaction. Feeling a bit dejected, Kang-yun questions what he is up to. The village head responds that he is preparing the ultimate sports day highlight, the specialty of the day. He explains that they will mix all the side dishes into a large bowl, drizzle a bit of sesame oil, mix everything, and create the famous sports day big bowl bibimbap. Kang-yun hesitates, wondering if any of his side dishes are even suitable for bibimbap. He worries about the flavors clashing. The village head confidently hands him a spoon, assuring him that it won't taste bad if mixed correctly. Still uncertain, Kang-yun takes a spoonful and hesitantly takes a bite. He uses a small spoon, thinking he should not eat directly from the big spoon. To his surprise, after a moment of tasting, Kang-yun giggles and admits that it's delicious. As he looks around, he notices the delighted faces of everyone enjoying the meal. He reflects on how each ingredient had been seasoned separately, without considering how they would blend, yet somehow, the combination results in an unexpectedly delicious dish. As everyone digs in, the village head proudly declares that everything has been tossed into the mix, and now all that's left to do is grab a spoon and enjoy. Meanwhile, Sanghu's friends are stunned by his beautifully prepared lunchbox, while the rest of the family enjoys the tasty bibimbap together. The entire group cherishes their time, relishing both the meal and the warmth of the moment. As everyone enjoys a blissful time at the picnic watching people giggle and chatter, the head of the Sogum village takes a peek at the crowd with a mocking tone. He remarks that it's no wonder they lose every year. He confidently states that they will easily take the win again this year. He turns to Do-hyun for confirmation, but Do-hyun hesitates before eventually affirming it. However, he frowns inwardly as he touches his covered knee, lost in thought for a moment. The scene shifts toward the event grounds, where the announcer calls for all parents participating in the first game of the afternoon, the obstacle race, to gather in the middle of the field. Kang-yeon listens carefully, and notes that the announcement specifically mentions parents, confirming that the race is exclusively for them. Confused, he turns to the village head and asks about the participants. In response, the village head points directly at him, realizing that he is somehow part of the race. Kang-yeon stands on the track, dazed and unsure of how he ended up there. He questions the village head about why he is participating, since this is a race for parents, to which the village head explains that Sanghu's parents couldn't attend due to their busy schedules. So Kang-yeon will be taking their place. Still trying to process the situation, Kang-yeon asks about Sanghu's grandmother. She stutters, admitting that she was supposed to participate, but then suddenly clutches her back dramatically, feigning pain. Her exaggerated act makes it obvious that she is trying to avoid running. Left with no other choice, Kang-yeon sighs and agrees to participate, knowing it's his first time doing anything like this. Reassuring himself that all he has to do is jump over obstacles, he gets into position. Meanwhile, Sanghu, Mi-young and Chalman cheer him on enthusiastically. Determined not to embarrass himself, Kang-yeon dashes forward, thinking that if this is all there is to it, then the challenge shouldn't be too difficult. To his surprise, he clears the first few obstacles effortlessly, causing the children watching to gasp in awe. As he continues running, Kang-yeon notes that the next challenge is a balance beam. The moment he steps onto it, memories of his past training flood his mind. Every time he missteps, he recalls the brutal lessons Randolph put him through, forcing him to walk a tightrope over a cliff. Compared to that, this is practically child's play. Remembering those hellish times, he tears up slightly, thinking about how much safer this is. Poor Kang-yeon. With renewed confidence, he speeds through and clears all obstacles, including jumping through high obstacles. Biscuit run. Sanghu, Mi-young and Chalman watch in amazement, impressed by how effortlessly he moves. As he sprints toward the finish line, instinct takes over, and he momentarily drops down onto all fours, as if he were in combat mode. Just before crossing the line, he barely stops himself, forcing himself to stand upright and walk casually instead. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers, declaring that first place in the obstacle race goes to Lee Kang-yeon from Team Pink. Kang-yeon barely has time to acknowledge the win before he is suddenly swarmed by excited children. They charge at him, showering him with praise and admiration. Mi-young, speaking in awe, calls Kang-yeon their undercover village guardian god, and wonders if he might be some kind of transformer warrior. Sanghu joins in, praising his skills and asking who trained him, declaring that he is the best. Meanwhile, the head of Sogum watches the scene unfold, deep in thought. A worried expression crosses his face as he wonders whether the Yongpyong village has been hiding a secret weapon all this time. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, shaking his head. The next competition isn't about individual strength, it's a team event. The next game is boss of team competitions, tug of war. The announcer calls out that Sogum village will take the left side, representing the south, while Yongpyong will stand on the right. As Kang-yeon observes the opposing team, he notices that they have well-developed muscles and look physically strong. Despite this, the Yongpyong village head doesn't seem concerned. He dismisses the idea that strength alone determines the winner, emphasizing that teamwork is the real key to victory. He encourages the team to showcase Yongpyong's spirit of cooperation. Kang-yeon, however, remains skeptical, thinking that it won't be easy to win with just him and Minho on the team. Just as he contemplates this, he hears a strange but familiar sound behind him. Turning around, Kang-yeon sees the village head directing Rice Cake to take the back position in the tug-of-war lineup. A cold shiver runs down Kang-hyun's spine at the thought. He quickly turns to the village head looking both worried and terrified. Frantically, he insists that Rice Cake should stay at home, arguing that he can't possibly participate in a tug-of-war match. The village head dismisses his concerns outright, proclaiming that Rice Cake is a resident of Yangpong just like everyone else. He declares with enthusiasm, "All for one and one for all." Before Kongyun can protest further, Rice Cake bites down on the rope ready to pull. Panic surges through Kongyun as he desperately prays that Rice Cake doesn't do anything drastic. If he pulls too hard, this game will become completely one-sided. The whistle blows, signaling the start of the match. In an instant, with a single mighty tug from Rice Cake, the entire Sogum team is yanked off their feet and sent flying through the air. The head of the Sogum village crashes to the ground with a loud thud, completely defeated. A stunned silence falls over the field. The head of the Sogum village lets out a strangled cry, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of what just happened. Yangpong village chief cheered for the village. Meanwhile, Kongyun, acting quickly, snatches up Rice Cake and hides him behind his back, trying to downplay the incident. Back at the event area, the village head of Sogum turns to Do-hyun, telling him that the only game left is the relay race. He expresses his trust in him, to which Do-hyun nods reassuringly. While Kongyun scolds Rice Cake, telling him to stay put, the others call for him to join them for the next event. Kongyun sighs, realizing that the message is clear but unaware of what will happen. As it's time for the final challenge, the announcer calls for all runners in the village relay race to gather in the middle of the field. As Kongyun walks toward the starting area, he overhears Do-hyun quietly muttering to himself, repeating that he can do this and everything will be fine. The oddness of it sticks with Kongyun, but before he can question it, the race begins. The villagers erupt into cheers as the runners take their positions. Meanwhile, the village heads continue their silent battle of wits, determined to claim victory for their respective teams. As the final runners get ready, Kongyun and Do-hyun step up to their starting positions. Do-hyun is the first to take off, running at an impressive speed. Kongyun watches him in admiration, acknowledging just how fast he is. Just as Kongyun runs off with the baton, something in his peripheral vision catches his attention. His eyes widen in horror as he spots Rice Cake running toward the track, carrying a baton in his mouth. Kongyun screams in disbelief, demanding to know why Rice Cake is there and, more importantly, where he even got the baton. Before he can react, Rice Cake takes off like a bullet, sprinting toward the finish line at full speed. Kongyun is left shouting helplessly in the background. A man was puking, drinking too much. He tried to complain that the dog took his stick, but his friend told him to go easy on drinking. Do-hyun, trying his best to stay focused, is overtaken not only by Rice Cake but also by Tori, who teases him. Do-hyun stumbles in shock, his surprise causing him to trip over his own feet and fall to the ground. Kongyun panics and rushes toward him, calling out to check if he's all right. Meanwhile, Rice Cake runs straight through the finish line, winning the race in record time. The announcer, though visibly confused, follows the rules and declares the winner. As the champion of the relay race is a dog, Kongyun stands frozen, clutching his head in disbelief. Rice Cake wags his tail happily, completely unaware of the chaos he has caused. Kongyun dashes toward Rice Cake in anger as someone announces that the winner of the relay race is Yangpyeong Village, with second place going to Duru Village. Hearing this, the village head shivers with happiness while Do-hyun collapses in despair. The final winner of the Growth Liveliness Sports Day is declared Team Pink, and the MVP title goes to Yangpyeong Village. Meanwhile, Kong was trying to catch mischievous Rice Cake and Tori. The scene shifts to Kongyun cycling home, thinking aloud that although they may have won Sports Day, if that student hadn't fallen, the results could have been different. He refers to Rice Cake asking for confirmation and Rice Cake notes it silently. Both of them act innocent. Kongyun then remembers that he wanted to apologize to him that day, but he had disappeared while people were congratulating him. He wonders if he is doing all right. As he turns his head to the side, he notices Do-hyun sitting alone. He wonders what he was doing there. Approaching him, Kongyun asks if he is the student from Sports Day. Do-hyun affirms that he is. Worried, Kongyun explains that he was one of the other runners that day, and that Do-hyun fell because of his dog. He asks if he was hurt, to which Do-hyun denies it, saying it was just his fault and that he only had an ankle sprain that has since healed. Kongyun flinches at the realization that Do-hyun was actually hurt. Rice Cake notices Kang's mood, and to not make him angry and miss out on dinner, he jumps down and moves toward Do-hyun, patting his knee affectionately. Do-hyun was happy to see him. Kongyun apologizes, admitting that he was too careless as Rice Cake's owner. Do-hyun reassures him that it's okay, and then suddenly asks if he is Chef Lee Kongyun. He is surprised and asks if he knows him. Do-hyun nods, explaining that they used to watch Today's Best Chef at the village community center. He remembers him coming back for a special episode. Kang-hyun groans in embarrassment, realizing that Do-hyun has seen the videos he wishes he could delete the most. Do-hyun, however, is impressed, commenting that he competed against someone so famous. Kang-hyun, feeling even more embarrassed, changes the subject, saying that personally he thinks Do-hyun is the amazing one. He recalls seeing him run during sports day and mentions how fast he was. He then asks if Do-hyun regularly participates in sports. Do-hyun confirms that he is part of the school's track and field team. Kang-hyun cheers, saying that it all makes sense now. It's no wonder he was so fast. Do-hyun thanks him but then hesitates before admitting that he's unsure whether he should continue with track and field. Confused, Kang-hyun asks if there's something else he wants to do. Do-hyun shakes his head and explains that he suffered a serious injury last year. Although he is fully recovered due to rehab, he is not as fast as he used to be. He adds that he loves running, but it's frustrating when his body doesn't move the way he wants it to. The expectations and pressure from others have become burdensome, making him consider quitting track and field. He states that surviving in this world by doing only what one wants is not easy. Before Kang-hyun can respond, Do-hyun's stomach growls. Embarrassed, Do-hyun apologizes, saying that it's lunchtime and that he has already taken up too much of Kang-hyun's time. He reassures him that he is fine and asks Kang-hyun not to worry. Kang-hyun thanks him and then smiles, suggesting that since fate has brought them together today, how about joining him for lunch at his restaurant? The scene shifts to Kang-hyun's restaurant where Do-hyun, now seated, feels nervous. He wonders if it's really okay for him to accept a free meal. Just then, an alluring aroma wafts toward him, making his stomach rumble even more. He is captivated by the delicious smell as Kang-hyun enters, apologizing for the delay. He then asks Do-hyun if he likes meat. Do-hyun enthusiastically affirms that he does. Kang-hyun, relieved, says that he thought as much, considering Do-hyun is an athlete. He then sets down a bowl in front of him, announcing that he made a joke rice bowl. Do-hyun's eyes light up as he exclaims that he loves joke rice bowls. He adds that he always had one after practice. Kang was happy to hear him like that. Meanwhile, Tori and Rice Cake attempt to sneak a bite in the kitchen, despite Kang-hyun's warning that they should hold off eating for the next 2 meals. Thanking him, he picks up a spoonful. While Do-hyun takes a bite, he is instantly mesmerized. He marvels that he has never had joke this good before. It is perfectly spicy and savory, the meat is incredibly tender, and he feels like he could eat several bowls of it with rice. He even jokes that he could eat this dish for the rest of his life. He wonders if Do-hyun likes it that much. Kang-hyun chuckles and remarks that joke rice bowls taste even better after practice. He then asks if there is a restaurant near Do-hyun's school. Do-hyun nods, explaining that his friend's parents own a restaurant and that he is a VVIP regular there. He reminisces about how they used to talk about that day's practice over a bowl of joke, and all his stress and exhaustion would disappear. However, he hasn't been back since his injury. Kang-hyun listens, and then unexpectedly admits that he almost gave up on cooking as well. Do-hyun, shocked, asks why he is so talented. Kang-hyun reveals that he suffered from a condition that was fatal for a chef. Although he thought he could endure everything, his body disagreed. On top of not being able to reach his goals, he was terrified of disappointing those around him. There was a time when he wanted to run away, but deep down he realized that he truly loved cooking. Thanks to the encouragement of those around him, he gradually regained his courage and started anew in this place. He acknowledges that it wasn't an easy journey, but if Do-hyun still loves running, maybe he should give it another try. His words strike a chord with Do-hyun. Kang-hyun gently reminds him that running away from problems will only make them return later. After finishing lunch, Do-hyun bids farewell and leaves. Watching him go, Kang-hyun wonders if he had been too nosy, but he understands Do-hyun's struggles. Perhaps Amelia felt the same way too. In the end, it's up to him to make the final decision, and Kang-hyun hopes it turns out well. Seeing him care about an unknown boy, Rice Cake and Tori demanded to think about them. He then turns to Rice Cake and Tori, promising them food for making him happy, playfully calling them true foodies. The scene shifts to the next morning as Do-hyun gets ready. His grandmother, noticing him, asks where he is going. He simply replies that he is going for an easy run. She raises an eyebrow, reminding him that he had said he was taking a break from practice because it was too difficult. Do-hyun smiles and replies that he just likes to run before heading out. The scene shifts to another world, in the Beastman camp where Tori is playing with a plant. She was curious and started to wave the grass plate. Mona remains on guard as, from her perspective, the leaf appears to be moving on its own, seemingly to surprise her. As she gets closer to investigate, her shadow casts on Tori. Tori was terrified and stars ran whole in grass. Seeing this, she chases after Tori, who runs away crying. Meanwhile, a beast woman calls out to Kanghyun, asking if he can take a look at something. He affirms, mentioning that he has been there for a few weeks. After the sports day event, the trade between humans and beastmen commenced. Kanghyun instructs the beast woman to separate the mixed fruits in the bag and discard any bruised ones. Having taken on the role of overseeing the trade, he recalls that he had noticed during sports day that he felt stronger. He wonders if this change occurred after meeting Ricecake's parents. Speculating further, he considers the possibility that it is connected to the token of trust Amelia had mentioned. A beastman approaches, offering to carry the bags if they are too heavy. This makes Kanghyun question whether his strength increase is just his imagination, considering the large number of bags the beastman can effortlessly carry. As he takes a glance at the village, he comments on the reduced number of people present compared to last time. Cassandra, the village chief, confirms that there are indeed fewer people and explains that they managed to suppress the rebels. Kanghyun expresses confusion regarding the rebels, questioning the seriousness of the topic. Cassandra reminds him of the warrior Temu, stating that he was their leader. Recalling their encounter, Kanghyun remembers Temu as a scary-looking beastman. Cassandra explains that they also defeated the other tribes that had allied with Temu. She was playing with Mona while talking to Kong. She continues, however, a minor issue remains. Temu is still on the run. She advises Kanghyun to remain cautious, as Temu, being desperate, might not care about oaths or honor. Despite this, she dismisses the concern, noting that Kanghyun's bodyguards would not allow anything to happen to him. Hearing this, Ricecake just gives a smug woof, and Tori stands like a brave hero. Cassandra mentions that Noah is persistently searching for Temu, so he will likely be found soon. Kong replies that they should still be careful while camping for the night, prompting Cassandra to question his concern as they plan to spend the night drinking. At night, she happily grabs Kanghyun, expressing her delight upon hearing that he will visit the humans the next day, remarking that it would be a pity if all he did was work. Feeling fatigued, Kanghyun hesitates, knowing that drinking all night would make it difficult to function the next day. Cassandra dismisses his concerns, reminding him that he has received the wolf's heart and should stop acting weak. Tribesmen were dancing in joy. Kanghyun is perplexed by the term, prompting Cassandra to clarify that it refers to the blessing he received from the Holy White Wolf's pack leader. Surprised, Kanghyun questions how she knows about his meeting with Ricecake's parents. Cassandra states that no one in the forest is unaware of his ventures. She further explains that it seems he received the blessing without understanding its significance. Kanghyun admits that he only realized something had changed when he noticed his sudden increase in strength. Cassandra elaborates that the wolf's heart does not merely enhance physical strength, the true benefit lies elsewhere. She decides to demonstrate, releasing her aura all at once, causing the beastmen nearby to become tense and sweat in fear. Cassandra then asks Kanghyun how she appears to him at that moment. After a pause, he responds that she looks somewhat disgruntled and wonders if she is hungry. Laughing it off, Cassandra apologizes to everyone for startling them, assuring them that they can continue enjoying themselves. She then explains that the blessing instills fearlessness, making the recipient courageous. While it might seem like a minor advantage, she emphasizes that more moments in life require courage than one might think. Though he is not a warrior like them, she has a feeling that he will accomplish even greater things in the future. Meanwhile, Ricecake arrives with puffed-up cheeks, prompting Kanghyun to ask where he had gone and if he had been stuffing himself. Just then, Haemin enters along with two other beastmen, mentioning that they had asked for Ricecake's help. Cassandra declares that the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. Haemin excitedly announces to the crowd that it is time for dinner. Cassandra explains that those three have been preparing meals for the entire village. Surprising Kanghyun, he questions whether just the three of them have been handling the task and if they are managing well. Cassandra confirms that they are doing it willingly. She had never intended to make them cook, but they found joy in it, thanks to a special someone. As Haemin presents a dish, Cassandra remarks that it looks delicious as always. Kanghyun, observing the food, thinks if she braises the meat, noting that he never taught her that technique. Haemin reveals that it is not a dish he instructed them to make, but one she developed on her own using a technique he had taught them. She had spent countless nights experimenting with different flavors and fell asleep, often burning her attempts, yet surprisingly, the meat and vegetables turned out well seasoned and delicious. Wanting to share her creation with him, she continued refining the dish, and even sought feedback from the Holy Wolf several times. She even begged Ricecake to taste her dish. Kanghyun examines the dish, finding it similar to jjimdok but noticing that the base is not soy sauce. Instead it possesses a sweet and sour flavor. The meat is well seasoned and tender, leading him to realize that Haman has gone beyond his teachings and developed her improvements. Praising her efforts, he acknowledges that the dish is truly impressive, making Haman beam with happiness. She expresses gratitude, stating that it is all thanks to him. Without his guidance, she would never have discovered the joy of cooking or the excitement of creating meals for others to enjoy. Kang-yun, smiling at her words, states that hearing this motivates him to teach her even more in the future. Embarrassed but pleased, Haman thanks him for everything he has taught her. He then suggests that they work on improving the dish immediately. He explains that although the meat is well prepared, the vegetables are lacking. When it comes to braising, he emphasizes that the timing of adding the vegetables is more important than the sauce. Adding them too early causes them to absorb too much of the sauce, losing their texture. Haman listens attentively, finding the explanation insightful. As the night progresses, Kang-yun realizes that it is already morning, and that they have only covered the theoretical aspects. Cassandra comments that the wolf's heart certainly serves its purpose well. Haman falls on her knees, calling him a master in cooking. Kang-yun, reflecting on their discussion, states that Haman should contemplate everything he says until they meet again. Feeling slightly intimidated, Haman nods in agreement. Cassandra then playfully remarks that he becomes rather scary when it comes to cooking before bidding him farewell and asking him to take care. As Kang-yun departs, he contemplates how he has not seen Noah recently, and recalls hearing that he is pursuing the remaining rebels. He acknowledges that it must be exhausting. Just then, someone rushes toward him. Ricecake growls, sensing something amiss. Kang-yun, puzzled, questions what is wrong, only to witness Temu running toward him, seemingly fleeing from someone, catching him completely off guard. As Kang-yun recognizes Temu running in front of him, Temu grits his teeth in anger and attempts to slash at Kang-yun, screaming that if it had not been for him, everything would have been normal. However, just in time, Ricecake positions himself, and Kang-yun's forehead begins to glow with the wolf's powers, with a claw symbol activating on his surface. Kang-yun realizes that he can at least dodge one attack as he steps back to evade Temu's slash. Meanwhile, Ricecake jumps onto Temu's face, making him curse and cry out in frustration. At the same time, Tori launches an attack on Temu, using her powers to dig a hole in an instant, causing Temu to fall into it. As Temu lands, Tori immediately uses her ability to bury him completely, leaving only his head exposed. As Temu continues to curse them, Ricecake and Tori flex toward Kang-yun, who thanks them. He states that the attack had shocked him, as Temu had attacked the moment he saw them. If it had not been for Ricecake and Tori, it might have been the end for him, as they had not even been given a chance to react. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, stating that they have not even been given the chance to help. Noah then appears, smacking Temu's face and questioning whether Kang-yun was hurt, to which Kang-yun denies, stating that he is fine. Noah apologizes, explaining that he had not expected Kang-yun to run into Temu and acknowledges that it must have been an unpleasant surprise. While stomping on his head, Noah said it's perfect height. Kang-yun, upon witnessing the smacking, smiles but reassures everyone that no one has been hurt. Temu, however, interrupts, cursing at Kang-yun and blaming him for everything, stating that it was all his fault. Kang-yun, taken aback by such hostility, reflects that he has not encountered anyone who hated him this much since Jong-sok. He considers that the person he used to be would have been hurt by such words, but now they no longer affect him. As Temu tries to threaten that he will find and kill Kang-yun, Noah smacks him again, demanding that he repeat himself, mocking his threat as a bad joke. Noah then asks Kang-yun if he is on his way to the humans. As for Temu, they will handle him according to their laws. He warns Temu that they will take care of him as per their regulations and advises him to prepare for it. As Kang-yun thanks him, Noah reassures him not to take Temu's words to heart. Kang-yun smiles and thanks Noah for worrying about him, adding that he sometimes encounters people who hate him for no reason. However, he knows that he is too busy to care about every word they say. The scene then shifted to the human village, where Kang-yun was strolling through the area. He reminded himself to continue training regularly, as one never knew when someone like Temu might attack again. He informed Ricecake and Tori that he felt more at ease knowing he had his friends with him. As he contemplated whether he should ask Randolph about something, he overheard a little kid asking about the mass. Kang-yun realized that this was a temple, and upon reflecting, acknowledged that there was one more person who despised him. As the bishop appeared, Kang-yun noticed that he hated Ricecake in particular, who reacted to his presence. The bishop took a glance at Kongyun, and a wave of jitters ran through his body. Angrily, the bishop questioned what Kongyun was doing there. Kongyun attempted to cover for rice cake. As one of the bishop's people asked about the matter, the bishop tried to act indifferent, claiming it was nothing, before questioning Kongyun about his reason for visiting the holy temple. The bishop speculated that it could be due to his actions on the day of the trading negotiation. He considered that if the meeting had turned into a disaster because of his food, the city lord might no longer trust him, as he had schemed against him. Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth in frustration, still unable to rid himself of the poison. Kongyun attempted to excuse himself, stating that he was merely passing by and would be leaving shortly. The bishop, pretending to be hospitable, smiled, and told Kongyun to be on his way, though inwardly he was cursing him. As Kongyun turned to tend to rice cake, he suddenly realized that rice cake was no longer by his side. Upon looking around, he saw rice cake standing at the temple's entrance just as he entered inside. The bishop let out an involuntary scream in pain. Kongyun apologized and asked whether he should go and inform someone, but the bishop refused, stating that this was not a place rice cake could enter. However, someone from behind called for the bishop, prompting him to act as if the temple was open to everyone. Kongyun thanked him for that and proceeded inside, much to the bishop's frustration. Trying to calm himself, the bishop reassured himself that he had hidden the bottle in the farthest corner, and since Kongyun would not venture that far, it would remain safe. As Kongyun searched for rice cake, he entered a room and opened a treasure box, only to find gold coins. Just in time, the bishop rushed in and shut the box, claiming that they were chocolate coins and that he liked sweet things. Kongyun continued searching and found a ledger, but the bishop swiftly hid it, explaining that it was his personal household savings and that keeping a ledger was a good habit. The bishop, feeling drained, cursed himself for forgetting how corrupt he was, and realized that the poison bottle was not the only thing he needed to hide. Desperate, he screamed at Kongyun, offering to help find rice cake so that he could leave sooner. Kongyun, unaware of the bishop's distress, thanked him and noted that the bishop seemed nicer than expected. He had initially assumed that the bishop was a bad person since he disliked rice cake, but he started questioning whether he had judged him too quickly. As Kongyun glanced at a doll resembling rice cake, he recalled that it had been popular in the village. Feeling delighted, he reconsidered his perception of the bishop, thinking that if the bishop had gone as far as purchasing a doll of rice cake, then he must actually like him. Kongyun, in a misguided attempt to be polite, inadvertently apologized, concluding that the bishop must be a good person after all. However, the bishop, completely overwhelmed, shouted for them to leave immediately. Just then, Kongyun heard rice cake's familiar sound, and turned to see him emerging from a shelf. Kongyun, sighing, remarked that rice cake truly enjoyed causing trouble. As he picked rice cake up, he noticed that he had flattened Tori and questioned what it was that he was holding. Kongyun soon deduced that rice cake was holding a bottle of powder. The bishop, freezing in place, panicked as Kongyun casually inquired about it. To the bishop, it was obvious, it was a bottle filled with poison. In that split second, the bishop considered all the possible outcomes. If the contents of the bottle were identified, he would have been arrested by Kongyun, and the city lord would have threatened him, stating that their relationship with the beastman was stable for now. But that could change if he let this incident slide. The bishop envisioned his execution by burning, with the people cursing him and claiming he deserved to die as he cried out in agony. As Kongyun snapped the bishop back to reality, the bishop, wasting no time, grabbed the bottle from rice cake and gulped it down, insisting that it was his diabetes medication in an attempt to shock Kongyun. Kongyun tried to argue that even if it were medication, consuming that much at once could not be good for him. However, the bishop denied any concern, asserting that this was the least he could do to ensure his survival. His eyes trembled in pain as he internally questioned the situation, declaring that Kongyun had said that he had urgent business to attend to. Since they had found rice cake, he urged Kongyun to hurry along and leave. As Kongyun thanked him for his help, he mentioned that he had packed a lunchbox just in case. He explained that it had a delicious sweet and sour taste, suggesting that if the bishop did not mind, he could take some. Thinking that the bishop must have been really hungry for his stomach to growl so loudly, the bishop, inwardly crying, wondered if Kongyun had figured everything out. As he confirmed his suspicions, he screamed at Kongyun to leave. As Kongyun walked away, he reflected that he had misunderstood the bishop, thinking he was like Temu, but that was not the case after all. Meanwhile, the people behind whispered that the mass had been cancelled today. Kongyun questioned what people like him were called again, as he recalled the word tsunere. As the work was completed, Kang Yun thought that his job as the auditor seemed to be done. From behind, Randolph approached, calling out to him with a smile, mentioning that he had been waiting for him. He pointed out that he had not had dinner yet. Kang Yun affirmed that he was just about to eat, to which Randolph responded that he would introduce him to a good restaurant. When Kang Yun asked if Randolph had a recommendation, Randolph stated that there was a tavern run by an elderly couple that served good food. Hearing about it, Kang Yun became curious, wondering what a tavern in this world would be like. Upon reaching the tavern, Randolph slammed the door open, announcing their arrival. Kang Yun observed the large number of people inside, noting that it was quite full and looked like a scene straight out of a medieval movie. As Randolph scanned the room, he spotted his soldiers and asked if they were there as well. The soldiers greeted him enthusiastically. When Randolph asked if they had come to drink together, the soldiers affirmed, stating that they had to enjoy a drink during their time off. When asked who he had come with, Randolph stated that he was with Kang Yun, mentioning that they had already met him back at his home. As Kang Yun greeted them, stating that it had been a while, the soldiers recognized him as the Boilermaker and the Alcohol Master. With gleaming eyes, they invited him to join them, mentioning that they had some free space and asked if he had brought any alcohol. Randolph, slightly exasperated, remarked that they should at least try to hide their alcoholic tendencies. Kang Yun accepted the offer, to which the soldiers responded approvingly, ordering stir-fried meat for him as well. When Kang Yun questioned it, one of the soldiers asked if it was his first time there, explaining that the signature dish was stir-fried meat, which paired perfectly with alcohol. Another soldier added that they all came specifically for that dish. When the restaurant owner approached to take their order, Randolph confirmed ordering 2 beers and stir-fried meat for 2. However, the owner informed them that they were running low on labor in the kitchen, so it might take a while. When asked if that was all right, Randolph, with a cheerful expression, assured him that it was fine since they had plenty of time. 1 hour later, however, with a gloomy expression, Randolph noted that they were really taking their time. Kang Yun asked if it usually took this long, to which Randolph denied it, stating that they normally would have already finished eating by now. The soldiers, looking equally downcast, mentioned that they had ordered even earlier, yet their food had still not arrived. One of them questioned how many jugs of beer they had consumed without food. Kang Yun, realizing that something was off, observed that only a few people had received their meals. Concerned, he asked if there was a problem. Kang Yun and Randolph decided to check the kitchen, where they heard a loud crash. Concerned, they asked if everything was all right. The owner, flinching, apologized, insisting that it was nothing. As Kang Yun noticed the spilled soup, he offered to clean it up. Randolph meanwhile inquired about the owner's wife, who usually handled the cooking. The owner apologized, explaining that his wife had hurt her back, so he was cooking instead, though he was not used to it. Peeking into the pan, Kang Yun questioned whether that was supposed to be stir-fried meat. Introducing himself as a chef, he asked if he could taste it. The owner, hesitant at first, eventually allowed him to go ahead. After tasting the dish, Kang Yun remained silent for a moment. The owner, anxiously, stated that he had tried his best to replicate the taste. Kang Yun, struggling to be polite, observed that the dish was incredibly sour and salty. The meat was not thoroughly cooked, and there was so much spice that it was impossible to focus on any single flavor. He concluded that the dish was an overwhelming experience, akin to an arrow piercing through an old man's dignity. With teary eyes, the owner lamented that he should have just hired a chef. He regretted making all his guests wait due to his stubbornness, but expressed his strong desire to serve them something since they had waited so long. Kang Yun, considering the situation, suggested modifying the menu a bit. As he prepared a large pot, he poured in a huge amount of water. The owner, recognizing the pot used for festivals, questioned what Kang Yun was planning to do. Randolph arrived, mentioning that he had brought an unused thing from the castle, a shovel. Questioning if it was really necessary, Kang Yun confirmed that it was perfect. He then asked for Tori's help, who used flames to clean the shovel. Declaring that everything was set, Kang Yun began cooking. The owner, still puzzled, asked what dish Kang Yun was preparing. Kang Yun, flipping the meat into the pot, startles the owner, who asks why he is using all the meat. Because according to him it will be difficult to season that amount of meat. Kang confidently responded that he was making jeuk, the perfect dish for cooking in bulk. The owner remained quite skeptical about it, questioning why such a show was necessary and why that was being used on the meat. However, Randolph assured him not to worry, emphasizing that he was truly an excellent cook and that if anything went wrong he would take full responsibility. This made the owner question just how much trust Randolph had in him. He wondered about the identity of this guy as Kang Yun called out for Tori, stating that he would leave it to him. Tori then blazed the pot with stabilized heat. Kang Yun carefully handled the meat, making both Randolph and the owner gaze at the sight in astonishment, remarking on what an incredible feat it was. With gloomy eyes, Kang Yun stated that if he had served as a military cook, he would have been able to do this effortlessly. As he brought in some spices, he confidently stated that they should finish this in one go, counting on Tori as he mixed everything up with great enthusiasm. Declaring that this was the final step, gradually the mixture blended together, making the restaurant owner gaze in awe. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, the soldiers were shivering from exhaustion, stating that they had fulfilled their duty and should move somewhere else. Another soldier affirmed that they still needed to eat, as he couldn't continue without some snacks. He asked his friend about it, but the friend questioned why he was asking a guy who had already passed out. The other soldier affirmed that the man had crashed immediately, without snacks, and they decided to just pick him up and leave the place. Just then, Kang Yun arrived at table 6, announcing that their stir-fried meat was ready. The soldiers were delighted, exclaiming that it had finally arrived. They questioned why Kang Yun was the one serving, but another soldier dismissed it, saying it didn't matter as long as they got their food. As they took their first bite, a burst of flavor ignited within them, making them exclaim that it was absolutely delicious. One of them screamed that this was completely different from the stir-fried meat he usually ate. Though the sauce was red and spicy, it was so good that he couldn't stop eating. Another soldier remarked that while it was somewhat similar to regular stir-fried meat, its taste was far more addictive. He then questioned whether they should order more booze, as this was the perfect drinking food. Their friend Sam agreed, prompting another soldier to remark that Sam was a true drinking and snack enthusiast who had miraculously come back to life. Meanwhile, Randolph called out for the boss, ordering 4 more servings of meat. Sam, taken aback, tried to tell him that he was planning to order drinks since they had no idea when the next dish would arrive. However, the restaurant owner promptly brought another plate, shocking Sam, who remarked on how fast the service was. He questioned when they had started moving so quickly. His friend observed that it wasn't just them. The other tables were also receiving their food at an incredible pace. This led his friend to suggest that they eat quickly and order more. However, Kang Yun reassured them that there was no need to rush, smiling as he stated that they had prepared plenty for multiple refills without any issue. One of the soldiers, overwhelmed by the flavor, stated that the dish was delicious, spicy, and simply incredible. Kang Yun then handed them vegetable leaves, advising them to try eating the meat wrapped in vegetables to balance the spiciness. The soldier, skeptically, remarked that wrapping food before eating was an unusual method, but he decided to give it a try. Just as he was about to take a bite, Kang Yun swiftly pushed the wrap into his mouth, ensuring he ate it in one bite. The soldier cried out in joy, exclaiming that the spice wasn't just balanced, it was perfectly harmonized. He added that the freshness and crunch of the vegetables complemented the meat flawlessly, making it a match made in heaven. He gulped it down, declaring that he could easily finish everything by himself. His friend, however, protested, questioning whether he planned to eat it all alone and demanding a share. Meanwhile, one of the customers asked the restaurant owner whether his wife had stepped in to work some magic given how exceptional today's dish was. However, the owner denied it, explaining that they had the help of an incredible guest. Without that chef, today's food wouldn't have even made it out of the kitchen, pointing towards Kang Yun. The customers and soldiers, overwhelmed with happiness, exclaimed that Kang Yun was the chef, marveling at how insane the food was. They remarked that they had never tasted anything like it in their lives. Some even declared him the best chef, while others called the dish the ultimate drinking snack. This left Kang Yun completely taken aback. Trying to divert attention, Kang Yun called out for Randolph, stating that the soldiers were doing well. However, he quickly noticed that Randolph was already drunk, dancing with his friends. Seeing this, Kang Yun was made to join in, cheering alongside them. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori were enjoying their food as well. The night ended with the soldiers having the time of their lives and Kang Yun sharing in their joy. The next morning, Kang Yun woke up in bed, groaning as he recalled how he had kept drinking until the very end. Though he hadn't been able to open his own shop yet, he admitted that last night was fun. However, he reminded himself that he couldn't forget his main job. As he entered the bathroom, he smiled, thinking that he felt no hangover thanks to the wolf's heart. He remarked on how incredible it was, and thought that today would be another great day. Determined, he told himself to get pumped up and ready for business. However, as he turned on the tap, it suddenly broke apart, causing water to splash all over his face as the pipe burst open. Kang Yun was quite sure that the day would be great, but as soon as he turned on the tap, it suddenly broke, causing water to splash all over his face. Minho entered the house. He mentioned that he had come because Kang Yun had called him. However, as he heard Kang Hyun's ghostly voice calling him again and saw him completely drenched, he was quite shocked to see him in that state. Rice Cake was soaked too. Afterward, Minho entered the bathroom to inspect the situation and informed Kang Yun that he had locked the tap for now, though he believed that was not the only issue. He then asked if Kang Yun had tried calling a plumber. to which Kangyan replied that the plumber could only come by tomorrow at the earliest. Minho remarked that it would not be possible for Kangyan to do business that day, to which Kangyan responded that he had a vague feeling that would be the case. Nonetheless, he expressed gratitude for Minho's help, stating that he would not have managed without him. He then suggested that if Minho had not yet eaten breakfast, he should grab a bite before heading out. However, Minho, while thanking him for the offer, declined, explaining that he had a lot of work to do, especially since it was harvest season, making it his busiest time. Kangyan insisted that he should at least have a meal, but Minho explained that he needed to finish up quickly so he could spend some time with Hun. He mentioned how she was growing so fast each day, and since these moments would never return, he wanted to cherish them while he could. Taking a brief pause, Kangyan suggested that if Minho was too busy, he could probably use an extra pair of hands. Minho hesitated for a moment before acknowledging that he supposed he could. Kangyan then flexed his arms and jokingly mentioned that sometimes people found themselves forced into taking a leave, asking if Minho would like him to help in the fields. Curious, Minho revealed that they were growing radishes, adding that they actually needed more hands, so it would be a great help. Kangyan then thought about the size of the field while Minho informed him that it had rained the previous day, making it easier to pull out radishes. This delighted Kangyan, who recalled learning from the village chief during the summer harvest that damp soil was necessary for harvesting. Minho confirmed this and handed him a drum-like object. When Kangyan questioned its purpose, Minho revealed that it was a farming cushion, much better than sitting directly on the ground. Kangyan, after thanking him, found it rather amusing and thought to himself that it made him feel as though he had an unusually large backside. Meanwhile, Rice Cake imagined him resembling a duck. As Minho moved out, mentioning that he needed to check on another field, he stated that he would return later. Kangyan assured him to leave it all to him. Determined, Kangyan declared that the forced leave project had begun. Alongside Rice Cake and Tori, he diligently pulled out radishes one by one. Rice Cake swiftly wrapped them up in a single motion while Tori assisted Kangyan with doing it. She used her spirit magic to do so. While he was struggling to pick up a single one, Tori pulled a lot of them in one go. After a lot of time, Kangyan marveled at the cushion, admitting that he had underestimated its usefulness. However, as he massaged his sore shoulders, he realized that despite the joy of harvesting, it was physically exhausting, making him truly respectful of farmers across the country. Calling out to Rice Cake and Tori, Kangyan suggested they should head back, but suddenly his gaze was fixated on something at the side. A thought crossed his mind, making him uneasy. He hoped it was not what he thought it was. The scene shifted to Sujin and Hun, who were spending time together when they suddenly heard a voice. As she turned, she saw Minho and Kangyan approaching. Sujin, acknowledging their arrival, commented that they had worked hard that day. However, she quickly noticed something off and questioned Minho about his face, suspecting that there was too much work to handle due to the lack of enough hands. Minho, however, dismissed her concern, stating that he had finished all the work. Sujin, relieved to hear that, still questioned why he looked so exhausted. Minho then revealed that they had even completed the work for the following day, which greatly surprised Sujin. Scratching his face, Kangyan reflected that perhaps they should have controlled their pace. Minho then commented that Kanghyun's talent seemed more suited for farming than cooking. Kangyan, however, denied it, insisting that was not the case. Minho playfully disagreed, stating that there was no need for false humility, asking if Kangyan even realized how much work he had managed on his own. Kangyan tried to dismiss the statement, but at the same time he cast a sidelong glance at Rice Cake and Tori, both of whom had assisted him. Seeing their expressions, he could not help but exclaim that he really had done it himself. Minho, seeing through him, commented that as he had thought, Kangyan was truly a God-sent natural farmer. Later, Kangyan gulped down a drink, smiling as he remarked that indeed rice wine tasted the best after a hard day's work. Sujin offered Kangyan some, saying that it contained several side dishes. He then commented that the dish looked like braised mackerel with radish. Sujin confirmed it, stating that they always made this dish on radish harvest day. She added that she had used the radishes they harvested that day, making them particularly sweet and flavorful. As Kangyan pierced into a piece, he was struck by the realization that these were the radishes he had harvested himself. It was his first time eating braised radishes made with freshly harvested ones rather than store-bought ones. Taking a bite, he was amazed by how effortlessly it melted in his mouth. The seasoning had seeped into the radish perfectly, and the combination of seasonal mackerel and radish made for an exquisite taste. The mere thought that he was eating something he had harvested himself made it even more enjoyable. Meanwhile, Sujin called out to Minho, urging him to eat as well. However, he was completely absorbed in playing with Hun, marveling at her presence. He found himself wondering who she resembled to be so pretty, questioning if she took after her mother. Kangyan watched him with amusement, appreciating how completely enthralled he was with his daughter. Sujin then commented that Minho was such a doting father. Minho admitted that no matter how exhausting the day is, just looking at his daughter gave him renewed strength. Kanghyun remarked that he could tell just by looking at his face how much he enjoyed it. Seeing Minho's joy made helping him feel worth it. Kanghyun then mentioned that he would come to help whenever he had free time from now on. Minho then asked if he had decided to help out because of what he had said that morning. Kanghyun admitted that he was part of it, but he was also grateful for everything Minho had done for him, including fixing the water pipe. He acknowledged that Minho and the village chief had helped him adjust to life in the village, and he wanted to return the favor in any way he could. Hearing this, Minho turned his face away. Sujin, noticing, teasingly asked if he was crying again. She remarked that ever since Hun was born he had become much more emotional. Minho, deeply touched, confirmed that he was. Sujin admitted that her husband often had similar thoughts, frequently feeling grateful for many things, but hearing Kanghyun say it out loud made him feel even more appreciative. Sujin, amused, asked if that was true, to which Minho nodded aggressively. Kanghyun then commented that indeed, friends tended to resemble each other. They noticed Hun grabbing onto Minho's thigh, barely managing to stand. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone erupted in shock. She had taken her first steps. Minho, overwhelmed with emotion, dramatically lamented about the day she would eventually get married while the others laughed, cherishing the blissful moment together. Sujin was taking care of Hun. While they were chit-chatting, Minho asked in surprise if Kanghyun's parents lived overseas. Kanghyun confirmed that he was the only one in Korea. Minho then asked if he visited them on holidays. Kanghyun replied that it was hard to get tickets during the holiday season, so they usually met at other times. Feeling a little downhearted, Kanghyun added that their restaurant's reservation lists were packed during holidays, so vacations were not allowed at that time. He admitted he had never even thought about traveling. Trying to cheer him up, Minho pointed out that he had quit now, so he could finally rest this Chuseok. Kanghyun, paying no attention, commented on how diligent a life he had lived. Suddenly he exclaimed that Chuseok was just around the corner. Then he looked away and lamented that this year he might get to spend it like a real holiday. The next morning, on the day of Chuseok, Kanghyun woke up early and said he had been too busy to enjoy the past few Chuseoks properly, but that this year he would enjoy it to the fullest. Rice Cake also cheered with him in happiness, but that was not the case with Tori. She looked at Rice Cake, who was wearing a hanbok, and asked Kanghyun what about her. Kanghyun responded that Rice Cake looked great in that hanbok too. Rice Cake just let out a happy sound. Au! Tori could do nothing except make sad sounds. Chu-chu-chu. Hanbok is traditional Korean clothing. Kanghyun mentioned that one had to wear a hanbok during Chuseok. He repeated that wearing hanbok was essential during Chuseok, and added that another thing they couldn't do without during Chuseok was watching. Looking at the TV, Kanghyun noted that he had wanted to see that movie 5 years ago. It had become a holiday movie now. He told everyone to enjoy the pancakes. Rice Cake exclaimed that he loved meat. Tori paid no attention and continuously ate her share. Nom nom. Kanghyun explained that he had gotten a ton from the market since they were selling assorted packs. He wondered if he should have cooked something himself. Suddenly someone called him young chef. He wondered whose voice it was. It turned out to be the village chief. The chief remarked how Kanghyun was all dressed up in hanbok and commented that he was really getting into the holiday spirit. Kanghyun responded by pointing out that the restaurant was closed that day. The chief acknowledged that he knew and mentioned that he had heard Kanghyun was planning to rest at home, then asked why he hadn't come over. Kanghyun asked where he meant. The chief answered that it was the village hall, of course. In the hall, everyone was happily chit-chatting with one another. Kanghyun asked what everyone was doing there. The chief explained that being a city boy, Kanghyun probably didn't know, but senior centers and village halls were always bustling during holidays. People would come together, share ritual food, and check in on those who had returned after a long time. Mr. Gilwon and Jungwon were playing board games. Gilwon noted that Kanghyun was late. Jungwon commented with surprise that Kanghyun even wore a hanbok and said he looked nice. Surprised, Kanghyun asked why Mr. Gilwon and Mr. Jungwon were there. Gilwon struck a smug pose and explained that he was a Yongpyong resident too. Jungwon added that he just came to hang out. Gilwon went on to say that since he had moved there a while ago, he should participate in village events. Kanghyun asked about the events. Just then, Sangwoo called Kanghyun and asked him to sit next to him. Leung was also there, calling him over enthusiastically. The village chief led Kanghyun to them and said that there was a Chuseok tradition in Yongpyong. One of the village residents came holding a pot and told everyone to make way, announcing that the songpyeon dough had arrived. Kang, surprised, remarked that this was the songpyeon dough and noted how much there was. The village chief explained that it was a tradition of Yongpyong and added that they had other colors too, making a bunch to share. Sangwoo, sparkling with enthusiasm, claimed that he needed it every year, so he was an expert, and repeated that they had other colors. He said he would make tons for his uncle too. Myung said that she would make some for uncle too. Sangwoo then challenged her by declaring it a match. The chief encouraged Sangwoo, calling him a young chef and urging him to show off his skills since he was the expert. Kong expressed concern, admitting that he was a Western cuisine chef though. Meanwhile, Rice Cake sniffed the ingredients and Tori seemed delighted to see the black beans. Kong thought to himself that he had only ever made those for restaurant events. While everyone was happily making songpyeon, the chief laughed and asked who wanted a drink. Looking at them, Kang Hyun decided to help too and asked Mi-young if she had a toothpick. Gi-woon stated that he might not know much about cooking but he was good with hands-on tasks. He made a piece and presented it proudly, telling everyone to behold his beautiful masterpiece. Jung-won responded by saying that Gi-woon wasn't the only one with skilled hands and expressed confidence in his own finesse. He then made a large one and presented it with a ta-da, calling it a never-leaking giant songpyeon. But as it was about to tear apart, he quickly fixed it and admitted that it was a close call. Gi-woon admitted that it had been a good match. Grandma Park approached them angrily and scolded them, asking if they were kids and reminding them that others had to eat the food too, so they should make them the normal way. Sang-woo and Mi-young were startled by her presence. Then Grandma Park came to Kang Hyun and commented that despite having lived so many years, the others still acted immaturely. She asked Kang Hyun if he had made anything nonsensical as well. Kang Hyun, a little nervous, replied that he hadn't realized they were supposed to stick to basic shapes and apologized, explaining that he had just made it the way he wanted to. He then showed her a beautifully crafted songpyeon shaped like fruit, flowers, and leaves. She was delighted and told him that he could do what he wanted if he wished. Kong asked if that was really okay. Meanwhile, Gi-woon and Jung-won wondered why Kang Hyun was getting spared. After steaming them, Sang-woo's grandma said they should see if they were cooked. Seeing they were well cooked, the chief said they were having a feast that year too and told them to brush on some sesame oil. Both Mi-young and Sang-woo picked up the ones they had made, exclaiming that they had found the one they had made. Kong, looking at the one he had made, wondered if it was strange to feel proud, thinking that it was hot and fresh. Sang-woo called Kang Hyun, telling him to look, and excitedly asked if he had done a great job and told him to try it. Kang Hyun told Sang-woo that he had done great but asked if he could really eat it since Sang-woo had worked so hard on it. Sang-woo replied that he had made it especially for him. Kang Hyun smiled and thanked him. Rice Cake and Tori also enjoyed songpyeon. Sang-woo made a triceratops and Mi-young made a starfish. Picking up the one made by Gi-woon, Jung-won asked Gi-woon if he had forgotten the filling. Gi-woon said it was so good. The chief looked at the giant songpyeon and asked what the deal was with that dumpling. While everyone was enjoying themselves inside, Kang Hyun came outside and spoke to his mom. He asked if it was her calling. His mom said that he didn't have many friends, so she was worried he'd be lonely on Chuseok. She asked if he was enjoying his break and if he had eaten. Kang Hyun replied that she had been really merciless with that comment and explained that he had been making and eating traditional Chuseok dishes with the villagers. His mom expressed surprise and said she was proud of him. She added that she had thought he'd be watching reruns of some holiday special movie from 5 or 6 years ago all alone. He was in shock and wondered if she had installed a CCTV in his house. He said that he wasn't alone at all and that he was having a great Chuseok. Resting alone was great too, but he looked at the door as Mi-young, Sang-woo, Rice Cake, Tori, Gi-woon, and Jung-won came outside. Sang-woo called out to his uncle and told him they should fly kites. Jung-won bragged that he used to be great at flying kites. Rice Cake was running, biting the kite, while Sang-woo told Rice Cake not to bite too hard. Kang Hyun said that this kind of lively atmosphere was nice too. In another world, an elf girl asked the elder Nim how about inviting Kang Hyun to the coming-of-age ceremony. The elder questioned whether a human should be invited to an elven ceremony. The elf ranger reminded the elder that he had planned to invite him someday, hadn't he? The elder remarked that it seemed the ranger trusted that human more than he had thought. The elf girl replied that he wasn't an ordinary human after all. Meanwhile, a girl standing behind a tree not far from that thought that she knew it. Uni had changed. A message from author and creator. Hello dear readers, thanks to you, I could complete Season 1 without any hiccups. Thank you for your overwhelming love and support. Healing Life Through Camping in Another World will be taking a short break for improvements. We request the readers for their understanding and patience. We'll be back with even more fun content in a few months. Please look forward to Kang Hyun and Rice Cake's next chapter. It was a new day, but it was also a cleaning day. Kang Hyun, Rice Cake, and Tori were cleaning. Tori was trying hard to clean the lawn. Kong saw him struggling to pick up the grass, so he told Tori that if it was too tough he didn't have to pull out the weeds. But Tori continued. It was the big cleaning day at Grandpa's house. While cleaning, Kong thought that even though he came there every week he hadn't really been cleaning, and that he should be more thorough this time. As he cleaned, his attention fell on a particular book on the shelf. He recognized it and thought with surprise that it had been a really long time. He remembered how Grandpa used to cut out and collect all his articles. Sometimes he thought back to the time before he moved there. Back then he had been judged and belittled by others, and it left him mentally exhausted. Because of that, the doctor had told him that he had lost his sense of taste due to extreme stress. Kang Hyun had suffered a fatal injury for a chef. Kong had recalled how back then he really wanted to give up. He had run back to the countryside as if trying to escape. Ryusuke came to him and barked, seemingly asking if there was food because he was hungry. Kong looked at him and gave a warm smile. His thoughts raced again. By chance in Grandpa's warehouse there had been a hidden door that led to another world. He had met Ryusuke there. He thought to himself that he could make tonkatsu and that he would recreate those memories for Ryusuke. Thanks to Ryusuke who had helped him taste flavor again, Kong had regained confidence in his cooking. After coming to that place, he had been able to learn so much, from helping others with his cooking to forming new connections. Naturally, he had regained his lost sense of taste too. Ryusuke barked again, asking for food. Kong thought to himself that there were no words to describe how amazing he had felt back then. He looked over at Tori, who was using his genius brain and eating all the grass as a way to clean. Kong told Tori that he had worked hard and acknowledged that eating everything to clean up was still cleaning. Tori gave a thumbs up. Tweak. Then Kong told him that they were about to eat, implying that Tori should be careful not to overeat. Tori was shocked, already feeling full. He asked Kang-hyun what he should do now. Tweak. Kong picked him up and reassured him that he was just making snacks, so he thought Tori could still eat a little. Lighting up a fire, Kong thanked both of them for helping with the cleaning, saying that sweet snacks after work were the best. He placed lots of potatoes in aluminium foil and threw them into direct fire. After they were done, Tori and Ryusuke looked at the snacks and wondered if they were the same roasted potatoes they had eaten before. Kong remarked that although they looked similar to the roasted potatoes they had eaten previously, this time they were sweet potatoes. He explained that sweet potatoes baked in a kiln were truly a delicacy, saying they really were the best. Looking at the snacks, both Ryusuke and Tori started drooling. Kong shared a memory, recalling that when he visited Grandpa's house as a child, Grandpa always gave him this as a dessert. No matter how full he had been, he could never resist the sweet, delicious taste of those sweet potatoes and always ended up eating every piece. Thinking back, he felt nostalgic. He told them to wait a moment as it was still hot and needed to cool down. When both of them took a bite, Kong asked them how it tasted and whether it was good. Ryusuke barked in approval. Kong also took a bite but immediately shouted that it was hot. Still, he admitted it was irresistible. Freshly baked sweet potatoes from the kiln were too good to resist. Then Kong suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. He added cheese and butter, making cheese sweet potatoes and butter sweet potatoes. He told them that he had prepared other flavors as well and encouraged them to try those too. After eating, he noticed that both of them were covered in dirt. He commented that they were a total mess, and wondered how delicious the food must have been for them to end up looking like that. He tried to clean them up but only made them even dirtier in the process. Looking at Ryusuke, he said his own hands must have been darker and noted that Ryusuke now looked like a Siamese cat. Tori, shocked to see Ryusuke like that, let out a tweak. Kong apologized, calling him White Ryusuke and laughing. Then in response they started smearing charcoal black dust on Kong, dirtying him too, and they all began to play. Kong wondered whether Grandpa had known about the secret of the warehouse, and if he had ever visited the other world. He couldn't ask now, but he remembered how Grandpa used to tell him that if he ever wanted to rest he could come there any time. Little Kong had once asked what Grandpa meant by rest. Grandpa had explained not to overthink it and said that on days when Kong had too much homework or when he fought with close friends or felt exhausted and just needed a break, he could always come there to rest. Now Kong silently thanked Grandpa, thinking that thanks to him he was doing well. The next day, in another world, Kong sat in front of his resting tent on a chair, relaxing. He thought that the gentle breeze, sunlight and beautiful scenery made it feel no different from heaven. Tori and Ryusuke were playing as usual. From above the tree, a girl was watching Kong and noted to herself that the person down there was someone familiar. While playing, Ryusuke almost caught Tori, but Tori made a tunnel and escaped. Tweak Ryusuke then climbed up the tree. Watching them, Kong told them to take it easy or they might get hurt. He reminded them that they would eat soon, so they shouldn't go too far and most importantly, not to cause any trouble. However, trouble had already happened. The girl from earlier had fallen from the tree. Oh, she murmured, startled. Kong worried that maybe his kids had bullied someone again. Thinking that, he rushed toward the bush and apologized, saying that his kids were too mischievous and asked if she was hurt. He looked at the girl and was reminded of the same feeling he had when he first met Amelia. Meanwhile, the girl felt embarrassed and wondered if she had really just fallen from a tree. Kong in turn thought in surprise that the situation was giving him an odd sense of déjà vu. The girl thought it was impossible that she, who was supposed to follow her sister and become an inspector, had fallen from a tree. Kong asked her if she was all right. The girl was startled and immediately stepped back. Kong, noticing her features, thought she must be an elf. She looked young and he had never seen another elf besides Amelia before. He apologized and asked if she had fallen because his kids had startled her, adding that if she was hurt anywhere, he had an emergency kit. But the girl shouted that she didn't believe him. She claimed that being kind was a waste and accused him of trying to make her let her guard down to steal information about the elf tribe. She added that she didn't know how he had fooled her older sister Amelia but said that it wouldn't work on her. Then she called out to the green spirit bird, naming it Sophie, and announced to Kong that it was a strategic retreat. Sophie seemed to agree. The girl insisted she wasn't running away out of fear but vowed to make him pay, calling him human, and then she disappeared into the jungle. Kong, unable to process what had just happened, murmured Amelia's name, "Big sis, Amelia." After some time, Amelia arrived and heard everything. She identified the girl as Aura. When Kong repeated the name, Amelia explained that Aura was like her little sister and expressed disbelief that Aura had gone outside the village by herself. She asked if anything had happened. Kong replied that nothing really had. Amelia explained that those who lived only within the village tended to be very cautious of other races, and Aura was one of them. She asked Kong to tell her if Aura had been rude. Kong quickly said it was their fault instead. He then put Rice Cake and Tori on punishment, making them stand in the corner wearing boards. Rice Cake's board read that his prank had gone too far, and Tori's board read that he had been the accomplice. Amelia said that if that was the case she was relieved. She had only been worried that Aura might leave a bad impression, especially since they would be meeting again. When Kong asked what she meant by meeting again, Amelia explained that the coming-of-age ceremony would soon be held and that Aura was one of the candidates for it. She said that normally it was a festival only for fairies, but she wanted to invite Kang Hyun as a guest that year. She added that inviting someone from another race was something that hadn't been done for hundreds of years, and the positive energy Kong had brought into the forest had moved their hearts. Kong wondered what kind of place the elf village might be, but before he could take Amelia's hand, someone else did. Mona and Noah had arrived. Noah declared that they would go there too. Amelia, startled, said that she had never said she would invite them. Noah then asked if she wanted Kang Hyun to go alone. Mona protested with a sound of agreement. Noah insisted that there was no race more conservative than the elves and argued that Kong would need bodyguards just in case. He reasoned that it would be best if beastmen who were on friendly terms with humans went along as guards. Feeling proud, he added his point, and Mona enthusiastically agreed. Amelia said she would ask the elder, although she warned that he might not approve, but Noah told her to make sure he did. Amelia muttered something under her breath, clearly annoyed, calling him this beastman in frustration. Watching the exchange, Kong thought to himself that he wanted to visit the elf village, though he wondered if it was really okay to go when the coming-of-age protagonist didn't seem to like him. Amelia asked if he would give up in case she couldn't get permission, but Noah answered that it would be up to them to decide. On the day of departure, Amelia arrived and admitted she couldn't believe the Grand Elder had actually granted permission. Noah remarked that the elder was surprisingly flexible. Amelia, clearly annoyed, told them to follow her carefully so they wouldn't get lost. Deep in the forest where sunlight couldn't reach, Kong walked down a shaded path. He thought the thick leaves above must have been blocking out the sun and noted how strange the place felt. Unknown creatures stared at him, and he reflected that had he been alone he might have felt afraid. Maybe he thought it was thanks to the wolf's heart that he felt okay. Meanwhile, Mona sensed the unknown creatures and began making sounds, challenging them loudly. But Noah told her to calm down. Watching her, Kong thought he wasn't the only one who had chills. Amelia explained that the forest was deliberately set up to create such an atmosphere in order to prevent outsiders from entering and harming the forest easily. She added that there were quite a few unique plants and animals there. Kong noticed a cute-looking creature beside him and tried to pat it, coaxing it to come closer. But the creature suddenly opened its mouth so wide it looked like it could swallow Kong whole. Amelia quickly pulled him back and admitted she had forgotten to mention that it wasn't completely safe. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori grabbed the creature and warned it not to act up again or face consequences. The creature looked like it was about to cry. Kong thanked Amelia nervously and they continued their journey. As they walked, Kong noticed the forest had gotten even darker and wondered how much farther they had to go. Suddenly, Amelia stopped and told them they had arrived. Kong was confused as he saw nothing there. Then Amelia turned around and activated some kind of spiritual magic. A spirit butterfly landed on her hand and suddenly, the surrounding area transformed, with spirit bubbles appearing. Amelia explained that the bubbles were actually spirits who hadn't signed a contract yet, which was why they had no physical form. Mona and Rice Cake began playing. Noah said it was his first time seeing spirits. Amelia explained that it was because they were now right outside the elf village, and even those without natural affinity would be able to see the spirits clearly. Tori asked if the spirits could see him, but Noah, unimpressed, tossed him away, calling him a rat. Tori was mentally hurt. Then a portal appeared in front of them. Amelia invited them in, welcoming them to the elf village. Kong realized this was the elf village. All of them entered the village and Kong was mesmerized. Above them, in a house, Aura looked down at them, clearly not happy. In the elder's room, Amelia informed the chief elder that she had brought the guests. Kang entered as well and noticed something, recognizing it as a butterfly. The elder acknowledged Kang's presence, saying that he must have had a hard time coming all this way, and introduced himself as the chief elder of the village. Kang greeted him in return. Kang wondered to himself whether chief elder was similar to a village chief. The chief elder welcomed everyone warmly. Kang thought that somehow just seeing the elder made him feel at ease, and remarked to himself that the elder was the chief of the elves. Noah explained that the gift was from Cassandra, the Beastman tribe chief, worms from the Meltan Mountains. Kang was taken aback and questioned mentally whether they were really worms. The chief seemed delighted, exclaiming that Meltan worms were a precious gift and marveling at how healthy they looked, saying they would wriggle nicely through the soil. Kang, clearly affected by the sight of the worms, said that he had also brought a gift. The elder asked Kang Hyun why he was speaking from so far away, and Kang replied that he was just a little surprised. When the elder inquired about what he had brought, Kang explained that it was a rose seed, noting that Amelia had told him elves liked raising flowers. He added that it might have a different name here, but where he was from it was called a rose. Amelia then asked why he still had to speak from such a distance, pointing out she could barely hear him. The elder, curious, repeated the word rose as he took the pouch and felt it. Upon touching it, he suddenly found himself mentally transported to a rose garden. He wondered if this was truly the rose flower, and coming back to reality, reflected on how it was a flower even someone as old as he had never known. Then he thanked them for all the gifts and suggested that since there was still time until the coming-of-age ceremony, they should tour the village and enjoy the festival, which was already in full swing. Outside, Kang felt happy and remarked with awe that he had never seen a festival like this before. Rice Cake and Tori were excited as well, expressing themselves with enthusiastic sounds. Amelia explained that it was a festival for the kids who would soon become adults. Kang asked Noah where they should go first, and Noah replied that anywhere was fine with him. Then he grabbed Mona, who was sneaking away, and reminded her of what the chief had said would happen if she caused trouble. Mona recalled her mother's stern face and the warning she had given, urging her to be trustworthy. Amelia said they should make sure no children went missing. Mona, now obedient, grabbed Noah's hand. Amelia suggested they start from the front, saying that elf festivals had a lot to see. They enjoyed the bird and flower show, wandered around the village, did some shopping, and even bought animal face masks. However, they were also being tailed by Aura. Eventually, they arrived at a restaurant. Kang commented with amazement that it had been such a blast for everyone. Mona, Rice Cake, and Tori were visibly tired. Seeing this, Kang observed that the kids were probably hungry too and said they'd better place their order quickly. Amelia called out to the server, requesting an order of coal fries, and the shopkeeper confirmed the order cheerfully. Kang asked what coal fries were. Amelia explained that coal only grew in the elf forest and was tasty raw, but its true charm came out when cooked. After some time, the shopkeeper brought the food, announcing that their order was ready. Kang thought they looked like fried asparagus. Amelia encouraged them to eat the fries while they were still hot. Rice Cake and Tori were excited and Kang took a bite. It melted in his mouth like cheese, surprising him. Amelia noted with a chuckle that it was like cheese and explained that coal melted like cheese at high temperatures, crunchy outside, soft inside, which made it a traditional elf dish. Kang thought it was similar to cheese sticks but cleaner in flavor, with a crisp handle and a lingering sweetness. It was tasty. Then he noticed an elf enjoying the food and began to wonder if the flavor was not to their liking. Amelia, noticing his hesitation, asked if it didn't suit his taste. Startled, Kang responded that it was delicious. Amelia reassured him that it was okay to be honest, and reminded him that everyone had different tastes. Kang insisted it was really good, but hesitantly asked whether it wasn't usually eaten with some sort of sauce. Amelia replied that it wasn't, as it was tasty enough on its own. Kang internally agreed, but still suggested they try it with a sauce for a change, saying that if it tasted good alone it would surely taste good with sauce too. Rice Cake seemed excited about trying something new. Meanwhile, Aura, who had been shopping and eating while secretly tailing Kang Hyun, realized she had lost track of him while buying snacks. Frustrated, she muttered to herself about needing to expose the human's true nature. Then she noticed a crowd forming around a table and wondered why so many people were gathering there. Among the group, someone asked what the black substance Kang had just added was. Kang explained that it was Worcestershire sauce, a fermented sauce with added spices that paired well with fried foods. Another person, intrigued, asked if they could try it too, and Kang confirmed that it went well with other fried dishes as well. Someone expressed joy, remarking that humans apparently ate tasty things like this, and that they were starting to see them in a new light. Aura, in shock, wondered to herself what on earth was happening. Kang thought the elves seemed to like the food too. He had only intended to make some for their small group, but everyone showed interest and it ended up becoming a big gathering. Amelia appeared to enjoy it as well and asked Kang Hyun what he was making at the moment. Tori was enjoying the food while Ryusuke curiously looked at the sauce Kong had prepared. Kong explained that it was probably the most common sauce for fried dishes. Simple to make by mixing soy sauce and sesame oil in the right ratio, adding minced garlic, red pepper powder, chopped scallions, and sesame seeds. That was how soy dipping sauce for fried food was made. Amelia found it delicious and commented that the slightly spicy and savory seasoning soaked into the fries and paired perfectly. 2 random elves requested another order of coal fries, one adding that they wanted to eat it with that sauce. Others began to praise the food, recognizing one sauce as tartar and wondering about the one next to it. They expressed gratitude, saying they were able to eat this thanks to Kong. One asked what was going on, and another replied that the human was making something for them. They worried it might all be gone soon if they weren't quick. Someone else suggested checking it out at least. Kong was a little shocked by the growing interest. Other elves started asking if that was the dish and suggested ordering some to taste. Amelia, noticing the crowd, remarked on how it was piling up. Noah, seeing Mona panic, reassured her that they weren't under attack and told her to calm down. Then Noah pushed Kong out of the crowd for safety, telling him to step aside as it was dangerous and they would handle it while he waited nearby. As Kong exited the restaurant and looked back at the crowd, he wondered if everything would be fine. Then he stopped and saw Aura calling her name. Aura, surprised, asked how he knew her name. Kong hesitated but began to answer, only for Aura to cut him off. Assuming that her older sister must have told him because she liked him and probably had said a lot about him, Kong was confused by the tone of the conversation. But Aura continued, accusing him of having too much fun with that beastman walking around the village hand in hand. She told him that should have been enough and instructed him to leave before the coming-of-age ceremony started. Kong acknowledged that Aura didn't like him but asked if they could talk for a moment because he wanted to be friends with her too. Aura shouted that she didn't want to be friends and questioned internally why he was doing this to her. She expressed that if it weren't for him, she would have been the one enjoying the festival with Amelia. In tears, she yelled that today was her coming-of-age ceremony, but her sister was only paying attention to Kong, making it clear that he was more important to her than Aura. Hearing this, Kong realized just how much Aura liked her sister. He apologized, saying he didn't realize how important the day was for her, and that he might have ruined it. He smiled gently and admitted that he hadn't known she would hate his presence this much. Aura, shocked, questioned internally why a human would be apologizing, something she thought only selfish humans were incapable of. Kong continued, saying he didn't believe Amelia cared more about him than Aura. He remembered Amelia once saying during a walk through the forest that Aura was a gifted child, not just because she was her dear sister but truly someone fit to be the next patrol leader. Amelia believed Aura would pass the coming-of-age ceremony. However, since Aura had never left the forest before, her worldview was narrow, and she struggled to open her mind to humans. Amelia had asked Kong to meet Aura at least once, hoping Aura would learn that there were kind humans like him in the world. Aura, stunned, asked if her sister had said that. Kong responded that he thought it was the reason she invited him to attend the ceremony. Aura began to respond but stopped mid-sentence and ran away. Watching her, Kong thought he hadn't expected her to hate him so much and wondered what he should do next. Meanwhile, Amelia appeared and called out to Kang Hyun, saying it was time to go. Kong responded quickly, and Amelia told him they had to hurry to see Aura from the front row. Back at the ceremonial stage, the elder chief began the ceremony, announcing that the children would present a dance to express their growth, and asked everyone to watch with affection. Using magic, he created an impressive display. As part of the ceremony, some children played flutes, others drums, and some demonstrated fire magic using spirits. Aura was preparing herself alongside her spirit. She thought to herself that humans were selfish and wicked beings. As the drum struck, she opened her eyes and reminded herself not to be swayed by a human. Believing it to be a trick to lower her guard, she leapt into the air with her kunai, but doubts crept in. What if her sister had said those things? She then created a beautiful fireworks display using her kunai. Kong and the others watched, mesmerized. Aura looked at them and wondered if perhaps Kong was right and she had misunderstood everything. But at that moment, she lost her balance and began to fall, reaching out for something to hold onto. Amelia cried out for Aura and rushed toward her. Kong called for Tori, who used her spirit power to create a sand bed. Amelia caught Aura mid-fall and the two landed safely on the sand bed. Amelia anxiously asked if Aura was okay. Kong also worried about her condition. Aura, covering her face in shame, thought it was far too embarrassing. Back in the room, Aura was lying on the bed, and Amelia told her that the coming-of-age dance had ended nicely, and that she must have been shocked. She suggested that Aura rest for a bit. Aura sat on the bed with a gloomy face. Looking at each other, Amelia thought that Aura must be disappointed, and Kong agreed silently in his mind. Amelia then grabbed Aura's hand and asked her if it was because she had messed up during the dance. She reassured her that everyone made mistakes and that dwelling on them only made things worse, urging her not to take it too hard. Aura, visibly shaken, replied that it wasn't that, it was just that she was embarrassed. Emilia was confused and asked what she meant. Aura then shouted that she was embarrassed because she had taken out her anger on Kang-hyun and couldn't understand why he didn't get angry in return. She wondered aloud why a human could be so kind. Both Emilia and Kong were left perplexed. Aura explained that she had thought Emilia had become distant from her because of Kang-hyun, especially since everyone around them insisted that humans couldn't be trusted. Even that day on her coming-of-age ceremony, Emilia seemed more focused on him. Emilia, shocked and at a loss for words, began to respond but stopped midway. Instead, she hugged Aura and said she was sorry and hadn't realized that Aura had felt that way. She acknowledged that Aura must have felt very lonely. Aura, now crying, hugged her back and told her not to apologize, insisting that she was the one at fault. Through hiccups, she admitted that she had made assumptions all on her own. Emilia tried to calm her down, gently comforting her and apologizing once again. Kong, watching them, gave a warm smile. After some time passed, Emilia asked if Aura was feeling a bit calmer now. Aura nodded and said she was, but her stomach growled from hunger. Emilia noted with some surprise that Aura must be hungry from all the crying. Aura appeared embarrassed. Kong then asked if she was hungry and offered to treat her to some food. Aura, caught off guard, looked confused, but Kong assured her that there was a dish he wanted to make for her. He then went to the kitchen and began preparing a dish while Rice Cake eagerly watched. The others waited at the table. Noah wondered aloud why Kang-hyun was the one cooking, and Emilia explained that the owner had finished for the day because of Kang-hyun and had lent him the kitchen. Meanwhile, the stall owner came to check and asked Kong if everything was going well. Emilia then turned to Aura and asked if she had apologized to Kang-hyun yet. Aura, startled, said that she would. Her spirit bird went to check on Mona, who was eagerly waiting for Kang's food. Aura, trying to compose herself, mentioned that she was going to be an adult soon, too, and vowed to own up to her mistake. She added that many adults didn't do that. Emilia, smiling proudly, told Aura how proud she was of her. Aura, now flustered, accused her of making fun of her, but Emilia denied it. Just then, Kong arrived carrying trays of food and apologized for the wait, announcing that the food was ready. Aura curiously asked what it was, and Kong explained that it was banquet noodles, or at least it was supposed to be. He said it had ended up more like knife-cut noodle soup. He told them that where he was from, people ate noodles together on joyous occasions. And although thin noodles were usually used, he was in a hurry. He added that he had made the dish to celebrate Aura's coming-of-age ceremony. Aura thought to herself in surprise that it was made for her. Emilia encouraged her to try it, praising Kang-hyun as a really good cook. Meanwhile, Noah kept an eye on Mona to prevent her from making a mess. Aura picked up a spoonful, tried it, and her eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed how delicious it was. Kong, smiling warmly, said he was glad to hear that. The smell of the food attracted other elves, who began gathering around the stall. One of them asked Kong what he had made, saying it smelled amazing and praising the sauce he had made earlier. They asked if they could try it and whether he was selling it, requesting to buy some. Emilia tried to stop the crowd by saying they couldn't, but Kong reassured her that it was okay. He smiled smugly and explained that he had learned his lesson earlier and had anticipated this, so he had made extra. He then cheered everyone on and told them to follow him so he could hand out portions one by one. The crowd cheered in return. However, as Kong checked the food, he saw that Rice Cake and Tori had already eaten everything that was left. Embarrassed, he shouted for everyone to wait 30 minutes while he restarted from the dough. Emilia, watching the situation unfold, sighed and commented that Kang-hyun had brought that upon himself, and that it looked like he would be stuck there for a while. Aura looked at her, and Emilia suggested that after she was done eating, they should go check out the festival together. Aura brightened up and agreed enthusiastically. After a hectic day, later that night, Kong, Rice Cake, and Tori were asleep. Suddenly, Kong woke up because someone was knocking on the door. He mumbled, wondering who it could be, and opened the door to find Aura standing there. She told him she had come to say goodbye before she left. Kong, surprised, asked if she was leaving and wanted to know where she was going. Aura replied that she was leaving the forest to explore the wide world, explaining that it was the final step of the coming-of-age ceremony. He asked when she would come back, and she said it might take a long time, or she could return sooner than expected. Then she handed him a pouch and said it was a gift. Kong took it, wondering why she had given him something so suddenly. Aura explained that she had realized something thanks to him, that there were humans like him who were completely different from the ones she had read about. She admitted she probably wouldn't have realized that if not for him. She said she still had a long way to go before becoming like big sister Emilia, so she was going to have to learn a lot on her journey. She thanked him for everything and said goodbye. Kong gave her a warm smile, and as he watched her leave, wished that she would come back safely. Rice Cake also woke up and immediately asked if there was food. Kong told him firmly that it was his gift and warned him not to even think about it, calling him Rice Cake. While opening the pouch, Kong wondered to himself what it was. Then he saw it, a seed. After some time in the elder's room, Emilia explained that the item was the spirit tree's seed, which was usually given only to kids coming of age. She noted that it seemed Aura had gifted it to Kang Hyun. Kong, surprised, asked if it wasn't something precious. Emilia confirmed that it was, but still told him he should keep it. She added that Aura likely understood its value too, and said it would be great for Tori if Kong grew it well. Kong looked at Tori and thought about it being for him. The elder laughed and said it was remarkable that Aura had given a gift to a human. He admitted that he had asked Kong to visit only out of curiosity, wondering what kind of being this special outsider was. Someone standing at the center of both humans and beastmen. Now he was glad he had followed that curiosity and expressed interest in hearing Kang's story next time, asking if he would return for another visit. Kang Hyun, full of determination, assured that he would. Noah chimed in, saying that he would have to come too. Mona was peacefully sleeping on his back. The elder laughed again and told them that beastmen were certainly welcome as well. Emilia shook her head, amused. The elder then added that they were counting on Kang Hyun moving forward. Back on Earth, Kong had already planted the seed that Aura had given him. Tori was inspecting it while making a sound of contentment. Kong thought about how he had planted it in a pot for now and remarked that he had only ever grown succulents before. He wondered aloud whether he should buy a book on plants. As Rice Cake yawned, Kong looked at the pot, feeling a quiet excitement about how it would grow. Suddenly someone called out to him, and he happily greeted Eungin and Myung, noting their presence. Myung affectionately called him uncle, while Eungin greeted him and mentioned that they had gotten some good sticky rice at home and wanted to share it. Myung added that it was for him. Kong, perplexed, responded that they didn't have to do that. Before they left, Eungin thanked Kong for always looking after Myung. Kong told them not to mention it and thanked them in return. He then quietly wondered if they had just given the food to him and left. At that moment, Grandma Park arrived, saying her timing was perfect. Kong, still perplexed, asked if it was her. She then asked if he had enough sesame oil for cooking and handed him a bottle, telling him to use it. Kong, even more surprised, asked if she was just leaving after giving that to him. She simply said that she had plenty and walked off. Kong tried to respond but ended up muttering that he was always receiving things from others. Just then he saw the village chief approaching with a huge pumpkin. Kong expressed his gratitude but also concern, wondering if the chief was going to give him one. The chief explained that he had stopped by while passing through and that he was showing off his pumpkins in the neighborhood. Kong suspected the chief might hand him one. Sure enough, the chief shared that the pumpkin harvest had gone well that year. Kong commented on how big and solid they looked, and the chief told him to take one. Kong couldn't refuse and brought everything back to his kitchen, muttering that while he was thankful, everyone was being far too generous, and he had his pride too. He couldn't keep accepting so much. Just then, Rice Cake and Tori arrived and asked if he was going to make something and if he would show them. But their excitement quickly turned into horror when they saw him stabbing the pumpkin. With a menacing look, Kong declared that he would make sure to give back as much as he had received. Rice Cake quietly backed away, thinking it would be better for his health. Kong then scraped off all the pumpkin seeds and decided to save them as a snack for Tori. He made some thin slices of pumpkin, salted and boiled them, and happily announced that everything was done. Later at the village gathering hall, Youngin, the chief, and Grandma Park were chatting when they noticed someone approaching. A shadowy figure greeted them. It was Rice Cake, Tori, and Kang Hyun. Kong casually mentioned that he had just stopped by while passing through. Tori and Rice Cake repeated him with smug expressions. The chief warmly welcomed Kong, calling him a young chef and inviting him in. Grandma Park asked if he had eaten, and Youngin offered to peel a persimmon for him. Kong placed a pot on the table, eyes sparkling, and told them to try something before anything else. When he uncovered it, he revealed a spread of pumpkin dishes: pumpkin pancakes, pumpkin porridge, and sweet pumpkin rice punch, calling it a pumpkin trio set. Youngin, delighted, asked what all of it was. Grandma Park commented that Kong had filled the entire table with pumpkin. The chief, noticing Rice Cake serving food, was amazed that Rice Cake was offering him food. Rice Cake remembered Kong saying that all the snacks they had eaten were given to them by others. Although drooling, he restrained himself. When the chief tried to pet him, Rice Cake, using his speed, dodged the attempt. The chief exclaimed over how cute he was, wondering if it was an illusion. Grandma Park said it had been a long time since she'd had pumpkin porridge. After taking a sip, she noted how strong the pumpkin flavor was and how the sweetness made it taste so good, perfect for days when digestion was slow. Youngin also praised the crispy and tasty pancakes. Watching them, Kong felt relieved and thought that although he had started this out of competitiveness, now that everyone was enjoying the food, it made him proud. Youngin called him over, insisting that since he brought the food he should enjoy it with them. Kong smiled warmly and agreed, realizing he hadn't tasted it yet either. As everyone began to eat, Kong looked around and noticed the village chief was missing. Just then, the chief made a loud announcement declaring that Chef Kang Hyun was currently sharing his homemade pumpkin dishes, and that they were so good no one should miss out. Kong, horrified, called out in alarm. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori were happily enjoying their share. Back at Kang's restaurant, the seed that Aura had gifted and that Kong had planted had already started to sprout in just a single day. On a road, a black car was running, with a river flowing beside it. Inside the car, the driver expressed his amazement at having someone from TV in his cab, recognizing the passenger as the judge from cooking shows, and asked if he was heading back to his hometown. The man in the back explained that he was only going to meet an old junior that day. Before long, he arrived at Kang's restaurant only to find it closed that morning. Muttering to himself, he noted how unfortunate it was that it happened to be Kang's day off and wondered aloud if he should try calling him. But Kong had left his phone at home and the device kept ringing endlessly, which made the man think it was just like him. Typical macho behavior, not carrying a phone. A villager passing by noticed him and asked if he was a customer. The man clarified that he was not, but was a friend of Kang Hyun. The villager's face brightened as he recognized Kang Hyun as the chef, explaining that the man was helping out at the farm that day and that was why the restaurant was closed. Shocked, the visitor questioned internally whether Kang Hyun was really working on a farm. The villager pointed down the road and suggested he go take a look. The man found it strange, thinking Kang Hyun had never cared about anything except cooking, and wondered if this was some kind of farm-to-table idea. In his mind, he pictured Kong furiously farming, shouting that he could not trust anyone else's hands and would grow everything on his own. Thanking the villager, he headed off. At the farm, he was mesmerized by the sight of a vast field of cabbages, realizing it was no small weekend garden. Nearby, a group of farmer women were chatting and eating happily. When he approached and asked about Kang Hyun, they told him that the chef had just left and wanted to know who he was. He explained he was a friend looking for him. Another woman explained that Kong had gone to play with some children who had begged him to join. The man frowned in confusion, unable to believe Kang Hyun was spending time with kids, since that did not sound like him at all. One of the ladies remarked that he was actually great with children, which made the man suspect he might have been mistaken about his friend's character. He even wondered if perhaps it was someone with the same name. One of the women cheerfully offered him an Americano, and shared that she once called it Italian water, and received a long lecture from Kong about it. At that moment, the man realized there was no mistake. It was definitely Kang Hyun. The women went on to say that if they had known a guest was coming, they would not have accepted Kang's help, but thanks to him, they had accomplished so much that day. They praised him as a hardworking and good-natured young man, recalling how he had even helped Minho's family before. They suggested the man try looking for him at Brothers' supermarket, offering to draw him a map. At the supermarket, he met a boy named Sang-woo who explained that Uncle Kang Hyun had just bought them ice cream and left, promising to play with them next time. The man grew increasingly bewildered at how busy Kang Hyun seemed to be, then became distracted by the children's strange outfits. When he asked about it, Sang-woo admitted he was pretending to be the baby in their game and asked who the man was. Mi-young, playing the role of mother, scolded Sang-woo for breaking character, reminding him that babies could only say goo goo ga ga. Mi-ju, acting as the sister-in-law, joined in the game, apologizing before imitating baby talk herself. Mi-young then pointed out that Chul-min was being the perfect dead husband, staying silent, though Sang-woo muttered that his friend was only refusing to speak, not acting in character. The man crouched down and introduced himself as Kang Hyun's friend, asking if they knew where Kong had gone. Sang-woo told him that Kong had gone to the village hall to install a television for the elders. The man blinked in surprise, wondering why Kong would take on such a task. Mi-young explained that the old men might hurt their backs, so Kong had taken responsibility, and Mi-ju added that the village chief had already injured himself attempting the same. The man could hardly believe that Kong had volunteered for such work. Sang-woo then asked if the visitor had also come to take Kong back to Seoul, implying that someone else had the same intention. The man repeated the word too, puzzled, and Sang-woo smiled, saying he hoped Kang Hyun would stay in the village permanently. At the village hall, the chief greeted the visitor and asked who he was. The man explained that he was a friend of Kang Hyun and was looking for him. The chief informed him that Kong had just returned to his restaurant after finishing the television installation. The man sighed, realizing he had expected as much by that point. The chief clapped him on the shoulder, welcoming him as part of the village since he was Kang's friend, and invited him inside for a drink. The man politely declined, but the chief expressed regret, saying they had just begun enjoying the television Kong had set up. The villagers crowded around, excitedly commenting on the size and clarity of the screen, exclaiming that they could even see every pore on people's faces. They said that now they could watch Kang's cooking shows in even better quality. The man thought to himself that Kong might come to regret installing such a thing. When he asked if they all watched together, the chief replied proudly that they did, explaining that everyone loved seeing Kong on TV. He admitted it was strange having a celebrity nearby, but said it felt as though one of their own children had made it big, since after living in the same town for so long everyone felt like family. The man murmured in understanding, but just then the program announced the score given by Judge Wong Degel. The chief looked from the TV to the man beside him, realizing the resemblance was undeniable. Wong Degel smiled faintly, thinking that perhaps Kang Hyun had changed far more than he had expected. At last he returned to Kang's restaurant. Kong stepped out in surprise when he saw Mr. Wong Degel and asked what had brought him all the way there. Wong remarked that it was not easy catching a glimpse of him these days, but now he understood why Kang's cooking style had changed during the last episode. It was clear to him that Kong was doing well. Kong glanced at his empty restaurant, wondering uneasily if Wong was mocking him. Wong explained that he had come because there was something he wanted to ask. Kong repeated the words in puzzlement. Just then, familiar voices called out that they were starving and had come. His friends, pianist Lee Jungwon and painter Jung Ji-hoon, entered the restaurant, surprised to find a guest already there. All three men stared at each other, realizing at the same time that they had seen one another on TV. Kong pointed out that all of them had appeared on television, and Wong gasped in recognition, exclaiming that it was indeed the famous painter Jung Ji-hoon and pianist Lee Jungwon. Ji-hoon, excited, said that he loved Wong's Korean restaurant, and Jungwon added that it must be fate. They asked if they could join, and although Kong was about to answer, Wong eagerly accepted before him. Kong panicked, realizing he had not yet even heard the question Wong had come to ask. Ji-hoon announced that they would take their usual, and Wong told Kong there was no rush, promising to ask the question after the meal. Kong muttered that if it was not urgent then it could wait. Wong then asked if he could also order something, and Kong assured him that they had full meal options, telling him to order freely. Wong chose carbonara. Kong, startled, echoed the choice, remembering that Wong had once hated it for being too greasy. He reminded him of that, suggesting that perhaps his tastes had changed. Wong admitted that he still disliked carbonara, as it was not to his taste, but nevertheless he wanted to order it. Kong could only wonder silently why he would order something he disliked. Back in the kitchen, Kong reflected that Italian-style carbonara had a very strong cheese flavor, one that Koreans either loved or hated. As he shredded cheese, he remembered a past competition. When Wong had declared Kang's dish the best of the round, Kong had doubted the verdict, pointing out that Wong had not seemed pleased while eating it. Wong had replied that judges did not love everything they ate, and admitted that he was simply not fond of traditional Italian recipes, particularly the pungent smell of cheese. Kong had argued passionately that the charm of carbonara lay in the harmony of pecorino romano, guanciale, and black pepper, and that it made no sense to ignore that. A fellow contestant had tried to hush him, begging him to just accept the praise. Looking back on it, Kong admitted to himself that he had been hopeless then. Setting the cheese aside, he decided instead to prepare a version with milk, cream, and garlic, wondering if he should cater more to Wong's taste this time. When the food was ready, Kong carried it out and set the table. He quietly observed that it looked like an amazing table with so many masters gathered in one place. Jungwon laughed it off, saying that they were only well-known old men before ordering arrabbiata. Kong was startled at the casual remark. Ji-hoon then ordered pomodoro. Wong, eyeing his dish, asked about the cream, and Kong explained that he had added garlic to the American-style recipe. Wong tasted it, paused, and admitted that it suited his taste very well. Kong let out a relieved laugh, saying that was a relief. Wong nodded but pointed out that the dish was a modified recipe. Cream and garlic, he said, were not part of the original. He asked why Kong had changed his approach, since he had once been determined to stick to authentic Italian recipes. Ji-hoon and Jungwon glanced curiously at Wong as Kong admitted that he had indeed once been that way. But after moving to the village, his perspective had shifted. Principles were important, he explained, but what mattered most was that the person eating the food found it delicious. Wong looked at him, then down at his plate. He murmured that this was Kang's answer, admitting that the garlic improved the flavor. He even apologized if he had seemed harsh, confessing that the matter had been weighing on his mind. Ji-hoon muttered in relief that he had thought they were about to fight. After finishing his meal, Wong spoke again. He explained that his restaurant served traditional hanjeongshik, and that he had always taken pride in promoting Korean cuisine. But the many side dishes often led to waste, and some no longer matched modern tastes. He recalled his partner telling him that adapting to one-plate meals and even adding a few fusion dishes might be the way forward. At the time, Wong had dismissed the idea as nonsense, believing tradition was beautiful as it was and worth preserving at all costs. Now, after hearing Kong, he admitted that he had been the one stubbornly resisting change. It left him with a bittersweet feeling. Kong, uneasy, asked if he had said something wrong, but Wong assured him that he had heard what he needed and announced that it was time for him to go. Startled, Kong asked if he was leaving already. Wong replied that there was no point lingering after finishing the meal. thanked him for the food and said it had been delicious. Jungwon protested, urging him not to leave so soon and invited him to stop by his place, saying there was something he wanted to show him and that Kong should come along as well. The three of them moved to Jungwon's house, which was neat and perfectly arranged. "I heard you moved," Kong said. "Looks like a great place." He washed Rice Cake's paw carefully so the house wouldn't get dirty. Mr. Wong looked around. "Very nice. So what did you want to show me?" Jungwon approached the piano and began to play. Mr. Wong raised a brow. "Wait, the big surprise was the piano? That's lovely, it's beautiful. But I don't recognize this classical piece. Who composed it?" Kong frowned slightly. "I actually find it familiar. It's like I've heard someone play it before." Then a memory surfaced. His friend pleading, "Stream my group's new song please." Kong had asked, "Stream like, music streaming." He froze. "Wait a sec." Another flashback came. A blonde idol singing, "Who's the girl next to you?" "Your girlfriend tilde, then we'll fight. Winner gets to be your girlfriend tilde. This place is now the Coliseum tilde. It's a death match. Life on the line tilde. Claim your girl." Kang's eyes widened. "It's an idol song?" Mr. Wong blinked. "Idol? There's this idol group called Unis," Kong began. But Jungwon suddenly shifted into another tune. "How the song changed," Kong muttered. Gi-woon laughed. "This one is Three Bears." The melody turned playful. "Three bears all live in one house. Daddy bear, mommy bear, baby bear. Daddy bear is chubby, mommy bear is slim, and baby bear is cute. Shoulder shimmy, nicely done." The three listeners exchanged glances, thinking that was rather classy. When Jungwon finished playing, he asked, "So, what do you think?" Mr. Wong hesitated. It was fresh and nice," Jungwon chuckled. "Ever since I retired, I've been trying different things. I've rearranged classical music with band instruments and even turned idol songs into classical arrangements. You know, I spent my whole life trying to promote classical music, but oddly enough, it's these kinds of videos that get better responses." Mr. Wong frowned slightly. "That doesn't sound like something to laugh about. That people recognize you more for that. It's just," he trailed off. Jungwon sighed. "Honestly, it's kind of disheartening. I walked so hard and fast, never looking back toward my goal. But when I finally looked to the side, I saw a new path waiting there. And it wasn't just new, it was wider and led even farther. Maybe it's just natural since times have changed, but I couldn't help feeling a little empty inside. Still, when I look back, I realized the path I walked helped create all these other roads. And because those new roads now exist, I was able to start something new again in my own way. So I hope you don't take it too hard." He looked at Mr. Wong. "What you built, Mr. Wong Degel, isn't going to collapse. I hope you can enjoy the fact that you now get to build something even newer." Mr. Wong gave a small smile. "So that's why you called me here." "I got schooled, thank you. That actually felt better than I expected." Gi-woon smirked. "So you've become a philosopher now that you're retired? Seriously, the way you pull off a performance is amazing," Jungwon said proudly. "That's the poise and dignity of a true senior." Gi-woon shot back. "Who says you're my senior? This won't do, Mr. Wong Degel. Time we showed the power of the active duty generation. How about a spectacular dish that'll make him call us senior himself? Let's raid his liquor stash while we're at it." Mr. Wong laughed. "Sounds great. I'm always up for a challenge." Kong, watching them, felt warmth in his chest. "I want to be like that when I'm older." Jungwon teased, "You just want to eat Mr. Wong Degel's food, don't you?" "Busted." Gi-woon grinned. Then Mr. Wong turned to Kong. "Kang-hyun?" "Yeah," Kong answered. "Thanks," said Mr. Wong. But I didn't do anything," Kong exclaimed. Mr. Wong shook his head. "In the end, it was your cooking that made me let go of my stubbornness." "That's something to be thankful for." Kong rubbed his neck. "I just made some food. Now I feel awkward." Mr. Wong tied on an apron. "All right then, just as you said, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "I'll help too," Kong said quickly. "Dinner made by the most famous chefs in Korea. I'm excited." Gi-woon cheered. Tori and Rice Cake wagged happily. Jungwon said, "Haha, feel free to use everything I have in the house." Both master chefs enthusiastically prepared dishes and presented them with pride. Jungwon took a bite. "These dishes, the seasoning is unreal. Even these simple recipes are turning into works of art," Gi-woon exclaimed. Hey, slow down," he added. "You're gonna eat our chef's share too." But Mr. Wong assured him, "Don't worry. We haven't even brought out half the dishes yet." With a menacing grin, Kong said, "Please eat to your heart's content." Gi-woon wiped his forehead. "Gosh, those words are both exciting and terrifying." "Is this a full-course dinner?" Jungwon asked. "Fine then, tonight I'm opening my stomach to the max," Gi-woon declared. Jungwon laughed. "When else am I going to stuff myself with food like this? You two, come sit down. Let's all enjoy this together." The next morning, Kong woke groggily. "Did I eat too much yesterday? I was planning to eat breakfast and then head camping. Still full. Maybe I'll just go like this." The plant pot." He filled a bucket with water and looked at the sprouting plant. "The seed Aura gave me already sprouted, right? Must be because it's a plant from another world. It's growing so fast." Then he looked at Rice Cake and Tori, who were eagerly staring at the tree. What are you two doing over there?" he asked. When his eyes followed theirs, he froze. "What the? It was just a sprout yesterday." With a suspicious look, Kong muttered, Is this even possible?" But Tori only reassured him with a cheerful chew. Kong frowned. "Well, no, it doesn't make sense. But it's from another world, so don't think with common sense." He remembered Amelia's words, "If you raise it well, it'll help Tori Tilda raise it." Well, he thought. "You call this well raised? I didn't do anything, and it grew like this." That's weird, right? Meanwhile, Tori's eyes lit up at the sight of the fruit. Kong sighed. Yeah, when you're unsure, it's best not to mess with it. Let's just bring it like this and ask Amelia. But before he could finish, he saw Tori pluck the fruit and pop it straight into his mouth. Kong panicked. It happened so quickly he couldn't even react. Rice Cake was stunned too. Tori? Kong shouted in alarm. Back in another world, Amelia observed Tori and remarked in surprise that Tori had eaten a fruit from the spirit tree. Kong, holding Tori in panic, muttered in shock about Tori rushing in such a hurry to the tree. Amelia questioned whether Kong had been so surprised that he brought Tori away quickly without bringing the spirit tree itself, and Kong admitted that he had. Amelia reassured him that it was fine, but wondered aloud that nothing seemed to have changed, even as Tori responded with his usual chew. Kong agreed, saying that Tori also seemed to claim it was fine, but he was startled at hearing the chew. Amelia pinched Tori's cheek and found it strange that nothing had changed. When Kong asked her what she meant, she explained that the fruit of the spirit tree had the power to make spirits grow. Kong asked what she meant by grow, and Amelia clarified that spirits who ate the fruit became stronger and acquired a more developed appearance. She confessed that she had expected Tori to change in appearance after eating the fruit, but reasoned that even if it looked the same, its strength should have increased. She then suggested to Kong that they should test it, reminding him that evolved spirits gain new abilities and predicting that Tori's earth and fire powers might have grown stronger. Tori overheard them, and imagined Kong praising him for creating a huge golem of sand. Fired up by that thought, Tori prepared himself for a showdown, summoning his spirit power. As he had imagined, he gathered a lot of sand and attempted to build a golem. Amelia and Kong were both excited to see this, and Amelia encouraged Kong to look. Kong, thrilled, stammered that it was indeed the strengthened Tori. However, what Tori actually created was an awful-looking sand golem no larger than himself. Everyone's excitement immediately faded, though Kong still clapped and called it amazing. Amelia stopped him, saying that such forced praise would hurt more. Heartbroken, Tori sat silently with empty eyes, while Amelia tried to figure out what had gone wrong, wondering if the fruit had caused regression or if precise control was impossible. Kong noticed Tori's disappointment and asked if he was upset because the golem hadn't turned out as he hoped. Tori admitted that it was the case. Kong gently patted his head and said he was relieved that at least Tori had not gotten sick from eating the fruit. He added that even if it could have been an opportunity to become stronger, he valued Tori's health more, and that Tori was already amazing as he always helped him cook. Hearing this, Amelia's eyes lit up and she suggested that they should bond through cooking, claiming that it was the best way. Both Kong and Tori looked at her in confusion, and Kong hesitantly asked if that made sense. As he began chopping vegetables, Amelia insisted that it did, reasoning that since Tori usually used his abilities to help Kong cook, bonding in that way would reveal any new changes. Kong agreed that if that was the case, they could try. Meanwhile, Rice Cake made a fuss, demanding to be included, and Kong told him that he could be in charge of tasting, explaining that he already had a lunch recipe in mind. Rice Cake began drooling at the thought of tasting Kang's cooking. Kong mentioned that he had come in a hurry and only brought a pot, and he wondered aloud if he could manage without a Dutch oven. Amelia asked what that was, and Kong explained that it was camping gear designed to cook food evenly like an oven. He told her that the dish he was preparing was roast chicken, normally an oven dish, but assured her that with proper control of heat and moisture, it could also be cooked in a regular pot. Hearing him, Tori looked at his hand and seemed to think of something. Kong described the process, preparing a variety of vegetables, cutting them into large pieces, seasoning the chicken exterior with salt, pepper, paprika, and more, then stuffing lemon and garlic inside. He joked that Koreans should eat plenty of garlic. He placed the chicken into the pot, laid vegetables at the bottom so that the heat wouldn't directly touch the chicken, added plenty of water, then closed the lid, remarking that it was done and instructing himself to cook it on the lowest heat possible, flipping the chicken once midway. Just then, however, Tori suddenly grabbed the pot and Kong noticed. He called out in alarm, but Tori had already begun using his spirit power to heat the pot evenly. Amelia asked Kong if he was all right, while Kong sniffed the air and wondered about the smell. He put on gloves, opened the lid, and was shocked to find the chicken already cooked. Amelia was delighted, and Rice Cake drooled even more. Kong observed and realized it was not merely cooked, it had a crispy surface as though baked in an oven with perfect coloring. Tori struck a proud strongman pose. Kong checked further and found the inside tender and perfectly done, exclaiming that it looked like it had come from a microwave oven. Amelia then declared that she finally understood. Tori had indeed grown, but the growth had matched Kong, which was why they had not noticed it earlier. Kong was surprised at this explanation, but when he looked at Tori, who spread out his hand proudly, Amelia assured him that Tori simply wanted to help him. Afterward, Amelia tasted the roast chicken and praised it for being light yet rich in flavor, calling it truly delicious. Rice Cake barked in delight, and Amelia continued praising the crispy yet chewy skin, saying it was irresistible. Kong agreed, saying that such a result would have been difficult with only a frying pan. Tori proudly chimed in with his usual chew, while Kong told him that being able to cook like an oven was truly an amazing ability. The two of them smiled warmly at each other. Amelia, watching them, reflected that although she had seen spirits grow according to their contractors before, she had never heard of one gaining such a unique ability. Ricecake wagged his tail furiously in agreement. Amelia finally concluded that as long as they were happy, it was fine. Kong then expressed his desire to cook many more oven dishes in the future, and Amelia happily asked if she could join them for a meal next time. Tori's newly discovered heated hand ability, she thought, was like having a microwave oven function installed. Back on Earth, Ricecake and Tori were wiping fog from the window and were amazed. Winter was slowly coming and the dropping temperatures brought along even lower grades. But Kong was not happy with the grades of the children. He was holding the test papers of Miju, Myung and Sangwoo, and wondered if 30 points was the maximum. He thought that elementary students should indeed be having fun instead of studying, but whatever they learned at an early age would stay with them for life. He asked himself whether those scores were acceptable. Sangwoo, feeling ashamed, explained that he had forgotten to study because he was practicing a new soccer skill with Chalman, and worried aloud about what he should do now, fearing he would not be able to go to the States with such scores in English. Myung admitted that she was too embarrassed to show her mother. Kong, however, told them that there was no need to be so depressed. Miju looked away and remarked that it was true one could survive without being an ace in Korean, but Kong reminded her that out of all the marks, Korean was the most important. He then asked whether they wanted him to help them study, to which all of them eagerly agreed. Sangwoo cheered that since Kong had studied in the States he must be smart. Myung pleaded as well, pointing out that he had even lived in Seoul, and Miju added that he had appeared on TV. The three of them made innocent faces and begged him. Overwhelmed by their sparkling eyes, Kong finally gave in, and the children shouted happily. Meanwhile, Ricecake and Tori were taking a peaceful nap. Kong thought that teaching elementary students could not be that hard. But 30 minutes later, while Ricecake and Tori were playing with a football, Kong, now acting as their tutor, tried to explain the math problem. He instructed them that since it said 250 by 250, they could ignore the zeros and just multiply the first two numbers, and asked Myung what the answer would be. When she failed to respond, he noticed she had fallen asleep and was drooling over the exam paper. He reminded himself that her attention span was naturally still quite short, and that he should be understanding. At that moment, Miju excitedly called him to look at what she had drawn, declaring that it was a centaur named Senta number 15. Kong asked in frustration if that was her exam paper, reminding her that she could not do origami with it. Sangwoo then noticed Ricecake playing with the football and, unable to resist, joined him, praising Ricecake's dribbling skills. Miju took the chance to sneak Sangwoo's paper away as well, but in the process the paper ripped. Kong could only think about how incredible elementary school teachers truly were. Just then, a black car pulled up in front of the restaurant. Tori and Ricecake curiously tried to see who it was. Kong welcomed the guest politely. The visitor, a woman, told him it had been a long time and asked whether he had forgotten her. Kong was shocked, and so were Sangwoo and Miju, who both exclaimed in surprise, waking Myung in the process. The woman removed her mask, revealing herself to be Senna. She greeted Kong warmly and asked how he had been. Kong, still in shock, asked her what she was doing there and whether Yoonsup had told her the location of his restaurant. Senna only smiled and reminded him that she had bombarded him with questions at Lee Jungwon's concert, at which time she had insisted that since she liked his food he should tell her the location of his restaurant so she could add it to her favorites. She pointed out that even Lee Jungwon was a regular there. Kong told her that he could see right through her, and soon remembered that moment. He asked if she had come all the way just to meet Sir Lee Jungwon, noting that she really was a big fan. Senna quickly tried to shift the conversation and said that there were other reasons too. When Kong asked what other reasons she meant, she ignored the question and instead asked who the children behind him were. The children also looked curiously at Senna. Kong explained that they were kids from the village and that he had been helping them with their studies, though it was definitely not an easy task. Senna then offered to help out and decided to teach them through a Korean legend. She began telling them the story of how the Dragon King's illness could only be cured with the liver of a rabbit, and how someone had to go to the surface to catch one, though everyone was struggling to breathe on land. She declared that it was something she had to do, imagining herself as the turtle who bravely requested to be sent to the surface, insisting that no one else but him could succeed and that he would put his life on the line for the king's cure. Everyone was amazed by her performance and deeply touched. They became so engrossed in the story that Sangwoo, in tears, exclaimed that the turtle was a real man. Myung admitted that she had never realized it before. Senna then fixed her cap and instructed them to look at the underlined lines of the tail of the rabbit's liver and pick at least 2 reasons for the turtle's journey. She guided them by pointing out the second reason, which was the hope to cure the Dragon King's illness, and the third reason, which was for the sake of his friends. Miju immediately responded that it had not been because of the turtle's wish for power, and Senna praised them warmly, calling their answers correct and encouraging. Kong, watching her, thought to himself how impressive she was, keeping their attention while also helping them understand the question. He told her she was really good at teaching. Senna explained that when she had first started as an actor there was not much work, so she had taken part-time jobs here and there, believing it would be useful later. Kong expressed his admiration, saying it was impressive that she had managed to sing and work part-time jobs at the same time, and asked if she had not been physically exhausted. Senna, surprised, smiled and said that Kong must have really not heard anything from Yoonsup. Mi-young asked if she was a singer, and Sang-woo added that he had thought Senna was an actor. She stretched and explained that it was typical for Yoonsup not to say anything unless asked, and she told them that they were really interesting. Kong then asked what she meant, and Senna told him that for teaching the children in his stead, he could cook her a meal as thanks. Kong replied that of course he would cook for her, and then he looked at the kids and told them that they should eat too. In the kitchen he seasoned a pan with butter and started making some pasta. While doing so, he thought that Ms. Sina's expression did not look very good and wondered if something was wrong. Tori called him, announcing that preparation was complete, and Kong smiled, apologized, and then added every ingredient needed for the dish in a pot: jalapeno, bell pepper, onion, and others, before telling Tori that it was his turn. Tori grabbed the pot and used his spirit power to cook. After some time, while the kids were studying eagerly, Kong came back and, grabbing their attention, suggested that they take a short break because it was time to recharge. He served pasta and pizza to them, and they exclaimed that it smelled so good and called it pizza bread. Mi-young took a piece of pizza, bit into it, and said that the cheese was stretching. Miju protested that it was not pizza bread but was instead 10 times more delicious. Sang-woo also ate and declared that the pizza was threatening the place of the hamburger. Tori gave a hero pose, proud that he had also helped make the dish. Kong, smiling, encouraged them to eat a lot since there was more, though none of them realized that Rice Cake was eyeing the plate of pizza and that soon there would be no more. Senna took a bite of pasta and wondered aloud how such rich flavors could come from so few ingredients, saying that, as expected, Mr. Kang-hyun's pasta was different. She recalled how she used to go often with Yoonsup and eat together, and Kong remembered that Yoonsup had eaten a lot. Senna added that after singing, she had thought that eating the food Kong prepared would make her day complete, and that just imagining a delicious meal after doing what she loved made her happy. After completing the dish, she revealed that she had become an actor because of her throat. Kong asked what she meant, and she explained that it had been vocal cord nodules. She had thought it was just a cold, not realizing that it would take her voice away completely. She told him that she had tried everything to improve her throat and had even gone through rehab, but it had not guaranteed a complete cure. She then said that it was all in the past now, that her throat had gotten much better than back then, and that she had coincidentally discovered her talent for acting. Mi-young asked what a vocal cord nodule was, and Miju admitted that she did not know. Senna continued, saying that she no longer had any regrets about singing. She explained that she had received an offer to appear in a drama, a role where the actress herself had to sing as well. The terms had been good, so the CEO had wanted her to take it, but her manager and staff had not wanted her to do it because of her throat's health. She then asked who she should listen to, wondering aloud what Kong would do if it were him, whether he would follow the CEO's words or the staff's, and confessed that she did not know how far she could push her throat. Before she could finish, Kong asked her what she herself wanted. He wanted to know if she wanted to do it. Senna muttered, almost as if she were asking herself whether she did want to do it, and Kong told her that there was no clear answer to that kind of worry, saying that it would be best if she followed her heart and decided whether she wanted to do it or not. Senna tried to say something but trailed off. Mi-young then asked her if she would sing when she would do it, and said that she wanted to see it. Miju was amazed and exclaimed that it was incredible that she could sing. Sang-woo, excited, said that he should tell his grandmother, explaining that his grandmother was Sina's fan, that she watched all her shows and that she always said she wanted to support her because she worked so hard. Senna realized something from this, but Kong reassured her to have confidence in herself, reminding her that it did not matter what she chose. If it were her decision, they would support her no matter what. At dawn, the children headed back to their homes. Before leaving, Sang-woo thanked Senna for teaching them. Mi-young said that the pizza had been really delicious, and Miju said that they would see her again. Kong and Senna also bid them goodbye. After they left, Senna told Kong that she would be leaving too, admitting that she had sneaked out without her agency's knowledge. Kong, worried, asked if that was okay, and Senna, smiling, replied that it was not. She added that her manager might be crying by then, and joked that if Yoonsup had been her manager she would have been scolded to death. Kang asked her to also think of her manager, and before leaving, Sena explained that the reason she had come that day was because she thought Kang was like her, that their circumstances were similar, and she apologized if she had been rude. Kang replied that it was true they were similar, though he did not pay that much attention to it. Sena, turning to leave, said that that was why she had wanted to hear his opinion, but that she had decided it was not the time to listen to others. She declared that she had decided to face it herself, thanked him, and promised to visit again next time. Kang wished her a safe trip. He thought to himself that she had really swept in and left like a typhoon, and admitted that it was true they were similar, as he too had not been able to do what he loved. But he reflected he had gotten better thanks to rice cake. Looking at rice cake, he thought that he wanted to help Sena but could not make her eat rice cake's saliva. Rice cake came to him and barked, and then Kang suddenly realized that he had this same worry before. He remembered giving pianist Jungwon food mixed with rice cake's saliva, and realized that he could do the same for Sena too. Remembering the smelly fruits, Kang said that he understood. Thinking of Cassandra, he thanked her in his heart and promised that he would repay her later with premium Korean beef. He grabbed the fruit and noted that it was the same fruit that had healed Lee Jungwon's wrist, so its effect was guaranteed. The problem, he thought, was figuring out how to give it to her. Rice cake and Tori were there as well, covering their noses. Kang considered that making it into ravioli might be the best idea, but since she often worked outside, it would be nicer if it were easy to carry and eat. He turned around, wondering if something like that existed. When he opened the fridge, he saw sauce and airtight containers. Then his gaze fell on a jar of pickles and he wondered if preservation might work. He decided that turning the fruit into a syrup would make it easy to eat. He began the process. To reduce the fruit smell, he soaked it in lemon juice for about 10 minutes, then scrubbed the surface well with baking soda. After slicing it evenly, he mixed it with sugar in a 1-to-1 ratio. To lessen the odor further, he put it in a glass jar with a few slices of ginger and the preparation was complete. Meanwhile, in a gym, actress Sena was running on a treadmill when she noticed something on her mobile phone. It was a message from Kang Hyun which she wondered about as she opened it. The message explained that he had obtained a fruit that was good for the throat and had made it into fruit syrup. He offered to share some with her if she wished, either by courier to her work address or through Yonsei. Sena wondered about fruit syrup. On the other side, Kang noticed that she had replied. Reading her message, he saw that her company did not accept food deliveries, so she asked him to send it to her house instead, mentioning that she loved fruit syrup and thanking him before giving her address. Kang thought awkwardly that she had given out her address too casually, and wondered if it was really okay. Meanwhile, Tori was hanging onto the pickle jar, wishing to have some. Kang looked at the jar and reasoned that he should not send all of it. Since one jar would last her a long time, he thought about giving the rest to the village elders. The scene shifted to the village chief, who was excited while holding the pickle jar Kang had given him. The chief said that ever since he had started mixing the syrup with alcohol, he felt as if his health had improved. Another villager agreed, saying that even though it smelled a little, it was medicinal liquor. Yet another added that drinking it made pain disappear. The chief insisted seriously that even his back felt better. One villager laughed and claimed that not only his back but also his knees and shoulders had improved. Another challenged the others, saying he could prove it if they didn't believe him. That day, the village chief supposedly plowed the whole field by himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Sena. She received the jar of pickles and, picking one up, thought to herself that this must be the fruit syrup. She reflected that she had not expected to get anything out of it, but wondered if Kang Hyun had been considerate. She admitted to herself that he was very thoughtful indeed. However, she also wondered whether it smelled a bit and questioned what kind of fruit it was. She judged that the scent was not so bad as to make it inedible. She decided to taste it, poured some pickles into a glass, added sparkling water and drank the mixture. Delighted, she thought that it tasted far better than it smelled. Picking up a pickle with a fork, she considered that it might be nice to have a cup whenever she needed sugar while working. Eating it, she noted that it was sweet, though it still smelled a little. Then she noticed a letter on the jar, picked it up and read it. The note instructed her to keep it refrigerated, to drink 1 cup a day, and expressed that Kang Hyun was looking forward to her singing. Seeing this, she smiled and thought that perhaps it was only the placebo effect, but her throat really did feel better. Deciding to act, she called her director and asked if it was a good time to discuss something. Back in another world, Mighty Rabbit was working out with fast pull-ups, frightening a squirrel family living in the tree. Nearby, Randolph thought that it was about time Kang Hyun showed up. He normally led training after lunch, but he wondered if it would be okay to switch times since he had work at lunch. Noah and Mona were also present. Noah said he didn't mind and Randolph thanked him, adding that Kang Hyun had been improving in training lately. Meanwhile, Mona was poking at a grassroot as a plaything. Noah remarked that Kang Hyun's growth had been noticeable ever since obtaining the wolf's heart. The grassroot Mona poked actually had a humanoid form which complained in pain, startling her. Randolph emphasized that it was rewarding to teach Kang Hyun, and Noah agreed. Randolph even suggested that Kang Hyun might soon be able to spar with knights. Amelia was nearby and seemed irritated, which her spirit bird noticed. At last, Randolph asked why she was standing off to the side like that. She replied that she was wondering why Kang Hyun showed no interest in elven archery despite learning martial arts and swordsmanship. As a warrior, she argued, he should at least have curiosity about it, since others would do anything for the chance. The soul of Kong insisted internally that he was not a warrior but a chef. Amelia continued that although she had helped him commune with spirits, she had not taught him anything else. Randolph thought that she probably felt left out. When Noah tried to say that Kang-hyun was simply better at martial arts than archery, Randolph cut him off, explaining that Kang-hyun was not uninterested but simply lacked the stamina for more training. As a warrior, he was still a fledgling, and additional combat lessons would be too taxing. Kang's soul once again denied it, repeating that he was only a chef. Emilia admitted that it was true, anything requiring stamina would be difficult. Randolph reassured her not to take it personally. Meanwhile, the humanoid grassroot scolded Mona and she, frightened, became like a wet cat. Emilia concluded that in that case she would simply teach Kang-hyun something that did not consume stamina. Far from them, Kong looked at Rice Cake and Tori and suddenly felt chills. After many workouts, Mighty Rabbit took a break, sweating, then picked up a small furry animal to wipe his sweat before hopping away. Kong was soon sitting in front of Noah, Mona and Amelia, with Rice Cake and Tori nearby as well. Kong asked what was going on. Amelia explained that since Kang-hyun always treated her to food and thanks to him she had tasted many delicious things, she thought that as a fairy she should repay him somehow. Kong wondered why this pattern felt so familiar. Noah sighed, recalling that Randolph had once promised to teach Kang-hyun swordsmanship in Chapter 10, and Noah himself had promised to teach martial arts in Chapter 20. Kong realized that this was the reason for his sense of déjà vu, and Amelia did not disappoint. She declared that she would teach him the fairy tea party, something not shown to just anyone. Kong tried to refuse, but Amelia urged him to at least pretend to hesitate. Noah interrupted, pointing out that with all his training, Kang-hyun had no time for tea parties, and scoffed. Amelia retorted, demanding why Noah was still there if his training was done. Noah said he stayed behind because he was worried she would try to snatch Kang-hyun. Amelia, irritated, insisted she was only offering a great opportunity. Mona, exhausted, lay nearby with Rice Cake and Tori asleep. Amelia, embarrassed, thought to herself that she had even obtained Elder's permission. Kong, trying to comfort her, suggested that perhaps he could treat it like a one-day class and try it once. Amelia brightened immediately and explained that the most important part of the fairy tea party was harmony with the spirits. Kong wondered why there had been no introduction at all. Amelia explained that depending on how one channeled the spirit's mana, the taste would change. She added that if he brewed with Tori, the tea would be even better, then told Kang-hyun to stand up. Hearing his name, Tori suddenly woke up, surprised, and wondered if they meant him. Then Amelia called her spirit bird, asking Sona to help. Kong saw the ceremony and was amazed as a lot of flowers bloomed with the help of Sona's spirit power that Amelia spread from her pouch. Kong took in the feeling while Amelia explained that when it bloomed into flowers like this, it meant the mana was brimming with purity. She instructed them to pour in fresh water infused with the spirit of the forest, wait for the color to seep out, and then pour it back into the teapot, saying that it was done and easy to follow. She encouraged them to try. Tori cheered at their performance while Kong admitted he still didn't understand it all. Tori then struck his head against Kong, showing that what he wanted was to copy what Sona and Amelia had done. Kong acknowledged this, saying the creature was full of energy, and joined in by starting to focus. He then picked up the flower pouch, wondering aloud if it would work if he dropped it there. Tori appeared confident. Kong threw some flowers into the air and Tori readied himself before using his firepower to burn all of them. Disheartened, Tori looked at the ashes and then turned back toward Kong with a little hope, asking if he could try mixing the ashes with the water. Kong refused, saying that if it was mixed it would just turn into ashes. Amelia then explained that Tori was still young and could not control its strength yet, but with a bit of training it would eventually be able to make fire that didn't burn. Feeling demotivated, Tori left the stage and Sona laughed while watching him. Noah then came to Kong and said there was no need to hear more. Mona also grabbed Kong, insisting they should just play. Noah complained that there was no reason to waste so much time brewing tea. Amelia, frustrated, asked them to at least try a cup of the tea she had made, assuring them that once they drank it they would understand its worth. Kong took a sip while Noah remained suspicious and Mona and Rice Cake cooled down their drinks. Kong was delighted with the taste, remarking that it was delicious, slightly bitter but with a rich depth of flavor that even cleared his head. Amelia and her spirit Sona proudly said that Fairy Tea Party drew out all of the leaf's properties and urged Kong to comment more. Noah, unimpressed, remarked that it was just fragrant water despite all the fuss. Mona, instead of agreeing, called for food instead of drinks. Amelia, flustered, accused them of being barbarians for not tasting the flavor of the tea. Kong then wondered if beastfolk didn't drink tea often. Seeing Rice Cake enjoying it, Noah and Mona even tried to give him their share. Kong thought that for something so tasty it was a shame they didn't appreciate it, and he asked Amelia what kind of snacks fairies usually ate with tea. She admitted they usually didn't pair it with anything. Kong suggested happily that he could try making some sweets to go with it, so that Noah and Mona might enjoy it more, asking her to help him get the ingredients. Hearing him, Noah listened carefully while Mona got excited just at the mention of food. After some time, Amelia returned, and Kong noticed, commenting on her quickness. She asked if grain flour was really all they needed, and Kong replied confidently that it would be simple. He described the process of mixing sesame oil, salt and rice, then putting the boiled rice in a bag and kneading it thoroughly. Using Mr. Randolph's wooden sword as a special tool, he mashed the rice smooth, then rolled it in the soybean flour Amelia had provided, cut it into bite-sized pieces, and announced that Njimi was done. He proudly presented the dish, thinking it wasn't quite like the rice cakes from a shop but still a big transformation considering it was just leftover rice. Everyone immediately began drooling, especially Mona, and they rushed at the dish, surprising him. He tried to stop them, warning that they should calm down and share equally, one piece each. Despite this, Amelia and Noah already took some. Amelia realized the powder she had given him was for this and praised its nutty and sweet taste, its soft and chewy texture, and the way it melted in the mouth, marveling at how good it felt with so few ingredients. Tori and Sona also enjoyed it, while Noah thought it stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, Rice Cake defeated Mona and took her share, reasoning that since she had tried to share her drink earlier, she should share food too. Noah then gulped down the tea in one go, feeling refreshed as the bitterness balanced the sweetness of the rice cake. Kong asked if Amelia's tea was delicious and Noah admitted it wasn't bad. Kong insisted that Noah just wasn't used to it yet and would crave it later. Amelia pressed him to admit the tea's worth, but Noah only said it was edible because Kang's cooking balanced it out, which irritated Amelia. Watching all this, Kong thought to himself that next time he would bring proper rice cakes for everyone to share. That night in the Beastfolk tribe, Cassandra asked Kong what brought him there so late. Kong happily explained that Mona wouldn't let go of him while asleep. Noah added that his clothes were about to tear, so he had returned with him. Cassandra commented that Mona seemed to like him a lot. As Mona drooled in her sleep, Kong explained it was probably because he hadn't had much time to play with her lately. Cassandra told him that as expected there was no one more suited than him. Then in a serious tone she asked him for a favor concerning Mona. Kong, surprised, asked if something was wrong, and Cassandra confirmed it, explaining that Mona had started becoming picky with food. Shocked, Kong said that picky eating was serious, though it sometimes happened. Rice Cake and Tori even booed Mona for this behavior. Cassandra clarified that it wasn't just pickiness. Mona refused to eat if the food didn't taste good and had become a complete gourmet. Kong thought to himself about a gourmet version of Mona. The next day, someone announced breakfast rations and called everyone to bring their bowls. Beastfolk lined up and made a fuss trying to be first. Heyman called Mona and urged her to eat, presenting a bowl in front of her, reminding her that last time she had eaten well. Mona only licked a little and then pushed the food away. Heyman was terrified. Nearby, Cassandra and Kong watched. Cassandra pointed out that Mona wouldn't even touch Heyman's cooking anymore, let alone anyone else's. Kong, eating from his own bowl, commented that the food was actually pretty good and her tastes had simply grown too picky. Cassandra asked why she wouldn't eat, and Kong speculated that maybe someone had been sneaking her tasty snacks. Cassandra agreed it was possible, though the culprit was actually Kong himself. Cassandra explained that because of this pickiness, Mona often skipped proper meals, especially when the same dish was repeated. Kong worried it might affect her health, then turned to Heyman and asked her to recall what meals she had been making during the past week. Shocked and devastated, Heyman turned to Kong, calling him her teacher. Inside the chief's tent, Cassandra asked if Kong wanted to broaden the cook's experience, and Kong explained that he thought it was the best way if they wanted Mona to eat well. He said that listening to Heyman's menu list, the mains changed a little, but many dishes were similar because the recipes and ingredients were limited. It was not a matter of skill but of variety. Cassandra wondered how he planned to broaden it, and Kong replied happily that he wanted to go to a human town market. Calling it the perfect place to discover different foods, he added that the spices they received through trade were only the basics, and if they studied the market and added more to their next trade list, it would not only solve Mona's picky eating but also help develop the village's food culture in the long run. Cassandra admitted that they would indeed gain a lot, but as chieftain it was not easy for her to allow. Kong, startled, asked why, and she explained that even though their relations with humans were better than before, they were not yet at the stage of freely visiting each other's villages. If something unexpected happened, even the current relationship could break, so she wondered aloud if it was worth sending someone despite that risk. Kong thought that she had a point but insisted that he would personally ask Lord Roventus for cooperation. He admitted it might be presumptuous but believed it was a chance for both sides to grow closer and reminded her that this was why she had appointed him as inspector and mediator in the first place. Cassandra was surprised for a moment, then laughed, admitting that his reasoning was well said and the idea itself was not bad, though she still wondered what to do. At that point Heyman interrupted, apologizing for doing so, and said that she wanted to go. She explained nervously that she wished to study in a human town enough to satisfy Mona's taste buds and that she wanted to cook delicious food. This shocked Cassandra for a second time. Then Cassandra decided that sending Heyman should be fine and laid out the plan. Kang Hyun would get the human lord's approval, Heyman would go as representative, and then she would teach the others. She reminded Heyman to hide her ears and tail, since they did not want to cause confusion in the human town. Heyman agreed enthusiastically, saying she would cover them with a hat and pants. Noah then offered to be the escort, saying that he had already been there once, but Cassandra refused, pointing out that Noah's ears were too big. Noah insisted that they could be hidden with a cap and claimed they looked like hair at a glance, so it should be fine. But one of his ears poked out, causing Cassandra to exclaim that there was an enemy at the rear, meaning his tail could not be covered. Kong then asked why the chief had changed her mind, and she replied that it was because their rule was not to block a warrior's will. If Heyman wished to go, then the chieftain should support her. However, she told Kong that since he was going as well he should squeeze every drop of knowledge out of the opportunity. Heyman responded with excitement while Kong assured her that he would be careful and return safely. Mona then grabbed him too, letting out a nya. Cassandra asked Mona why she was joining without permission, but Mona did not hear and simply declared that she was going as well. Cassandra, now serious, asked if Mona had the resolve of a warrior. Mona, however, imagined spending happy gourmet times with Kong, such as trying new restaurants with him. In her fantasy, Rice Cake was begging for food, but Kong ignored him and paid attention only to her. Food, she thought, was her greatest motivation, so she shouted in determination that she too would go. Cassandra, delighted to hear Mona speak for the first time, accepted and declared that such overflowing desire was the true spirit of a warrior. A few days later, in human territory, the Lord remembered that Kanghyun was supposed to come see the market with the beastkin, and he looked forward to it. Randolph said he would guide them properly while acting as escort. The Lord then instructed Randolph to lend the castle kitchen if the visitors needed a cooking space. Randolph remarked that the order was more generous than expected, but the Lord admitted that if they used the kitchen, he might be lucky enough to taste Kanghyun's cooking. Randolph teased him, saying he was only thinking about scraps, and reminded him that Chef Thomas might oppose lending the kitchen since last time he had glared daggers at Kanghyun. The Lord replied that this was exactly why it was perfect, as it would be unfair if only the beastkin learned Kanghyun's amazing cooking. This way Thomas could learn too. When Randolph left the room, he thought to himself that it was purely calculated goodwill, but still quite a bit of convenience the Lord was granting. Soon the party noticed Randolph and called out to him. Randolph greeted them in return, reflecting that it was amazing to see beastkin strolling through their markets. He then welcomed them and suggested that they head out. At the market, Kong said it had been a long time since he had visited and wondered what new things had arrived. Looking into the distance, Randolph mentioned that the road was full of shops, making it a great place to explore. Kong turned around and called out to Heyman and Mona, asking them to come along and check it out. Heyman nervously said that she was there as the representative of bespoke chefs and needed to focus and learn seriously. While she felt anxious, Mona looked full of excitement. As people walked by, Rice Cake and Tori looked around curiously. Heyman worried aloud about what would happen if she couldn't memorize everything properly, saying it was her duty. Kong tried to calm her, telling her not to overthink it. He said that a food trip wasn't really studying, it was about seeing, eating and experiencing as much as possible, and that those experiences would inspire her cooking later. Heyman thought about his words see, eat and feel, and then said with determination that she would do her best to enjoy it. Kong looked at her and asked if she was really okay. Meanwhile, Mona ran ahead and stopped at a bread stall while Randolph watched her. Kong and Heyman tried a melon and were amazed by the taste, asking for more. Rice Cake and Tori wandered around the market too. Some people who noticed Rice Cake said he looked like a white wolf. A woman also commented on it. Heyman then tried a special type of soup and enjoyed the tour. Around noon they stopped at the city center. Tired, Heyman sighed while Rice Cake rested on Kang's lap. Kong noticed a flower and asked about it. Randolph said she seemed to have really enjoyed the tour and asked how it was. Heyman happily said she loved it. Meanwhile, Mona spotted merchandise of Rice Cake and was surprised. Heyman continued, saying there was so much variety that she lost track of time, and now she understood why her master had brought her there. She said her perspective had widened and she realized that she had only relied on her own experiences before. Now, seeing how vast and diverse the world was, she felt inspired to cook right away. Randolph reminded her that they hadn't yet visited the shop he had recommended. Kong recalled it and said Randolph had mentioned a restaurant they must visit. Randolph confirmed and said that if they missed it, they would regret it. He closed his eyes and said that while there were many things to try in the market, one thing they absolutely had to eat was the roros. Standing in front of another food stall, Heyman was shocked and asked what it was. Meat? Kong guessed it was a kebab but was surprised by its size. Randolph proudly explained that it was a tower of layered meats and ordered 5 servings. The stall owner was delighted by such a large order. Kong asked if people really ate so many of these roros and the owner said yes. Even merchants bought one every morning. As he prepared the food, he explained that inside the crispy bread there was hearty meat and various vegetables, making it a perfect meal. Kong examined it and thought that although the details were different, it was quite similar to a kebab. He took a bite and noted the smoky flavor, juicy tenderness and well-balanced spices. The yogurt-like sauce added a refreshing taste. Excited, Kong said it was amazing. Randolph proudly said that it was his favorite spot. Heyman listened, then decided to try a bite herself. She was surprised by the flavor. It smelled rich but wasn't too spicy and tasted delicious. The bread and vegetables balanced everything perfectly. She thought it was incredible how the flavors came together. Meanwhile, Rice Cake again stole food from Tori and Mona, leaving them helpless. The stall owner laughed and asked Heyman if it was her first time eating roros, saying she had quite the appetite. She cheerfully replied that it was amazing and asked how he made it, calling him a great chef. The owner's nose lifted proudly as he laughed and said their secret ingredient was bomong. Randolph was surprised, saying that explained the taste since bomong was expensive. Kong overheard and thought bomong was like pepper, but kebabs usually had pepper anyway. The stall owner asked if they could sense his craftsmanship. Kong wondered if bomong was really that costly. Heyman repeated the word curiously. Later in the evening, Kong and Heyman finished their shopping. Kong called her and suggested stopping at one last place before heading back to the Lord's Manor. Haman asked where, then looked around and was amazed to see all kinds of cooking tools. Kong thought that beastfolk usually didn't use many utensils. He remembered some beastfolk saying they tenderized meat by punching it or stomping on it instead. He nodded, thinking that tools like these could greatly improve the quality of their dishes. Haman called him master and asked what one of the tools was. Kong explained it was a pepper mill, a grinder used for dried bomong. Haman hesitated and asked if people actually ate bomong, saying that among beastfolk its scent was so strong they never considered it food. She explained they usually scattered it at storage entrances to keep wild animals away. Kong was shocked and said it was a waste. Haman then mentioned that behind their village there were many bomong trees. Kong remembered how expensive it was and thought that didn't make sense. Randolph agreed. Kong then realized that if they handled this properly, both humans and beastfolk could benefit. He patted Haman on the shoulder and said cheerfully that both sides could win. Haman was confused but guessed he had come up with a good idea. Kong smiled and said that even so, the fact that they had been scattering the king of spices on the ground all this time was unforgivable. Haman repeated, "King?" Kong then called her name and invited her to try making a dish using bomong. At night in the feudal lord's kitchen the chef stood in his nightclothes, deep in thought. He was angry and thought that the man had dared to enter his sacred kitchen again, and this time he had even brought a beastman with him. Inside the kitchen, Kong and Haman were talking. Kong began explaining that the ingredients would eventually be ready, and Haman listened carefully, nodding in agreement. Outside, the chef wondered to himself what Kong was trying to make this time. He noticed some meat and spices on the counter. Kong explained that bomong was a spice that went well with meat as it removed the smell and brought out the flavor. He showed Haman a jar of bomong. Haman eagerly said that it was dried and used in that way, and Kong replied that it was easier to use and store like that. He put some bomong in a grinder and sprinkled it on the meat. He instructed that salt and pepper should be added to a whole pork belly and left to rest so it could cure. After curing, the meat had to be seared, placed in a baking dish with spices and white wine and cooked in the oven. When he took the dish out, he proudly announced that the oven-roasted whole pork belly was complete. Haman's mouth watered as she said that the smell was amazing. Beside her, the chef was also mesmerized, and even Tori was drooling. The chef exclaimed that the skin was like a cracker and asked if Kong had drawn out the moisture to make it crispy. Haman asked who Kong was, and Kong calmly replied that pork belly with its rich fat layers became even crispier when cooked that way. He sliced through the meat, which made a crackling sound, and then chopped it up, saying that it looked like it had turned out well. Haman and the chef were both shocked to see the juices overflowing. Kong told them to have a taste. They both took a bite. Haman was amazed and said that it was incredibly delicious, while the chef fell to the floor in pure joy. As Haman chewed, she thought that it was nothing like the meat she usually ate and wondered if the flavor came from the spices. She also thought that the bomong fragrance was not unpleasant at all and actually made her appetite stronger. Kong noticed the chef on the floor and asked if he was all right. The chef weakly muttered about the recipe, and when Kong leaned closer to ask what he had said, the chef suddenly began to cry and begged him to share the recipe. Then he ran out of the room still crying, saying that it was unbelievable he had said it twice. Kong looked after him in confusion, wondering why the chef always ran away like that. Looking at the door, he added that he couldn't even write things down properly. Haman spoke softly, saying that all this time she had thought bomong was only sharp and pungent, but it actually balanced the greasiness very well. It went perfectly with the meat and made the aroma more appetizing. She realized that this was how it could be used. Kong smiled and explained that it was not just bomong. Small changes in how spices were used could bring out new flavors, and cooking was only as creative as the chef's imagination. Touched by his words, Haman called him master and asked if he could share the recipe again, as she wanted to adapt it to suit the children's tastes. Meanwhile, Tori, Rice Cake, and Mona were asleep, dreaming happily. Kong smiled kindly and agreed to give her the base recipe, telling her to make her own version. Haman's eyes lit up and she happily agreed. The long night ended. A few days later, in the Beastman tribe's village, two beastmen came to Cassandra, saying that they had brought some bomong. Cassandra smiled and told them they had done well. One of them said that if they had known bomong was such a treasure, they would have gathered it sooner. Behind her, another beastman called out, saying that the compressor they had gotten from the human village was amazing and that brewing would be much easier from then on. He also mentioned that the pot was very sturdy. Cassandra smiled again, thinking that she had only hoped to fix Mona's picky eating, but Kong had brought them even greater gifts. One beastman asked another if he had tried cooking with bomong, and the other replied that he had, saying that just a little made the food delicious. Cassandra thought that the village's burdened bomong had now become their most valuable trade good, and under Haman's guidance even the cooks had improved. A little farther away, Haman was cooking, showing off her skills. She warned the others not to overcook the food or it would get tough, told them to take it out, and instructed them to finish by grinding a little bomong on top. The others cheered in admiration. Cassandra thought proudly that Mona's picky eating had been completely cured, but she also thought that Kang-hyun had not foreseen one side effect. Behind her, Mona had gained a lot of weight from eating too much and was still asking for food while rolling on the ground. Cassandra sighed, thinking that Mona ate too well now, and that since Kang-hyun had done so much for them they would have to handle this problem. She picked Mona up with a frightening smile, saying that eating well and gaining weight was no problem, but that a beastman, a martial race, being lazy and rolling around was something she could not allow. Mona began to sweat nervously. Cassandra said that it was time for some mother-daughter training and told Mona to come to the training grounds. She also thought that she should prepare a gift for Kang-hyun. Mona screamed in protest, but Cassandra dragged her along. Back on Earth, Kong woke up from his rest and said that even though he was tired, he had to eat dinner. When Rice Cake heard the word dinner, he wagged his tail happily, and Tori made joyful sounds. Kong went to the kitchen, reached for the black pepper grinder, then paused and chose the wooden grinder instead, leaving the modern one behind. He thought that sometimes using the old tool felt nice too. He sprinkled the spice on some fish frying in the pan, and the aroma filled the whole room, making Rice Cake and Tori even more excited. He added a few more ingredients, plated the dish, and said a short prayer of thanks before eating. Rice Cake and Tori also made joyful noises. Kong took a bite, savoring the flavor, and thought that as expected it went well with any dish. He then decided that next time he might try teaching a fish recipe. It is winter, and the cold season has fully arrived. The large tree outside has no leaves left, its branches looking bare and lonely. Inside the small shop, Kong turns on a heater. He comments that the air feels quite cold and that it seems like a chilly breeze is coming through the place. Rice Cake and Tori also feel the cold, so they move closer to the device, making small curious sounds while they warm themselves. Kong watches them with interest and then smiles. He tells them that the machine is a heater, something that creates warmth by using oil as fuel. He demonstrates how to operate it, pressing a red button and explaining that this is how it is turned on. Kong says he had been a little worried at first because the heater was old, but he feels glad that it seems to be running without any problems. However, suddenly and without warning, flames burst out from the heater and surround it completely. A message appears in Kang's mind reminding him that old heaters must be used very carefully for safety. The usually calm Kang Hyun becomes frantic and no longer calm at all. Seeing the fire spreading, he panics and shouts loudly for help, yelling that there is a fire and asking where the fire extinguisher is. Tori, instead of being scared, seems excited by the flames at first. But as soon as he realizes Kong is in trouble, he quickly uses his unique ability to dig and move dirt. Tori pushes a large amount of soil over the burning heater, burying it underground to stop the flames. Rice Cake is completely shocked at how quickly everything happened. Kong tries to call out again, but before he can finish speaking, the dirt Tori moves also ends up covering him halfway. With his face partially buried in dirt, Kong stammers out his thanks to Tori. The old oil heater, as if speaking from another world, quietly expresses gratitude to Kong as well. It says it was happy to serve him even if its time was short. Kong sighs and says they will have to find a new heater now. But he then brightens up and mentions that Minho's family has an unused heater they might be able to borrow. Kong sounds relieved and cheerful. Soon Kong is riding a bicycle along the road with Rice Cake and Tori sitting inside the basket attached to it. He comments that Minho's family is very kind and that he was worried because deliveries in the area are slow, so going to get the heater himself was the best idea. When he arrives at Minho's home, he notices Sangwoo there as well. He greets Sangwoo, calling out his name. Sangwoo and Minho both look toward him. Sangwoo happily calls Kong uncle and mentions that Kong has brought a bicycle too. Minho politely welcomes him. Kong explains that he brought the bike to help him carry some things, but then he becomes curious and asks Sangwoo why he is there. Sangwoo explains that he came to remove the training wheels from his bicycle. Minho adds that Sangwoo wants to practice riding a bike with only 2 wheels. Kong praises him and says that it is really impressive that he wants to learn that. Sangwoo then shares that his father bought him a new bicycle and he wants to start practicing early. This makes Kong think quietly to himself. Remembering that Sangwoo's father works overseas to pay for the medical bills of Sangwoo's mother, Minho tells Kong that the new bicycle is still unopened in its box. Sangwoo excitedly announces that he wants to learn to ride properly first because he does not want to scratch the new bike by falling while learning. Kong understands that the bicycle is a precious gift from Sangwoo's father, so Sangwoo wants to take good care of it. Kong asks Sangwoo if he is practicing all by himself, and when Sangwoo looks up at him, Kong offers kindly to help him learn. Later, in a different open area, Kong has placed his borrowed heater and bicycle nearby while he helps Sangwoo practice. Rice Cake is happily wagging his tail and Tori is watching quietly. Kong reassures Sangwoo that he is still holding onto the bicycle from behind, so there is no need to worry. Sangwoo, wearing a helmet and looking nervous, repeatedly asks if Kong is really holding on. Kong keeps answering that he is indeed holding it firmly, at least for the moment. As Sangwoo tries to pedal forward, he keeps asking Kong not to let go yet. Kong replies cheerfully that he understands and will not release him too soon. Sangwoo continues to beg in a loud voice, insisting over and over again that it is not time to let go yet. Kong was thinking to himself that usually the method was to secretly let go while the child was riding so they could learn how to balance. He counted in his head, 1, 2, 3, and then quietly released his hands from the bicycle. But Sangwoo immediately fell to the ground. Kong panicked and rushed over to him, calling out his name with worry. Sangwoo, still sitting on the ground and holding back tears, told him that he had said he wouldn't let go, sounding hurt and betrayed. Kong became flustered, trying to fix Sangwoo's helmet and brush the dust off his clothes, explaining that he didn't mean to let go like that. Sangwoo let out a small cry of pain. Kong, in his thoughts, was shocked, thinking that he didn't expect him to fall so quickly. Rice Cake and Tori stood nearby, staring at him with disappointed and judging expressions. Kong quietly asked them for help. Both of them agreed to assist. Kong thought that the day was going to be very long. They started practicing again. Sangwoo fell once more, but this time Tori used his spirit magic to gather soft soil and gently form a cushion so Sangwoo wouldn't get hurt. Rice Cake carefully licked the area where Sangwoo would have been injured and the spot healed instantly. After checking himself and realizing there was no pain, Sangwoo seemed confused, wondering what happened to the injury. But then he fell again, and again, and again, and again. Kong kept worrying each time. Tori kept saving him. Rice Cake healed him again and again. Time passed, and before they knew it, noon had turned into evening. The bicycle lay on the ground now, and Sangwoo looked very discouraged. Kong patted his back softly and asked if he was all right, then suggested they stop for the day since it was getting colder outside, saying they could practice again the next day. However, Sangwoo insisted they continue. He said he felt like he was close to being able to ride if he tried just a little more. Kong looked at him with concern and told him that practicing for too long wasn't good and that there was no need to force himself. But Sangwoo lowered his gaze and explained that it was important. He said he wanted to learn quickly because all the other kids already knew how to ride a two-wheeled bike. Then he mentioned that his father had given him the bicycle as a present, believing that Sangwoo could already ride it. He remembered seeing his friends practicing with their fathers and felt that if his father found out he couldn't ride, it would make him sad. He said he didn't want to disappoint him. With determination in his voice, Sangwoo stood up and said he wanted to practice hard so that when his father came back he could show him that he could ride on his own. Kong watched him and understood something deeper in Sangwoo's heart. He stood up as well and told Sangwoo that he was truly amazing. Sangwoo looked at him with wide eyes. Kong gently patted his head and said they could practice just a little more before heading inside. Sangwoo smiled brightly and agreed. Rice Cake and Tori, tired from helping all day, had fallen asleep nearby. For the final attempt, Kong stood behind Sangwoo and told him not to look down but to look forward. Sangwoo, sweating and nervous, hesitated, but Kong explained that if he kept looking at his feet out of fear he would fall again. Kong told him to look ahead and keep pedaling, and reassured him that if it seemed like he was about to fall he would definitely catch him. Sangwoo repeated the words in his mind, "Look forward." He lifted his head and saw the beautiful sunset spread across the sky. The scenery was wide and warm. He then called out that he felt like he could do it. Kong smiled and slowly let go again. This time Sangwoo pedaled smoothly without any help. He stopped a short distance away, turned back and shouted excitedly, asking if Kong saw him. Kong gave him a big thumbs up and said he absolutely did. They both celebrated happily. Sangwoo shouted in joy that he had done it. Kong lifted him up in pure delight and told him he was a genius. Someone called out to Sangwoo, but when he turned and saw who it was he recognized his grandmother. He greeted her warmly. She told them that it was time for dinner and invited Kong to stay and eat with them as well, speaking kindly to him as young chef. Kong asked with a bit of surprise if she meant he could join too, and Sangwoo responded with excitement, saying that it would be great. Kong smiled happily and accepted the invitation, thanking her politely and saying he would enjoy the meal. The scene shifted to Sangwoo's home. In the kitchen, Grandma was preparing the meal. She chopped vegetables with practiced hands and cut tofu into neat little cubes. Sangwoo helped her by arranging plates, chopsticks, and spoons on the table, trying his best to be useful. Soon the table was covered with all sorts of homemade dishes, simple, familiar, comforting food. When Kong saw it, he looked amazed, his eyes widening at the variety. He especially noticed one dish giving off a warm, savory smell of soybean paste, and he felt his mouth water just from the scent. Grandma returned to the table holding bowls of rice and apologized softly, saying that she had not prepared much, but Sangwoo was excited, cheering for the soybean paste stew. Kong quickly reassured her that the meal was more than enough and actually felt like a feast. He said the smell alone made him hungry and that he felt he could eat 2 bowls of rice. However, when he looked down and saw that his bowl was already filled almost double, his smile stiffened a little. He admitted that this single bowl already looked like 2. Sangwoo then clapped his hands and thanked everyone enthusiastically for the meal. Kong, still amazed, wondered how Grandma had managed to serve everything so generously. Grandma simply told him that there was plenty and encouraged him to eat as much as he liked. Sangwoo eagerly picked up a serving bowl and offered to ladle out the soybean paste stew for Kong. He said proudly that his grandmother's stew was delicious and told Kong to eat a lot. Kong accepted the bowl gratefully and thanked him. He took a spoonful of the stew, and as he tasted it, his thoughts drifted back to his childhood. He remembered how he used to eat the same kind of stew long ago. When the flavor touched his tongue, his expression brightened. He mixed the stew with rice and ate more eagerly. Then he tried a side dish, picking it up gently with his chopsticks. The flavor reminded him of real grandmother-style cooking, the kind that could never be fully recreated by anyone else. It carried warmth and time and memories. Grandma smiled and handed something to Sangwoo, encouraging him to eat it too. Sangwoo looked at the perilla leaves and chewed happily, exclaiming how delicious they were. He also praised Grandma's kimchi with a big smile. Watching them, Kong felt something stir inside him. Something soft, familiar, and far away. He placed a small fried meat patty on top of his rice and paused for a moment, staring at it. Memories from his own past rose in his mind. Old dinners, family at the table, childhood days. He sat quietly, remembering moments he had not thought about for a long time. Grandma noticed his stillness and gently asked why he was not eating. She smiled warmly and encouraged him to eat more, telling him that the meat patties were particularly good. Sangwoo then stood up to serve some side dishes to Kong, excitedly mentioning that he would also give some to Uncle. But then he realized that the acorn jelly had become squished while serving. Grandma laughed and said that it was because Sangwoo was simply too strong. The family continued laughing and talking, finishing their meal happily, filled with warmth and cheerful voices. The narrator joked that it felt like the author of this story forgot about Rice Cake and Tori during the meal. As evening ended and night came, Kong, Tori and Rice Cake prepared to leave. Before going, Kong thanked Grandma sincerely for the wonderful meal. Grandma responded that Kong had always helped her, and this meal was just a small gesture in return. Then Grandma spoke in a more heartfelt tone, saying that thanks to Kong, Sangwoo had become much brighter and happier lately. She expressed her gratitude deeply. Kong smiled warmly and said that it was the same for him, that Sangwoo had brought him happiness as well. Grandma said she was relieved to hear that. Then she remembered something and asked Kong whether his parents were abroad. Kong said yes, explaining that his whole family lived overseas. Grandma asked if that meant he did not get to see them often. Kong smiled gently and said that they kept in touch sometimes, but that it had been quite a long time since he last saw them in person. He looked off into the distance toward the darkening road and quietly wondered if everyone in his family was doing well. His voice was soft, almost carried away with the night breeze as memories and longing rose in his heart. A few days later, around midday when the sun was shining brightly overhead, an airplane passed through the sky. The scene then shifted to a busy airport. A young woman came out of the main entrance with her luggage rolling behind her. She paused just outside the doors and spoke quietly to herself, expressing how long it had been since she last came to Korea. She took off her sunglasses slowly as though wanting to really see the place again, and wondered if almost 10 years had already gone by. Her phone rang and she answered it right away. She told her mother that she had just arrived and that she was planning to go directly to her older brother's place. She confirmed that it was in Pyongyang, explaining that since it was their grandfather's house she remembered the location well and knew how to get there. Her mother asked about her brother and the girl tried to reassure her, saying that when she last called everything seemed perfectly fine and there was nothing to worry about. Nearby, a bus driver announced that the bus would be leaving soon. The girl told her mother she would call again once she arrived, then ended the call and hurried toward the bus, saying aloud that she was getting on. Meanwhile at Kang's house, Rice Cake and Tori were playing outside in front of the building. Tori had his small hands wrapped around Rice Cake's wagging tail while Rice Cake ran around in circles, causing Tori to spin along with him. Tori looked happy and amused, laughing with delight. But suddenly, Rice Cake stopped as if he sensed something unfamiliar. Because of the sudden stop, Tori lost his grip and fell backward onto the ground with a soft tumble. Rice Cake lifted his nose and sniffed the air, then barked while looking toward someone who had just approached. The newcomer was the same girl who had arrived from the airport. She stood there and looked at the house carefully. She wondered aloud if she had the right place. She noticed that there was no signboard and questioned whether it was really a restaurant since nothing looked like the kind of restaurant she remembered. Rice Cake walked up to her and sniffed around her clothes and shoes. She hesitated and wondered if maybe her brother had moved away without telling her. But then Rice Cake gently tugged at the bottom of her pants, almost as if he recognized her scent and remembered her. At that moment Kong stepped outside, calling to Rice Cake and Tori and telling them to come in because the weather was cold. However, he stopped mid-sentence when he noticed the girl kneeling and enthusiastically petting Rice Cake as if she had always known him. She kept praising how adorable he was, patting him so much that Rice Cake made a slightly overwhelmed noise. Kong stared for a moment before saying her name, Lee Se-yun, asking if it was really her. She paused and looked up at him with surprise and joy. Then she called out to him affectionately, calling him Oppa with excitement. Kong, just as surprised, asked why she had come back so suddenly. With a face that looked both playful and serious, Se-yun called out to Kong, addressing him as her older brother. She told him that he seemed much rougher than the last time she had seen him. At that moment Kong was busy removing Rice Cake's loose fur, since Se-yun had petted the dog too much and made him fluffy and messy. He was brushing Rice Cake with a grooming tool and placing the shed fur in a pile beside him. Rice Cake was calmly lying on his lap enjoying the attention, while Tori was amusing himself by playing hide-and-seek in the pile of fur as if it were a small mountain. Kong asked Se-yun if comments like that were really something one should say directly to someone's face. Meanwhile, Se-yun silently observed him and thought that he actually looked better than she had expected. When Kong saw how much fur he had collected from Rice Cake, he remarked that it looked like the dog was practically bald now. Then he looked at Se-yun and asked what was really going on, saying that she definitely did not return to Korea just for the sake of visiting him. Se-yun closed her eyes with a satisfied and relaxed expression, as if enjoying the moment, and mentioned that he must be curious. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide, sparkling with excitement, and proudly announced that she had gotten a job in Korea. This surprised Kong so much that he asked, almost in disbelief, if she really meant a job. She replied cheerfully that yes, she was hired at a 5-star hotel. Kong said that she had indeed become a pâtissier, just as she had dreamed. He added that it looked like rice cake seemed happy for her too. Si-hyun joyfully explained that becoming a pâtissier, which is the French term for a pastry chef, had been her dream since childhood. She proudly pointed a finger upward, saying that he should just wait and see. She would become a legendary pastry chef, even more famous than him someday. Kong let out a sigh and quietly commented on how fast time had passed. With a distant look in his eyes, he said that it felt like only yesterday when she used to jump around excitedly after making cookies. He remembered how she would run to him holding a plate, telling him enthusiastically that she had made them herself. Embarrassed, Si-hyun asked why he was bringing up memories from elementary school, though she smiled afterward. She explained that she had some free time before her official work began and that their mother had been wondering how Kong was doing, so she would be staying with him for a while. Kong reacted with surprise, almost shocked. She continued, saying she would even help out at his shop and that he should feel honored. The next day in Kang's shop, Si-hyun sat watching television with a gloomy expression. She flipped through channels without interest and called out to her brother, saying she had never seen a business this empty. She said she was tired of watching television too. Kong, standing behind her in an apron, asked if she was finished complaining. Si-hyun remarked that they had gone 2 days without a single customer. There were not even flies, making it seem like the shop might soon close down. Kong pointed out that there were no flies because it was winter. Rice Cake and Tori were lying near the oil heater they had borrowed from Minho, enjoying the warmth. Kong reminded her that he had already told her there wouldn't be customers. Si-hyun said she had not expected the situation to be this bad, and the animals continued rolling happily near the heater. Just then they heard a knock at the door. Si-hyun immediately thought it must be a customer, and Rice Cake and Tori perked up as well. However, the visitor was Grandma Park. She came inside and said she had brought some kimchi. Kong looked worried and said that they still hadn't finished the previous batch she had given them. But Grandma Park insisted that this time it was green onion kimchi and that he could take it or leave it. Flustered, Kong quickly said that he was grateful and thanked her sincerely, mentioning that her kimchi was always delicious. He smiled warmly and Si-hyun observed this with interest. She thought to herself that he seemed to be getting along well with the local townspeople, and wondered when he had become such a friendly person. In the evening, Si-hyun lay face down, rubbing her cheek against Rice Cake's fur and complaining loudly about how unbearably bored she was. She continued cuddling the dog and said that Rice Cake was her only source of happiness and comfort, calling him her dopamine, serotonin and endorphins all in one. She commented on how cozy and comforting his scent was. Rice Cake looked overwhelmed, as if unsure how to react to her constant affection. Si-hyun thought about Kong and felt that he was wasting time doing nothing productive, letting his skills slowly fade. Meanwhile, Tori, who only Kong could see, whined for attention as well, feeling left out, though Si-hyun could not hear him. Kong was in the kitchen cooking, and the pleasant smell of food began to spread through the room. Curious, Si-hyun walked into the kitchen and asked him why he was cooking when there were no customers. Kong replied seriously that he was testing a recipe for a side project and said he was looking forward to how it would turn out. Si-hyun watched him and remembered that after he studied abroad he had stopped smiling as often as he used to. She recalled asking him something back then, and how he responded coldly, as if irritated. She had wondered if someone had upset him. She also recalled hearing rumors that he had become involved in something unpleasant with a professor. Even so, she knew that his passion for cooking remained, though he no longer seemed to take joy in it the way he once did. Now, while she watched Kong smiling as he cooked, she also smiled and wondered to herself whether living in this place had helped her or changed her in any meaningful way. With growing curiosity and excitement, she asked him what he was making. Kong answered that he was preparing truffle chongyang cream tagliatelle. As he continued shredding cheese, he explained that he had adjusted the usual classic truffle tagliatelle recipe so it would match the tastes commonly enjoyed in Korea. Si-hyun noticed the ingredients on the counter and asked if she could use some of them. He told her she could. She then cracked an egg, carefully separating the yolk from the white, added other ingredients with practiced movement, and continued working silently but with full focus. Meanwhile, Kong completed his dish, tasted it thoughtfully, and said that it turned out exactly right, rich but not overwhelming, with a clean and satisfying finish. Si-hyun finished her dish as well, placing it neatly into a teacup with a small sense of ceremony. She offered it to Kong and asked him to try it. Kong looked at it and asked if it was creme brulee. She smiled proudly and explained that it was actually persimmon creme brulee, saying she had some ripe persimmons available and decided to use them. Kong picked up the cup, still wondering why she had suddenly decided to make a dessert. She explained that she thought it would pair nicely with the pasta he had made. She added that the dessert was a bit spontaneous and might not be perfect, but she hoped it would still be enjoyable. Kong lightly tapped and cracked the caramelized top, scooped out a bite and tasted it carefully. He was surprised. He said that the fruity acidity of the persimmon balanced out the creamy richness of the dish, and also complemented the spice from the pepper in the pasta. He commented that it was sweet enough to stand on its own as a dessert too, and then admitted that it was simply delicious. Feeling proud, Si-hyun said that receiving praise from her rival felt wonderful. Kong asked with some disbelief if she was really calling him her rival now. She smiled even more brightly and said that of course she was. He was the rival she aimed to surpass, the mountain she intended to climb over someday. She took a bite of his pasta next, and her expression changed with genuine surprise. The flavor was so deep and layered that she wondered how many chefs could achieve something like this. In her mind, she thought that his skills were still exceptional, and that he was doing even better than before. While Kong continued eating the dessert, he mentioned that it had been a long time since he had eaten something like that. Si-hyun watched him and thought that it seemed like he had gained everything he could possibly gain from living in this place. Suddenly, she spoke up with a bright smile, saying that the timing was perfect. Kong looked up at her with curiosity. In her thoughts, she wondered how to suggest that they should go back up to Seoul together. The next day, the sun shone brightly among the white clouds. Kong was in the kitchen again, washing plates and utensils, and he looked slightly annoyed or concerned. He asked Si-hyun what her problem was. She was standing nearby and smiling, and she simply responded by asking what he meant. Kong said that the expression on her face always meant she was planning something. As if she had been caught, she replied that those kinds of things only happened when they were children. She let out a small, confident laugh and secretly thought to herself that she would try to persuade him little by little to want to return to Seoul on his own. Then she closed her eyes briefly and said that she had looked around the area and found that there was really nothing to do here. Kong gave her a puzzled side glance, wondering where this was coming from. Si-hyun continued, saying that it would be difficult to meet friends here and that there were no gaming cafes or movie theaters. She asked what enjoyment or excitement could be found in living somewhere like this. Then, with a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she said that if they were in Seoul, things would be completely different, right? Kong answered uncertainly that he supposed that might be true, but the truth was that he did not play games, did not watch movies, and had no friends to meet even if they were in Seoul. Si-hyun's attempt failed completely, and her smile slowly faded as she realized it. She admitted that her approach had been wrong. Kong, confused, asked what she meant, and like that, the first attempt to persuade him ended in failure. After some time passes, Kong is mopping the floor of the restaurant, moving slowly and carefully, while his sister sits casually on a chair behind him. In a light, careless tone, she asks if he doesn't miss something from before. She tries to remind him of their old life, saying that when he used to work as a chef in Hanam-dong, he had become very well known. She explains that back then her friends kept asking her to introduce them to him, and it actually annoyed her a little. She says that people used to stand in long lines just to watch him cook, and she thinks about those days as being grand and memorable. She asks him if he still remembers all of that. Kang's face shows that the memories do not bring him joy. He answers that he remembers, but his voice does not sound happy. Then he begins to talk about what it was really like. He says that people used to push their way into the kitchen, shouting that they would not pay unless he personally served them. He remembers people following him home after work, and he recalls how someone even stole his favorite knife. He starts to mention the worst part, about when the police had been involved. But before he can finish, Si-hyun's expression changes and becomes uncomfortable. Her second attempt to persuade him also fails. At noon, the two of them sit down for lunch. Si-hyun lifts her eyes and thinks silently that this situation is not as simple as she had hoped. Later, during break time, they are having snacks together. Ricecake and Tori, the dogs, are happily eating, and Ricecake's tail is wagging rapidly. Si-hyun picks up a piece of pasta with her fork and thinks to herself that she believed a few kind words would convince Kong to agree with her. She realizes she was too indirect and that she probably should have spoken more openly. She looks at Kong and decides that she needs to be more direct this time. Thinking firmly that being straightforward is the best approach, she slams her hand on the table with determination. In her mind, she insists that there is no real reason to refuse her request. She begins to speak, telling her brother that maybe he has stayed there long enough, and she tries to suggest that it might be time to move. But at that moment, she notices her fork is empty. She looks at Ricecake and sees that when she slammed her hand down, the pasta flew off the fork and landed on Ricecake's white fur, right on his rear, leaving a messy stain. Ricecake stares at his dirty backside, shocked and offended, and Tori looks just as surprised. Ricecake then glares at Si-hyun with a look of disgust, and Tori smiles awkwardly while watching her. Realizing what happened, Si-hyun begins to sweat nervously. She panics and rushes to Ricecake, apologizing, saying she did not mean for it to happen. Kong watches the scene expressionlessly. Si-hyun keeps apologizing and even offers to make a special dog cake to make up for it. As she is cleaning Ricecake's stained fur, the dog trembles with embarrassment. Tori tries very hard not to laugh, covering his mouth tightly. Then Kong calls out her name, Lee Se-yun. She responds with a surprise sound, and Kong asks her directly if she is trying to tell him that they should go back to Seoul. Si-hyun hesitates but admits that yes, that is what she means. Ricecake is still upset, and Si-hyun, feeling rushed and anxious, tries to explain that Kong is doing better now and that there is no real reason to stay in their current place anymore. She suggests again that it might be time to return, but Kong simply says that he will not go. She is shocked and asks again, and he repeats with a small smile that he is not going. Si-hyun, confused and frustrated, asks him why. Ricecake and Tori were also listening when Si-hyun started complaining. She asked loudly what was so great about the countryside and questioned what was even out there to enjoy. She said that Kong could live somewhere much cooler and more exciting. Kong, smiling calmly, replied that he didn't feel the need to live in a fancy or impressive way like many others did, and that he honestly liked living there. Si-hyun swallowed hard. She understood that life had been difficult for him before, and she did understand his feelings, yet she still couldn't accept his choice completely. Si-hyun suddenly stood up and shouted if he was really planning to stay there forever. She asked if he wasn't simply running away from something. She said that he was wasting his great talent working in an old worn-out restaurant that hardly had anything special. Then, closing her eyes tightly, she added that it was honestly pathetic, but right after saying that, she realized the words had come out far harsher than she meant. She thought to herself that she didn't intend to say it so brutally. Her voice wavered as she tried to fix it, saying that she didn't mean it like that, but the embarrassment and frustration were too much. She ended up running out of the restaurant. Kong called after her, asking where she was going, but she shouted back for him not to look for her. She ran off, and Kong stood there watching her, worry filling his chest. He sat down on the sofa and thought about her words. He knew that from her perspective maybe his situation did look pathetic, especially now that she had just gotten herself a job and was full of energy and motivation. He told himself that he would speak to her again once she cooled down and came back. Rice Cake looked toward the direction Si-hyun went, while Tori looked at Kong with concern. The day slowly ended and night arrived, but Si-hyun did not return. By now Kong was truly anxious. He tried calling her, but the call didn't go through. With a dark, uneasy expression, he wondered aloud why she would storm off like that and then not even answer her phone. He worried because the countryside roads were dark and confusing and she didn't know her way around. Rice Cake and Tori were worried too. Kong finally said that they had no other choice. He stepped outside with a tense expression and called out to Rice Cake and Tori. They responded enthusiastically, almost as if they were ready for a rescue mission. The countryside road was pitch black. Kong walked forward holding a small torch the way one would in an emergency. He shouted her name into the darkness. Rice Cake let out a howl to join him. They passed by a quiet warehouse area. Kong called again, telling her to respond if she could hear him. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, wondering where she could have gone. He remembered how during their childhood, whenever she got upset, she would run off somewhere to be alone. It had always been difficult to find her back then, too. He recalled how he once ate food she had left behind, only to realize later that she had made it for herself. But back then, they had been in familiar surroundings close to home. Now she was in a place she didn't even know well. Suddenly, Rice Cake picked up a scent and howled again. Tori's eyes lit up with excitement and they hurried in the direction Rice Cake indicated. Kong shined the torch ahead and followed. After walking for a while, they arrived at a house. Rice Cake put his paw on a pair of shoes sitting outside and howled to let Kong know. Kong pointed the flashlight upward and saw Si-hyun sitting all alone on the dark porch. Kong let out a breath of relief. He said to himself that this made sense since the only place she would recognize in this area was their grandfather's house. The moon was bright behind him, lighting the scene faintly. Rice Cake and Tori walked up to her quietly. Kong asked why she was just sitting there in the dark and told her that she should at least turn on a light. Si-hyun kept her face buried in her hands and muttered something about the breaker box. Kong understood what happened. She couldn't find the breaker box, so she stayed there in the dark, and her phone had died as well. Si-hyun spoke softly, almost too quiet to hear, apologizing. Kong asked her what she said. Still hiding her face, she repeated that she was sorry. Kong looked surprised. Then Si-hyun lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, and cried loudly, apologizing to him like a child. Kong smiled gently and told her that she really hadn't changed since they were in elementary school. But Si-hyun continued crying even harder and told him not to laugh. Kong couldn't help laughing anyway. She shouted once again, louder this time, telling him to stop laughing, but he continued smiling at her with relief and affection. After a while, Kong asked Si-hyun if she was calm now. Si-hyun was still shaking and crying, so Kong told her that he was fine. He said that he understood if she thought he looked pathetic from her point of view. Then he smiled softly. Si-hyun, still sobbing, said she couldn't believe she had spoken so harshly to him. Kong smiled again and thought to himself that he must have provoked her for no real reason. Si-hyun wiped her tears with her sleeve and told him that he had always been her rival, the one who was always ahead of her. Kong looked at her quietly, and Si-hyun remembered the time she had watched him on TV as the famous winner chef Kong Hyeon Lee. She told him that one of her goals had always been to surpass him someday. She remembered herself back then watching the TV and saying proudly, as expected of Oppa, someday I'll be like him too. Now, still crying, she admitted that seeing him in his current state had made her angry for no real reason, and that she was sorry for it. Kong looked at her with a warm smile. Then he noticed something on the floor and reached out to touch it. Rice Cake and Tori, the two pets, also turned their heads curiously. Kong said that it had been a long time since he last saw that mark. Si-hyun followed his gaze and looked at the floor. Kong asked if she remembered it and told her that she was the one who made it. Si-hyun looked confused. So Kong reminded her of the time when their grandfather had been cracking walnuts with a hammer. He said that Grandpa had told her she was too young to do it. But while Grandpa wasn't looking, she had tried anyway. Instead of cracking the walnut, she had smashed the floor and sent the walnut flying, right into Grandpa's head. Si-hyun stopped crying and laughed as she remembered. She said that Grandpa had really scolded her that day, and that he was scary back then. Kong told her that Grandpa was only being careful because hammers were dangerous. Then Kong mentioned another memory, the time she had hidden behind the crocs outside. Si-hyun remembered immediately, and asked if he was talking about the day the chicken escaped from the co-op. Kong nodded and said she had been so scared of the chicken that she hid for a long time. Both of them remembered crying together inside a big pot because they were too scared. Grandpa had called out, saying he caught the chicken and told them not to cry, but they just cried even louder. Grandpa had even joked, asking if he should just boil the chicken right then. Si-hyun laughed and said that Grandpa really had a hard time that day, running around trying to catch that chicken. Kong patted Rice Cake and Tori, who were sitting beside them, and said he couldn't believe that the tiny kid from those days had grown up so much. He teased her, saying that now she even nagged her oppa. Kong looked up at the sky and said he was proud of her. Si-hyun replied that they weren't even that far apart in age, but Kong ignored her comment. He told her that he knew she had scolded him because she cared. He thanked her for worrying about him but said that he was happy with his life now. He explained that compared to before, he was aiming higher and could now see a much wider world. Smiling, he told her not to worry too much, to just trust him and watch a little longer. He said he was walking his own path at his own pace, and that there were many things to experience there that she couldn't imagine. Si-hyun, still confused, asked what he meant by here. Kong replied that he meant this place, that there were things there she wouldn't see anywhere else. He glanced at the warehouse behind her and repeated that she shouldn't worry. Si-hyun looked at him quietly and thought to herself that she still didn't really understand what was going on in his mind. Then she looked up at the night sky filled with shining stars and thought that it was the first time he had spoken like that. She finally said that she trusted him, and that he had always done well in the past anyway. Then, with a teasing smile, she added that she would still tell their mom that his shop wasn't doing well. Kong was startled and asked if she really needed to make their mother worry more. Si-hyun looked away with a mischievous expression and said she couldn't help it. She had never imagined her brother guarding an empty shop with no customers. Kong shouted in protest, which made Rice Cake and Tori jump around excitedly, as if cheering Si-hyun on. Kong tried to defend himself, saying that she had just come at a slow time and that it didn't mean business was bad. Si-hyun smirked and asked how many customers had come that day. Kong insisted he was serious, still looking flustered, but Si-hyun just laughed and said in a teasing voice that she totally believed him. The next day, with the sun almost overhead, Kong was in his restaurant and felt surprised to see the kimchi already finished. He wondered aloud, surprised that everyone had made kimchi together and it was done so quickly. The village chief told him that making kimchi was not difficult, and that it was quick work. Kong felt embarrassed and shocked that the villagers had brought him kimchi even though he had not helped at all. The chief told him not to be so surprised and urged him to accept it, saying his own arms were tired from carrying things. Kong said he would have gone to help if anyone had called him, and that he now felt bad for not joining. The chief replied that they would not have bothered calling someone who cooked for a living because Kong, the young chef, was busy running his shop. Kong thanked him quietly. Then the chief glanced away and asked who the young woman over by the table was. They noticed Si-hyun doing a silly thing. She had been covering her swollen eyes with spoons, using the cold metal to soothe them. After she removed the spoons, she introduced herself as Kong Hyeon's younger sister, Lee Si-hyun, with a bright, slightly shy smile. The chief repeated, questioning whether she was his sister, and Kong looked at her and noted that her eyes were still a bit swollen. The chief, delighted, said something about another person under 39. He seemed pleased at the idea. Kong, puzzled, repeated the question in a small voice. The chief then said he was still glad they had come. Si-hyun, repeating the chief's phrase, questioned the meaning of under 39. The chief smiled and remarked that she really looked like her brother. He said the resemblance was clear even from a distance. Both siblings, not happy to be told they looked alike, responded with a forced, "Ah, yeah." That comparison did not improve their mood. The chief looked at them again and commented that their expressions made them look especially alike in that moment. Before leaving, he invited them to stop by the village hall with Si-hyun, saying they had finished cleaning up after the kimchi making, and that a feast was ready. Kong thanked him, and Si-hyun, smiling now, praised the welcoming hospitality of the countryside, saying rural hospitality really was the best. After the chief left, Kong placed the kimchi dish on the table and said he wanted to give the villagers something in return, but he always ended up receiving instead. He looked at the kimchi, which gleamed attractively, and exclaimed that it looked obviously delicious. He wondered what they should give the villagers this time as a thank you. Si-hyun, watching and drooling a little at the sight, said the kimchi looked incredibly good. Kong said he should bring something over to the village hall later, and Si-hyun immediately offered to help. Smiling, she said she had the perfect dessert that the elders would love. After some time, they had the dessert ingredients laid out on the table. While Si-hyun prepared them, Kong asked what she was going to make. Si-hyun explained in a casual way that she would mix a bit of this and that she was thinking of making Korean traditional sweets, Manhwa. Kong agreed that Manhwa sounded good, describing the dessert as orange, square-shaped sweets that would probably suit the elders' tastes. Then he asked whether she was really good at making Manhwa. Si-hyun admitted that strictly speaking Manhwa was not exactly her specialty. Then, with a playful, mischievous look, she warned him not to underestimate her just because it was not her usual thing. She mentioned, with a proud little laugh, that she was a pâtissier who had once been invited to work at a 5-star hotel so she could handle it. Kong, looking worried but also resigned, said he hated to admit it, but they really did seem alike after all. At that moment, Rice Cake and Tori came into the kitchen as if they had heard the talk. Si-hyun asked if there was food and Rice Cake and Tori reacted with eager interest. Kong tied on his head bandana and asked Si-hyun what she wanted him to do. Si-hyun, startled at first, brightened when he volunteered to help and declared herself the head chef for the task. Kong noted that she looked far too happy about that and then got ready to begin. Si-hyun started giving orders in a bossy but excited tone. She told Kong to soak the beans, set a pot of water to boil, sift the glutinous rice flour and wheat flour, and fetch the colorings for the dough, the sieves, and some kitchen towels. Kong, feeling overwhelmed by the rapid list, begged for one step at a time, saying they should take it slowly. Kong was carefully shaping small balls of dough and placing them neatly on a tray. Si-hyun was cooking something on the stove, and after a moment she turned to look at him. Kong was deep frying the dough pieces in a saucepan, making sure both sides were evenly cooked. When they turned a nice color, he lifted each one out with chopsticks. While looking down, Si-hyun asked him if she hadn't only explained how to make gashang wok earlier. Kong replied that she had. Realizing she wasn't getting any chance to act superior, she sounded a little defeated as she told him he had made them really well. Kong said he had only done a good job because she had explained everything so clearly. Si-hyun wondered to herself why an Italian chef had to be skilled at making traditional Korean sweets too. With a gloomy expression, she admitted that her determination to cheer him on was starting to weaken. Kong asked what she meant. Meanwhile, he placed the finished sweets neatly into a container. The ones he had already fried had been soaked in syrup and were now in the pot. Kong tasted one and thought it was pleasantly chewy and not overly sweet. Still, compared to hers, he felt the look of it might be a bit plain, like it needed something extra. As he continued eating, Si-hyun kept staring at him. After a moment, she told him that if he had already glazed the sweets with syrup, he should give them to her. She sliced an apple into thin pieces, added cream on top of the donut-shaped sweet, and then used a strainer to sprinkle sugar powder over everything. Kong watched her, impressed. Looking at the sparkling sweets decorated with apple and blueberry, he said they looked beautiful. Holding the strainer with a confident smile, Si-hyun said that desserts had to be visually appealing because a pâtissier's job was to make people's hearts flutter. She added that taste mattered too. Sweets should please both the eyes and the tongue. As Kong listened to her talk, he was amazed at how much she had grown and smiled warmly, thinking that she had truly become a real pâtissier. In the meantime, Rice Cake and Tori were trying to steal a piece of the freshly made dessert, with Tori cheering Rice Cake on to get just a little closer. Once the sweets were finished, Kong and Si-hyun packed them up and prepared to go to the village gathering. On the way, Kong wondered aloud if everyone would enjoy the treats. Si-hyun confidently said they would, asking who they thought had made them. They continued walking down the road with Rice Cake and Tori following behind. Si-hyun suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The sun was nearly at its highest point and many birds were flying overhead. The moment felt calm to her, and when she looked down she noticed weeds swaying beside the road. She also saw a cat stretching lazily on the boundary wall of someone's house. Then she looked ahead at Tori and Rice Cake, who were happily trotting far in front. Rice Cake howled to call them to catch up. Si-hyun watched them with a warm smile and thought that maybe Kang's older brother had liked such peaceful moments too. When they finally reached the village hall, Kong pointed it out, saying that this was the place. Si-hyun looked around with curiosity. Kong, noticing her wandering attention, told her the door was in the opposite direction. She called out to him and then looked at a poster on the wall. Reading the name on it, she burst into wild laughter when she realized the poster featured Kong as the village's greatest treasure. She took pictures of it, laughing even harder at the big banner calling him the Yongpyong treasure. teasing him that no wonder he liked the village so much. Embarrassed, Kong insisted it wasn't like that. Si-hyun kept laughing, saying she had shaken the camera from laughing so hard and needed to take another picture. Kong, face burning, grabbed her arm and told her that was enough, pulling her inside the building. Sujin welcomed them while holding her baby girl in her arms. She greeted them warmly, and Sangwoo's grandma asked in a pleased voice if they had really come. Si-hyun introduced herself with a lot of energy, saying she was Lee Si-hyun. Sujin explained that she had already heard about her from the village head and confirmed that Si-hyun was his younger sister. Sangwoo's grandma added that she truly looked very similar to the young chef they all knew. Sujin then looked down at her baby and gently told her that she should greet her big sister as well. She lifted Ha-eun's tiny arm and moved it as if the baby were saying hello to Si-hyun, calling her Unnie in a cute way. Seeing that, Si-hyun felt delighted and thought to herself that the welcome they were receiving was so warm and heartfelt. The village chief suddenly appeared and called out to them, asking if they had eaten yet, and telling them to come inside quickly. When Si-hyun noticed him, he said that they had expected her visit, so they had prepared a full table of food. He told her there was plenty, so she should eat as much as she wanted. Si-hyun, already drooling a little, quietly complained to Kong, asking if he had been getting this kind of treatment every single time. She said it felt unfair, and Kong, who was also drooling, admitted he had nothing to say in response. Si-hyun began trying the dishes and said that the taste was unbelievable. She told Kong to try it with oysters on top because it created a flavor that truly touched the heart. Kong didn't respond though, since he was distracted watching Sujin offering food to little Han, who was wearing adorable bear ear accessories on her head. Grandma Park encouraged Kong to keep eating. At the same time, Sangwoo called out to Rice Cake, telling him there was some boiled pork belly over in another spot, though he yelped when something startled him. Rice Cake and Tori followed after him with excitement. Si-hyun glanced over just as the village chief asked if the food suited her taste. She answered that it was incredibly delicious. The chief smiled and told her he would pack extra kimchi for her to take home later. She tried to refuse, saying she couldn't possibly accept more, but he reminded her that she would be heading back to Seoul soon, so she should at least have a good batch to enjoy there. Hearing that, Si-hyun looked at him and thanked him warmly. When everyone finished eating, they all gave thanks for the meal. Then Si-hyun pulled out the snack pack she had brought and announced that after a delicious lunch, dessert was a must. Everyone looked surprised when they saw all the different types of sweets she unveiled. She explained that they had made them together as a thank you gift for the delicious kimchi they had been given. People began asking how she managed to make the desserts look so pretty, and whether she was really giving them away instead of selling them. Some insisted she should be selling such beautiful treats. Feeling proud, Si-hyun teased Kong, asking if he heard all the compliments. Sujin admired the desserts too, saying they were almost too beautiful to eat, and that she didn't know Gangjong could look so elegant. Baby Han reached out her tiny hand, trying to grab the colorful snacks. Sangwoo's grandma commented that it had been a long time since she had seen flour majakwa. The chief added that the sweets would go perfectly with a drink as light snacks. Sangwoo tried one himself and was amazed, his eyes sparkling as he said it was sweet and incredibly tasty. He asked if they had really made everything themselves, and then boldly asked Si-hyun if she was a chef like his uncle. Si-hyun smiled and explained that she wasn't exactly a chef but a pâtissier. The chief overheard her and shouted in surprise, joking that their whole family should be registered as cultural treasures. Kong, embarrassed, begged the chief to stop. Watching all of this, Si-hyun thought she was beginning to understand why Kong loved this village so much, and so the afternoon ended filled with laughter, warmth, and happy memories for everyone. Back in another world, a young elf girl is perched on the highest branch of a tall tree. A small lime-colored bird sits comfortably on her head as if it were its usual place. The elf girl quietly thinks to herself that she has somehow wandered all the way into the neutral forest, a place she hadn't meant to reach. As she gazes far into the distance, she reflects on her long travels and how many forests she has passed through. Yet this one still feels like the most mysterious of them all. She mentions this to the bird Sophie, as if they often share such thoughts. The little bird responds with a cheerful goo, as though agreeing with her. Then, the girl suddenly notices something unusual. A faint trail rises between the distant trees. She narrows her eyes and whispers to herself that it looks like smoke. The realization surprises her, and she sits up straighter on the branch. She recognizes what it must be. Hot spring water creating steam drifting upward into the sky. Back on Earth, Kong reminded Si-hyun that she hadn't forgotten anything. He warned her that if she left something behind he wouldn't bother mailing it to her. Hearing this, Si-hyun complained that he was being extremely stingy. Kong, already annoyed, asked if she even understood how far the post office was from their place. While adjusting her luggage, Si-hyun told him that she was heading out now. She gave him a small wave, and Kong, standing outside the restaurant with his arms crossed, told her to go ahead. Then Si-hyun knelt down to pat Rice Cake. Hugging him tightly, she told him through tears to take care and said that she would miss him very much. She even added that if Kong ever gave him a hard time, he should come straight to her. Rice Cake began crying too, making small whimpering sounds. Tori, who was invisible to her, and standing behind Kong, noticed how affectionate she was toward Rice Cake. He commented that her attitude toward Rice Cake was completely different. Si-hyun told him that if he wanted the same reaction, he should try being as cute as Rice Cake. Kong muttered that such a request was utterly impossible. Rice Cake, meanwhile, was still distracted, looking around for snacks. Tori, lying on the ground, wondered aloud if he would get any cuddles at all. Kong kept Rice Cake steady on the ground while Si-hyun remarked that thanks to them, she had enjoyed a good rest over the past few days, but now she had to get ready to return to work. Kong gave her a strange look, and she commented that unlike someone she knew, she was about to become very busy. Kong sighed and said that it was because she was the famous pastry chef, Lee Se-yun, whose career was moving forward smoothly. Si-hyun pointed at him proudly, agreeing that she was just getting started and planned to create a new legend for herself. Kong closed his eyes with a gentle smile and said that having passion was good, but she shouldn't let her enthusiasm run too far ahead of her. He reminded her that her chosen line of work was not easy. Thinking back to his own past work experiences, Kong explained that both work and relationships would probably be harder than she expected. He told her there would be moments when she felt angry, treated unfairly, or disappointed, and that real life might not be as beautiful as she had imagined. He added that she might end up crying more often for a while. Si-hyun pointed at him again, saying that his words were perfect for her situation. Standing tall, she declared that every main character has to face hardships because that is what starts the story of their growth. With the sun shining directly above them, she smiled and said that a hero only shines after making it through all their trials. Kong tilted his head and smiled back, telling her that with that mindset she would be just fine. Then Kong reminded her to hurry, saying that the bus only came once every 4 hours and that missing it would be terrible. Startled, Si-hyun suddenly remembered the bus schedule. She rushed to leave, shouting that she understood and was going. Then she paused, realizing she still had a little time left. Kong called her name, telling her, "Lee Si-hyun." She answered with a surprised "ha." Kong then told her that if she ever became exhausted from working too hard, she could always return to this place to rest. Rice Cake and Tori brightened at his words. Si-hyun turned around and told him that she would come back if she felt like it. With that, she continued down the road toward the bus stand and left. Back in the other world, Rice Cake is wandering through the forest at a slow, relaxed pace. As he walks, he suddenly notices Tori standing still and staring at something with full attention. Rice Cake also stops, moves closer to Tori, and looks in the same direction, silently wondering what has caught Tori's interest. Then he sees it clearly. A strong muscular rabbit and a plump fluffy rabbit are standing together, though they are looking in different directions as if trying to act casual. The male rabbit, who looks especially sturdy, picks up 3 purple flowers shaped like small people. Then he kneels down in front of the female rabbit and proposes to her. Tori looks thrilled by the scene, but Rice Cake watches the couple with a strange, confused expression. Behind them, Kong is practicing martial arts while carrying a huge log on his back, sweating heavily. Noah observes him and comments that one log doesn't seem enough and he might be able to add another one. Kong, completely worn out, reminds Noah in a desperate voice that he is actually a chef and not a warrior. Finally, Kong drops the log and collapses on the ground, fainting from exhaustion. Noah calmly says that this will be enough for today and praises him for the effort. Emilia also thanks him for his hard work. With his eyes closed, Kong groans that he desperately wants to soak in a hot bath. Emilia leans close to him and asks what a bathhouse is. Kong explains that it is a place where people fill a large tub with hot water and sit in it together to relax. He then asks if they have anything like that here. Emilia and Noah exchange a glance. After thinking for a moment, Emilia says she has heard that humans developed that kind of bathing culture. She adds that fairies wash themselves by using the power of spirits instead. Noah explains that beastmen wash quickly with cold water out in the wild because warriors can't afford to relax for too long and therefore rarely bathe. Still lying on the ground, Kong sounds surprised and says that soaking in a hot bath feels wonderful at times like this. Emilia then asks softly if he would like to go somewhere like that. Kong, suddenly excited, lifts his head and asks what she means. Smiling, Amelia tells him that there is a place that matches his description exactly. Sometime later, the sun stands high above the forest, shining brightly through the leaves. Kong follows Amelia and becomes flustered when he sees what she is showing him, a natural waterfall pouring steaming hot water into a large pool. He asks in disbelief if it is really a hot spring. Amazed, he thinks that he has never seen such a big hot spring before and wonders at the fact that even this world has them. Then the familiar smell reaches him, and he recognizes it instantly. Turning around with a joyful voice, he says it has been ages since he visited a sulfur hot spring. Amelia smiles and says she does not know what sulfur is, but she is glad he likes the place. She explains that this hot spring appeared not too long ago, and that their patrol team purified it because the gas was too strong at first. She says that the timing worked out well, as it is safe to visit now. Just then, Kong notices something odd and asks why Noah and Ricecake are hiding behind a tree. Mona is with them too, and all three are shaking. Amelia glances at them and explains with a small laugh that beastmen have very sensitive noses and the smell here is not exactly pleasant for them. In a teasing tone, she adds that she can reduce the smell more if they want. Kong gives an awkward smile and comments that he is not sure if they all get along very well. Irritated, Noah quickly says there is no need and that they will get used to it. Kong walks closer to the waterfall, kneels on one knee and rolls up one sleeve. When he touches the water, he feels a sudden wave of pleasure and thinks it feels like heaven. He then folds up his pants and dips his legs into the hot spring. Tori and Ricecake come near him, curious. Ricecake lets out a questioning howl. Amelia watches Kong and says he looks extremely satisfied. Noah, still trembling slightly behind her, mutters that it is nothing special, even though he clearly struggles with the smell. Relaxing in the warm water, Kong says that it feels even more refreshing because of how much he trained earlier. Ricecake carefully touches the water with his paws. Kong sighs in relief and adds that if a hot spring like this existed near his home, he would visit it every day. Amelia hears this and quietly thinks about it. Then she mentions that some fairies enjoy this kind of thing, though she herself has never tried it. Ricecake seems delighted as he splashes the water lightly, and Tori watches him with curious eyes. Kong tells Amelia that if she tries bathing in the hot spring even once, she will surely fall in love with it. Then an idea suddenly strikes him. He turns around to face her and asks if she would like to try experiencing a bit of human culture. The next day, Aura walks slowly along the forest path. She thinks to herself that her sister had asked her to come here, but she still doesn't really understand what her sister meant when she mentioned a cultural experience. As usual, the small lime-colored spirit bird rests comfortably on top of her head, fluttering its wings from time to time. After a few steps, Aura suddenly stops because she notices someone standing ahead of her. She looks closely and asks if it is Kang Hyun. He answers that it is him and lifts his head a little in greeting. He is wearing a bath-style head bandana, the kind that looks almost like something from a hot spring. With an easy smile, he tells her that she is welcome here. Aura becomes flustered and unable to hide her surprise, asks why he is dressed like that and what is going on with his unusual outfit. Kong stood up, dressed in shorts and a bathrobe, with a hat on his head. Aura thought to herself that she had never seen clothes like that before, not even during her travels or in any of the books she had read. She commented that his outfit looked very unique. Kong replied confidently that he had brought the clothes so everyone could wear them together. He then pulled out another outfit of the same kind and told Aura that there was one for her as well, adding that it would be awkward to try it on while she was wearing her usual clothes. Aura responded awkwardly that she was fine as she was, but before she could say more, Amelia appeared behind her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and told her not to ignore someone's good intentions. Aura looked at her sister in surprise and asked why she was wearing the outfit too. Emilia explained that she thought it would be fun, and that the outfit was surprisingly breathable and comfortable. Aura reluctantly said that if her sister approved of it, then she would trust her. Meanwhile, Noah was quickly carving a neck pillow out of wood, explaining that Kanghyun had asked him to make it. Mona watched him curiously and let out a soft mawak. Ricecake and Tori were also there, wearing the outfits Kong had provided and working on neck pillows of their own. Aura thought in surprise that the outfit actually felt really comfortable. Kong picked up his backpack and asked if everyone was ready to go experience human culture, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Near the waterfall hot spring, Tori was bathing in a bowl floating on the pond. Beside him, everyone else was soaking in the hot spring with their eyes closed, relaxing. Amelia said she finally understood why humans enjoyed sitting in warm water. It felt as though both the body and mind were being healed. Kong agreed enthusiastically. saying that bathhouses were all about relaxation and recovery. Noah, however, sat stiffly in the hot spring and murmured that it was not ba-dee, even though he clearly did not look comfortable. Mona, unable to handle the strong sulfur smell, hid behind a tree far from the group while holding her nose. Aura noticed that Mona wanted to join them but just couldn't tolerate the odor. Understanding this, Aura called her spirit bird Sophie. Sophie used spirit magic to wash away the smell of sulfur around them. Mona let out a surprised, "Moi?" Amelia noticed what Aura had done and teasingly praised her, saying Aura was as thoughtful as ever. Aura responded in an expressionless tone, asking what Amelia meant. Mona and Rice Cake began dancing happily, celebrating that the smell was finally gone. Mona jumped excitedly toward the spring, shouting that she wanted to join too. But the moment her finger touched the hot ground, she sprang back up and landed right on No's head with a loud hiss. No's head was pushed underwater, and Mona scrambled away. A special cold bath was then prepared just for Mona and Rice Cake. After a long steaming soak, Amelia, Noah, and Aura lay on the ground with towels covering their eyes. Mona came over to inspect them curiously. Aura slowly sat up and said that even a short time in the hot water made her whole body feel overheated. She glanced over at Kong, who was still in the water, relaxing comfortably and even humming a tune. She wondered aloud how he and the others could stay in the hot spring for so long. Kong, being a true survivor, seemed completely unaffected while the rest of them were already exhausted. Kong eventually stood up and declared that he felt completely refreshed. Aura, shocked, repeated the word refreshing in disbelief. She then looked up at the sky and muttered that human culture was truly strange. She admitted that at least she had learned something new about how humans bathed. Kong looked down at her with surprise and asked what she meant, saying that they were only just getting started. Aura, startled, asked what he was talking about. Kong explained cheerfully that since they had enjoyed the bath, the next step was to head to the sauna. The scene shifts to an area near a cave where warm water from a hot spring flows through the inside. Amelia, Kong, and the others stand at the cave's entrance. Amelia looks at it and wonders to herself that it is a cave. Kong explains that he had discovered it by accident the day before while he was exploring the area. Amelia walks inside and comments that the place feels surprisingly warm because the hot spring water passes through it, even though it is still a cave. Aura follows behind her, smiling but already sweating from the heat. Tori sits on Kang's shoulder while Kong explains that this warmth is exactly why he thought the place would be perfect. He tells them that a sauna is basically a bath that uses steam. Kong spreads a large piece of cloth on the ground inside the cave. After that, he sets down the neck pillow Noah made and an hourglass for keeping track of time. Then he gently picks up Tori and tells her he's counting on her. Tori smiles and uses her spirit powers. With a soft puff, a huge sand wall forms at the entrance of the cave, leaving only a narrow space for a door and a small window. Sunlight streams through these openings, lighting the inside with a warm glow. Kong announces that everything is ready. Mona immediately flops onto the cloth sheet, rolling around happily. Kong places a wool hat on Rice Cake's head, and Rice Cake lets out a confused little howl. Aura, Amelia, and Mona each receive a similar hat. Aura asks why they are wearing these strange hats, and Kong explains that wool hats are an important part of sauna fashion. With a cheerful tone, he encourages everyone to lie down and relax, telling them that after a bath, people are supposed to sweat everything out in the sauna. One by one, everyone lies down on the warm ground. Mona curls up on top of Aura as she drifts off. Kong watches them with a smile. Amelia turns her head to the side and notices how the temperature has risen even more now that the entrance is mostly blocked. Kong gently reminds Aura that the neck pillow is meant to go under her neck, not her head, because it will hurt otherwise. Amelia quietly thinks to herself that she has never tried sweating on purpose before. She finds it less uncomfortable than she imagined. In fact, the warmth feels pleasant to her, and she wonders if she actually likes saunas after all. But Aura eventually reaches her limit. She suddenly sits up and complains loudly that it is too hot. Mona, who is part of her team, seems bothered by the heat as well. Aura insists that she cannot take it any longer, and that the place feels suffocating. Tori relaxes on Kang's shoulder while Kong asks if Aura is serious. He explains that normally people stay inside until the hourglass empties. Then, with a teasing tone, he says that maybe it really is too difficult for children. Aura and Mona do not appreciate being treated like kids, and their expressions show it. Kong says there is a cool cave area further inside, and if the heat is too much, they can wait there. Aura forces a confident look and claims that the hourglass empties too quickly for her. She suggests that maybe she can stay longer because she is an adult. Mona glances at the hourglass and notices it will take a long time to finish, causing her to make anxious, strange noises. Kong comments that everyone seems to be lasting quite well. When the hourglass finally reaches the end, he starts to say that if they want to continue, they can simply flip it over. But before he can finish the sentence, Aura and Mona sprint out of the cave as fast as they can, as if nothing else matters. Near another entrance, Aura wiped the sweat from her face and wondered aloud if all adults were monsters, asking how they could possibly endure so much. She was breathing heavily, and Mona looked just as exhausted. Mona let out a small "Mawak," and when Aura turned her head, she noticed a pale purple cave nearby. The air coming from the cave was cold, so she stepped closer and looked around with wide, amazed eyes. She felt the cool breeze drying her sweat, and thought that it felt wonderfully refreshing. Mona happily ran inside, and Aura, delighted by the relief, murmured that it felt great. Kong suddenly appeared behind her and commented that it was refreshing, explaining that cooling down in an ice room after sweating was the best feeling. Aura repeated the words, "ice room," in confusion. Amelia had also come up quietly behind them. Kong added that simply cooling off wasn't enough. Inside, Mona froze in surprise when she noticed Rice Cake and Tori already sitting there, relaxing comfortably. They were guests who had been enjoying the cool room from the start. Kong cheerfully pulled out a pack of snacks and suggested that they should start restoring their energy soon. Rice Cake and Tori perked up with excitement. Kong also took out bottles of juice. After drinking, Aura exclaimed that she felt alive again. Amelia, equally pleased with her drink, asked what it was, saying that it tasted sweet and delicious. Kong explained that it was siki, a traditional drink made by fermenting grains, and that the floating grains inside were the fermented bits. Rice Cake, sitting on Kang's lap, stuck his head inside the bottle to lick the last drop, which made Tori worry as she watched him. Aura looked at the grains and commented in understanding. Mona picked up a baked egg and gave a cheerful "moi." Kong then instructed her that the best way to enjoy a baked egg was to crack it with her forehead, and encouraged her to try it. Mona seemed to understand, then suddenly smashed the egg straight onto Kang's forehead with surprising force, breaking it open and sending pieces everywhere. Kong cried out that she shouldn't use his forehead. Rubbing the spot, he told Mona she was stronger than she looked. Amelia laughed and asked if Kong was okay, reminding him that Mona was a young beastman and naturally strong. Rice Cake, seeing Mona's action as an attack on his friend and master, jumped forward to attack her, with Tori leaping off his back to join in. Kong, still holding his head, thought that as long as everyone was having fun it was fine. He closed his eyes, thinking that everyone seemed satisfied with the day's experience so far. Then he opened them again, and thought that there was still one more thing left for them to do. Meanwhile, Noah was still asleep near the hot spring. Half asleep, he muttered that it wasn't over yet, completely unaware that everyone had left him behind and that he had missed all the tasty snacks and relaxing steam baths.
As they step out of the cave, Amelia and Aura notice that their skin looks naturally brighter and clearer after the bath, as if the warm water has washed away all their fatigue. The fresh air outside makes the feeling even more refreshing. However, before long, both of them begin to feel hungry, their stomachs quietly reminding them that it is time to eat. Seeing this, Kong Hyun quickly decides that he should prepare lunch for everyone without delay. Nearby, Noah is lying under the warm sunlight, enjoying a peaceful nap. The gentle breeze and warmth keep him asleep, but the rich smell of cooking meat soon reaches him, stirring his senses. As the scent grows stronger, Noah slowly wakes up, stretching his body and blinking away the last traces of sleep. Kong Hyun notices him waking up, while the others have already started watching Kong Hyun as he focuses on cooking. Noah, still half awake, asks where the others are. Kong Hyun replies that they are over there, playing with Mona. Not far from them, Mona is happily shaping something with her hands, forming what looks like a small duck. Amelia, curious about Mona's skill, watches closely and asks how she has made such a thing so neatly. Around the same time, Kong Hyun asks Noah how his body is feeling after the bath. Noah responds with a slight huff that he is fine, though his tone suggests he is still adjusting to the unfamiliar experience. As Noah walks closer, his attention is suddenly caught by a bowl that contains green, hair-like strands. He stares at it with suspicion, unsure of what he is seeing. Kong Hyun calmly explains that it is seaweed, a common ingredient that people often prefer to eat after a hot bath because it helps the body recover and regain strength. Hearing this, Noah mutters under his breath that it looks like ogre chest hair, clearly unimpressed by its appearance. Kang Hyun closes his eyes briefly and explains in a composed tone that it is not something they would often see in this area, since it grows in the ocean. However, he adds that seaweed and saunas are a perfect match, as the dish is both nourishing and refreshing. He then begins mixing the seaweed with soy sauce and various seasonings, carefully stirring it before adding water to create a broth. As he continues cooking, he mentions that the dish will come together soon. He further explains that to make the meal filling even without rice served separately, he will add rice balls directly into the soup, which will complete the dish. When Kang Hyun starts shaping the rice balls with his hands, Noah watches with wide eyes and mistakenly thinks they look like eyeballs. He quietly comments to himself that today's dish feels quite wild and unusual. Soon, everyone gathers together and sits down to eat. Aura looks at the bowl in front of her with curiosity, examining the unfamiliar dish. Amelia also studies it closely and remarks that the black substance seems to be some kind of sea plant, adding that she thinks she has seen something like it before. Kang Hyun confirms that she is right and explains that where he comes from, it is called mayak, or seaweed. He goes on to explain in more detail that the seaweed dish is especially good for hydration and is gentle on the stomach, making it ideal after sweating in a sauna. He adds that with the rice balls included, the meal will be quite filling and satisfying. Noah then comments that the so-called eyeballs are very soft. Meanwhile, Aura wonders to herself that she cannot even imagine what it will taste like. Despite her hesitation, she decides to try a bite. As soon as she tastes it, she finds it surprisingly delicious. She thinks that although the slippery texture feels a bit strange at first, it goes down smoothly and is quite enjoyable. Noah compares the texture to something he has eaten before called injialmi, saying that the squishy eyeballs are fun to chew. Hearing this, Kang Hyun questions him with slight confusion, asking if he has really just called them eyeballs. Amelia then picks up a piece of meat and thinks that she might as well try eating it together with the soup. As she takes a bite, her expression brightens, and she realizes that the slightly spicy seasoning pairs perfectly with the soup. She thinks that eating them together creates a completely new and enjoyable flavor. Feeling grateful, Amelia expresses that everything Kang Hyun has shown them that day is new and amazing. She adds that thanks to him, they have a lot of fun and have eaten very well, and she sincerely thanks him. Kang Hyun responds modestly, telling her not to mention it, as he is simply happy to share the experience. The flavors turn out to suit everyone's tastes, and even Mona enjoys the meal without any hesitation. Watching them eat with such satisfaction makes Kang Hyun feel a deep sense of pride. However, his expression soon changes when he looks down at his own bowl and realizes that all the rice has already disappeared. It is clear to everyone who the culprit is, though no one says it out loud. As they finish eating, Amelia begins thinking about how she can recommend this place to her fellow elves, imagining how much they will enjoy such a relaxing and unique experience. Noah also decides that his clan will surely appreciate a place like this, especially as a way to relax after their intense training sessions. Aura reflects that it is fortunate that the place is located in the neutral forest, since they would not have been able to visit if it had been in another race's territory. All three of them then express their intention to come again someday, their voices filled with genuine interest. Kang Hyun, watching them quietly, thinks to himself that they are truly savoring every bite and enjoying the moment. Over time, the bathing culture that Kang Hyun has introduced begins to spread among both the beast folk and the elves. The hot spring gradually turns into a shared gathering place where different groups can come together, strengthening their bonds and building mutual understanding. Meanwhile, back at the village school, one of the teachers, Miss Kim, has gone on leave, leaving the administration in urgent need of an instructor for that week's parent cooking class. During a conversation between the headmaster and a female teacher, the headmaster asks how Instructor Kim is doing. The female teacher replies that fortunately, they say she will be able to move around again by next week. The headmaster remarks with some surprise that no one would have expected her to hurt her back during a Zumba session, adding that she has said she will be more careful next time. The female teacher expresses relief that the injury is not serious, but then raises concern about the parent cooking class scheduled for that week, pointing out that they cannot run it without a teacher. The headmaster responds that they will have to put up a notice for a one-day instructor, though he admits that if they cannot find anyone, they might have to cancel the class. The female teacher adds with frustration that the parents are all very skilled, which makes it difficult to find someone who can match their level. As the headmaster continues worrying about finding someone capable enough to guide the parents properly, Sangu and another student, who have been listening to the conversation from outside, suggest that Kang Hyun will be a suitable candidate for the position. At that same moment, in another world, Kang Hyun suddenly feels a strange chill, as if someone has just mentioned or remembered him. Slightly puzzled by the sensation, he thinks to himself that perhaps he should soak in the hot spring one more time, unaware of the opportunity that might soon come his way. 3 days earlier, Sangu and his school teacher comes to the shop and greets Kang cheerfully, which makes Kang Hyun a little surprised at first. After that, she requests him to become their instructor for just 1 day. She explains that the school suddenly needs someone to conduct a parents' cooking class, and because of this urgent situation, Kang Hyun understands the seriousness of the request and agrees to help without hesitation. The teacher also mentions that they are very excited because he is a chef who specializes in Italian cuisine. Sangu nearby quietly expresses that they also want to learn from him. However, this is the moment when Kang Hyun's real problem begins. He keeps thinking deeply about what menu he should choose. Even though he knows many delicious recipes, he finds it difficult to decide which one will be most suitable for the parents. During this time, his experiments are made easier because rice cake and Tori help by eating all the food he prepares, which also allows him to test different dishes without wasting anything. He realizes that he needs a dish that is easy to prepare, quick to cook, and pleasant to taste. It also has to look appealing and still taste good even after being kept for some time. These thoughts remind him of how his mother always prefers such dishes. At the same time, he remembers how children often complain when the same side dishes are repeated too often, which makes him think even more carefully. While considering all these factors, Kang Hyun suddenly comes up with an idea for a suitable recipe, and he feels confident about it. When the day of the class finally arrives, Kang Hyun reaches the school gate and is immediately filled with a strong sense of nostalgia. He reflects that during the last sports day, he has been so distracted that he has not noticed his surroundings properly, but now, seeing the place again gives him a strangely nostalgic feeling. He also realizes that it has been a very long time since he last visited an elementary school, which makes the moment even more special. Soon, Sangu and his friends notice him and quickly run over to greet him with excitement. Sangu proudly talks about his uncle, praising both his cooking skills and his ability in sport. He eagerly suggests that Kang Hyun join them in playing soccer. Keelman also joins in and suggests that Kang Hyun can take the role of a goalkeeper since that position is empty. Sangu, however, insists that his uncle should do whatever he wants. Keelman then asks again if he would like to be the goalkeeper, but before the conversation can continue, Kang Hyun explains that he has other responsibilities at the moment and suggests that he might join them later. The children understand this and say goodbye before returning to their game with excitement. As Kang Hyun walks toward the classroom, he looks around carefully, observing everything with curiosity. He soon stops in front of a notice board that is covered with children's drawings. Among them, he notices one drawing that seems to show a figure resembling him standing next to a child. This makes him pause and wonder if the drawing is really meant to represent him, although he doubts it at first and questions himself again. His attention then shifts to the small desks and chairs inside the classroom. Seeing them reminds him of his own childhood, when he used to sit in similar seat. He even wonders to himself whether the chair will break if he tries to sit on it now, and he thinks about how small he once was compared to his current self. At that moment, the principal notices him and warmly welcomes him. The principal mentions that he is heading to the teacher's office and asks if it is about the resume. Kang Hyun confirms that they have requested him to write something down, even if it is brief. The principal thanks him and explains that it is needed for official documents. Kang Hyun then hands over his resume, and as the principal reviews his achievements with visible surprise, he begins to wonder whether it is really appropriate for someone with his background to take on such a simple, one-time job. Meanwhile, the parents have already gathered in the classroom and are excited to meet the well-known chef who will be teaching them. Some of them discuss among themselves that they have heard about the substitute teacher and that he is the same chef who appears on television. Others wonder where the school has managed to find such an impressive teacher. The village chief is also present, holding a colorful banner that praises Kang Hyun and proudly speaking about him to everyone nearby. He declares that Kang Hyun comes from their Yongpyeong village and describes him as the pride and mascot of the village. The parents discuss this among themselves, expressing surprise that the village head is present and even joking that he seems to be expanding his influence into schools as well. They also mention that they have heard he comes to support their chef teacher. Soon, a man enters the classroom, and Myung's mother greets him warmly, recognizing him as Keelman's father. They exchange greetings and remark that it has been a long time since they last met. Keelman's father explains that his son has become very picky with side dishes, which is why he has come to learn something useful. However, he also looks around and comments that the atmosphere seems unusually lively and somewhat noisy. Myung's mother explains that the teacher for the day is someone special, which makes him curious. When Kang Hyun finally enters the classroom, he greets everyone politely. Keelman's father recognizes him and thinks that he is the same young man who has been so active during the sports day. Kang Hyun observes that everyone seems to be present and states that they should begin the class. However, he notices the village chief enthusiastically cheering for him, and because of this, he has no choice but to ask him to stay outside so that the class can proceed smoothly. He then explains that the original teacher has a personal matter to attend to, so he will be filling in for the day. After that, he introduces himself properly. One of the parents asks what they will be learning, and Kang Hyun replies that he will be teaching Italian cuisine. He then begins to explain the recipe he has chosen. Keelman's father feels slightly worried upon hearing that it is Italian food and wonders if it will be difficult and whether he will be able to make it. Noticing this concern, Kang Hyun reassures everyone that although it might sound difficult, he has prepared something very easy and delicious, so there is no need to worry. He then picks up a box and explains that even a vegetable that children usually dislike can be turned into something tasty. He describes the vegetable's soft texture, slightly damp bite, distinct bitterness, and faint earthy aroma in detail. However, when he opens the crate of eggplants, he is surprised to find tori and rice cake sitting inside it. They look at him cutely and ask if they will be allowed to taste the delicious dish as well. Kang Hyun quickly removes them from the classroom so that the lesson can continue without interruption. He then states clearly that he will prepare a simple yet flavorful dish using eggplants. Keelman's father looks concerned again and mentions that his son refuses to eat eggplants. In response, Kang Hyun explains that the vegetable actually has a quality that makes it easier to like than people expect. He then asks if they have heard of an Italian oven dish called lasagna and explains that it involves layering long, flat pasta sheets with cheese and sauce before baking it. He continues by explaining that, for today's recipe, they will replace the pasta sheets with eggplant and make a dish called parmigiana di melanzane. He reassures everyone with confidence that this approach will make the dish both simple and delicious, and he concludes by announcing that they will be making eggplant lasagna together. Keelman's father stood stiffly at his cooking station, staring at the glossy purple eggplant in his hands as if it were some kind of enemy. His brows were tightly knit, and his grip on the knife was awkward and uncertain. The tension in his shoulders made it obvious. He had no confidence at all. But then, Keelman's father had nearly slipped while cutting, the knife wobbling dangerously close to his fingers. Stop! Stop! Kang Hyun rushed over instantly, his tone firm but controlled. Keelman's father froze mid-motion, eyes wide. Here? He asked hesitantly, unsure what he had done wrong. Your thumb. Tuck your thumb in. Kang Hyun reached out, gently adjusting his hand. When you hold the knife, pull your grip in as much as possible, and push lightly. He demonstrated slowly, guiding his movement. If you slam down, you'll ruin both, the ingredients and the knife. Keelman's father swallowed nervously and tried again. Yes, good. And curl the fingers on your other hand. Kang Hyun encouraged. Okay, he muttered, his voice shaky but determined. Nearby, a few parents watched the scene with quiet curiosity. Oh, one of them whispered. Around him, the classroom buzzed with activity. Parents carefully followed along, some whispering to each other, others nervously copying Kang Hyun's movements. At the front, Kang Hyun calmly guided them step by step, his voice steady and reassuring as he demonstrated each part of the recipe. He doesn't look like someone who's cooked much, Is that why he came to learn? Kang Hyun pretended not to hear them. Instead, he stayed beside Keelman's father just long enough to make sure his hands steadied. There was something earnest about the man's effort, something that made Kang Hyun slow down and explain things more carefully. Once the slicing continued more safely, Kang Hyun returned to the front and resumed the lesson. Once you've sliced all the eggplant, lay them on some kitchen towels. The soft sounds of slicing filled the room. Sprinkle salt over the eggplant and stack them in layers, then leave them for about 20 minutes. This removes excess moisture and any bitterness from the eggplant. He moved smoothly to the stove. Now sauté the onions in a pan, then add your tomato sauce. As the aroma of onions began to rise, one of the mothers raised her hand. Teacher, instead of this sauce, can I make it from scratch? Miju's mom asked eagerly. Kang Hyun glanced at her, and paused for just a fraction of a second. Making it yourself is always wonderful, he replied. Then, after a brief pause, he added with a small smile, the flavor would definitely be different that way, Miju's mom. She blinked in surprise. Oh my! How did you know? Kang Hyun looked at her quietly for a moment. You look exactly like her, he thought. But aloud, he simply continued, we're using store-bought sauce today because of time, but if you have the bandwidth, I recommend making your own. He gestured as he explained. Sauté onions in garlic-infused olive oil, add tomato paste and cook it down well, then add tomatoes and salt and simmer on low heat. After that, season with sugar and oregano to taste. Outside the classroom, the village chief pressed his face against the window, staring in with sparkling eyes. Below him, two small figures crept along the wall. Tora and Raisuke. They quietly pushed the door open, just a crack, only to freeze when Kang Hyun's gaze flicked toward them. A long silence. Then, without a word, he sighed. A few minutes later, the two were seated quietly in the corner, their eyes shining as they watched. Stay quiet, Kang Hyun warned softly. They nodded rapidly. Back to the lesson, Kang Hyun continued. Fry the eggplant after draining the moisture. The sizzling sound filled the room, rich and satisfying. Lightly oil the bottom of the dish. Then layer eggplant, sauce, and cheese one after another. The parents followed carefully, stacking each layer with growing confidence. Finally, drizzle with olive oil and bake at 180 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. Soon, trays slid into the oven. Time passed. Then, eggplant lasagna complete. The oven doors opened, and a wave of warm, rich aroma flooded the room. So pretty. It looks delicious. Oh my, it smells amazing. Kang Hyun raised a hand gently. Let it rest for about 10 minutes so it doesn't fall apart. When the time was up, he carefully sliced into one. Then if you slice it slowly, the clean cut revealed perfect layers. Oh my goodness. One parent says, I really made this? Kang Hyun nodded calmly. If you skip frying the eggplant and roast it with no oil, or if you make the sauce yourself, it works great as a diet dish too. Oh, look at that cheese, smells wonderful. They took their first bites. Silence. Then, Myung's mom says, it's like oven spaghetti, but lighter and with a nice acidity. Kids would love this. Even in the corner, Torai and Raisuke devoured their portions happily. The village chief somehow had a plate too, proudly declaring, 100. 100. Wow, all my life I've only had eggplant as namel or stir-fried. 100. How did you make this again? Teach me one more time. Kang Hyun watched them quietly. At least the reaction isn't bad, he thought. One parent stared at their plate in disbelief. I made this. Myung's mom smiled brightly. This really is a great recipe. Myung hates eggplant, and I never wanted to force her to eat it. But she'd definitely enjoy this. Kang Hyun nodded. I understand. If you force it, they only dislike it more. His gaze softened slightly. The first time I ever tried eggplant was in school lunch as a side dish. He let out a quiet breath. Honestly, it was tough to eat. For a moment, his mind drifted. A younger version of himself, teary-eyed at the table. Why do we have eggplant side dishes every day? Do you hate me? His child self had cried. That's not it, his mother had replied gently. Back in the present, Kang Hyun continued, maybe because that first impression was so bad, I avoided eggplant dishes for years. Then a faint smile appeared. Then I happened to try eggplant fritters one day, and it completely changed my mind. He looked around the room. I think it all depends on how you use the ingredient. Even eggplant, something I thought was awful, can be this delicious, right? The parents nodded, deeply moved. Suddenly, Keelman's father stepped forward and grabbed Kanghyun's hand tightly. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I always wanted at least one dish I could make for my son. Something I could be proud of." His eyes trembled slightly. "Now, I finally have one." Kanghyun froze for a moment, then gently returned the grip. Watching everyone, their smiles, their gratitude, something warm settled deep inside him. Maybe teaching like this isn't so bad, he thought. That evening, the results spoke for themselves. At Miju's house, "I'm gonna marry Lasagna," Miju declared seriously. Her mother laughed. "That would be your 50th husband, dear." At Keelman's house, "Why is Dad suddenly cooking?" "We could have just ordered." Keelman's father proudly placed the dish on the table. "All right, dinner today is made by Dad." "Dad, you made this?" "Of course. Who else would have made it?" "Whoa, so much cheese." They took a bite. This is insanely good." "Is it?" he asked nervously. "Even though it's got eggplants in it, the ones you hate so much?" "Eggplants? Even though it tastes this good?" Keelman stared at his father in awe. "Dad, have you secretly been a chef?" His father scratched his head awkwardly. "Seen eggplants? Delicious. Dad can do it when he tries, huh? Dad, make this again tomorrow. Please?" "Sure. We'll make it again when Mom gets back from her business trip." "Ha ha." Far away, in another world, Kanghyun lifted the lid of a freshly baked dish. It cooked beautifully. "Thanks, Torai. One of the perks of lasagna like this is you can make a big batch and enjoy leftovers later." He paused, glancing into the distance. "I wonder if everyone made theirs okay." He cut a piece and held it out. "Here, this one's for you. Awoo! And this one is for you, awoo." But as the small wolf pup stepped forward, Kanghyun blinked. "Huh! It looked just like rice cake." Then realization struck. "Wait, you're not." His eyes widened. "It's rice cake's sibling?" Kanghyun asks the sibling why it is here. "What is it this time?" Before the sibling could respond, Rice Cake quickly scurried behind Kanghyun's legs, using him as a shield. The white wolf cub, Rice Cake's sibling, slowly approached with steady steps, its expression unreadable as always. But instead of answering, it grabs him and starts dragging him forward as if it wants him to follow. Kanghyun stumbled slightly as the cub tugged at his clothes, blinking in surprise. "Not Rice Cake, but me? Awoo? Why? Is something happening in the snowy mountains?" The cub gave a short, insistent howl, continuing to pull him forward. Kanghyun let out a small sigh, running a hand through his hair before finally giving in. Kanghyun decides to go along. With that, he followed. The journey didn't take long before the scenery began to change. The air grew colder, and soon they reached a dense forest that stood at the base of the snowy mountains. A thick fog covered the area, making it difficult to see even a few steps ahead. Kanghyun stopped for a moment, squinting into the mist as memories resurfaced. "Oh right, this place was super foggy? I forgot, even after all that trouble last time." He clenched his fist slightly, trying to shake off the uneasiness. "Still, Rice Cake and Tori are both here with me. I can do his." At that moment, the wolf's paw mark on his forehead began to glow faintly. A soft light spread outward, cutting through the thick fog like a blade. Slowly, the mist began to disperse, revealing the path ahead. Kanghyun looked around, slightly impressed. "You said I could drop by any time." The sound of footsteps echoed softly through the forest. Suddenly, the white cub darted ahead. "Wait, Rice Cake's sibling. Wait for me." Kanghyun hurried after it, trying not to lose sight of its white silhouette. As he ran, he muttered under his breath with a faint smile. "Calling it Rice Cake's sibling feels a little vague." The cub paused for a moment and looked back at him. Kanghyun slowed down, catching his breath, then crouched slightly with a thoughtful expression. "Hey, if it's okay, want me to give you a name?" The cub tilted its head. Kanghyun tapped his chin, thinking hard. What would be good? Something that matches Rice Cake." His eyes suddenly lit up. "Sugar. How about white sugar? Isn't that cute? The cub let out 2 soft howls. Awoo. Awoo. Kang Hyun blinked, trying to read its reaction, but its face remained completely blank. I can't tell if you like it or not. Your expression doesn't change. He chuckled lightly. Rice cake white sugar, it rolls right off the tongue. As they continued walking, Kang Hyun casually decided that the name suited it perfectly. The cub, now Sugar, walked calmly beside him, completely indifferent. Meanwhile, Rice Cake puffed up slightly, clearly jealous of the attention but unable to express it properly. After some time, the snowy mountains came into view, and soon they arrived at the wolves' home. Kang Hyun stopped near the entrance, glancing around awkwardly. So, I'll just stand here. Why did White Sugar bring me here? A heavy presence suddenly made itself known. From the shadows, Sugar's father stepped forward, his towering figure as imposing as ever. It's been a while, human. Kang Hyun straightened immediately. Sir. Hello. The wolf leader observed him quietly. Looks like you've been well. Kang Hyun forced a small smile, though he could still feel the pressure from the wolf's gaze. Still intimidating as ever. He glanced at Sugar, then back at the wolf. White Sugar, no, Rice Cake's sibling called me here, but is something going on? The wolf paused briefly before replying in a calm tone, explaining that the children wanted to see him. Kang Hyun blinked, confused, but before he could ask further, a sudden commotion erupted behind the wolf. A group of small wolf cubs came rushing toward him like excited children spotting their parent. I don't know why they wanted to see me, but Kang Hyun instinctively opened his arms with a warm smile. Daddy's here, hey guys! The cubs cried out happily. Dad! Kang Hyun laughed, feeling oddly touched. This kind of welcome isn't bad at all. But the moment they reached him, instead of hugging him, they dove straight into his bag, sniffing frantically. Yes. Fried chicken time. Awoo? Awoo. Kang Hyun froze, completely caught off guard. Nearby, the mother wolf let out a soft sigh. Sorry. It seems they got hooked on the meat you gave them. The father added calmly, some of them even went down the mountain looking for you and got caught and dragged back. Kang Hyun scratched his cheek awkwardly. Wow, that much? He thought back to what he had given them before. Well, they've only ever eaten raw meat. And that cut I brought was premium Korean beef. The wolf leader lowered his head slightly. So, sorry, but could you give them that meat again? If they don't get it again, they're going to cause trouble. Kang Hyun hesitated, looking apologetic. But unfortunately, I didn't bring that today. The cubs froze in shock. The mother wolf quickly added, we really did invite you suddenly. Kang Hyun rubbed his chin, thinking. The father sighed. I'm sorry to have made you come for nothing. But I do have other meat. He paused before adding, it's more of a worldly flavor than last time, but will that be okay? Kang Hyun's eyes lit up immediately. Without wasting time, he unpacked his bag, pulling out a compact barbecue grill and neatly wrapped ingredient. It's not Korean beef, but I did prep some pork neck last night with a marinade. He grinned confidently. Today with this pork neck, we're making pulled pork. The cub's ears perked up instantly. Kang Hyun quickly got to work. First, sear the meat over the fire just enough to brown the outside. He moved with practiced precision. Slice onions and spread them across the bottom of a pot. Then place the seared meat on top and brush it with barbecue sauce. And now, he pointed dramatically. And now Tori comes in. Tori hopped onto the lid, spinning energetically as heat built up. I'll flip it halfway through and let Tori help it cook all the way inside. Kang Hyun clapped excitedly as Tori danced on top. Finally, I'll wrap it in foil, heat it for about 10 more minutes, then open it and a rich aroma filled the air. The cubs stared in awe. Nicely done. Kang Hyun smiled proudly. Since they're not rice cake, shredding it will make it easier for them to eat, right? The moment the food was served, the cubs rushed in and began devouring it eagerly. One of the smallest cubs sneaked bites from rice cake's portion. Mayak. It was so delicious that it didn't even have enough words to express it. Kang Hyun chuckled, then quickly prepared something else. But of course, pulled pork needs to be made into a burger. He placed a slice of cheese on top of a patty and melted it with a small torch. You want some too? Kang Hyun laughed, shaking his head. Anyone watching would think you haven't eaten in days. Well, as the one who made it, I can't say I'm not flattered. As he watched them happily eat, the pack leader spoke again, his tone more curious this time. He mentioned that earlier, he had seen Kang Hyun borrowing a spirit's power and asked if that was the spirit he had formed a contract with. Kang Hyun nodded. He explained that he had met that friend with the help of an elf. The wolf narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued. He commented that it was unusual, as most beings could not even see a spirit, let alone form a contract with one. Kang Hyun suddenly remembered Amelia's words. Someone who sees spirits should have strong affinity, right? What do you think, Kang Hyun? Back in the present, Kang Hyun scratched his head. What? But I can see other spirits just fine. He paused, glancing at Tori. And Tori's right here with me. Maybe it's because I came from another world. The wolf leader fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Come to think of it, I have seen someone like that before. Kang Hyun looked up, surprised. Just like you, an existence who has received the love of many races. Kang Hyun's eyes widened at those words, a faint tension settling in the air as curiosity and anticipation quietly began to build. The cold wind sweeps across the snowy mountain as the white wolves gather quietly around Kang Hyun. Their breath rises in soft clouds, and the pack leader steps forward, his sharp eyes filled with an unusual warmth. A truly fascinating person, the wolf leader begins, his deep voice calm yet heavy with memory. Kang Hyun tilts his head slightly, listening. Animals and spirits adore him, the wolf continues, pacing slowly in the snow. He crosses the boundaries between races with ease, and always brings smiles wherever he goes. By human reckoning, it is quite a long time ago, the leader adds, his gaze drifting far into the distance. Then his eyes return to Kang Hyun, sharp and searching. Human, you carry a sense similar to his. Kang Hyun freezes for a moment. Someone like me? The thought lingers in his mind, refusing to fade. After spending peaceful times with the wolves in the snowy mountains, I should probably get going. The wolf leader nods, and a few smaller wolves gather nearby. Thank you, the leader says sincerely. The children eat well thanks to you. He pauses, then asks with genuine curiosity, does your world have many foods like this? Kang Hyun smiles faintly. Yes. Spices are much more common, so there is a wide variety, he explains. Daily life and culture are really different from here. Woo, one of the younger wolves responds, eyes shining. Kang Hyun chuckles softly and waves. I'll bring something even more unique next time. As he turns to leave, one small wolf Sugar watches him with sparkling eyes, already imagining a world overflowing with endless food. The pack leader stands silently, watching Kang Hyun disappear into the snowy path. He really has no intention of using this as an excuse to ask me for anything, he murmurs. The wind rustles through the trees. I would have granted a request if he'd made one, Wolf Mom says. His eyes narrow slightly. I can't tell whether he doesn't know our power, or simply doesn't want anything. A faint smile appears. There are countless people who would beg for the blessing of a sacred wolf. He glances toward Ricecake. But because he's like that, I can entrust him with the child without worry. On the way back down the mountain, Kang Hyun walks along the snowy trail with Ricecake trotting beside him. Let's see Mr. Randolph on the way back, Kang Hyun suggests casually. Whoa! Ricecake barks happily. But after a few steps, Ricecake suddenly stops. Kang Hyun looks back. Ricecake, what are you up to? The little wolf keeps glancing behind them, ears twitching, as if sensing something unseen. Kang Hyun frowns slightly but continues walking. Back in the village, Kang Hyun stretches his arms. Want to hit the town market? He asks. They ride on bicycle. Tonight's dinner is market-style kalguksu, kayu. Ricecake barks again. Yet even as they walk, Ricecake keeps looking behind them. Because far behind, Sugar is secretly following. Sugar wanders curiously into the human world, eyes wide with wonder. So much food must be here, it thinks excitedly. It spots a haystack. Marshmallows! Crunch. The moment it bites into the dry hay, its face twists in horror. This is awful. It spits it out and continues wandering. Soon, it notices ants climbing an electric pole. A meat tree? It circles the pole eagerly, then a loud engine roars. The village chief drives past on a tractor van, singing loudly. Sugar peeks out, then leaps onto the back of the vehicle. And just like that, its journey continues. Eventually, Sugar finds itself in a school playground. It happily jumps onto the swings, pushing itself back and forth, enjoying the motion. It hops onto a rabbit-shaped ride, remembering the rabbits in its world, and plays until it grows tired. While swinging gently, it mutters, "Food," then freezes. Children are approaching. "It's here, the night school." Sangu whispers dramatically. "You all sneak out quietly, right?" he asks. "Yup. I make sure not to make any door noises," Myung says proudly. "I even put earplugs in Mom and Dad's ears so they won't wake up." Keelman adds. "I lock my parents' bedroom door so they won't wake up and catch me," Miju says. "Our house's doors lock from the outside." "Miju, aren't you gonna get in trouble later?" one asks nervously. "The 6th graders say our school has 7 mysteries." Sangu continues excitedly. "A swing that moves all by itself at midnight. A girl who cries in the 3rd stall. The principal's portrait whose hair grows at night. And Anne forgot the rest. Anyway, they're legendary mysteries passed down through the years. There is no such thing as ghosts. The 6th graders totally make those up." Keelman scoffs. "Keelman, are you cold?" Myung teases. "They say even 6th graders are too scared to come at night. But we're not cowards." Sangu says. "We'll succeed in this exploration and become the school's new legends." And others support him. As they step closer, creak. The cold night air wraps tightly around the school playground as the group of children huddle together, their breaths visible in the faint moonlight. Myung asks, "What are you eating, Miju?" Miju says, "I get hungry because I get nervous." As the children approach, Sugar catches the scent of popcorn that Miju is eating and immediately jumps toward her, leaving the swing moving behind. The swing behind them moves. What is that sound? They turn. The swing is swaying on its own. It's real. The swing is moving by itself. But it's not even midnight. "Just get inside, hurry!" Screaming, they rush into the school and Sugar quietly follows. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos, Kang Hyun relaxes in a warm bath. "I can breathe again." The school corridor feels colder than before, as if the walls themselves are breathing out fear. The children huddle together under the dim lights, their shadows stretching long and thin across the floor. Every small sound echoes too loudly, and every corner seems to hide something unseen. A nervous whisper breaks the silence. Myung wraps her arms around herself and whispers shakily, "It feels like a ghost could appear any second." Keelman, though clearly tense, forces a scoff and grabs Sangwoo back, trying to look brave. "Come on, there is no such thing as ghosts. My dad says ghosts are all fake." But his voice trembles just slightly, enough for the others to notice. Sangwoo, clutching the torchlight, shakes her head rapidly. "But the swing moves by itself earlier." Keelman swallows, glancing briefly behind him before replying, "That is because of the wind." Before anyone can relax, Miju suddenly steps forward, her eyes wide with fear. "No. I see it." Something pure white zips past. The children freeze. A dull, heavy sound echoes faintly. Miju points toward the dark hallway, her voice shaking. "It is definitely the ghost of someone who dies on that swing. Maybe it is following us even now." A sharp gasp escapes the group. Eek! Their fear spreads instantly like wildfire. At that exact moment, hidden in the shadows, Sugar quietly creeps closer, its small paws making almost no sound. Suddenly Miju shrieks and stumbles backward, dropping the popcorn she is holding. Sangu rushes toward her. "Huh? What's wrong, Miju?" Miju grabs her leg, panicking. "Something definitely brushes past my foot just now." Myung looks down quickly. There is nothing there?" She whimpers, "What's wrong, Miju?" "I'm scared." Miju shakes her head desperately. "No, really, my foot." Sangu blinks in confusion. "Huh! I'm serious." Miju insists. Then Sangu suddenly looks down. The popcorn Miju drops. Everyone follows his gaze. The floor is empty. His voice drops to a whisper. "It is nowhere to be seen." A chill runs down their spines. "Where does it even go underscore?" Another child forces a laugh, though their face has gone pale. "What's wrong?" "And no, nothing," he mutters. Behind them, hidden in the dark corridor, Sugar happily munches on the stolen popcorn, completely unaware of the terror it causes. Meanwhile, in the village, a group of worried parents gather outside, their faces filled with concern. "The kids disappeared?" Kong exclaims. Sangu's grandma speaks anxiously. "Yeah. I think they might have gone to the young chef's place." Kong Hyun shakes his head. No, they don't come to our house." Keelman's dad sighs, trying to stay calm. "Oh dear, maybe they all go out to play. Do they go far? If we leave them alone, they'll come back on their own," but he is not at ease at all. He is tapping his foot so hard in tension that Myung's mom says, "Mr. Keelman's father, dust might come out. Like father, like son." Kong Hyun clenches his fist. "Then let's go look for them. I'll help too." Sangu's grandma nods immediately. "Phew, thank you." He crouches slightly and calls out, "Rice cake." The small wolf perks up instantly. Rice cake looks at him with sleepy eyes. Perfect timing. "You helped find my sibling last time, right? Can you find them by scent like before?" Keelman's dad chimes in, hopeful. "That's right. Dogs have a great sense of smell." Keelman's dad quickly pulls out a sock. "I bring Keelman's sock just in case. This should work." Looks like the dude is desperate. He holds it out confidently. Rice cake leans and then instantly recoils. Its face twists in pure disgust. "Oh woo!" It covers its nose with its paw and bolts away. Keelman's dad blinks. "Huh? Where are you going? You need to smell this first." "No. If you make him smell that, he won't help at all," Kong thinks. He says, "Let's just follow Rice Cake for now." Back at the school, the children slowly creep toward the bathroom, their footsteps hesitant. Sangu whispers dramatically, "Every night, they say a girl cries in the third stall of this bathroom." Myung shivers. "The land our school is on used to be a cemetery. They pushed the graves aside to build the school," someone adds quietly. In their imagination, a ghostly voice echoes, "Why is there a bathroom on top of my grave?" Sangu swallows hard. "So every night, the grave's owner cries where their spot is, and that's the girl's bathroom." They slowly step inside. Silence. Myung exhales loudly. "But there's nothing here?" Keelman exhales loudly. "See? It's just a superstition. We can just skip this place," Myung frowns. "But shouldn't we at least open that door? That way we'll know if the rumor's true." All eyes turn to Keelman. He stiffens immediately. "I'm a guy, so I can't go into the girls' bathroom. If I do, kids tease me at school tomorrow." Sangu also imagines that they mock him. They say, "Sangu goes into the girls' bathroom." "Ah, that's definitely true." The group nods seriously. After a moment of silence, Myung steps forward, trembling but determined. "I'll do it. I really think there's nothing here. Everyone uses this place during the day." "Really?" "Careful, careful." She slowly approaches the third stall. Then she freezes. Her eyes widen. "Just now, what is that sound?" The others stiffen. "A sound? I don't hear anything," Sangu says quickly. "I really hear it. It sounds like crying." With shaking hands, she pushes the door open and the sound becomes louder. Rustling. Struggling. A strange muffled noise. "Aya hawk!" The entire group screams and runs for their lives. Inside the stall, Sugar gets completely tangled in toilet paper, spinning and struggling in panic as it tries to escape. The children burst back into the corridor, gasping for breath. "It doesn't seem to be chasing us, at least." "Huff, huff, Miju. Hurry up. You're running way too slow." Miju pants, nearly in tears. "Keelman, you say you aren't scared of ghosts," says Sangu. "I'm not scared." Keelman snapped. "I am just startled. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world." One child slowly raises a trembling finger. Keelman, behind you." Keelman freezes. "What, behind me?" He forces a laugh. "You guys are just trying to scare me on purpose." Suddenly, "Found it?" a ghost-like figure says from outside of the window. They all turn. The principal's portrait with growing hair. Keelman's face goes pale. "Dad, there really are ghosts." Miju squints. "Huh? But there is still no hair though." They all scream again. At that moment, a tall figure steps forward from the darkness. The children collapse into tears. But it is not a ghost. It is the school principal, looking both confused and concerned. Soon, hurried footsteps echo from outside. "Myung, how could you go out without saying anything?" her mom says. "I'm sorry." "Wah." Do you know how hard the adults look for you? Kang Hyun stands nearby, watching the scene with a faint smile. Trying a courage test. You kids sure are bold. Sangu's grandma says, "Oh dear. I am truly sorry for this, Principal." The principal shakes his head calmly. Not at all. Of course we should look together. And thanks to the chef's dog, we find them quickly. A woo! Rice Cake barks proudly. The parents sigh in relief, thanking Rice Cake warmly. Miju looks around, confused. Mister, where are our mom and dad? Keelman's dad blinks. Oh? Miju, you are there too? I ring the bell and no one comes out, so I think everyone goes somewhere together. Suddenly Miju freezes. I lock my parents' door so they don't wake up, Keelman's dad sighs. I'll take Miju home. Thank you. As things calm down, the principal speaks gently. We find the kids, so let's go inside. It will be very cold tonight since the first snow is falling. You will catch a cold. Kang Hyun looks up at the sky. No wonder it feels chilly, he stretches slightly. Should we go home and eat something warm? Like soup. A woo! Later Kang Hyun suddenly frowns. A kid says, "Hey, Rice Cake, that is my snack." Huh! Crunch. That is my favorite snack. He turns and freezes. In the distance, children are playing with something that looks exactly like Rice Cake. But Rice Cake is right beside him. What? He steps closer and his eyes widen. Sugar? The small wolf looks up guiltily. That night, back at home Kang Hyun sighs but smiles faintly. For now, let's sleep at my place tonight. That is okay, right? A woo. I don't know how you get here, but since you are here, should I make something tasty? Let's leave after lunch tomorrow. Rice Cake huffs, clearly unhappy about sharing space. Outside heavy snow begins to fall. Over 8 hours, nearly 70 centimeters of snow covers the village. Inside, Kang Hyun looks out the window, his expression turning serious. It is not just snow. He exhales slowly. It is a blizzard. He glances at Sugar. Sugar, should we go tomorrow? A woo! Morning arrived beneath a sky still heavy with falling snow. The entire village had been buried overnight under thick layers of white, and the storm showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. From the loudspeakers outside, a crackling announcement echoed across the village. Ah! This is an announcement for all residents. Due to the heavy snow, snowplows are unable to enter the village. Please clear the area in front of your homes yourselves. Inside the warm house, Kang Hyun stared out the frosted window with a troubled expression. I really need to send Sugar back tomorrow, he muttered quietly. Near the heater, Sugar lay comfortably on its back, as if it owned the place. The little wolf looked completely relaxed despite being in an unfamiliar home. Beside it, Rice Cake glared with obvious jealousy, its fluffy tail twitching irritably every few seconds. Kang Hyun let out a small sigh as he crouched down beside Sugar. We can't even move unless we clear the snow, he said helplessly. Sorry, Sugar. Staying somewhere unfamiliar this long must be stressful for you, too. Sugar tilted its head innocently. Should I at least clear the snow in front of the house first? Kang Hyun grabbed a shovel and stepped outside. The moment the front door opened, icy wind slammed into his face. Whoa! His eyes widened immediately. Wait, it piled up this much? The snow was nearly knee-deep already, with thick piles covering fences, rooftops, and pathways. Kang Hyun stared blankly for a moment before gripping the shovel tighter. I've never done snow removal on this scale before, he admitted under his breath. Still, after taking a deep breath, he stabbed the shovel into the snow. Let's give it our all today too, rumble. A loud mechanical sound suddenly echoed down the road. Kang Hyun blinked and looked up. Huh! To his surprise, the village chief was already driving a snowplow through the village roads, clearing massive piles of snow with an almost heroic expression. Kang Hyun, nearby, gasped emotionally. Village head. You look the coolest I've ever seen, sir. The village chief coughed awkwardly while trying to maintain his dignity as the machine pushed forward through the snow. Just then, a familiar voice shouted from nearby. Uncle! Kang Hyun turned. Sangu? Sugar and Rice Cake, along with Torai, come out too. Sangu came running through the snow with bright red cheeks and sparkling eyes. School's cancelled because of the snow, he shouted excitedly. So let's play together? Kang Hyun stared at the excited children in disbelief. Behind him, several other children appeared carrying sleds, buckets, and armfuls of snow. How did this happen? Kang Hyun looked around at the laughing children and eventually smiled helplessly. Well, there aren't any customers anyway, so it's fine. A little farther away, Myeong and Miju were already kneeling in the snow, shaping small snow figures carefully with their glove. Make it nicely, Myeong complained. Miju, the back mountain should be taller. Nearby, Keelman and the others were rolling enormous snowballs to build giant snowmen. As expected, everyone became incredibly excited whenever it snowed. Sangu pointed proudly toward a cluster of tiny snow sculptures. Uncle, let's see who makes the best snowman. I'll make the biggest one, Keelman declared confidently. Kang Hyun chuckled softly. Sure. He glanced down at the snow in front of him. What should I make? Before he could decide, Miju suddenly ran over excitedly. Uncle, look at this. The child proudly pointed at dozens of tiny snow ducks lined up in perfect rows. Tada! A duck army. How is it? Cool, right? Kang Hyun stared silently at the strangely organized formation. Impressive, he admitted honestly. It's like a World Cultural Heritage Site. The children blinked. Kang Hyun pointed dramatically at the duck formation. The Terracotta Army. The children immediately gasped in admiration despite not understanding at all. At that moment, Tori happily rides one of the snow ducks. But the moment Tori touched it, the snow duck instantly melted into water. Tori froze. He cries over the melting snow. Steam rose faintly from Tori's fingers due to its unusual body heat. Meanwhile, Sugar and Rice Cake were both sprawled lazily across the snow nearby, as if the freezing weather did not affect them at all. After a while, Keelman suddenly jumped onto a hill and raised his arm dramatically. I think the real contest should be sledding. Here, here. The others shouted immediately. Let's race to see who gets down fastest. Myeong says, changing the rules because you're losing is childish. But Keelman protested, I was planning to do sledding too. Sangha says, this time, the loser does cleaning duty next week. Keelman agrees, stating he is confident. The children instantly abandoned their snowmen and gathered around their sleds. Keelman proudly patted his expensive-looking sled. This one's the best made. Same here, another child bragged. Then Myeong suddenly froze. Wait, Uncle doesn't have a sled. That's unfair. Kang Hyun awkwardly scratched his cheek. Don't worry, Myeong. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he lifted something from behind his back. I brought rice sacks just in case. The children stared. Silence filled the snowy hill. Huh? Kang Hyun mumbled. In the countryside, don't people sled on rice sacks? Another child whispered in disbelief. Is that a sled? Huh? There are houses without sleds. Shoo. Uncle can hear you. Myeong hissed quickly. Trying to comfort him, Miju raised her hand. Uncle, mine isn't that kind of sled either. Kang Hyun nearly teared up. Miju. She smiled proudly. I like my sled more. My aunt bought it for me. Miju. Sangha clapped loudly before things became more awkward. Then let's all start together on 3. Kang Hyun sat carefully on the rice sack. You really can ride just fine on one of these, too, okay? The children lined up together. 1, 2. Just before the countdown finished, Sugar suddenly leaped onto Kang Hyun's rice sack. Kang Hyun blinked in shock. You're riding too? 3. Whoosh, the moment they pushed off, Kang Hyun's rice sack shot down the hill at unbelievable speed. Snow exploded behind them as the sack flew forward like a rocket. The other children could only stare in shock. They say super fast. As soon as I get home, I'll ask my dad to buy me one too. I'll ride a rice sack starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sugar stood proudly on the speeding sack like a champion racer. Kang Hyun desperately grabbed onto the side. Hold on tight. Rice Cake barked from behind as if offended for being left out. You should have said so if you wanted to ride too, Rice Cake. Uncle, Myeong said seriously, dogs can't talk. The rice sack crossed the finish line first with an enormous spray of snow. The children erupted into cheers. Catch the uncle. Let's go again. In the next round, both Tori and Rice Cake jumped onto the sack together. This time, Kang Hyun relaxed completely as they flew down the snowy hill together. It's my first time sledding since elementary school, he admitted with a laugh. But it's still fun even now, right? The children grinned brightly. After a while, the sledding naturally evolved into a giant snowball fight. The match isn't over yet, Uncle, Sangu shouted dramatically. This time, we settle it with a snowball fight. Snowballs immediately started flying everywhere. Take this. Whoa. How did you dodge that? Kang Hyun laughed harder than he had in a long time. Seriously, kids never get tired. A snowball smacked directly into his shoulder. But today, even he smirked while grabbing a handful of snow. Alright then. I won't go easy on you, here he comes. The battle continued until everyone collapsed into the snow, laughing and exhausted. Sangu, dodge. Hide behind the tree. Ha ha ha. Miju scooped up snow dramatically and yelled, Your ordered snow-shaved ice is ready. Please add chocolate syrup. Myung shouted back. Finally, one of the children groaned dramatically. I'm hungry. Should we go eat? Good idea, the others agreed weakly. Not long after, the children gathered inside Kang Hyun's house around the heater, warming their frozen hands and cheeks. It's warm. Myung sighed happily. I feel like I could fall asleep like this. Kang Hyun quickly pointed toward the heater. Don't sit too close to it, okay? Okay. The room was noisy, warm, and full of sleepy laughter. Kang Hyun smiled faintly while walking toward the kitchen. We played for a long time, so of course we're cold, he murmured. At times like this, you really need a warm soup. But the moment he opened the refrigerator, he froze. Empty. Almost empty. Right, he muttered. Because of the snow, the ingredients didn't get delivered today. The roads were blocked, and delivery trucks could not enter the village at all. For a moment, Kang Hyun stared silently into the fridge. Then he took a deep breath. Stay calm, he told himself. I still have things to make broth. He immediately began sorting through the remaining ingredients in the kitchen. If I sort through the leftovers and pick the usable ones, after checking several containers and baskets, he finally gathered a small pile of ingredients onto the counter. Then Kang Hyun nodded firmly. All right, he said confidently. This should be enough to cook something. Kang Hyun rolled up his sleeves and finally began preparing the broth, while the children continued warming themselves near the heater. The kitchen soon filled with the soft sounds of cooking as he placed a frying pan over the stove. The anchovies crackled softly as he stirred them around the hot pan. A rich, savory aroma slowly spread through the room, immediately drawing the attention of the children. He dropped them into a large pot of water, and steam slowly began rising as the broth started to boil. While waiting, Kang Hyun moved smoothly through the kitchen, preparing the remaining ingredients. Kang Hyun poured icy water little by little into the flour mixed with salt and cooking oil. He carefully kneaded the dough with both hands. And once the dough comes together, knead it by hand for about 10 minutes, wrap it and let it rest in the fridge. The soft sounds of kneading echoed through the warm kitchen. While we're at it, let's make the seasoning too. He grabbed several bowls and began mixing ingredients. Add soup soy sauce, minced garlic, sesame oil, and ground sesame seeds. The rich smell became even stronger as he stirred the seasoning paste. And then, instead of chili powder, he suddenly grinned mischievously while sprinkling finely chopped pepperoncino into the mixture. Toss in finely chopped pepperoncino, and the seasoning paste is done. Finally, Kang Hyun pulled the dough from the fridge and stretched it slightly between his fingers. Lastly, just tear off pieces of dough and drop them in. The dough pieces plopped into the boiling broth one after another. At that moment, Sangu's eyes widened. That looks fun. Myung immediately nodded beside him. I want to do that too. Kang Hyun glanced toward the children dramatically before sighing on purpose. It'd be so nice if I had some help. Maybe a person or two? Instantly, several hands shot into the air. Me. Me too. Kang Hyun laughed softly. Okay then, wash your hands first. The children immediately rushed toward the sink in chaos. A few minutes later, everyone gathered around the pot carefully. Just tear off small pieces and drop them into the broth, Kang Hyun instructed gently. It's hot, so be careful. The children carefully pinched pieces of dough and dropped them into the soup one by one. Slippery. Tiny splashes of broth popped from the pot as uneven pieces of dough floated to the surface. This one's huge. Shang-hu shouted proudly while pointing at his oversized dough piece. Kang Hyun stared at it for a moment before laughing helplessly. Well, still. I guess that's part of the charm of sujibi. The children tilted their heads curiously. Kang Hyun smiled while stirring the pot slowly. Sujibi is a traditional Korean soup featuring rustic hand-torn noodles in savory broth. The warm smell soon filled the entire house. Near the heater, Miju and Keelman slowly sat up after smelling the soup. It smells so good, Miju mumbled sleepily while rubbing her eyes. Kang Hyun noticed them and smiled warmly. You're awake? Well, come on then. Let's dig in. Soon, everyone gathered around the table together. The moment the children took their first bites, their eyes widened. It's delicious. It's chewy. This sujibi is so chewy. Kang Hyun chuckled proudly while placing more bowls onto the table. Sangha proudly says, hee hee. I helped make it too. Kang Hyun smiled softly while watching the children devour the food. It's nice seeing you eat so well. The warm broth quickly melted away the cold lingering in everyone's bodies. It's warm. Miju sighed happily while holding her bowl close. Kang Hyun finally sat down by himself and scooped up some broth. Then I'll give it a try too. He took a sip and immediately relaxed. It warms you right to the core. Nearby, Myeong suddenly pointed toward the seasoning paste. Uncle, can I try adding that seasoning too? Kang Hyun hesitated slightly. It might be a bit spicy for you guys. Unfortunately, Myeong had already dumped a huge spoonful into her bowl. NGH, Myeong. If you dump it all in at once. A second later, it's spicy? Later that evening, Kang Hyun prepared warm water and carefully gave both rice cake and sugar a bath. Steam filled the bathroom while the two fluffy animals endured the process with entirely different reactions. Rice cake complained endlessly, while sugar simply sat there calmly as warm water ran through its white fur. As Kang Hyun gently dried sugar with a towel, he suddenly smiled to himself. At first I thought I might have followed the wrong person, Sugar blinked innocently. But looking at it now, it seems like you just came here to have a good time. Sugar quietly wagged its tail. Kang Hyun laughed softly before gently patting its head. White Sugar, if you're okay with it, do you want to stay a few more days and then go back to your world with me? Sugar stared at him silently. It'll be fun to enjoy things a bit more here. Woo. Its fluffy tail slowly swayed back and forth. Kang Hyun's expression brightened immediately. That means yes, right? Woo. Rice Cake doesn't feel good about the idea. Since it's come to this, want me to show you something even more fun? By tomorrow, the road should be open again. White Sugar, he called cheerfully, want to go to the market together tomorrow? Woo. Outside, snow continued falling quietly beyond the frosted windows. The next morning, Kang Hyun bundled himself warmly before attaching a harness around Sugar carefully. The roads were finally open enough for people to travel again, and the village market was crowded with noise and activity despite the snow. As Kang Hyun walked through the busy streets with Sugar beside him, the old-style popcorn vendor suddenly shouted, "All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, bang!" The sealed metal pot exploded open with a loud pop, making fresh popcorn burst out dramatically. Kang Hyun grabbed both rice cakes and Sugar's ear not to hurt them. Children nearby laughed while running through the street. Kang Hyun smiled while looking around the lively market. They are munching on the caramelized popcorn. This is part of the charm of the market too. So savory. Sugar looked slightly uncomfortable while wearing the harness. Kang Hyun crouched beside it apologetically. Is the harness uncomfortable? Hang in there a bit. You really have to wear it when there are a lot of people. In return, Kang Hyun continued with a grin, we'll eat a ton and see a ton. Sugar sighed dramatically. Woo. But Rice Cake is not happy at all. Nearby, vendors shouted while steam rose from countless food stalls. As they walked through the crowded market, Kang Hyun suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered nearby. Why are so many people over there? Loud metallic clanging noises echoed from the center of the crowd. Last year's street performer. I didn't die and I'm back again. Nearby customers gathered around a taffy vendor excitedly. 1 piece of taffy, please. Me too. Kang Hyun smiled slightly. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen a taffy vendor. He slowly walked closer while looking around curiously. Watching street performances like this is part of the fun, then he paused. Is this a street performance too? Whoa. He's good, music suddenly echoed loudly through the market square. Beautiful Yongpyong. United Yongpyong. Kang Hyun froze. Standing in the middle of the crowd were the village chief and Jong, the pianist. The village chief dramatically pointed into the air, while Jong passionately played music beside him. Do you know Lee Gangian? The crowd blinked in confusion. He is a famous cook. Kang Hyun's face instantly turned pale. He's Yongpyong's pride. Yongpyong's treasure. The village chief suddenly leaned toward Jong and whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. Jong Hwan, what's Jaren in English? Jong answered calmly without stopping the music. Pride. Oh. Yongpyong's pride. He's a cook. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun slowly backed away in horror. But it was too late. The village chief suddenly pointed directly at him. Yongpyong's pride. Lee Ganghyan. The village chief continues. Come to Yongpyong, home of our young chef. Only then did Kang Hyun notice the giant banner hanging on his neck. And even worse, a photograph of his own face was hanging around the village chief's neck. Kang Hyun's soul nearly left his body. Village head. Soon, the market square grew even louder as the village chief and Jong completely stole the attention of the taffy vendors' customers. Jong with a confident smile, while the village chief raised both arms dramatically toward the gathering crowd. Okay. Lee Jong Wan solo. Jong gave a playful wink before his fingers flew across the keys. Rossini, William Tell Overture. The melody version. Bright, energetic notes echoed through the market. Dorong, dorong, dorong dong dong. People immediately began turning their heads toward the performance. Huh? There's something over there, too. He plays really well. The crowd that had been surrounding the taffy stall slowly drifted toward Jong instead. The taffy vendor's eye twitched. Then, Pajong. Kumbiodiok. Kumbiok. The vendor suddenly pulled out a pair of drums from beneath his stall. The taffy seller took out the drum. You don't see that often. The market instantly exploded with excitement. Jong narrowed his eyes competitively before changing songs without hesitation. Vivaldi's Four Seasons, Summer, Third Movement. His fingers blurred across the piano keys at terrifying speed. Now suddenly with both hands. Chwerararak. So fast. Whoa. Great pace. Meanwhile, the village chief became completely carried away by the atmosphere. Okay. Like this. Let's do a one-shot match for Yongpyong and the young chef's honor. The competition only intensified. The drummer pounded harder. Jong played faster. The crowd screamed louder. The village chief looked 1 second away from starting an actual festival. Kang Hyun, who had been standing nearby with sugar and rice cake, stared in utter disbelief. He comes behind them. So why is my honor on the line? Before things escalated even further, Kang Hyun quietly marched forward, grabbed both Jong and the village chief by the sleeves, and dragged them into a narrow alley corner. Behind them, the furious taffy vendor looked around aggressively. Where'd you go, rival? Let's settle this. Kang Hyun stared at the two men in exhaustion. What are you doing here? The village chief blinked innocently. We were trying to promote the village to outsiders coming to the 5-day market. Jong calmly raised a hand from beside him. I'm the helper. The village chief proudly spread his arms wide again. Come to Yongpyong. Kang Hyun pointed at the massive banner with his own face printed on it. But why am I here? The village chief looked genuinely confused by the question. Didn't you know? When promoting a village, you highlight local specialties. So why am I here? Haha. Since we're at it, we're promoting your shop too. Kang Hyun suddenly froze. Ah. For a moment, his expression softened slightly. All of this for me? The village chief grinned proudly while Jong quietly nodded beside him. Even though Kang Hyun felt touched by the sincerity behind it, his eyes slowly drifted back toward the horrifying giant poster hanging around the village chief's neck. But no matter how I think about it, this poster feels wrong. He grabbed Tori dramatically and muttered with dead eyes, Tori, cremate me later or bury me. Jong adjusted his glasses calmly. Well, we can still promote without the giant photo. Cool. Then suddenly Jong snapped his fingers. Don't worry, village head. I just got a great idea. The village chief's eyes sparkled. What is it? Let's call Jong Jae-won and have him draw caricatures on the side. Kang Hyun's soul nearly left his body again. What? He's coming. The village chief pumped his fist excitedly. Okay then. Let's get back at it with energy. Kang Hyun watched them in complete disbelief. Isn't this the definition of wasting manpower? Just before leaving, the village chief suddenly remembered something and pointed deeper into the market. Ah, young chef, if you get hungry while looking around, go to the third alley over there. There's an insanely good place to eat. Kang Hyun blinked. Ah yes. Thank you. Then he tilted his head slightly. Is there a famous restaurant there? But the village chief and Jong had already disappeared back toward the performance battlefield. After confiscating the horrifying banner with his own face on it, Kang Hyun slowly wandered through the market with rice cake and sugar beside him. Kang Hyun sighed quietly. I got flustered and wandered off another way for a bit, then he smiled faintly. Should I take another slow look around the market? His eyes wandered toward the distant mill. I kind of want to stop by the mill too, right then, hey young man. A market lady waved enthusiastically from a clothing stall. Come take a look at some clothes. Lots of cheap and pretty ones. Kang Hyun waved politely. Ah, clothes are fine for me. We've got lots of dog clothes too. Kang Hyun immediately stopped walking. Oh, sounds good. A few minutes later, Rice Cake stood on a small table while outfit after outfit got placed onto him. How does everything suit you so well? Rice Cake wore a tiny coat with complete indifference. Bravo! I'll buy this too. Oh, of course, sir. Kang Hyun smiled brightly while holding up another outfit. It's such a relief that Rice Cake likes wearing clothes. A born fashionista. Meanwhile, Sugar quietly watched everything from the cart. As expected of a market lady, great sales skills. Still, Kang Hyun honestly did not regret the purchase at all. As they continued walking, Rice Cake's ears suddenly twitched. Huh? A delicious smell. Sugar immediately perked up too. Kang Hyun sniffed the air. Whoa, this is, nearby, a food vendor shouted proudly, fresh, delicious twisted donuts here. Kang Hyun instantly changed direction. No way I can just walk past this. Not long afterward, they sat near a food stall with their arms full of snack. My arms hurt, let's eat already. Kang Hyun stared happily at the freshly made hotdog. Wow. It's been forever since I had hotdog. He bit into one carefully. Hotdog is best stuffed with lots of sesame sugar and pan-fried in oil. The old-school kind is the best. Hot. Molten syrup nearly burned his mouth, but his eyes sparkled with happiness. The crunchy sugar and nuts are so good. Nearby, Sugar happily munched on savory snacks while Rice Cake focused entirely on a twisted donut. The twisted donuts are good too, right? Freshly fried makes them even better. Kang Hyun nodded enthusiastically. Crispy outside, chewy inside, Rice Cake suddenly headbutted him impatiently for another bite. Kang Hyun laughed while rubbing his forehead. Let me see. Wow, this place is really good. After finishing the food, he looked at the market again with dangerous determination. Okay, let's buy more. Even while saying that, the cart behind him was already overflowing. We should buy other things too. A moment later, Kang Hyun finally noticed the terrifying state of the cart. Huh? The cart's already full? He stared blankly at the mountain of purchases. I haven't even shopped properly yet. After thinking for a moment, he nodded firmly. At least let's get the vegetables we need. Soon, he stopped at a vegetable stall run by an elderly woman. Welcome, hello. Could I get one green onion and one onion? Sure, the old woman smiled warmly after noticing the fluffy animals. Did you come grocery shopping with dogs? Ah yes. I wanted to let them see outside too. The woman's eyes widened while looking at Sugar. So white. Really pretty looking. Then she hesitated politely. May I try touching her? Kang Hyun paused awkwardly. He glanced at Rice Cake first. Rice Cake would absolutely not. Then he looked toward Sugar, uncertainly. But would Sugar let someone else touch her? At that moment, Kang Hyun suddenly remembered how calmly Sugar had behaved during the bath the previous night. Before he could think further, Sugar jumped out of the cart and slowly approached the old woman on its own. Oh my, the woman gently patted Sugar's head. Such a clever girl. Does she like human touch? Sugar quietly leaned into the pats while wagging its tail softly. The old woman laughed warmly. Even siblings are different, huh? Kong thinks. Thanks to Sugar's charm, the woman added extra vegetables into Kang Hyun's bags until they nearly overflowed. As Kang Hyun walked away afterward, he looked down at Sugar with a soft smile. Tonight's dinner should be whatever Sugar wants to eat. Immediately, ow! Ricecake bit his sleeve unhappily. Why? Ricecake barked again in protest. We got it thanks to Sugar. Kong says. Ow! Ow! Ricecake protests. While Kang Hyun argued with the jealous Ricecake, a familiar voice suddenly echoed nearby. Young chef. Kang Hyun turned around. Village head. The village chief waved enthusiastically from across the alley. Well, you didn't forget and came right on over. Kang Hyun blinked in confusion. Came looking? What on earth? The village chief pointed proudly toward a nearby restaurant. Didn't you come to eat lunch? This is the place. Kang Hyun slowly looked up at the sign above the building. Yun's Gukbap. Kang Hyun suddenly remembered what the village chief had told him earlier at the market. Ah. Young chef, if you get hungry while looking around, go to the third alley over there. There's an insanely good place to eat. At the time, Kang Hyun had only casually nodded. Ah. Yes, thank you. Now, standing in front of a modest old restaurant tucked deep inside the alley, he slowly looked up at the wooden sign. Yun's Gukbap. Come to think of it, you did say that. The chief pushed the door open first. The bell above the entrance rang softly. Mr. Yoon, are you inside? A young man who was tables immediately turned around. Welcome. Ah, the Yongpang village head. His tired-looking face brightened with recognition. It's been a while. Yeah, the village chief replied cheerfully. I came with a young man from the village today, hello? The young man blinked curiously. Ah, is this the chef you were talking about? The one you always praised, he added with a small laugh. The village chief burst into laughter. Haha, I did talk about him a lot. Kang Hyun quietly looked around the restaurant while the two talked. The place was neat and clean, with old wooden tables polished from years of use. Steam lightly drifted from the kitchen in the back. But something immediately felt strange. There wasn't a single customer. Kang Hyun glanced toward the empty seat. Is it before opening hours? The young man awkwardly scratched his cheek. Before answering, however, he stared at Kang Hyun more carefully. Nice to meet you. But, you look very similar. Kang Hyun blinked. Pardon. You know, Yun continued innocently, that famous star chef from the cooking survival show before. His eyes widened slightly. Do you know Chef Kang Hyun-lee? Kang Hyun froze. Do? No. Him. His expression instantly malfunctioned. For a second, he seriously considered confessing. Should I have told him? Thankfully, the village chief interrupted before things became more awkward. But where's your father? Out on delivery. The smile on Yun's face faded slightly. He looked toward the kitchen. My father isn't feeling well, so I'll be running the place for a while. The village chief's cheerful expression immediately softened. Oh dear, really? Is he okay? Yes, Yun answered quickly. He has to go to Seoul for treatment for a while, but he'll be fine. That's a relief. Even while smiling, the chief still looked worried. Yun straightened his shoulders after a moment. But I got all the recipes from my father, he said firmly. And I learned a lot by watching him, so I'm confident. His eyes quietly sharpened with determination. This is a good chance for me to prepare to take over the restaurant. Kang Hyun silently studied him. There was unmistakable pride in Yun's voice. But hidden underneath it, there was anxiety too. The kind of anxiety someone carries when they desperately want to prove themselves. Kang Hyun smiled faintly. I can feel your pride somehow. That's admirable. Meanwhile, the village chief happily sat down. Haha, I'm looking forward to the second generation's taste too. As Kang Hyun and the chief took their seats, the village chief began talking proudly about the restaurant. It'll be good. The owner's been making gukbap here for 50 years. Kang Hyun's eyes widened. Wow, 50 years. That's a really long time. In my younger days, this gukbap gave me a lot of strength. The chief looked strangely nostalgic while speaking. They only have one menu item here. That deep, seasoned taste is something else, the chief added proudly. Soon, bowls of steaming gukbap were placed onto the table. Your gukbap is ready. The rich aroma instantly filled the air. Kang Hyun's eyes sparkled. Wow, gukbap from a place with 50 years of tradition. It looks delicious. Without wasting another second, he picked up his spoon and tasted the broth. The moment the soup touched his tongue, his expression changed slightly. He took another sip carefully. The meat is tender, and the broth is clean without any off-smell. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. Gukbap really is great because it's so filling. The village chief nodded enthusiastically while eating. You've got to dip the meat in the sauce. Nearby, Yun nervously stood watching them. His hands were clenched tightly without him realizing it. After several seconds, he cautiously asked, So? How does it taste? The village chief looked up first. It's good, filling and satisfying. Kang Hyun nodded too. Me too. It's a bit mild, but that actually makes it easy to eat. Hearty and good for appealing to younger people. For a moment, relief flashed across Yun's face. But Yun stiffened. Do you get the meat from somewhere else? The taste feels different. The color drained from Yun's face. Is the taste very different? He asked hurriedly. Could you tell me exactly how it's different? The village chief scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I'm not sure in detail. He frowned while trying to explain. It's just a bit different, I guess. Anyway, it's different. Yun staggered slightly. His lips trembled. Why? He stared blankly at the steaming broth. What's missing? Sir. Kang Hyun called carefully. But Yun had already fallen into panic. With the same recipe, the same meat, and the same cooking tools, his fingers tightened helplessly. So what on earth is different? Kang Hyun quickly tried to reassure him. Sir, I really enjoyed it. The village chief nodded. Yeah, it's good, you did well enough. But look. Yun slowly looked around the restaurant. At the empty tables, at the silent entrance, at the chairs, no one sat anymore. When my father was here, the shop was always lively, his voice quietly shook. But now it's empty. The words carried genuine frustration. It's been like this ever since I took over. Something is definitely wrong. Then suddenly, Yun looked directly at Kang Hyun. You said you're a chef, right? His desperate eyes trembled. What on earth is it? The difference between my gukbap and my father's? Kang Hyun paused. Honestly, he could not give a direct answer. I've never actually tasted your father's gukbap. What is it, seriously? The frustration in Yun's voice deepened. Kang Hyun quietly thought for a moment. Then, maybe, Yun immediately looked up. Maybe it's the difference in sense and efficiency, in touch and experience. The restaurant fell silent. He's been doing it for 50 years, after all. Yun bit his lip hard. Damn it, he lowered his head. To be honest, I was confident. His fists slowly clenched. For the past few weeks, I wanted to show that I could handle things on my own. His voice became quieter. At this rate, he stared helplessly toward the kitchen. My father won't be able to rest in peace. Kang Hyun's expression softened. Cooking often can't capture its full taste with recipes alone. Yun looked up silently. You can't fully copy a seasoned chef's subtle control and intuition. Kang Hyun leaned back slightly before continuing. But, his gaze sharpened. You've been watching your father work by his side all this time. Yun slowly blinked. Then you should be able to find that missing clue. Something flickered in Yun's eyes. Oh. A little later, Yun guided Kang Hyun into the kitchen. We get our meat from the same supplier as always, Yun explained proudly. We've been trading high-quality meat for decades. Kang Hyun quietly observed everything around him. The kitchen was spotless. Not a single greasy stain covered the counters. Even the ventilation hood looked perfectly maintained. They come early every morning and prep all the ingredients. Kang Hyun slowly nodded. You really keep the place clean. Yun brightened immediately. It's impressive how the hood and counters are spotless with no grease buildup. Because this is where food for customers is made, Yun answered seriously. So cleanliness is essential. Kang Hyun genuinely looked impressed. This level of care and maintenance requires real diligence. Yun smiled brightly. I'm glad you noticed. Then he laughed awkwardly. As expected from a fellow cook. Kang Hyun coughed lightly. I run a restaurant too, after all. Yun became curious. What kind of restaurant do you run, chef? For a second, Kang Hyun almost revealed the truth. Instead, he awkwardly looked away. I run an Italian restaurant. Yes. I kind of do everything though. Oh, just like Chef Kang Hyun-lee. Kang Hyun froze again. What a coincidence. Yoon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. At this point, aren't you actually him? Kang Hyun's soul nearly left his body. Maybe it's time to say it. It's not like there's anything to hide. Yes. Actually, I am Kang Hyun. If it were Chef Kang Hyun-lee's restaurant, how successful would it be? Yoon sighed dreamily. It'd be packed with customers. Kang Hyun immediately swallowed his confession back down. I hear that I look like him a lot. There are truths in this world that don't need to be known, right? You really do look alike. Kang Hyun silently looked away with dead eyes. Then his attention returned to the cooking process. Are you doing every step the same as your father? The broth boiled intensely. Yoon nodded firmly. Yes. I just come in earlier and leave later. His expression hardened with determination. I don't have as much experience as my father, so I have to work that much harder. As he prepared the broth, Yoon quietly continued speaking. From early morning, he prepped the ingredients that came in that day and boiled broth all day in front of the fire without rest. His eyes lowered slightly. Without a single day off, he worked like that for decades to raise us 3 brothers. Kang Hyun silently listened. Having seen my father's efforts, I have to work even harder. The large pot boiled violently. Steam filled the kitchen. Kang Hyun carefully watched every movement Yoon made. An ox head was one of the hardest ingredients to work with. It released huge amounts of fat. It was difficult to clean, and if handled carelessly, the broth would easily develop a terrible smell. So creating a broth this clean required an incredible amount of care and effort. Then what on earth is different? Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes. The recipe is the same, and he's putting in even more effort. His gaze slowly moved across the kitchen. The pot, the fire, the broth, the preparation. Then suddenly, his eyes widened sharply. I get it now. Kang Hyun quietly watched him for a moment before finally speaking. Sir, do you keep skimming the fat off this broth the whole time? Yoon immediately nodded. Of course. I skim it in front of the fire almost all night. Kang Hyun blinked slightly. All night. Yes, all night, Yoon answered firmly while continuing to move the ladle across the bubbling broth. Not a single drop of fat left. His eyes sharpened with determination. Because we must serve only the best to our customers. Kang Hyun slowly looked down at the sliced meat Yoon had prepared beside the cutting board. The meat was incredibly clean. Almost too clean. The meat you're preparing now is really clean too, Kang Hyun observed quietly. Without a single bit of fat. For the customers, Yoon answered immediately. We must give only the very best. Kang Hyun stared silently at the broth for a moment. Then a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. No wonder. Yoon looked at him nervously. While eating the gukbap, I thought it tasted really clean, Kang Hyun continued calmly. Like there was nothing unpleasant on the palate at all. The broth continued to boil. I could really feel how much effort went into it. For a moment, Yoon lowered his eyes. Because if I don't at least work hard, I can't catch up to my father. His voice became quieter as he stared into the steaming pot. So that someday I can inherit this shop, my father's pride. His fists slowly tightened. I thought I had observed everything. A bitter smile appeared on his face. But at this rate, I'm not sure I can really become the second owner. You can. Yoon's eyes widened as he quickly looked up. What? His voice trembled slightly. How? Instead of answering immediately, Kang Hyun turned toward the village chief, who was patting sugar. Village head. Yes, the village head answered. Was today's gukbap very different from before? Kang asked. The chief tilted his head while thinking carefully. No, not that much, just how should I say? Kang Hyun smiled faintly. Did it feel much cleaner? The chief suddenly pointed his finger excitedly. Oh right, that's the feeling. He nodded repeatedly. Clear is fine, but the old one was more savory, I'd say, richer and deeper maybe? Kang Hyun's eyes slightly widened. The savoriness you're talking about is probably the flavor of the fat. The broth bubbled heavily as Yoon froze in place. If you remove all the fat, Kang Hyun continued, that rich flavor disappears too. Yun frowned slightly. But to remove bad odors, of course, you have to remove fat. You should remove the fat that causes bad smells, Kang Hyun explained calmly, but if you remove even the fat that adds flavor, it becomes clean but may feel a bit light. Yun slowly looked down at the broth again. His expression began to change. Kang Hyun quietly added one more question. Didn't your father cook it that way too? Yun suddenly fell silent. The kitchen became quiet except for the sound of boiling broth. Kang says, your hard work is truly admirable. If you add some know-how to the effort you're making now, I think you can definitely cook like your father. That night, long after everyone else had gone home, Yun stood alone in the kitchen again. The fire crackled beneath the pot as steam drifted through the empty restaurant. Slowly, memories began returning to him. Now that I think about it, his eyes widened slightly. My father didn't skim the fat that often. A small drop of broth fell from the ladle. Maybe once every 5 hours or so. Yun stared blankly at the bubbling soup. Then another memory surfaced. My father also didn't leave only lean meat like this. He suddenly remembered customers complimenting the texture of the meat years ago. Come to think of it, he did say the texture felt too simple. Yun's breathing slowed. The memories became clearer and clearer. Strange, he stared at his own hands. Until now, no matter how I tried to copy him, I was never sure. His father's words, his habits, even the way he handled the ladle. Everything suddenly returned vividly to his mind. But now even his words and actions are coming back to me clearly. A faint smile slowly appeared on Yun's face. The narrow view I had from being impatient. His eyes sharpened with new confidence. It feels like it's opened up again. He clenched his fist tightly. Now, a determined smile spread across his face. I can do it. The next day, steaming gukbap was once again placed in front of the village chief. The chief immediately picked up his spoon and took a large bite. Then his eyes widened dramatically. Wow! This is it, this is the taste. He nearly jumped from his seat. It's really rich and deep. Yun stared at him nervously. How did you manage this in just one day? The village chief laughed loudly. As expected, Yun's gukbap has to be this savory. He pointed excitedly at the bowl. It sticks to your mouth perfectly. The best both then and now. It's really delicious. Yun's eyes trembled slightly with emotion. Thank you. He quickly bowed deeply. Village chief says, huh? Shouldn't I be the one greeting them? I'm the one who's eating, though. Nearby, Kang Hyun smiled with satisfaction. Then he suddenly clapped his hands once. Let's get ready for business. We have to show this taste to the other regulars too. Yun hesitated. But his expression darkened slightly. Will the customers who were disappointed once really come back? Oh, stop worrying about that. The village chief suddenly slammed his hand onto the table confidently. This kind of thing is our specialty. Outside the restaurant, chaos immediately erupted. Jong appeared with a melodica, while Jawon stood beside him holding paper and pencils. The village chief loudly shouted toward passing pedestrians. Yun's gukbap with 50 years of tradition. You lose out if you don't eat it. Second generation gukbap. Jawon awkwardly raised his hand. Limited event. Come now and get a caricature. Then he quietly muttered under his breath. Actually, it's my first time doing caricatures. Meanwhile, Jong suddenly began playing music loudly on the melodica. Johann Strauss Radetzky March. Melodica version. People passing by slowly stopped walking. What is this? A performance? So cute. No, I thought it was a doll. The restaurant door constantly opened and closed as customers began pouring inside. When it's cold, gukbap is perfect. Kang Hyun immediately rolled up his sleeve. I'll take care of the hall, so please go to the kitchen, sir. Yes. Yun quickly rushed back toward the kitchen. Soon, bowls after bowls of gukbap filled the restaurant. 1 bowl of gukbap. 2 bowls of gukbap are out. The once empty restaurant became completely packed with people. Some customers happily chatted while eating. An older regular customer suddenly called out toward Kang Hyun. Hey, young man. Yes. Did Mr. Yoon come back to the shop? The customer pointed excitedly at the soup. The broth tastes like the old days. Kang Hyun grinned proudly. No, then he pointed toward the kitchen. His son, with just as good hand taste as the owner, is in the kitchen. Inside the restaurant, Yun quietly smiled while preparing another bowl. 2 bowls of gukbap are out. Some girls talk. There were lots of people, so we came in and the inside is really clean. We're sightseeing, so we should try a local place like this too. Meanwhile, at another table, 2 young women were staring at their phones. Hey, look at this. They say Chef Lee Kong-hyun taught a cooking class at a nearby school? Wow, he came all the way to this area? Is he filming a variety show? If we're lucky, can we see him too? Nah, he probably already left. At that exact moment, Kong-hyun walked past carrying a tray. Your gukbap is ready. It's hot, so be careful. The 2 girls slowly lifted their heads. Then both of them froze completely. It's real! Ah! Outside, the signboard swayed gently in the wind as more and more customers gathered around the restaurant. Within only about an hour, rumors began spreading online. People excitedly posted that Chef Kong-hyun Lee was apparently filming a restaurant variety show somewhere deep in the countryside. Found you, rival! The taffy vendor found Jong. And while Yun's gukbap slowly regained its former popularity, far away, in another world entirely, the atmosphere was completely different. Randolph and Amelia stood silently. Randolph rubbed his forehead heavily. What on earth happened? Have you heard anything different on your side? Amelia crossed her arms and sighed deeply. Yes. We're at a loss too, which means you don't have any other solution either. Seriously, this is troublesome, says Randolph. Amelia also agrees. All around them, countless strange snails slowly crawled across the ground. The duo stared at the bizarre sight with exhausted expressions. She slowly looked toward the endless snail army. The snails continued crawling endlessly toward the village. Randolph stared at them blankly. What should we do about this? At the base of the snowy mountain, cold wind swept across the fields as Kong-hyun tightened the food pouch onto Sugar's back one last time. The holy wolf stood calmly while bundles of dried meat, snacks, and supplies were carefully secured around its neck and shoulders. Kong-hyun stepped back and smiled warmly. All right, it's done. Rice cake on his back, watching with narrowed eyes while flicking his tail irritably. Kong-hyun gently patted Sugar's fur. Let's all share this with your family when you get home. Sugar let out a soft sound while staring quietly at him. He was such a good kid who listened well. It's actually sad seeing him go. His expression softened even further. The moment Kong-hyun muttered that, Rice Cake suddenly bit his head. Ah! Why are you doing this, Rice Cake? Rice Cake growled unhappily as if protesting the attention Sugar was receiving. Kong-hyun laughed awkwardly. What, are you getting jealous just because I'm thinking about him leaving? Rice Cake huffed and turned his head away dramatically. Meanwhile, Kong-hyun gave Sugar one final pat on the head. Give my regards to your parents too. Come visit again next time. Sugar quietly stared at him. Pat pat. You're always welcome here. Then Kong-hyun noticed something strange. Unlike before, Sugar kept glancing back repeatedly. In the past, he would always leave without turning around even once. But this time was different. Sugar stopped several steps away, slowly turned back toward them, and gave a small smile. Oh! A long howl echoed through the mountain. Rice Cake also howls back in answer. Kong-hyun smiled softly and waved his hand. See you again, Sugar. With one final glance, Sugar disappeared into the snowstorm beyond the mountain path. For a while, Kong-hyun silently stared at the empty trail. Then he suddenly stretched his shoulders. All right then, shall we enjoy some healing camping too? Rice Cake immediately perked up. Kong-hyun grinned. I want to have a drink and enjoy the scenery for the first time in a while. Then of course, a lake would be nice. Soon, the group headed toward the lakeside beneath the snowy mountains. However, the atmosphere near the lake felt strangely tense. Amelia, Randolph, and Noah were already gathered there, all staring down at the shoreline with serious expressions. Amelia says everyone should talk something one by one. Noah pointed toward the water. What on earth are these things? Large, strange snails crawled slowly across the muddy lakeside. Their shells were blue and twisted. Noah rubbed his chin. I don't know. Randolph crossed her arms. Me neither. Amelia pointed between the three of them dramatically. What, even with 3 races together, we can't figure it out at all? Randolph sighed heavily while staring at the lake. It seems like the hot spring that burst earlier mixed into the lake. He pointed toward the water where more snails slowly emerged from below. Since these things keep coming up from the bottom of the lake, their numbers have exploded, Amelia says. Nearby animals nervously approach the water before quickly backing away in fear. Amelia frowned deeply. The frightened animals can't even drink water properly anymore. Her expression darkened as she looked across the shoreline. And their numbers keep increasing too. What are we supposed to do about this? Noah immediately shrugged. What do you mean? What should we do? He casually picked up one of the snails. We just eat them. Amelia's face froze. These. The strange creature squirmed in Amelia's hand. Noah hesitated for half a second. As long as they're not poisonous. Amelia pointed at him in disbelief. You hesitated just now too. How could you even suggest that? Right then, footsteps crunched across the forest behind them. Oh, you're all here. Kang Hyun walked toward the lake, carrying camping supplies over one shoulder. I was just heading to the lake. What a coincidence. Then he noticed everyone's expressions again. You're saying strange creatures are covering the forest? Randolph immediately pointed at the creature. That's right. It's this thing. It suddenly increased a lot these past few days. Kang Hyun crouched down for a closer look. That thing? Randolph nodded seriously. Of all places, something this bizarre appeared in the border area, so people aren't happy about it. Kang Hyun picked one up carefully and examined the shell. Isn't this just a whelk with a strange color? Everyone froze. A what? Kang Hyun tilted the shell slightly. Given how many there are, they might be an invasive species. Nearby, frogs croaked while fish splashed inside the lake. Amelia stared at him in surprise. It's a creature we're all seeing for the first time. Then she narrowed her eyes curiously. Kang Hyun, do you know what it is? Kang Hyun scratched his cheek thoughtfully. I don't know if it's the same, but where I come from, there's a similar ingredient called galbenji. Noah instantly pointed at everyone triumphantly. See? I told you it's food. Randolph still looked horrified. Even so, who would eat this? Noah immediately tossed one upward. As I said, we just eat them and be done with it. Before anyone could stop him, Noah shoved the whelk into his mouth. Mr. Noah? Crunch. Everyone stared in horror. Then Noah's face twisted violently. Tui! He spat it out onto the ground. It's fishy. Kang grabbed his shoulders in panic. Are you okay? What if it has poison or something? Noah wiped his mouth and frowned thoughtfully. It's fine. Doesn't seem poisonous. Then he rubbed his chin. The shell is annoying, but the meat has slight sweetness and a pretty good chew. Kang Hyun's eyes widened slightly. Oh? Then it really is similar to the galbenji I know. He glanced toward the endless snail population covering the lake. Then maybe eating them all could actually solve the problem. Randolph and Amelia stared at him blankly. Kang Hyun tilted his head. The others haven't tried whelks before, right? Amelia awkwardly nodded. Yes, that's true, but Kang Hyun confidently rolled up his sleeves. If you taste them properly, you'll agree with Mr. Noah. Then a dangerous smile slowly appeared on his face. Sadly, I don't have a way to stop them from reproducing. He pulled up the snail. But I do have a way to make them disappear because they get eaten. A short while later, smoke and steam rose beside the lake as Kang Hyun began cooking. Prepare radish and onion, and put them into a pot together with kelp. Rice Cake and Tori quickly gathered around while Kang Hyun calmly instructed them. Add soup, soy sauce, and minced garlic, then boil until the radish turns translucent. The rich aroma slowly spread through the lakeside camp. Next, add plenty of the cleaned whelks. He tossed the prepared whelks into the boiling broth. Then add green onion, chongyang chili, salt, and pepper. Steam billowed upward. And a simple, delicious whelk soup is complete. Everyone stared at the bubbling soup. Kang Hyun smiled proudly. This dish is called galbenjitang. Kang Hyun prepared a bright red sauce beside the soup. The whelks taste best when dipped in this sauce. Amelia leaned closer and sniffed the air. Wow, it smells so good. Randolph awkwardly stared at the shells. So do you eat them with the shell on? Kang Hyun immediately shook his head. No. If you stick a fork in and twist, the meat comes out easily. The whelk meat slid smoothly out of the shell. You can just throw away the shell afterward. Even then, Randolph still looked uncertain. Since it's Kang Hyun's cooking, it probably tastes good, but the appearance is still a bit much. Kang Hyun laughed. This is also a great product of nature. Perfectly edible food. Then he pointed directly at Randolph. Personally, I think Mr. Randolph will like this. Randolph blinked. Me? Try the broth first. Randolph carefully lifted the bowl. The broth. He slowly took a sip. The moment the warm soup touched his tongue, his eyes widened violently. Kang Hyun, this is... Kang Hyun immediately grinned knowingly. You know what this flavor is, right? Randolph suddenly slammed the bowl down dramatically. This is a flavor that makes you crave alcohol. He looked around desperately. Is there alcohol? Do we have any? Kang Hyun immediately pulled out a bottle. I knew you'd ask, so I brought some. Randolph looked genuinely moved. Kang Hyun. Nearby, Amelia nervously picked up a shell. When the beast man ate it earlier, it looked really awful. The meat comes out easier than you'd think, right? Amelia carefully dipped the meat into the red sauce before tasting it. The moment she bit down, her eyes widened. What is this texture? The meat bounced pleasantly between her teeth. The bouncy flesh goes amazingly well with the sauce. She quickly grabbed another one. The more you chew, the more sweetness and umami come out. Even Rice Cake and the Holy Wolf nearby stared eagerly at the food. Even a holy wolf can't resist this. Randolph cried while drinking. Then he excitedly pointed toward the shoreline full of snails. Kang Hyun, you're right. You're absolutely right. Eating them is the best solution. Kang Hyun awkwardly coughed. It wasn't my opinion, it was Mr. Noah's. Noah proudly crossed his arms. With this dish, everyone will become desperate to eat them. Amelia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, could you share this recipe with the elves too? Kang Hyun smirked. What are you all talking about? Everyone blinked. Kang Hyun pointed toward the mountains of collected whelks beside the lake. This was only a sample demonstration. The group froze. There are many things you can make with whelks. He tightly tied up another massive sack full of walnut. Since everyone seems to have recognized the true value of whelks, a confident smile spread across his face. Shall we move on to the next step? The very next day, chefs from the human kingdom, beastmen tribes, and elf villages all gathered for a special recipe learning session. At the front stood Kang Hyun like a strict cooking instructor. He clapped his hands once sharply. Now then, there will be quite a few recipes I'm about to teach you. The chefs immediately straightened nervously. But you're all veterans, so I think you can handle them. Then Kang Hyun lifted the large sack and dropped it heavily onto the table. This is today's main ingredient. The chefs leaned forward excitedly at first, but the moment Kang Hyun opened the bag, their expressions instantly turned pale. What is that creepy thing? Kang Hyun stood like a strict cooking instructor while the gathered chefs nervously faced him. Kang Hyun sharply clapped his hands once. Now, there will be quite a few recipes I'm about to teach you, but... He glanced around confidently at the gathered chefs from the three races. I believe that since you're all veterans, you'll be able to handle them. Then he grabbed a heavy sack beside him and dropped it onto the table with a loud thud. This is today's main ingredient. The chefs leaned forward curiously. Kang Hyun opened the sack. A pile of giant blue whelks spilled out across the table. Silence instantly filled the camp. One of the human chefs slowly stepped back with a horrified face. What is that? That creepy thing. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Kang Hyun. I brought the translation artifact and the kitchen tools you asked for. Randolph arrived carrying a large wooden box full of tools and magical artifacts. Amelia and Sona carefully carried several containers of clean water together. Please leave the clean water to Sona, Amelia said while setting the buckets down. Noah soon appeared as well, carrying baskets overflowing with vegetables and seasonings. Is this everything we need? Kang Hyun smiled brightly. Thank you. Preparing together makes it much faster. He pointed toward the space near the cutting boards. Could you put it down in front of here? Meanwhile, sitting awkwardly near, Thomas quietly looked around with stiff shoulders. What is this situation? He muttered under his breath. He had only followed along because the human kingdom announced they were searching for the best chef to represent humanity. Yet now, somehow, he found himself surrounded by elves, beastmen, holy beasts, and terrifyingly passionate cooks. Thomas swallowed nervously. I just followed along because they said they were looking for the best human chef representative, Rabdolf asked. Who is the representative chef of this territory? Thomas blinked and awkwardly pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? The elf suddenly leaned closer toward the translation artifact. Can you hear me now? Hello? Thomas flinched in surprise while the magical artifact translated her words. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun suddenly recognized the elf chef and snapped his fingers. Wait, you're the one who sold the fried kohlrabi during the fair, right? The elf immediately smiled proudly. Oh, you remember? That's right. She placed one hand on her chest. When I heard you were teaching cooking, I volunteered right away. Then her eyes sparkled greedily. Your sauce was truly excellent. I still can't forget that day's sales. Her smile widened even further. It was the highest sales since opening. Kang Hyun stared at her blankly. So great meant the profits, not the sauce. Kan Pung coughed awkwardly and looked away. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun glanced toward the ingredient. These ingredients are very different from what you usually use. Are you okay with that? Since you mostly cook vegetarian dishes. Kan Pung waved her hand casually. It's fine. I've never really hated eating meat. I'm already thinking about selling this in my shop. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes. Your expression doesn't match your words. Nearby, another chef nervously raised her hand. Since representatives from all three races had gathered together, introductions naturally began. The elf vendor curiously asked, Do you run a business too? The beastwoman chef immediately shook her head in panic. And no? This time, Heyman carefully looked toward Kang Hyun with emotional eyes. This feels like the day I first learned cooking from my master. Her ears twitched slightly. I got scolded a lot while learning recipes. It's nostalgic. Then she smiled faintly. That's when I got hooked on cooking. Kang Hyun awkwardly scratched his cheek. Back then, your skills were just too disastrous. Disastrous, Heyman muttered. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Kang Hyun laughed and waved his hand. Here, everyone is a veteran chef, so there's nothing to point out. A moment later. You're slow, surely it's not because you find it gross? You're a chef. Thomas froze while struggling to remove the whelk meat from the shell. No, I just... At that speed, you'll finish prepping when you have grandchildren. Thomas's face stiffened. Kang Hyun crossed his arms seriously. This won't do. We'll have to keep going until you get used to it. Sealji, bring 100 more. Wait a second. Thomas nearly jumped from his seat. Nearby, Noah laughed loudly. Finding these shells disgusting? Human chefs are still inexperienced. You have to do these things quickly, Heyman added while rapidly cleaning shells beside him. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun raised a bowl containing boiled whelk meat. Right now, I boiled them for cooking purposes, but if you're eating them as a cold dish, steaming them is also delicious. He placed the plate down in front of everyone. Everyone, try some. The chefs carefully picked up pieces of whelk meat. Crunch. Their eyes widened simultaneously. The texture is fun to chew. I've never had a texture like this before. It even gets sweeter the more you chew. Thomas suddenly leaned forward with excitement. It would taste even better grilled in butter. Kang Hyun immediately nodded. Oh, that would be delicious too. Kan Pung instantly says, No. You have to fry this. It'd be perfect as a drinking snack. Kang Hyun nodded again. That would be good too. Thomas frowned. Everything tastes similar when fried. Isn't a dish that brings out the original flavor the best? Kan Pung smirked confidently. Wouldn't it be too plain just grilled in butter? You could make it much tastier. The two chefs immediately began glaring at each other competitively. Meanwhile, Heyman quietly poked her fingers. I can't think of anything, but these innards are actually quite good. The argument between Thomas and Kan Pung grew louder. Finally, Kang Hyun clapped loudly. Everyone, stop arguing. The two chefs froze. We're going to do all of them anyway. Huh. Kang Hyun grinned. Cooking isn't about deciding one method is superior. Different dishes have different charms. Soon, the cooking competition-like lesson officially began. Thomas stepped forward first. Mix butter with garlic, onion, salt, pepper, and parsley. He carefully mixed the ingredients before stuffing the cleaned whelk meat back into the shells. Like this? He asked nervously. Good, Kang Hyun replied with approval. Thomas sealed the openings with fragrant garlic butter. Bake in the oven until the surface turns golden brown. The rich buttery smell quickly spread through the camp. Finally, Thomas proudly lifted the tray. Welk escargot complete. Randolph and Rice Cake sat proudly at the judge's table. Randolph immediately took a bite. The juiciness and butter aroma are wonderful. Rice Cake excitedly howled beside him. Whoa! Randolph pointed dramatically at the dish. This would pair well with wine. Thomas grinned proudly while secretly glancing toward Kenpung. However, the elf chef simply smiled calmly before beginning her own preparation. Cut the whelk into bite-sized pieces and season with salt and pepper. Her hands moved rapidly. Make a thick batter with starch, egg white and oil, then coat the whelk. Amelia blinked in surprise. This is easy. Kenpung smirked confidently. Fry once until golden, then fry again quickly at high heat. Oil crackled loudly. Then she prepared the sauce. Add oil to a pan, then sauté minced garlic, green onion, and chili to create a spicy aroma. She poured several ingredients together smoothly. Then reduce soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and mushroom broth instead of oyster sauce. Kang Hyun nodded approvingly. It's hard to get seafood ingredients here. Smart substitution. Finally, Kenpung tossed the crispy whelks into the sauce. Kenpung-style whelk complete. Amelia and Noah immediately became the next judges. Amelia's eyes widened after the first bite. The spicy and tangy sauce is delicious. Noah loudly nodded. The texture is great, crispy outside, chewy inside. It's really delicious. Kenpung proudly laughed. Ho, fried food is the best. Then she glanced smugly toward Thomas. Hasn't the winner already been decided? Thomas narrowed his eyes. If you're that confident, why don't you try it? Alright. Let's swap and taste each other's. The two exchanged plates. A few seconds later, Thomas's eyes widened. What is this, such an intense and addictive fried dish? Meanwhile, Kenpung covered her mouth in shock. My goodness, the flavor is incredible, it suits the fairy's taste perfectly. Thomas proudly crossed his arms while eating the escargot again. It's rich and smooth, it just slides down, says Amelia. Nearby, Heyman shyly pushed forward a steaming bowl. This would be perfect to eat comfortably after drinking, says Randolph. Was it called whelk porridge? I like it. Soon, laughter filled the entire camp. They're all delicious. I can't rank them. Ha ha ha. Thomas awkwardly scratched his cheek. That's true, Kenpung smiled calmly. Instead of ranking them because they're different, we should have just admitted they're all good. Then she looked toward Thomas. I was being too immature. Thomas smiled awkwardly. This dish, called escargot, was really delicious too. Kenpung laughed softly. Your dish was good too. Soon, everyone gathered around Heyman's porridge together. So that, whelk porridge. What does that taste like? There's more here. I want to try some too. Then suddenly, thunk. Another dish appeared on the table. Everyone blinked. Huh? What's this? Kang Hyun casually sat down with a mysterious smile. I happened to have the ingredients, so I made this too. Steam rose from a large bowl of noodles mixed with bright red sauce. It's called whelk somian, and in the place I'm from, it's actually a very famous whelk dish. Everyone immediately took bites. The entire table froze. What is this? This addictive spicy sour-sweet taste. This makes the alcohol go down so easily. It's spicy, but delicious. Kenpung's eyes sparkled intensely. Can you teach me the recipe for this dish too? I definitely want to sell this. Kang Hyun awkwardly laughed. This dish uses ingredients that are hard to get here, so, teach me. Kenpung looked ready to grab his sleeve desperately. Kang Hyun sighed. Then let me think for a moment if there are substitute ingredients. Nearby, Thomas wiped sweat from his forehead while continuing to eat. It's spicy. How do you even come up with sauce combinations like this? As the night deepened, dishes covered the entire lakeside table. Randolph smiled warmly at everyone. Alright, there's plenty of food, so let's all sit down and eat together. And raise our glasses too. Randolph immediately lifted a bottle. Good idea. We should at least drink a celebratory toast for the successful recipe sharing, says Amelia. Then Noah suddenly stood up dramatically and raised his cup high. Then this will be our toast. He pointed toward the snowy forest. To our neutral forest. Then toward Kanghyun. And to Kanghyun, who protected the peace of the three races. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses together. Kanghyun immediately waved his hands in embarrassment. At least toast to the peace of the forest. Randolph burst into laughter. It's not wrong. If Kanghyun is here, the forest's peace is protected. What are you talking about? Laughter echoed throughout the snowy mountains long into the night. Meanwhile, back in the Beastkin village, Cassandra happily drank a spoonful of the newly recreated whelk broth. Kaya haha. This broth is absolutely amazing. Solving the forest's headache like this, that's so like Kanghyun. Ha ha ha. Reports from the human kingdom and elf villages had already begun spreading rapidly. The rumors have already started spreading among humans, Noah reported. The fairies seem quite satisfied too. Cassandra smirked proudly while resting her chin on one hand. Honestly, can this forest even function without Kanghyun now? Nearby, Mona eagerly tasted the broth. Is it good? Mua. Delicious. Cassandra laughed loudly again. Lord Roventus was already worrying about creating a territorial specialty. Then she leaned back proudly. Well, we should ask Kanghyun, our mediator and inspector. A mischievous grin spread across her face. When is Kanghyun coming next? Ha ha ha. Later, Kanghyun arrived in Seoul for some personal business. Towering buildings, crowded streets, flashing signs, and the endless sound of traffic instantly reminded him how long it had been since he last visited the city. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Me? I'm in Seoul right now. Came for work for a day, Kanghyun said while holding the phone to his ear. On the other side, his mother immediately sounded relieved. Oh my, that's perfect. Since you're there, check if Seon is doing well. Kanghyun sighed while adjusting the strap on his bag. Come on, I'm sure she's doing fine. No need to see her in person. Don't say that. Mom can't go to Korea herself. Then since I'm here, I'll drop by and see her. The call ended with a soft beep. Kanghyun stared at his phone for a moment before muttering helplessly, seriously? Mom worries too much. Seon's already a full-grown adult. Beside him, Tori barked loudly while rice cake squeaked from inside Kanghyun's side bag. Kanghyun laughed faintly. I only answered the call and suddenly got assigned a mission, right? Oh whoa. Rice cake poked her tiny head out while Kanghyun smiled. It's been a while since I've been to Seoul, so let's look around slowly. Tori wagged his tail excitedly while rice cake squeaked again as if agreeing. Meanwhile, back in the snowy village, several children stood in front of Kanghyun's restaurant with disappointed expressions. The sign hanging outside clearly read, "Closed today." Sangwoo collapsed dramatically. I was going to go sledding with Uncle Kanghyun. Back in Seoul, Kanghyun first headed toward his former workplace. The restaurant was busy preparing to open another branch, and his old boss had desperately asked him to come help adjust a few recipes. The moment Kanghyun entered the kitchen, the atmosphere noticeably changed. He then washes his hands. As expected, with Kanghyun keeping things steady, the kitchen feels lively, the restaurant owner said proudly while watching from afar. The staff seem much more focused too. I'm glad I asked you to come taste everything in person. Kanghyun stood at the counter while tasting one of the dishes. Two staff chefs stood beside him nervously with notebooks in hand. Let's cut the scallops a bit thicker, Kanghyun said calmly after one bite. The texture is lacking. The chefs immediately nodded and wrote everything down. Some crushed pistachios on top might be nice too. One chef's eyes widened. Oh! Kanghyun tasted another sauce before frowning slightly. Using siki in the main dish gives it character, but it's a bit too sweet. He reached for a lime and grated a small amount into the sauce. I'll add a bit of lime zest. The aroma instantly changed. The two chefs stared at him with amazement. Could I also see the cooking process? Kanghyun asked. Yes. The staff hurried to make space for him. One of the younger chefs secretly glanced toward Kanghyun while whispering under his breath, to see Chef Lee Kanghyun this close. Even with small changes, the quality improved so much. He really is amazing. Meanwhile, Kanghyun quietly observed the open kitchen around him. It's been a while since I've seen an open kitchen like this, he murmured. His eyes drifted toward one of the younger chefs nervously plating food nearby. The first restaurant I worked at had this exact layout. The memories slowly resurfaced in his mind. Back then, he had been unbelievably nervous. His hands used to shake constantly, and he made mistake after mistake while senior chefs scolded him endlessly. Nearby, the young chef is mixing something. Hup! Kang Hyun stared at him for a moment before smiling faintly to himself. Was I like that too? The young chef stiffened awkwardly. Super nervous, Kang Hyun chuckled. Yeah. Everyone has a first time. A while later, after the adjustments were finished, the owner grabbed Kang Hyun's hands excitedly. Thanks for today, Kang Hyun. You saved me. It's just work, Kang Hyun replied calmly. The owner looked him up and down before laughing. You've gotten more agile since I last saw you. I've been working out a bit. Anyway, thanks to you, the opening prep is perfect, the owner continued excitedly. Everyone has plenty of practical experience, but they lack this kind of delicate touch. Kang Hyun glanced back. This makes your third store already, right? You must be busy. Of course. Even 10 bodies wouldn't be enough, the owner declared proudly. Then his eyes began sparkling with ambition. But you know my dream. The best path is always the hardest. Because it's difficult, it's that much more valuable and impressive. Kang Hyun silently stared at him. The owner suddenly leaned closer. Kang Hyun, if you ever get interested, you can always come back. Well then, I have something to attend to, so I'll get going, Kang Hyun interrupted immediately. The owner shouted after him dramatically as Kang Hyun walked away. If you want to join my grand dream, be sure to tell me. I'll wait forever. Outside the restaurant, Kang Hyun sighed deeply while Tori barked beside him. Kids, you're hungry, right? Woof! Squeak! Kang Hyun laughed helplessly while scratching Tori behind the ears. That passion is admirable, but also a bit overwhelming. Just then, a car suddenly stopped beside him. The window rolled down. Lee Kang Hyun? Kang Hyun blinked before recognizing the familiar face. Yo! Jim leaned against the steering wheel while narrowing his eyes. You contacted me first and then didn't even answer your phone? Sorry. I couldn't hear the ringtone well. Kang Hyun climbed into the passenger seat while Tori and Rice Cake settled in comfortably. As Jim started driving, he glanced sideways at Kang Hyun. So, you're going to see your sibling? Since when were you two so close? Kang Hyun smirked lazily. More like I'm a good son, Jim laughed. Then Kang Hyun suddenly asked, You met Sian before, right? Yeah, Jim replied casually. Back then, she said she wanted to become a pâtissier or something. Kang Hyun looked out the window quietly. Time flies. She really became a pâtissier. A faint look of pride appeared in his eyes. Jim suddenly burst out laughing. Remember when she used to yell at me? Appa, choose your friends more carefully. Kang Hyun snorted. Well, it's impressive. Getting into a 5-star hotel isn't easy. Jim glanced toward him again. Did you tell her you were coming? No, huh. Stuff like this should be a surprise. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel. The moment Kang Hyun stepped out with Tori and Rice Cake, one of the staff members approached awkwardly. Sorry, pets aren't allowed inside. Kang Hyun crouched down apologetically. Sorry guys, Tori whined sadly while Rice Cake squeaked in disappointment. After arranging for them to stay outside temporarily, Kang Hyun and Jim entered the restaurant together. Jim immediately looked uncomfortable. Oh, it's my first time here. The restaurant was elegant and quiet. Large crystal lights reflected softly across the polished floor, while guests quietly enjoyed expensive desserts and tea. Kang Hyun sat near the transparent glass window overlooking the pastry kitchen. His eyes slowly scanned the chefs working inside. Do you see Sian? Jim whispered. I don't see her. Is she working inside? Jim awkwardly adjusted his posture. Kang Hyun. I came without thinking much too, Is this really the kind of place we should be in? 2 guys having afternoon tea isn't exactly normal, is it? Kang Hyun calmly took a sip of tea. Just deal with it. Soon, desserts were placed in front of them. Jim blinked in surprise. Well, it tastes good. Your sibling got into a nice place. As long as it's tasty, right? Kang Hyun carefully examined the desserts one by one. This hotel is famous for its desserts, Jim explained. Their celebration cakes sell really well, too. Oh? I want to try one. Kang Hyun tasted another dessert carefully. The cream cheese and cucumber combo is refreshing. He slowly studied the layers. Each tray has different flavors and textures. Another bite. Even people who don't like desserts could enjoy this. Jim watched him quietly while Kang Hyun continued analyzing the dishes like a professional chef. Not sure if Seon made this though. He lifted the teacup again. The tea aroma is nice too. Then, Kang Hyun's eyes suddenly stopped moving. There she is. Jim immediately turned toward the kitchen window. Oh, she's working hard. Inside the pastry kitchen, Seon hurriedly moved between stations while following her senior chef's instructions. Despite the pressure, her hands continued moving quickly as she decorated cakes and plated desserts with complete focus. Kang Hyun quietly smiled while watching her. For a moment, he remembered the younger version of her who used to loudly announce that she would become the greatest pâtissier one day. Now she was really here, working in a 5-star hotel, trying desperately to survive in a professional kitchen. A faint sense of pride settled in Kang Hyun's chest. Later, after finishing their desserts, Kang Hyun quietly left the restaurant together with Jim. Back inside the car, Kang Hyun held a neatly packaged cake on his lap. Jim looked confused. He's really just going to leave without saying hi? Kang Hyun leaned back quietly. It's fine. Talking to her when she's busy would make it harder. Huh. She just started working there. If family suddenly shows up, she'll lose focus. Jim stared at him for a moment before sighing. Then why did we even come? Kang Hyun simply looked out the car window silently. After a while, Jim started the engine. So? Going back home now? Want me to take you to the station? Kang Hyun shook his head slowly. No, he glanced toward the busy Seoul streets outside. Could you take me somewhere else? Kang Hyun stood in front of Jim's refrigerator with the door wide open. There's nothing in the fridge, Kang Hyun muttered. I thought there might be something usable. Jim snorted in disbelief. Wow, anyone would think this is your house, he said. You're moving around like you already memorized where everything is. Without even looking back, Kang Hyun asked calmly, Where's the soy sauce? Jim scratched his cheek awkwardly. I thought you'd have it, so I didn't buy any. Kang Hyun slowly turned his head and stared at him blankly. Jim immediately grinned and raised both hands defensively. Fine, fine. I'll go get it. A while later, Kang Hyun calmly began preparing ingredients. The sound of chopping vegetables filled the kitchen. Jim suddenly leaned forward, excitedly. I want jambalaya. Kang Hyun didn't even pause. Why jambalaya? He replied flatly. Just buy some. Come on, Jim groaned dramatically. I thought you were taking me grocery shopping because you were going to cook a huge meal at my place. I never said I'd cook for you. Jim clicked his tongue in disbelief, while watching Kang Hyun skillfully move around the kitchen. You're using someone else's kitchen and still complaining. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun ignored him completely and continued cooking with smooth, practiced movements. Jim immediately grabbed some japchae and took a huge bite. Hey, this japchae is good, he said with his mouth still half full. Make some for me too before you leave. Kang Hyun instantly refused again. No, instead of answering, Kang Hyun calmly opened several food containers and began neatly packing portions of the dishes he had cooked. Jim watched him for a moment before realizing who the food was actually for. Your siblings living alone for the first time, right? Yeah, Kang Hyun answered quietly while packing the bulgogi carefully. She lived with our parents until now. Jim leaned back in his chair and smirked. Then this is the most exciting part. Kang Hyun raised an eyebrow. Perfect time to do whatever you want without worrying, Jim continued. Escaping your mom's nagging and finally getting freedom. At that, Kang Hyun let out a faint scoff while sealing another container shut. She overlooked one thing. Kang Hyun smirked slightly. Mom isn't in Korea right now, he said calmly, but this big brother is still nearby. Later that evening, inside a crowded city bus in Seoul, Seon nearly fell asleep while leaning against the window. The exhausting warmth inside the bus mixed dangerously with her fatigue after another brutal day at the hotel kitchen. Her head kept nodding lower and lower until suddenly her eyes snapped open. Sir. I'll get off here. The bus doors opened just in time. Seon hurried out clumsily and sighed in relief the moment her feet touched the cold pavement. Phew, nice my body clock, she mumbled tiredly. I almost missed it, She slowly dragged herself down the familiar street toward her apartment building. But halfway there, her exhausted face suddenly stiffened. Ah! I forgot to stop by the lunchbox shop. A long sigh escaped her lips. I'm sick of delivering food. Her shoulders slumped as she continued walking through the cold night air. I want home-cooked food. By the time she finally reached her apartment floor, she was barely awake anymore. But then, sitting right in front of her door was Rice Cake, staring at her eagerly. Cian blinked in confusion. Rice Cake. Before she could react further, a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside the wall. Hey! My neck almost broke waiting for you. Hurry up. Cian froze. Her eyes slowly widened as she turned her head. What? Standing there casually in suspiciously dark clothes with his hands in his pockets was Kang Hyun. OPPA? She nearly jumped backward in shock. What is that look? I mean, why are you here? Kang Hyun looked completely relaxed. I came to Seoul for work, he answered casually. Mom told me to check if you were still alive. But what's with that appearance? Cian pointed at him nervously. Sorry, could you step back a bit? Internally, panic exploded inside her mind. I'm scared people will find out he's my brother. Kang Hyun instantly noticed her reaction and smirked mischievously. Exactly the reaction I wanted. Cian's eyes widened further. But don't worry, Kang Hyun continued calmly. I already introduced myself. What? He casually pointed downstairs. Hello, I'm Cian's older brother, he repeated proudly. Cian's soul nearly left her body. You must be crazy. Everyone entering the building knows already. Ah. How am I supposed to go outside now? Enough, sis, Kang Hyun said while nudging her toward the door. It's cold. Let's go inside. No. Not while you're dressed like that. Beside them, Rice Cake barked loudly while Tori squeaked as if agreeing with Kang Hyun. See. Kang Hyun said smugly. Rice Cake says it's cold too. Cian groaned in despair before finally opening the door. The moment they stepped inside the apartment, Kang Hyun immediately began inspecting everything with sharp eyes. Does the heating work properly here? He asked. Do you get enough sunlight? Then his gaze slowly shifted toward the kitchen sink. Several empty delivery containers were piled up everywhere. Kang Hyun's expression darkened instantly. You, he said slowly. Didn't I tell you to cook for yourself if you live alone? Cian immediately became defensive. Stop copying Mom. What is wrong with you, seriously? Geez, you didn't even clean inside, Kang Hyun muttered while picking up containers. Is this a house or a pigsty? At that point, Cian pointed angrily toward the door. Should I just kick you out and keep Rice Cake only? I'm coming in, Cian says. It's my house too. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun had already rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning the kitchen naturally, as if he lived there himself. Cian collapsed onto a chair tiredly. Did you eat? She asked. If not, we can order together. Want anything? Kang Hyun stared at her in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Wash your hands and sit down, he ordered calmly. Why would you order food? Cian blinked in confusion before reluctantly going to change clothes. A few minutes later, she returned while drying her hair lazily, and froze completely. Whoa! The dining table was filled with food. Rolled omelette, japchae, bulgogi, fresh rice, warm soup. Steam still rose gently from the dishes. Cian's eyes immediately began sparkling. Rolled omelette. I really wanted omelette. Oh, japchae too? She practically ran toward the table. Living alone means even vegetables become rare, she muttered emotionally before grabbing the bulgogi immediately. But bulgogi is still the best. Then she suddenly looked up at Kang Hyun in disbelief. You made all this? Kang Hyun shrugged casually. Special service to celebrate your first time living alone. He pointed toward the refrigerator. I portioned extra dishes inside too, so heat them later and eat properly. Cian stared silently for a second before immediately stuffing food into her mouth. Kang Hyun watched her eating speed and burst out laughing. Hey, he said. Have you been starving for days? Don't they feed you at the hotel? Cian chewed furiously before glaring at him. They feed me really well, she protested. This is just, her voice slowly softened. Because it's warm. For a moment, her chopsticks paused slightly. I haven't had freshly cooked rice in a long time. Kang Hyun's expression softened quietly. All right, he said. I won't steal any, so eat a lot. For a while, only the sound of dishes and chopsticks filled the apartment. Then Kang Hyun casually asked, How's work lately? At that question, Seon's movements immediately slowed. Like any field, she muttered tiredly. But this place is brutal for newbies. Kang Hyun quietly listened. At first you only do menial tasks, she continued. It's completely different from what I imagined. Isn't it hard? Seon immediately slammed her chopsticks down dramatically. Yeah, she shouted. It's so hard. Kang Hyun chuckled softly while she continued ranting. I already hate mornings, and they put me on morning shifts so I can't even open my eyes. She pointed accusingly at the ceiling. And because it's winter, there are endless banquets and events. I go in early and leave late every single day. Kang Hyun nodded sympathetically. Last time I miscounted stock and got really scolded by a senior chef. And right now I'm removing thousands of strawberry stems every day. She stretched her sore legs miserably. My legs hurt from standing all day, there's endless dishwashing, endless cleaning, seriously, I'm dying. Kang Hyun quietly nodded again. Honestly, relatable. But then suddenly, Seon slammed her fist onto the table dramatically. But, her eyes burned fiercely. Do you think I can't handle even this? Kang Hyun blinked slightly. Hard is hard, she declared loudly. You have to survive this stage to reach the next chapter. She pointed proudly at herself. I'm just starting. If I quit now, I'll never reach the highlight. Then she grinned confidently. Just wait. I'll endure everything and become even more successful than you. For a moment, Kang Hyun quietly stared at her. Then a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. Your grit really hasn't changed. Seon snorted proudly before continuing to eat. A little later, after most of the dishes were emptied, her expression softened again. Still, she muttered quietly, thanks for the side dishes. Kang Hyun smirked. Is this the friendship of rivals? Wouldn't sibling affection be more accurate? Seon shot back immediately. At that, Kang Hyun suddenly reached behind him dramatically. This loving brother, he announced proudly, prepared one more thing. Seon blinked. What? Tada! Kang Hyun slowly revealed a neatly packaged cake box. A cake to celebrate your fresh start. Seon leaned closer curiously. Then her entire expression froze. Wait. She abruptly stood up from her seat. That's our hotel's cake. Kang Hyun innocently tilted his head. Oh? Is it? Don't tell me you came to my workplace? Instead of answering, Kang Hyun calmly cut a slice. Beside him, Rice Cake barked while Tori squeaked excitedly. You're eating too, right? Kang Hyun asked them casually. Did you come or not? Seon shouted. Answer me. Kang Hyun ignored the question completely while examining the cake carefully. Oh my, he murmured dramatically. Whoever sliced these strawberries did such a neat job. Seon's face instantly turned red. OPPA. The next morning, Kang Hyun was still buried deep under sleep when the loud vibration of his phone shattered the silence of the apartment. Ugh, half asleep, he blindly reached across the bedside table before finally grabbing the phone. Hello, Seon mumbled groggily. Who is it interrupting my sweet day off? A familiar laugh came from the other side. Oh, Hyung Yunseop. Kang Hyun immediately frowned against the pillow. Oh, it's that guy. Then he paused. No, ignore what I just muttered. Jim burst out laughing through the phone. You just woke up? The sun's already high in the sky. Kang Hyun rubbed his eyes tiredly before sitting up slowly. I was drinking with this lad last night. Without me? Jim complained dramatically. That's harsh. Sorry. Jim immediately cut him off. If you're really sorry, then we're hanging out today. Kang Hyun narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Just come out when I call later, Jim said confidently. And leave the dogs behind. There's nowhere we can take them. At those words, Kang Hyun glanced toward the living room. Rice Cake was sleeping peacefully, both of them wrapped in blankets after staying up late talking the previous night. But I haven't shown them around Seoul yet, Kang Hyun muttered quietly. A few hours later, after reluctantly getting dressed, Kang Hyun crouched in front of Rice Cake and scratched behind the wolf's ears. Sorry guys, he said quietly. I made plans today. Rice Cake let out a soft whining sound while wagging his tail slowly. Kang Hyun sighed. I wanted to show you Soul myself. Before he could finish apologizing, Sian suddenly jumped up excitedly from the couch. Don't worry, she shouted brightly. I'll treat Rice Cake to a full-course Soul tour. Rice Cake barked in response. Kang Hyun stared at the scene for a moment before sighing in defeat. Well, she likes dogs, so it should be fine. Though internally, he quietly corrected himself. Technically not a dog. A little later, Kang Hyun arrived downtown after Jim dragged him into a large theater building. The moment he looked up at the massive movie posters outside, his expression immediately turned suspicious. A person who only watches OTT platforms suddenly wants to go to a theater? Jim smirked proudly while walking ahead. This is my first drama premiere. Why is Ms. Senna here? Senna blinked before laughing softly. This feels like déjà vu. Kang Hyun turned toward Jim with disbelief. Wait, a premiere? You could have told me earlier. He looked down at his casual clothes in horror. I would have dressed up at least. Jim stared at him blankly. You didn't. I didn't. Senna burst into laughter at his panicked reaction before casually brushing her hair behind her ear. By the way, she said proudly, I'm the lead. Kang Hyun froze. What? I should have at least bought flowers. It's fine, Senna replied warmly. I heard you were in Seoul, so I called you last minute. Then her voice softened slightly. I really wanted to show it to you, Kang Hyun. For a brief moment, Kang Hyun looked genuinely caught off guard. Ah. As the lights dimmed and the screen lit up, Kang Hyun slowly leaned back into his seat. Then his eyes widened slightly. So this is the drama. It was the exact project Senna had mentioned before. Soon, Senna's character appeared on screen. Contestant number 160. The scene showed her standing nervously on stage beneath bright audition lights. A judge asked, You're singing a reply song instead of the original? Any reason for the choice? On screen, Senna smiled softly. Ah yes. I want to sing this song for the people who support me. Then she began singing. Kang Hyun's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She was really singing. Not lip-syncing. Not edited. Actually singing. And somehow, the emotional warmth in her voice filled the entire theater. Beside him, Jim smirked quietly while watching Kang Hyun's reaction. After the screening ended, the three of them gathered at a high-end restaurant to celebrate. Cheers! Glasses clinked together as Senna smiled brightly across the table. The hospital said there's nothing to worry about anymore, she announced proudly. In short, I'm cured. Jim immediately applauded dramatically. Oh, Senna laughed before turning toward Kang Hyun. The fruit syrup you gave me helped a lot too, she said gratefully. After drinking it, my throat got much better. Kang Hyun awkwardly cleared his throat. It's all thanks to your hard work, ahem. Anyway, Senna continued brightly. The premiere reactions were amazing. I'm in a great mood today. So tonight's on me. Jim immediately raised his hand. Then can I order some premium traditional liquor? You really never miss an opportunity, huh? While they laughed, Kang Hyun quietly nodded toward Senna. But seriously, he admitted, the song was really good. And the drama was fun too. Especially the final audition passing scene. I didn't expect the judge to suddenly turn into a zombie. That scared me, Senna admitted while laughing. Jim burst out laughing. It was even crazier when Senna smashed the zombie's head with a guitar. Right? Senna grinned proudly. In the next episode, they form a band and fight an entire zombie army. Jim blinked. When does it air? Then he pointed casually. I'll definitely watch it. Senna's eyes sparkled immediately. At that moment, Kang Hyun's phone vibrated. He glanced down. I came to the dog park with Rice Cake. Another message immediately arrived. But all the dogs avoid us. Kang Hyun stared silently at the screen. Because he's a wolf, he muttered under his breath. Another message popped up instantly. You're causing trouble. Come out. Kang Hyun sighed deeply. Meanwhile, a restaurant employee carefully placed another dish in front of him. Mr. Kang Hyun, Senna said politely, this is your first time here, right? Huh? Ah yes. Then please try this quickly. I'm sure you'll like it. Kang Hyun tilted his head slightly. Is this some famous restaurant? The moment he took a bite, his entire expression changed. What is this beef tartare? He immediately shot up from his seat. Wait, I want to talk to the chef. Jim nearly burst out laughing. I want to meet them, Kang Hyun insisted seriously. Senna pointed her fork toward him. You do realize this celebration is for my recovery and the drama, right? I can feel serious skill in this dish, Kang Hyun said intensely. I should greet the chef before leaving. Even while sitting back down, he looked visibly restless. Hee, Senna laughed mischievously. Curious who made it? You'll be shocked when you meet them, Jim added with a grin. Kang Hyun slowly frowned. What? You both know them too? Then he lowered his head slightly and began muttering to himself while analyzing the food like a professional critic. Who could it be? Someone capable of this level of Korean-based fusion cuisine. He took another bite slowly. The gochujang oil pairs perfectly with the pear puree. Another bite. And this yolk, a makgeolli sabayon? Jim suddenly burst out laughing. Pfft, Senna covered her mouth while giggling. For a second, she admitted softly, I felt like I went back to the past. Kang Hyun looked up in confusion. Huh. Senna smiled nostalgically while watching him obsess over the dish. That expression, she murmured quietly, is exactly the same as when we first met. Her eyes slowly drifted away as memories resurfaced. Back then, her songs had just started climbing the music charts. Oh! Past Senna stared excitedly at her phone inside the car. The chart ranking went up another spot. Jim nearly shouted beside her. What? It's climbing like unstoppable momentum. At this rate, it might hit number 1. Senna laughed brightly while hugging her phone. I told you. This song had a really good vibe. Then she dramatically flipped her hair. No matter how I think about it, I feel like I'm at my peak lately, Jim groaned. Here we go again. My songs are doing well, my looks are blooming, Senna continued shamelessly. Jim says, even the CEO was super excited about the recent reactions. So they told me to feed you something delicious to boost morale. Really? Senna asked. I haven't eaten anything tasty in forever because of dieting. Then she looked out the window suspiciously. Wait, where are we going? Jim smirked confidently. Just look forward to it. We're going to eat something amazing. A little later, the car stopped in front of an elegant fine dining restaurant. Senna's eyes widened instantly. Huh? This place? You know it? Jim asked. Of course I do, she exclaimed. This is that insanely hard to reserve fine dining place. Then her expression suddenly changed. Wait. She pointed at the sign. It says they're closed today. Jim casually waved his hand. It's all arranged, so just come in. Huh? Arranged. By now, Senna was starving enough to follow without questioning further. As they entered the quiet restaurant, Jim called out loudly. Hey, star chef! Inside the kitchen, a man slowly turned around with visible irritation. Wow, Senna whispered unconsciously. Standing there beneath the kitchen lights was Kang Hyun. Much younger than now. Wearing a chef uniform. Sharp eyes filled with annoyance as he stared at Jim. I told you not to call me that, he said flatly. Then he pointed a knife toward Jim without hesitation. Senna mumbles, it's Chef Kang Hyun Lee. Back then, when Senna visited Kang Hyun's restaurant for the very first time together with Jim, the entire atmosphere had already felt strange from the moment they entered the place. Senna blinked in surprise while watching Jim casually lean against the counter. He loudly asked Kang Hyun if he was handling everything alone and questioned where the staff members were. From inside the kitchen, an annoyed voice answered immediately. Kang Hyun coldly replied that of course he was working alone and asked whether Jim seriously thought he would call his employees in on their day off. The sharp tone made Senna glance toward the kitchen entrance. The moment she saw him properly, her eyes widened slightly. He really was Chef Kang Hyun Lee. Even in person, he carried the same sharp and distant aura people constantly talked about online. Senna quietly stared between the two men in disbelief. So Jim actually knew Chef Kang Hyun personally. It was such an unexpected connection. Completely ignoring Kang Hyun's obvious irritation, Jim grinned and casually walked farther inside. Kang Hyun flatly warned him that there were not many menu options available. Jim shamelessly replied that he still absolutely needed to eat tiramisu. Kang Hyun's eyebrow twitched slightly. Without caring at all, Jim casually introduced Senna and explained that she was the singer he managed. Caught off guard, Senna quickly bowed politely and introduced herself. Despite the awkward atmosphere, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She honestly blurted out that Kang Hyun looked even more handsome in person. She added that she was a huge fan of Chef Kang Hyun and that these days, he seemed even more popular than celebrities. Kang Hyun stared at her silently for a moment before replying in a completely emotionless voice by asking whether they had come there to eat. Senna awkwardly muttered an embarrassed apology. The atmosphere instantly became uncomfortable again. Kang Hyun coldly pointed toward the table without even properly looking at her. He informed them that they were already late for their reservation time and told them to take their seat. Senna's eye twitched in irritation. She was just about to explode when Jim quickly grabbed her arm and hurriedly told her to hold herself back. Senna clenched her fists while staring at Kang Hyun's back as he turned around and walked straight into the kitchen again without saying another word. In her mind, she screamed that he was even worse in person than he was on television. Meanwhile, Jim awkwardly scratched his cheek and apologized. He jokingly muttered that Kang Hyun was currently going through puberty. Senna slowly turned toward him in disbelief and sarcastically remarked that apparently it was a blessing when puberty happened on time. Jim then quietly admitted that Kang Hyun was actually holding himself back a lot right now. Senna stared at him blankly and demanded to know what she had possibly done to make him restrain himself when all she had done was compliment him. Jim sighed while sitting down. He explained that once she talked with Kang Hyun more, she would understand. According to him, Kang Hyun was simply a complete cooking maniac. Senna stubbornly crossed her arms and asked what that had to do with anything. Jim merely smirked and told her that she would eventually see for herself. At first, Senna fully intended to remain annoyed. However, as the minutes slowly passed, her attention gradually drifted toward the open kitchen. Kang Hyun stood silently beneath the bright kitchen lights while carefully preparing ingredients with calm and precise movements. Earlier, his eyes had been filled with irritation and exhaustion, yet now all of those emotions had disappeared completely. While cooking, he looked peaceful, focused, almost happy. The contrast caught Senna completely off guard. She unwillingly admitted to herself that he actually looked kind of cool whenever he stayed quiet and focused on cooking. The rhythmic sounds of chopping, sizzling oil, and clinking dishes quietly filled the restaurant. Every movement Kang Hyun made appeared smooth and practiced, like someone entirely absorbed within his own world. Still, Senna quickly shook those thoughts away internally and reminded herself that the taste of the food was what truly mattered. Finally, the first dish arrived. The moment Senna took a bite, her entire expression froze. Jim immediately looked alarmed and asked what was wrong. Slowly covering her mouth, Senna whispered in disbelief that it was unbelievably delicious. Her eyes widened as she admitted that the food seriously melted inside her mouth. Jim burst out laughing and jokingly asked whether that was really the expression of someone enjoying food. Senna completely ignored him and immediately took another bite. Inside her mind, she wondered how someone could only lack personality when he seemed so perfect in every other way. The complicated look on her face made Jim laugh even harder. He teased her by saying that expression looked more like pity than admiration and told her to simply enjoy the food normally. Not long afterward, the sound of footsteps approached their table again. Kang Hyun personally placed another dish in front of them. Calmly, he explained that it was batarga pasta made using mullet roe from Oro di Sardegna, also known as the Gold of Sardinia. Unlike earlier, his expression subtly changed. There was now unmistakable excitement shining within his eyes. Kang Hyun continued explaining that Oro di Sardegna translated to Gold of Sardinia and was used to describe the island's most precious ingredients, especially batarga. After stepping back slightly, he quietly told them to enjoy the meal. Senna slowly twirled the pasta around her fork before taking a careful bite. The moment the flavor spread across her tongue, her eyes widened once again. Her expression gradually turned serious. She quietly murmured that the flavor was not simply salty. She explained that she could taste the concentrated essence of the sea itself. After another bite, she whispered in amazement that the nutty umami flavor felt like art. Her eyes widened even further as she remarked on how perfectly balanced the dish was. Suddenly she paused. Carefully analyzing the flavor, she explained that dishes like this often ended up tasting like oily and salty noodles with a fishy aftertaste when they were not prepared properly. After taking another bite, she added that this version felt incredibly clean and delicious, almost like a collection of meticulous calculations. Senna narrowed her eyes thoughtfully while trying to identify the ingredient cutting through the richness. After a brief pause, she guessed that it might possibly be wasabi. Suddenly, a voice beside her quietly asked whether she could really tell. Senna flinched violently in shock and wondered when he had even approached the table. Without either of them noticing, Kang Hyun had silently walked over and was now standing right beside them. For the first time since they met, he actually looked genuinely interested in talking. Enthusiastically, Kang Hyun explained that he had lightly drizzled wasabi oil over the pasta to finish the dish. His eyes shone brightly as he continued explaining that the oil cut through the greasiness and made the batarga's umami flavor stand out even more. Now that he had started discussing food, he showed absolutely no signs of stopping. Kang Hyun continued by explaining that people usually used lemon zest or herbs very precisely to remove the fishy taste. Leaning slightly closer to the table, he passionately added that he personally wanted more variation, something sharper and more detailed that could create a stronger kick through acidity. Senna stared at him blankly. This was practically a completely different person from the cold and distant man earlier. Kang Hyun awkwardly cleared his throat and tried to calm himself down. He quietly muttered that if she had enjoyed the dish, he happened to be developing a new menu item and asked whether she would like to try it before dessert. Even Senna herself did not understand why she answered with such awkward hesitation while thanking him. However, Kang Hyun immediately looked pleased. Without wasting another second, he quickly turned around and hurried back into the kitchen. Senna remained frozen while staring after him. In disbelief, she whispered to herself, asking what exactly had just happened and who that person even was. Jim laughed loudly and reminded her that he had already warned her. Kang Hyun really was just a complete cooking maniac. Whenever he cooked, his eyes genuinely sparkled with excitement. Back in the present, Senna unconsciously smiled while remembering those old memories. Across the table, Kang Hyun immediately noticed her expression and asked what was wrong while still talking with Jim. Senna quickly shook her head and replied that it was nothing. But inwardly, she quietly admitted to herself that he truly had not changed at all. A little later, after completely destroying the table full of food, Kang Hyun leaned heavily back in his chair while holding his stomach. Happily groaning, he admitted that the meal had been amazing. Then, without any shame, he confessed that he had become too curious and ended up ordering almost every single dish on the menu. Finally, he declared that he was completely full. As the group prepared to leave, Kang Hyun's eyes drifted toward the kitchen entrance once again. Quietly, he asked whether the kitchen was located that way. Jim stared at him in disbelief and remarked that Kang Hyun really was obsessed with kitchens. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind them and asked whether Kang Hyun had been looking for him. Kang Hyun immediately turned around. His eyes widened in surprise. Standing there was the famous chef critic himself, Hwang Dae-gil, calmly smiling at them. Warmly, Hwang greeted him and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. He added that it was even nicer seeing Kang Hyun again in Seoul. Kang Hyun blinked rapidly before looking around the restaurant once more. Slowly, he realized what was happening and muttered in disbelief that the restaurant actually belonged to Hwang Dae-gil himself. Hwang proudly confirmed that it was indeed his restaurant and asked whether Kang Hyun was surprised. Gesturing around the interior, he explained that it was a fusion Korean restaurant that had only recently opened. Kang Hyun silently stared at him. Meanwhile, Hwang's expression gradually became more serious. Quietly, he admitted that ever since that particular day, he had been thinking deeply about many things. Kang Hyun remembered the conversation they once shared. Back then, he had told Hwang that everything he had built would not collapse and that perhaps he should enjoy the opportunity to build something entirely new once again. Hwang smiled faintly and explained that, in the end, he had decided to follow the path his own heart desired. He firmly declared that if there was an even higher level he could still reach as a chef, then he intended to continue challenging himself until the very end. At the same time, he clarified that this did not mean he would abandon the Korean cuisine he had originally pursued. Kang Hyun quietly listened to him. Even though Hwang had much to lose, he still was not afraid of continuing to challenge himself. Finally, Hwang smiled and asked how Kang Hyun had found his cooking. Without any hesitation, Kang Hyun immediately admitted that the food had been truly excellent. His eyes shone with honest admiration as he confessed that the dishes were so impressive that he could hardly believe they had been created by a traditional Korean chef. Hwang burst into bright laughter and happily remarked that such praise was extremely high praise indeed. Then his expression softened gently. He admitted that if those words were coming from Kang Hyun, then he could truly trust them. Slightly bowing his head, Hwang thanked him sincerely and explained that thanks to Kang Hyun, he now felt capable of moving forward without hesitation. After a brief pause, Hwang suddenly remembered something else he wanted to mention. Kang Hyun looked up curiously. Hwang explained that although he knew Kang Hyun was not particularly interested in appearing on television, the program producer had still asked him to at least bring up the topic. Kang Hyun quietly asked what it was about. Hwang calmly folded his arms and asked whether Kang Hyun knew that he hosted a gourmet travel program. Kang Hyun nodded and replied that he had seen the show once before. Hwang explained that the program was approaching its second anniversary and that they were preparing a special episode. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he wondered whether Hwang was talking about inviting a guest. Hwang smiled and carefully asked whether they could possibly film at Kang Hyun's restaurant. Kang Hyun completely froze. In disbelief, he repeated the words to himself and questioned whether Hwang truly meant his restaurant. Far away from Seoul, inside the quiet village, the children stood silently in front of Kang Hyun's closed restaurant. Their small faces looked disappointed while staring at the locked door. One child sadly muttered that uncle was not there again today. Another child quietly counted on their fingers and wondered how many nights they would still need to sleep before he finally returned. Meanwhile, not too far away, Seon happily walked through the streets together with rice cake. Excitedly, she asked whether they should visit the pet food expo next. Poor souls. Seon happily walked beside Kang Hyun along the road leading to the station. She kept her hands clasped together as she proudly said that there was probably no other little sister as angelic as her who would personally walk someone all the way to the station. Puffing out her chest dramatically, she declared that Kang Hyun must have saved an entire country in his past life to deserve someone like her. Then she proudly pointed at herself and told him that he should feel grateful for having such a wonderful sister. Not long after that, Seon finally revealed the real reason behind her kindness. She casually suggested that Kang Hyun should leave Seolji behind with her. Kang Hyun immediately narrowed his eyes and pointed out that this had been her true goal from the start. Seon quickly argued that Seolji probably liked her more than Kang Hyun anyway. While happily rubbing the puppy's face, she boasted about how much time she had spent playing with him recently. However, at that exact moment, Rice Cake looked completely exhausted. Even Tori, who stood nearby, seemed relieved at the thought of finally escaping from Seon's endless attention. Kang Hyun stared at the scene with a blank expression and commented that things definitely did not look that way at all. Seon puffed her cheeks out in disappointment before dramatically saying that it could not be helped. She then asked if she should bring Seolji with her again next time. Kang Hyun looked at her in disbelief and remarked that she really seemed desperate. Although Seon clicked her tongue in annoyance, she eventually gave up trying to steal the puppy away. After a short silence, her expression softened slightly, and she quietly thanked Kang Hyun for the side dishes he had prepared for her. Kang Hyun simply nodded and calmly told her to take care of herself. Seon responded by telling him to do the same. Soon, the train doors closed with a sharp sound. As the train slowly began moving away from the station, Kang Hyun leaned quietly against his seat and stared out the window at the village scenery gradually disappearing into the distance. His thoughts naturally drifted toward the upcoming broadcast. He recalled that they had ultimately decided to film together with Mr. Hwang Dae-gil. Since the proposal had originally come from the teacher, Kang Hyun briefly wondered whether he should prepare some kind of special dish specifically for the broadcast. Still, after thinking about it for a while, he simply closed his eyes and relaxed against the seat, deciding that there was still plenty of time left before he needed to worry about it. Before long, the scene shifted back to the spirit world. The peaceful forest remained as lively as ever. Rice Cake and Tori sat together on a large tree branch while, below them, a muscular rabbit proudly carried a shiny apple toward an overweight female bunny. The female bunny happily accepted the apple and immediately began eating it, causing the muscular rabbit's eyes to sparkle with pride and excitement. A strangely affectionate atmosphere filled the area. Then suddenly, thunk! A carrot violently struck the tree right beside them. The muscular rabbit froze in shock before slowly turning around. Standing there was a slim black rabbit with another flower confidently held in his mouth. The black rabbit coolly hopped forward before elegantly offering the flower to the female bunny. Her eyes immediately widened with admiration. At once, the muscular rabbit's expression twisted with hostility. The competition had officially begun. High above them, Rice Cake quietly watched the ridiculous rabbit love triangle unfold without saying a word. Not too far away from all the chaos, Kang Hyun continued training with Randolph. The sounds of rapid movement repeatedly echoed through the forest. Suddenly, Randolph sharply turned his head and asked what that sound had been. Almost immediately afterward, he grinned widely and praised the spirit for never missing an opponent's opening. Kang Hyun lowered his stance slightly while catching his breath. Even though Randolph's attack had completely failed, the older warrior still looked extremely satisfied. Randolph admitted that the move had not worked at all, but he proudly declared that Kang Hyun's growth was still tremendous. He then asked whether Kang Hyun could feel the improvement himself. Kang Hyun flexed his sore fingers slightly before nodding. He admitted that whipping meringue definitely required less effort these days compared to before. Even so, a faint tingling sensation still lingered throughout his arms from the intense training. Randolph awkwardly scratched his chin and admitted that using meringue as a standard for measuring strength was a bit difficult to understand. Then, suddenly clapping his hands together, Randolph suggested ending the lesson there for the day before asking if Kang Hyun had time available. Kang Hyun blinked in confusion and asked why. Randolph explained that the Lord truly wanted to meet him because of how much he had helped the territory during the Welk incident. Smiling lightly, he asked whether Kang Hyun would like to go together with him today. Kang Hyun immediately agreed happily. He then glanced toward the distant village with curiosity and commented that it had been quite a long time since he had last visited the village. A short while later, the two finally arrived near the village gates. The moment Kang Hyun stepped inside, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere felt completely different from usual. Colorful decorations hung between the buildings, villagers busily carried supplies through the streets, and cheerful laughter echoed all around them. Kang Hyun curiously looked around before commenting that the village atmosphere felt unusually lively. He then asked Randolph whether some kind of festival was taking place. Randolph smiled and explained that Kang Hyun probably would not know because Winter Grandfather's Day would soon arrive. Confused, Kang Hyun repeated the unfamiliar name, asking what Winter Grandfather meant. Randolph explained that it was an old story passed down for generations about an old man dressed entirely in blue clothes. According to the legend, the old man gave presents to good children. The moment Kang Hyun heard that explanation, his eyes widened immediately. He blurted out that it sounded exactly like Santa Claus, only with a different color scheme. Then he tilted his head and asked whether Winter Grandfather secretly left presents beside sleeping children's beds. Randolph looked horrified at the idea. He questioned why anyone would go through the trouble of secretly delivering something for free and then deeply frowned before calling that behavior trespassing. Kang Hyun stared at him blankly. Randolph proudly continued explaining that, instead, children had to personally find the hidden Winter Grandfather somewhere in the village in order to receive a present. At that exact moment, a nearby child suddenly screamed that Winter Grandfather had been discovered. Another group of children immediately pointed excitedly and shouted that they had found him. An old man dressed entirely in blue panicked and immediately tried to run away while children chased him through the street. Watching the chaotic scene, Kang Hyun burst into laughter and commented that the event sounded surprisingly thrilling. Randolph calmly nodded and explained that the holiday was basically meant to wrap up the year. More quietly, he added that people should simply think of it as a day spent gathering together with people they felt grateful toward while sharing a meal. Kang Hyun unconsciously repeated the phrase, people he was grateful for, to himself. Then Randolph casually added that Thomas prepared incredible dishes every year for Winter Grandfather's Day. The moment Kang Hyun heard that, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement as he realized there were special foods associated with the celebration. Before long, they finally arrived at the Lord's residence. The doors opened. Lord Reventus greeted them with an unusually bright smile and warmly commented that it had been a long time since he had last seen Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun blinked in surprise before cautiously remarking that Reventus seemed to be in a much better mood than usual. Reventus laughed warmly and explained that he had gained a great deal thanks to Kang Hyun. His expression soon became sincere as he admitted that he truly wanted to meet Kang Hyun personally in order to thank him. Kang Hyun awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and modestly insisted that he had only shared a recipe. Reventus immediately replied that the recipe alone had helped tremendously. Gesturing toward the bustling city outside the window, Reventus explained that every tavern in the territory was now selling dishes such as whelk soup and whelk somian. He proudly added that the food had even become famous in other territories as a brand new delicacy, attracting visitors who traveled specifically to try it. Because of that, the entire territory had become far more lively. Then Reventus's expression turned serious as he declared that Kang Hyun's achievement was truly remarkable. He further explained that Kang Hyun had made it possible for the three races to cooperate together to solve the crisis. Looking directly at him, Reventus asked whether Kang Hyun understood the significance of that accomplishment. Kang Hyun looked genuinely stunned and admitted that he had never thought about things that deeply before. Reventus soon smiled once more and declared that he had received a tremendous favor. He then generously told Kang Hyun to request absolutely anything he wanted because he would gladly grant it. However, Kang Hyun quickly shook his head and insisted that Reventus's gratitude alone was already enough. Reventus immediately laughed knowingly and said that he had expected such an answer. Randolph nodded beside him in agreement. Still, Reventus explained that Kang Hyun also needed to consider the Lord's position. If someone who had contributed so greatly to developing the territory received no reward at all, Reventus felt it would make him appear petty and ungrateful. Kang Hyun paused thoughtfully before finally understanding that refusing everything entirely might actually damage the Lord's dignity. Then suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. Reventus leaned forward curiously and encouraged him to speak freely, even suggesting possibilities such as gold or jewels. But Kang Hyun immediately shook his head. Instead, he requested that everyone gather together and share a meal on Winter Grandfather's Day. Reventus blinked in surprise and repeated the words, all together. Kang Hyun enthusiastically nodded and clarified that he meant everyone, including the fairies and beast folk as well. Smiling lightly, he explained that since the holiday was meant for sharing meals with people one felt grateful toward, he thought it would be wonderful to eat together with everyone who had helped him since arriving there. Then, exactly as expected, Kang Hyun's chef instincts immediately took over. He excitedly began asking what kind of meat people normally used for Winter Grandfather's Day dishes. He wondered whether the meat was cooked directly over fire or prepared inside an oven. His excitement only continued growing as he rambled about how he had heard Thomas was extremely skilled at preparing the dish. Since Thomas seemed like an expert when it came to meat, Kang Hyun wanted to know what kinds of spices and seasonings he used. Randolph burst into laughter and admitted that Thomas truly was exceptional at making that particular dish. Nearby attendants quietly giggled while Kang Hyun passionately continued talking about cooking. Reventus watched the scene warmly before asking Randolph whether the other races celebrated Winter Grandfather's Day as well. After thinking briefly, Randolph replied that it was such a well-known legend that the other races probably all knew about it too. Finally, Reventus firmly declared that he would arrange a large meal gathering for everyone. Kang Hyun's eyes widened immediately with excitement. He happily responded that the idea sounded wonderful and admitted that he was already looking forward to it greatly. Reventus chuckled softly before admitting that it had also been a long time since he himself had properly celebrated Winter Grandfather's Day. Then he quietly looked toward the lively village outside the window and commented that, for some reason, he felt this year's celebration was going to become an especially enjoyable and memorable occasion. In the large open meeting grounds at the center of the territory shared by the three races, preparations are already in full swing. Long tables are arranged beneath colorful winter decorations. People from the human territory move busily between the tables, carrying dishes, chairs, and barrels of drink. At the center of everything stand Lord Reventus, Randolph, and several attendants. Everything is ready. Then the sound of footsteps echoes from the entrance. Thet. Reventus turns toward the entrance and smiles, saying that they have arrived. A group of guests enters the gathering grounds. The representatives of the three races have truly come. Cassandra looks around the beautifully decorated venue and admits with surprise that it is far grander than she had expected. The elf elder glances toward Reventus and thanks him for the invitation, adding that the view is very pleasant. Reventus chuckles and replies that since they are distinguished guests, proper preparations have been necessary. Nearby, several attendants nervously look around. Kong speaks in amazement, saying that seeing everyone gathered together like this feels completely new. He adds that he is looking forward to the day. Cassandra awkwardly scratches her cheek and explains that although she trusts Kanghyun, everything has happened so suddenly that she has been confused. She then wonders if this is truly nothing more than a normal meal. Reventus looks toward the group of fairy elders and admits that he has not expected even the High Elder of the Fairies to personally attend. He adds that it is a pity because such a gathering would have made an excellent negotiation table. The High Elder simply adjusts his robe. Without saying a single word, his presence alone seems to place pressure on everyone around him. Haman swallows nervously and remarks that she feels overwhelmed by their presence even without them speaking. Amelia looks around the gathering and observes that everyone is smiling, yet they continue watching one another carefully. She wonders if it is still difficult for the three races to simply sit together and enjoy a meal. For a brief moment, an awkward silence settles over the gathering. No one seems sure how to begin. Then Kanghyun suddenly raises a hand. He hesitantly suggests that perhaps they should introduce themselves. Everyone immediately turns to look at him. Kanghyun freezes. A moment later, he awkwardly steps forward and says that since there are quite a few people meeting for the first time, he should probably handle the introductions again. Scratching his cheek, he adds that he has been the one who suggested the gathering in the first place. The silence only becomes heavier. Kanghyun's smile stiffens. He thinks that everyone must be staying quiet because the situation feels awkward. Despite his nervousness, he forces a bright smile and tells himself that this is probably the first time all of them have gathered together, so he needs to do his best to help everyone get along. Looking toward the fairy delegation, he explains to the elder that everyone there is meeting him for the first time. He then points toward the large beastfolk leader and begins introducing Cassandra as the chief of the beastfolk. Before he can continue, however, a dignified voice interrupts him. The speaker introduces himself as Jovant Dorman Reventus. Everyone turns. Lord Reventus has personally stepped forward. The Lord smiles warmly and states that he is attending the gathering as Kanghyun's friend. A brief silence follows. Then Reventus raises his glass and expresses his hope that, at least for that day, everyone can focus only on food and enjoyment. Cassandra's expression softens as she says that she likes the sound of that. She then laughs loudly and remarks that it is usually the responsibility of the older generation to lighten the mood so that the younger people can relax and enjoy themselves. Reventus immediately claps and agrees. He suggests that they begin by bringing out the drink. The atmosphere instantly becomes lighter. Soon, conversations begin forming throughout the gathering grounds. Haman nervously approaches a fairy child and politely greets her. She says that it is nice to meet her and asks for her name. The child blinks in confusion. After a moment, she introduces herself as Aura. Nearby, Randolph chats with Noah and Amelia, explaining that his wife has gone to visit her family that day. Amelia smiles and comments that the little girl is adorable and appears to be around Mona's age. Elsewhere, the fairy chef enthusiastically approaches Thomas and asks whether his whelk dishes have been doing well. Thomas proudly replies that they have, adding that they have become his best-selling dishes recently. Before long, laughter spreads throughout the gathering. Crunch, crunch, ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. The priest, who has expected the event to end in disaster, looks completely dumbfounded. He curses inwardly and thinks that he has been certain something would happen. He cannot understand why everyone is getting along so well. Not everyone seems pleased. He crosses his arms and thinks with annoyance that they will see how long the cheerful conversations last. As Rice Cake passes by, he glances at the priest and smirks. The priest immediately points toward him and loudly complains that this is exactly why he cannot stand White Wolf. At that moment, a loud fluttering sound interrupts everyone. Flap, flap. People turn toward the central platform. Lord Ruventus has stepped forward. He announces that the gathering is being held to celebrate Winter Grandfather's Day. Gesturing toward Kanghyun, he explains that the feast has been prepared by both of them together. Looking toward the guests from the other races, he adds that the holiday might be unfamiliar to them. Mona tilts her head in confusion. Cassandra smiles and remarks that she probably does not know the story of Winter Grandfather. She reminds her that she always falls asleep whenever they try to tell old tales. Mona rubs her chin thoughtfully. Trying to explain, she says that, as simply as possible, it is an old story about hunting an old man dressed in blue clothes and obtaining treasure. Silence follows. No one speaks. Noah stares at her and questions whether that is really the story. Cassandra coughs awkwardly and admits that it is roughly correct. Meanwhile, Mona begins imagining herself catching Winter Grandfather and receiving delicious meat as a reward. The gathering erupts into laughter. At that moment, attendants begin bringing out the first dishes. They politely ask everyone to accept the meat being served. A gentle hum of interest spreads through the crowd. Soon everyone's attention shifts toward the kitchen area. Ruventus turns toward the head chef and calls for Thomas. Thomas immediately straightens up and answers. With dramatic flair, he gestures toward an enormous covered pot and proudly announces that it contains the special dish. The lid is lifted. Steam bursts upward. Thomas reveals that it is the dish traditionally eaten together on Winter Grandfather's Day. The crowd leans forward. The dish is porcha. A rich aroma immediately spreads throughout the gathering grounds. Kanghyun's eyes sparkle as he exclaims that this must be the famous dish Thomas is known for preparing exceptionally well. Thomas awkwardly clears his throat and modestly replies that the statement is not entirely incorrect. His chest swells with pride. He explains that porcha is prepared slightly differently in every household. While braising chicken in wine is common everywhere, he has perfected the ingredients and sauce combinations. Kanghyun immediately moves closer. After examining it, he comments that the use of wine and the appearance remind him of France's cocoa vin. After carefully tasting a spoonful, he observes that the wine seems different, making the dish lighter and fresher than cocoa vin. He takes another spoonful. His eyes widen. He notes that instead of being oily and heavy, the dish emphasizes a clean acidity. Quickly taking another bite, he adds that the meat melts pleasantly in the mouth. It is tender and incredibly enjoyable. Randolph's daughter, sitting on his shoulder while eating, simply reminds him not to spill it. Amelia mumbles an acknowledgement. Nom nom. She continues eating while happily remarking that this is what people eat on Winter Grandfather's Day. Ruventus laughs and encourages everyone to help themselves, reminding them that there is plenty of food. But before everyone can begin eating, a powerful voice interrupts. The speaker tells everyone to wait. Everyone turns. Cassandra steps forward carrying an enormous object over her shoulder. She declares that although they have accepted the invitation, they have no intention of quietly sitting back and receiving hospitality without contributing. She drops the massive object onto a table. The entire platform shakes. Aura gasps and asks what it is. Grinning proudly, Cassandra explains that it is the tail of a king drake from the scaled mountain range. She announces that they will offer it as well. The beastfolk behind her cheer. Cassandra explains that beastfolk often eat such food during special occasions. The High Elder laughs softly. Raising a hand, he says that in that case they cannot remain idle either. Fairy attendants immediately step forward carrying baskets filled with rare ingredients glowing with mana. The Elder explains that they also possess excellent chefs and ingredients, inviting everyone to enjoy them as well. Ruventus laughs helplessly and comments that they are troublesome guests. Then he glances suspiciously toward Kanghyun and asks whether he has secretly prepared something too. Kanghyun quickly looks away. Ruventus sighs. He says that it is fine because a meal prepared together carries its own special meaning. Soon the gathering transforms into a massive collaborative feast. People encourage one another to cut as much as they like. Others praise the delicious flavors. Some express fascination at the unique ingredient. Others recommend trying different sauces. Laughter and conversation fill every corner of the gathering grounds. Mona is happily eating a piece of meat when Rice Cake suddenly steals it. The two immediately begin chasing each other around. Watching everything unfold, Kanghyun smiles with satisfaction. Nearby, the priest wears an evil smile and remarks that it seems everyone has come well prepared. Thomas, meanwhile, continues serving food. He hands another portion to Mona. Mua. Seeing her happiness, he feels deeply satisfied. Then he proudly looks around and notices something. The porcha is already gone. Thomas freezes. His eyes widen. He excitedly calls to his lord and points out that all of the porcha has been eaten. He proudly declares that he has done it. Puffing out his chest, he clears his throat and announces that it is probably time to begin refilling the dishes. Confidently, he walks toward the serving table. Then he suddenly stops. His expression changes. Someone calls out to him and asks if something is wrong. Thomas slowly looks downward. Confused, he asks what has happened. The giant serving trays are completely empty. Every single one. Not even a scrap remains. The polished metal bottoms reflect the light. Empty. Completely empty. Thomas stares in shock and realizes that there is no food left at all. For several seconds, Thomas simply stares. Nearby, Kong notices his expression and hurries over. He asks what is wrong with Mr. Thomas. Thomas slowly points at the trays with a trembling finger and says that it is gone. Then he suddenly grabs his head and shouts that the porcha they have prepared is gone. He cries out in disbelief, wondering what on earth has happened and insisting that he brought plenty. Kong immediately looks around and wonders if Rice Cake has eaten it. However, Rice Cake is still in the back, happily eating from a completely different bowl. Kong shakes his head and says that Rice Cake is still eating in the back. Frowning, he wonders if someone has accidentally brought the wrong pot. Nearby, the priest covers his mouth and quietly laughs. His shoulders tremble with amusement. Switching the pots before coming takes much more effort than he expects. Takes them quite a while to notice. The priest smirks as he watches the confusion spread. He thinks that after boasting about treating everyone, there is now not enough food. While leisurely sipping his drink, he believes that this should ruin the entire meal. Just then, Haman notices the commotion and approaches. She asks if something is wrong. Kong lowers his head and explains that they seem to be short on porcha. Haman glances at the enormous king drake tail her people bring and remarks that they also bring meat, so it should not be a problem. However, the beastfolk chief suddenly pauses. Her eyes widen as she notices how much it has decreased. The elf elder looks toward her and points out that she has eaten most of it. Cassandra awkwardly coughs and admits that he is right. Thomas clenches his fists and says that he should have checked one more time before arriving. His shoulders slump as he blames himself for making such a mistake at an important gathering of the three races. For a moment, guilt fills his face. Then Kong Hyun steps forward and says that, thankfully, most of the ingredients can be found in the forest. Thomas looks at him. Kong Hyun explains that for the few missing spices, he can use his own supplies. He checks his inventory and adds that at least there is plenty of wine. Thomas looks up. Kong Hyun smiles and says that, as for the meat, he will try making it in a style he is familiar with since he at least knows the taste. Then he extends his hand and suggests that they make it together. Thomas blinks. Kong Hyun grins and says that if it is not enough, they can simply make more. Immediately, Haman agrees. She says that if everyone works together, it will be done in no time. The fairy chef nods excitedly and declares that with 4 chefs, even 100 servings are easy. Noah raises his hand and says that they will help as well. He reminds everyone that they do not come just to be treated. Randolph glances toward Noah and smirks. He jokes that Noah's friend seems to want to eat more of Kang Hyun's cooking. The mood immediately brightens. Thomas straightens his posture. Amelia asks where they should start and whether they should gather ingredients first. Randolph raises a hand and admits that he is terrible at cooking, so he will simply follow instructions. Kong immediately suggests dividing the roles. Slipping back into chef mode, he points toward Noah and Randolph and instructs them to catch some leap beasts. If possible, they should look for ones with fine-grained meat. Then he turns toward the fairies and asks them to gather the vegetables and herbs he mentions. He rapidly lists ingredient after ingredient. For leaves, he instructs them to pick the younger ones, while for root vegetables, they should choose the ones that spring back when pressed. Finally, he looks toward the other chefs and suggests that they revise the recipe together. Everyone responds enthusiastically. The gathering explodes into activity. Rustle. Soon, the forest echoes with movement. Meanwhile, a large leap-beast bird bursts through the bushes with a loud screech. Several hunters freeze. Then Randolph's eyes sharpen. He declares that the bird is the biggest one. He steps forward. Noah immediately moves beside him and insists that he spots it first. Randolph replies that whoever catches it first will own it. Noah agrees. Moments later, the unfortunate creature collapses. Noah proudly crosses his arms and claims that he lands the finishing blow. Randolph snorts and argues that he deals the most effective hit. Noah counters that he is still the one who catches it. Nearby, Rice Cake suddenly leaps forward. Whoosh! The white wolf grabs the bird and trots away. Then he turns and gives them an extremely smug look. Noah stares. Randolph stares. Rice Cake's tail wags triumphantly. Noah remarks that bigger does not always mean more useful. He adds that the bird is probably too tough to eat and that Gangian will not like it either. The two of them immediately begin criticizing the bird. In response, Ricecake angrily barks and howls. Elsewhere, Amelia gathers herbs and spices with her spirit bird, Sona. She thanks Sona for the help. The fairy gathering team is also working hard. Amelia asks Aura how things are going. Aura looks up from her basket and replies that they are making progress. Then she suddenly notices someone. A small human child is standing among the fairies. It is Randolph's daughter. The little girl stares at Aura with sparkling eyes. Aura blinks and wonders why a human child is there. Another fairy guesses that she probably follows them. They admit that human children are still unfamiliar to them and nervously confess that they do not know what to do. Meanwhile, Randolph's daughter is completely fascinated. She stares around in amazement as the wind moves unexpectedly and the water reacts strangely. Everything seems magical to her. Her eyes sparkle with wonder. Aura quietly whispers that those are spirits and guesses that the girl cannot see them. Randolph's daughter suddenly points excitedly at Aura and praises her, saying that she is amazing. She excitedly calls Aura cool and declares that she is the best. Aura blinks. Then, feeling slightly embarrassed, she waves her hand. Tiny flowers suddenly bloom in midair. The little girl gasps repeatedly in amazement. Aura shyly looks away. Amelia then asks Aura what she is doing. Eventually, the meat is gathered. Kong thanks everyone. Kong Hyun looks around and remarks that everyone seems satisfied for some reason. Then he claps his hands and announces that they should get started as well. He immediately begins assigning tasks. First, he says that Miss Heyman should trim the meat. Heyman puffs out her chest and reminds everyone that she is a beastman too. Kong Hyun nods and instructs her to cut thoroughly across the grain. Pointing at the meat, he explains that leap beast meat is tough, so the muscle fibers need to be broken down as much as possible. Everyone listens carefully. He continues explaining that while pepper and fruit acids are used to remove the smell and tenderize the meat, the others should prepare the vegetables and render fat in an iron pot. Soon the cooking begins. Sizzle. Fat melt. Knives chop rhythmically. Tack, tack, tack. Thomas dramatically points and instructs everyone to sear the meat in the oil rendered from the fat. The meat hits the pot. He then instructs them to stir-fry the vegetables and pour in plenty of wine. A barrel tilt. Wine rushes into the pot. Someone lets out a loud cry. Thomas stares in shock and comments that it is such expensive wine. Kong ignores the complaint. Once the wine reduces, Tori steps forward dramatically. He explains that when the wine has reduced by about half, it is showtime. Everyone cheers. Borrowing Tori's ultimate technique, Kong Hyun controls the heat perfectly. The pot simmers furiously. Only a short time later, someone asks if everyone can smell how good it is. The rich aroma spreads across the entire gathering ground. Thomas looks conflicted. He comments that it happens so quickly. Although he is grateful, he points out that he starts preparing since the previous day. Heyman stares at Kong Hyun in awe and praises her master for recreating the dish so perfectly in such a short time. Nearby, Kong Hyun notices a familiar sight and asks Mona if she is already lining up. Heyman laughs and explains that beastfolk always line up like that when food is involved. Randolph's daughter immediately joins the line and happily announces that she wants to join too. Everyone laughs. Soon, others join as well. Some call for everyone to line up, while others suggest they should try it too. One beastfolk rubs his stomach and wonders if running around has helped digest some of the food they have already eaten. Suddenly, the fairy chef's eyes widen. A brilliant idea flashes through his mind. He declares that he wants to sell this dish. He praises its delicious taste and comments that although the meat is not as tender as the first dish, he can still chew it with just his gums. He enthusiastically repeats that it is tasty. Randolph's daughter nods vigorously. Randolph agrees and says that he wishes he can feed the dish to his wife as well. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner, the priest's face twists with anger. He curses repeatedly under his breath. His hands tremble. This is not how things are supposed to go. His eyes lock onto Kong Hyun. Filled with frustration, he glares at him. The priest can hardly believe it. Not only does the disaster fail, but everyone seems even happier than before. He cannot understand why everyone is becoming even more cheerful. At that moment, Cassandra approaches him and asks whether he is not going to join them. The priest flinches. Quickly clearing his throat, he claims that he is fine. Then he leaves the area. As the sun slowly begins to set, the elf elder looks around at the smiling faces of humans, beastfolk, and fairies sharing food together. A faint smile appears on his face. He remarks that it might be nice to gather like that from time to time. Beside him, Cassandra nods in agreement while raising her cup and says that it sounds like a good idea. And for the first time in a very long while, the three races celebrate together as friends rather than strangers. The celebration has ended long ago, and the gathering grounds are slowly becoming quiet. As everyone prepares to leave and Kanghyun is saying his final farewells, he mentions that before they depart, there is one last thing he wants to give them as well. Ruventus blinks in surprise when Kanghyun holds out a package. He asks what it is. Kanghyun smiles softly and gently pushes it toward him, explaining that it is stolen. Cassandra leans closer and sniffs the package. The sweet aroma immediately reaches her nose. Kanghyun proudly explains that stolen is a type of bread made with dried fruits or nuts soaked in rum together with various spices. He remembers the notes and instructions he learned from his sister. He adds that the fruits are usually soaked for several months to achieve the best flavor, but because they have not had enough time, he has only been able to soak them for a single day. A faint blush appears on Kanghyun's face as he admits that he has used a little younger sister privilege to make it happen. Kanghyun chuckles and explains that in the place he comes from, people slice off a piece of stolen each day while waiting for a special occasion. His voice softens as he admits that the special day has technically already arrived. Even so, he thinks it would be romantic and lovely if everyone eats a slice each day while remembering the wonderful memories they have made today. Cassandra's eyes widen with understanding. She remarks that, in that case, they probably should not eat the entire thing in a single bite. The elf elder carefully accepts the gift and comments that it is a truly meaningful present. Then he reaches into his inventory and says that he would like to offer a small gift in return. A flower appears in his hands. Inside is a beautiful blooming rose unlike any ordinary flower. The elf elder explains that the rose Kanghyun gave him before has finally bloomed. Everyone's eyes widen in surprise. He continues by saying that the flower has become so beautiful that he wants to share it with everyone, which is why he has brought it with him. For a moment, Kanghyun can only stare. The tiny seed he once handed over has grown into something truly magnificent. He quietly remarks that the seed he gave back then has grown far more than he ever expected. His voice trembles slightly. The elf elder then turns toward Kanghyun and thanks him. His smile becomes even brighter than the flower itself as he expresses his gratitude for giving him the opportunity to grow such a beautiful flower. He adds that Kanghyun has also shown him such a wonderful sight. Carefully touching one of the petals, he says that he will remember this moment for a very long time. Kanghyun smiles quietly in response. The setting sun bathes both of them in warm golden light as they stand there for a little while longer, preserving the precious memory deep within their hearts. Far away, in the beast tribe settlement, Mona rolls back and forth on her bed. She has been trying to fall asleep for quite a while, but it is impossible. She is simply too excited. The gathering, the delicious food, and all the stories she has heard keep replaying endlessly in her mind. She happily kicks her blanket while making excited noises. Then she remembers an old story her mother once told her. According to the tale, if someone hunts an old man dressed entirely in blue, treasure will fall from him. Immediately, Mona's imagination runs wild. In her mind, an old man wearing blue suddenly appears. The imaginary old man desperately claims that he has been found and begs her to take plenty of delicious meat. Mona's eyes sparkle brightly. She immediately tries to leave and begin hunting the Winter Elder. However, Cassandra catches her before she can go anywhere and firmly forces her back to bed. No matter how much Mona protests, she is made to sleep. The next morning, Mona explodes out of bed the moment she wakes up. Her eyes shine with determination. Today is the day. She is going to find the Winter Elder. The little beastkin immediately runs off at full speed. Nearby, several beastfolk watch her disappear into the distance. Cassandra lets out a sigh and comments that it looks like Mona has gone off to search for the Winter Elder. Noah asks what they should do about it. Cassandra folds her arms and replies that it is probably better to preserve at least that much childlike innocence. Then she turns toward Noah. Addressing him as the former manager, she tells him to prepare. Noah immediately straightens his posture and answers respectfully. Cassandra's expression has become completely serious. A long silence follows. Noah already understands exactly what she is asking of him. After a brief pause, he agrees. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Aura sits on a tree branch overlooking the border region. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves around her. She stares into the distance and remarks that somehow they have ended up staying there much longer than expected. Sophie floats beside her. Aura sighs and comments that they should probably head toward their next destination soon. Images from her journey flash through her mind. She remembers the scorching desert and how unbearably hot it was. She remembers the freezing icy regions and how painfully cold they were. They have experienced all kinds of places. Aura hugs herself as she recalls those harsh memories. Then her expression becomes thoughtful. She admits that she does not know why she still feels unsatisfied. They have witnessed incredible beauty and endured many hardships, yet it still feels as though she is merely treading water without making any progress. Sophie floats quietly beside her and reminds her that the journey has no fixed ending. She asks whether Aura truly needs to rush so much. Aura lowers her gaze. She explains that until she achieves enlightenment, she cannot bring the journey to an end. Her fists tighten. She confesses that she wants to be acknowledged as soon as possible and become a ranger like her older sister. Suddenly, she stands up. Declaring that this will not do, she suggests to Sophie that this time they should travel toward an extremely rugged mountain range. However, she stops speaking halfway through. A small figure has suddenly appeared below. Aura narrows her eyes and recognizes the child as a beastkin. After looking more carefully, she realizes it is Mona. Mona excitedly points toward the blue tail of an animal. She happily declares that she has found it. Before Aura can react, Mona grabs the tail. The creature immediately lets out a terrifying scream. It is a giant and extremely dangerous lizard. The monster turns and tries to attack her. At the very last moment, Aura rushes in and saves Mona. Afterward, Aura admits that the situation has startled her badly. For a moment, she genuinely thinks that Mona is about to be eaten. Mona responds with excited beastkin speech. Aura blinks in confusion. The child continues speaking enthusiastically in her native language. Aura awkwardly greets her, but Mona simply stares at her expectantly. Trying to make sense of the situation, Aura asks what she is looking for. Mona answers with more energetic beastkin sounds. Aura tilts her head and wonders if her sister might have been able to understand what the child is saying. Mona continues trying to explain. She even picks up a stone and writes something on the ground. Aura misunderstands the message and assumes Mona might be searching for a troll. She explains that if that is the case, Mona will need to cross at least 2 more mountains. Mona immediately denies it. Aura frowns and asks what exactly she is searching for if it is not a troll. Then she notices something unusual. Mona seems fascinated by anything that is blue. She stares at Aura's ribbon. She stares at Aura's clothes. She even stares at Sophie's blue glow. Aura mutters that the child really has been staring at every blue object she can find. Then her gaze lands on the blue ribbon once again. A sudden realization strikes her. The blue ribbon reminds her of the bread Kanghyun gave her for Winter Elder Day. Aura freezes. After a moment, she carefully asks whether Mona is actually looking for the Winter Elder. Mona immediately nods so hard that her ears flop up and down. Aura covers her mouth. She does not know whether she should laugh or cry. She wonders if she should tell Mona the truth or simply leave the misunderstanding alone. Meanwhile, a mischievous smile appears on Mona's face as she imagines her success. Aura looks out toward the endless forest and realizes that the day is probably going to be one long and fruitless search. Originally, she plans to simply observe from a distance until Mona eventually gives up and returns home. However, that plan immediately falls apart. Mona reaches toward a dangerous plant. Aura instantly shouts for her to stop, warning that the plant is poisonous and that she must not touch it. A moment later, Mona pokes something else. Aura immediately panics again and warns that it is releasing something acidic. She repeatedly tells Mona to watch out. Finally, Aura grabs her head in frustration and admits that she simply cannot leave the child alone while worrying this much. Elsewhere in the forest, animals flee in terror. Birds burst out of the trees and scatter into the sky. Even monsters actively avoid the area. A frightening figure slowly walks through the woods. The person wears long blue robes. A white beard covers her face. An ancient-looking staff rests in her hand. The disguise is surprisingly convincing. Hidden inside the costume, Noah lets out a sigh. His life has truly taken a strange and unexpected turn. As he walks through the forest, he repeatedly calls for Mona to come to him and hurry over. At long last, the legendary Winter Elder has finally appeared. Deep inside the forest, Aura is beginning to regret every decision that has brought her to this point. Mona runs through the thick undergrowth with endless energy, completely confident that she will find the mysterious Winter Grandpa. Aura hurries after her, pushing branches aside as she tries to keep up. Aura nervously calls out and tells Mona not to go too deep into the forest. The little beastkin does not even look back. Aura adds that Mona should be careful and not get hurt before meeting Winter Grandpa. Mona's ears twitch excitedly. Aura lets out a sigh and mutters that he does not even exist in the first place. The words escape before she can stop herself. She then suggests that it would be better if Mona returns to her village and asks the adults again. Suddenly, Mona shouts and points at something blue hidden among the bushes before charging toward it. Aura immediately chases after her and tells her to wait, adding that this is not the time for such distractions. After a long chase, they finally arrive at a beautiful place. Mona happily looks around and enjoys the scenery. They continue wandering through the trees until they reach a flower garden. There, Mona discovers a beautiful blue-colored flower and happily hands it to Aura as a gift. The two then continue through the jungle while singing cheerful songs. At the edge of a mountain range, they suddenly encounter a strange giant bug. The enormous insect immediately chases them, forcing them to run as fast as they can to escape. Later, they discover a small hole in the ground. Curious, they peek inside and find a female squirrel grooming herself. The squirrel becomes irritated when she notices them staring. Realizing they have disturbed her, Aura and Mona quickly apologize before moving on. Near a river, Mona dives into the water to look around and discovers many fish swimming beneath the surface. Then a loud scream suddenly echoes through the forest. Aura immediately rushes toward the sound and finds Mona wrestling with a blue-colored fish that has somehow ended up near a stream. The fish flops around wildly as it struggles. Aura hurriedly tells Mona that if she is not planning to eat it, then she should throw it back into the water. Afterward, Mona becomes fascinated by a blue butterfly and begins following it. The butterfly eventually leads them to another beautiful location hidden among the mountains. Once Aura finally manages to pry the fish away from Mona, she rubs her forehead in frustration. She explains that just because something is blue does not automatically make it winter grandpa. Mona tilts her head in confusion. Aura points toward the sky and tries to explain that, at the very least, they should be looking for an intelligent being capable of wearing blue clothes. A vein appears on Aura's forehead as she adds that if Mona continues searching like this, she will not find him even after 10 years. After pausing for a moment, Aura corrects herself and admits that the real problem is that they are trying to find someone who does not exist in the first place. She releases a long sigh and remarks that she should get going as well. The day is already slipping away, and she still has her own journey to continue. Yet every time she looks at Mona, she finds herself unable to leave. The little beastkin is searching with such sincerity and determination. Aura eventually sits beneath a tree and watches Mona wander around. She asks whether Mona is not tired, pointing out that she is searching aimlessly without even knowing where Winter Grandpa is. Mona enthusiastically responds. Aura admits that if she were in Mona's position, she would already be exhausted. Suddenly, something lands in Aura's lap. She blinks in surprise and wonders what the strange black object is. Mona proudly holds up another one. Aura asks if Mona is giving it to her. Mona happily nods. Looking closer, Aura sees that it is a strange food item wrapped in dark leaves. A memory immediately surfaces in her mind. She remembers the beastfolk chef she met during the gathering. Stammering slightly, Aura asks whether that beastfolk chef made this food. Mona nods enthusiastically once again. Despite herself, Aura smiles and remarks that it looks fun. She carefully examines the food and remembers Haman explaining that it is something her master recently gave her. Haman said that wrapping it this way helps keep the moisture inside. Aura continues sharing what she remembers while unwrapping the food. She thanks Mona before taking a bite and wondering if it is actually edible. Crunch. Her eyes widen in surprise. She takes another bite and realizes that the outer layer is wrapped in something crispy. Crunch. Crunch. With each bite, the flavor becomes richer. Aura admits that it is actually very good. Mona proudly puffs out her chest. Aura cannot help smiling. She explains that during her travels, she has always focused on efficiency and only carries bland, preserved food. Looking down at the snack, she remarks that perhaps she should try making food like this herself someday. For a while, silence settles over the forest. A gentle breeze moves through the trees. Aura stares into the distance. Thoughtfully, she wonders whether she has ever actually sat down like this and calmly looked around during her travels. Images flash through her mind. The deserts, the mountains, the forest, every place she has ever visited. Yet she has always been rushing. She has always focused on reaching the destination and never pays attention to the journey itself. Or remembers that Emilia also crosses the same desert. Looking up at the blue sky, another memory surfaces. She remembers her younger self telling Sophie that they are going the same way. She also remembers impatiently urging everyone to hurry because once they cross that area, they will finally be done. Back then, she is always impatient and always rushes ahead. Then she remembers her sister's words. Her sister gently explains that the journey has no fixed ending and asks whether there is really any need to rush so much. Aura quietly stares at the trees. For once, she has no answer. Suddenly, Mona cries out excitedly. The little beastkin jumps to her feet, her eyes sparkling once again. Aura immediately recognizes that expression. With a resigned smile, she asks if Mona is going to start searching again. She stands up and announces that she will come along as well. Mona immediately takes off running. Aura hurries after her and tells her that there is no need to rush so much. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a certain former manager is suffering greatly. Noah adjusts his fake white beard. His heavy blue robe drags across the ground, and a crooked wooden staff rests in his hands. His disguise as the legendary Winter Grandpa is surprisingly convincing. Unfortunately, Cassandra's preparations do not stop there. His entire body smells strongly of crushed, rotten fruit. Noah feels like crying. Then Mona appears. The little beastkin freezes in place. Her eyes become enormous. Noah straightens his posture and, using a deep voice, declares that he is Winter Grandpa. Mona immediately narrows her eyes and bluntly tells him not to lie. Noah nearly choked. Nearby, hidden behind bushes, Aura covers her face with one hand. After an awkward silence, Noah forces a smile and tells Mona that she is impressive. He says that she has successfully found him and praises her as a capable warrior. Aura stares in disbelief and shouts from her hiding place that he should at least put some effort into the disguise. She accuses him of underestimating Mona simply because she is a child. Mona sniffs the air. Then she steps back and remarks that he smells strange as well. Noah's shoulders immediately slump. Then, suddenly, Mona begins jumping around with joy because she has finally found Winter Grandpa. Watching the scene, Aura quietly mutters whether that is really enough. She wonders if that is truly sufficient to create a believable Winter Grandpa. Noah hesitates for a moment before carefully pulling out a piece of meat. Mona gasps excitedly. Noah hands it over and congratulates her on successfully finding Winter Grandpa. Mona hugs the gift tightly. The fake Winter Grandpa smiles and explains that, just this once, he will personally take her there himself. Mona cheers happily. Far away, Aura watches the scene with amusement. Her shoulders tremble slightly as she tries not to laugh. After a while, Aura finally turns away. She asks Sophie whether they should get going as well. The spirit bird tilts her head curiously. Aura looks toward the distant mountain ranges. The sun is already beginning to set. She explains that the original plan is to cross 6 mountain ranges before the end of the day. She adds that they should hurry a little. Pointing dramatically toward the horizon, Aura declares that today's journey is going to be a forced march. The spirit bird responds weakly. Aura takes a step forward. Then she stops. She glances back one final time. After a brief pause, she admits that this kind of relaxed journey is far more enjoyable than she expected. The wind gently brushes against her face. Aura looks toward the endless sky and suggests that perhaps next time they should visit the sea. She has heard that the endless horizon there is incredibly beautiful. Together, the ranger and the spirit bird begin walking once more, leaving the forest behind as the evening sunlight paints the entire world in shades of gold. The peaceful atmosphere of Kangyeon's countryside restaurant is interrupted when a filming crew arrives. Kangyeon warmly welcomes them, saying that they have finally arrived. Beside him, Tori tilts his head curiously and makes a questioning sound, while Rice-Cake also looks toward the newcomers and lets out a curious bark. The crew approaches with bright smiles and begins greeting Kangyeon, but before the man can finish speaking, Kangyeon casually greets everyone with a relaxed smile. The staff politely bow and welcome him. Hwang Daegil steps forward and politely asks Kangyeon to take care of them during the day's filming. It is the filming day for Hwang Daegil's television program, a show that travels around introducing interesting people and places. Kangyeon scratches his cheek awkwardly and admits that although he agreed to the filming, he honestly feels embarrassed because there are no customers in the restaurant and there is not even a signature menu. Looking around the quiet restaurant, he confesses that he still does not know exactly what he should show them. Hwang Daegil laughs and reminds him that he already told him to act naturally during the filming. He explains that, as they discussed beforehand, he will order carbonara and they will simply chat comfortably while eating. Another staff member quickly agrees and reminds Kangyeon that they already discussed this during their meeting. The staff member encourages him to simply let them film whatever happens naturally. Hwang Daegil notices that producer Yunha seems unusually excited and asks why she appears especially motivated that day. The woman immediately brightens and explains that she has heard many good things about working with Chef Kangyeon. Curious, Hwang Daegil asks if those stories are really that impressive. Producer Yunha enthusiastically replies that they are the best stories possible. She explains that even after being away from public attention for a long time, Kangyeon still remains one of the most talked about figures. Another producer, Kim Yunha, nods vigorously and agrees. She says there are many amazing stories about him, and then dramatically bows, thanking him for accepting their casting request. Inside her mind, she is already imagining headlines about Kangyeon's countryside life, and believes the program will be a huge success. Hwang Dae-gil looks suspiciously at their excitement and wonders just how great those stories really are. Clapping his hands together, he announces that while the crew sets up their equipment, they will first film the village and conduct some interviews. Kangyeon's expression changes immediately. He asks whether they are really planning to film the village as well. Dae-gil confirms that they are and asks if there is any problem. Kangyeon hesitates before saying that there is not really a problem, but it would be better if they avoid going near the village hall. As he rubs the back of his neck, he seems uncomfortable explaining further. Unfortunately, his warning only makes the producers and Hwang Dae-gil even more curious. The crew immediately heads toward the village. Near the village hall, they discover a huge banner praising Kangyeon. Someone immediately orders the camera crew to film it, and another staff member quickly agrees. Watching from a distance, Kangyeon lets out a deep sigh and mutters that this is exactly why he asked them not to go there. Hwang Dae-gil lowers his head apologetically and quietly apologizes to Kangyeon. Soon, cameras are rolling throughout the village. Producer Yunha looks around curiously and remarks that Chef Kangyeon is not even originally from the village. Then she notices another enormous banner nearby and stares at it with wide eyes. She wonders aloud why there is even a banner dedicated to him. The staff exchange surprised looks. One of them comments that they expected Kangyeon to stand out in the village because of his fame. Another wonders whether the villagers treat him especially well because he is a celebrity. Spotting an elderly farmer nearby, they hurry over and politely ask if they can conduct a quick interview. The old man casually nods while carrying a basket of vegetables. Instead of answering immediately, he remarks that the spinach tastes especially good these days. Producer Yunha blinks in confusion and wonders why he suddenly brings that up. Hwang Dae-gil agrees that the vegetables certainly look fresh. The conversation gradually shifts toward Kangyeon. Hwang Dae-gil asks the village head whether he remembers when Chef Kangyeon first arrived in the village. The village head laughs and says that he remembers it clearly. Back then, he does not know that Kangyeon is famous. He explains that opening a restaurant in such a remote place seems foolish to him at first, and he simply assumes Kangyeon is a short-sighted young man. The staff laugh and point out that the villagers still treat him kindly because it is rare for a young person to move into the village. The village head agrees and jokes that thanks to Kangyeon, the village's average age actually goes down. Everyone bursts into laughter. The staff comment that the village head must help Kangyeon adapt to village life quite a lot. The village head replies that helping newcomers settle in is simply part of his responsibility as the village head. Producer Yunha points toward the giant banner and observes that Kangyeon appears to be greatly loved in the village. The village head's expression softens. He explains that such affection is not something other people can create for someone. Pointing toward Kangyeon's restaurant, he states that the young chef earns that love through his own actions. The crew continues interviewing villagers. Before they leave, the village head hands them a large bag of vegetables and tells them to take some since there is plenty available. The producers gratefully accept and thank him. Another villager's face brightens when Kangyeon's name comes up. She warmly laughs and explains that Chef Kangyeon makes dishes specifically for individual customers. She says that after eating his food, it often feels as though the meal is prepared personally for her. The camera zooms in as she speaks. Nearby, a woman holding a young child shares her own story. She explains that when the child is still in her womb, Kangyeon once makes tonkatsu because her husband requests it. The producers stare in disbelief and repeat the word tonkatsu. They find it strange because Kangyeon operates an Italian restaurant. The woman nods and explains that she later discovers that he is a famous chef and is extremely surprised. Even after learning about his fame, she says, he continues occasionally cooking meals for local villagers. Her expression becomes sincere as she explains that the villagers are truly grateful to him. Hwang Dae-gil thanks her for the interview and then thanks the little child as well. The mother smiles and encourages her daughter, Haeun, to say hello. The little girl happily waves and utters a cute greeting. Immediately, several nearby children rush toward the cameras. They excitedly explain that they know Uncle Kangyeon very well. Some shout about being on television, while others proudly claim that they are excellent at giving interviews. The staff laugh and jokingly ask whether all of them want interviews too. The children enthusiastically nod. Later, an elderly woman is asked about the restaurant's signature dish. She wonders whether the restaurant even has one. Another villager replies that Kangyeon simply makes everything. Several people agree. Nearby, Hwang Dae-gil chuckles and remarks that having too much freedom might actually make it difficult for customers to decide what to order. An elderly man crosses his arms and comments that if customers cannot decide, Kang-gyeon often chooses something for them himself. He explains that the chef is so caring that he cannot ignore people who struggle to find food they can eat. Hwang Dae-gil grins and suggests that the man must enjoy those meals. The old man looks away and pretends not to care. However, after a pause, he admits that Kang-gyeon works very hard to suit his taste. Reluctantly, he adds that the vegetable dishes are particularly good. Hearing this, Hwang Dae-gil exchanges surprised glances with the others. Everywhere the crew goes, people speak positively about Kang-gyeon. Producer Yunha stares blankly and remarks that everyone seems busy praising him. She admits that she does not expect such overwhelming admiration from the villagers. Half-jokingly, she wonders whether Kang-gyeon secretly hands out rice cakes to everyone. One staff member quietly comments that Chef Kang-gyeon seems much gentler in person than he appears on television. Dae-gil thoughtfully agrees. However, he admits that he expects something a little more raw and wonders if perhaps everyone is acting differently because cameras are present. Suddenly, a voice behind them questions whether they truly believe that is the reason. The group turns around in surprise. Before they can ask further questions, another staff member calls them back and reminds them that Chef Kang-gyeon is waiting at the restaurant. Everyone immediately agrees and heads back. At the restaurant, Tori chirps happily while Rice Cake barks. The sight of the two animals instantly melts the staff members. Several of them remark that animals are the true source of healing. Back at the restaurant, Kang-gyeon looks completely defeated. He laments that the crew ends up seeing the banner after all. Hwang Dae-gil laughs and observes that the banner seems to be what embarrasses him the most. Kang-gyeon buries his face in his hands and admits that, fortunately, they do not see the life-size cutout hidden behind the village hall. Speaking sincerely, Hwang Dae-gil remarks that the villagers clearly adore Chef Kang-gyeon. He adds that everyone they interview speaks about receiving help from him. Kang-gyeon immediately shakes his head and insists that the opposite is true. With an awkward smile, he explains that he is the one who constantly receives help from the villagers. The room becomes quieter as he continues. He admits that it is embarrassing to talk about, but he has never been very good at getting along with people or enjoying activities together with others. The crew listens carefully. Kang-gyeon explains that after moving to the village, he starts attending village feasts and spending time with children. A genuine smile appears on his face as he admits that, for the first time in his life, he has realized how enjoyable it is to be around other people. Looking out toward the village, he quietly repeats that he is the one who has been helped. After a brief pause, he confesses that one of the reasons he accepts the filming offer is because he wants to promote the village. Almost immediately, he begins waving his hands and asks them not to include that part because it is too embarrassing. The staff cannot stop smiling. One producer quietly whispers that the situation almost feels like a strange case of mutual one-sided love. Another quietly agrees and comments that Kang-gyeon definitely deserves to be loved. Meanwhile, a cameraman is completely occupied with taking pictures of rice cake and repeatedly comments on how cute the animal is. Hwang Dae-gil finally declares that it is time to try the dish that everyone has been praising. Kang-gyeon immediately stands up and asks what they would like to eat. Instead of answering directly, Hwang Dae-gil mentions that he has heard Kang-gyeon is particularly skilled at vegetable dishes. Confused, Kang-gyeon simply stares at him. With a rustling sound, Hwang Dae-gil pulls out a bundle of fresh spinach. Revealing the vegetables, he explains that he receives them from the village head and asks whether Kang-gyeon can cook something using them. At that moment, Kang-gyeon blinks in complete confusion. In disbelief, he reminds Hwang Dae-gil that he originally says he is going to order carbonara. The producers exchange awkward glances with one another. Producer Yunha quickly leans closer to Dae-gil and reminds him that they originally planned to film carbonara. Dae-gil agrees that it is true. Then a wider smile spreads across his face as he points out that someone in the village recommends Kang-hyun's wild greens dishes. Producer Yunha immediately remembers the interviews they conduct earlier. She admits that she simply cannot pass up the chance to try such a dish. Meanwhile, Kang-hyun remains frozen where he stands. He quietly mutters that if someone from the village recommends wild greens, then it might be Mrs. Park. Dae-gil nods and explains that he just wants to try the kind of food that the villagers normally eat. Producer Yunha nervously scratches her cheek and says that suddenly changing the order might catch Chef Kang-hyun off guard. Before she can finish speaking, Kang-hyun calmly ties on his apron. He says that he understands and asks them to leave it to him. The filming crew immediately relaxes. However, as Kang-hyun walks toward the kitchen, his thoughts become complicated. He thinks that he confidently says he will handle it, but the situation is not that simple. Looking down at the bundle of spinach, he thinks about what Daegil says regarding the food that villagers usually eat. Spinach is common in Italy as well. Preparing an Italian spinach dish is not difficult. However, he doubts that is what they are truly looking for. A staff member quickly approaches him and requests that he prepare 2 portions separately for filming. Kang Hyun nods and acknowledges the request. Then a thought crosses his mind. If the villagers themselves come into the restaurant and place an order, what kind of food will he serve them? A small smile appears on his face. At that moment, he knows exactly what he wants to make. The cameras follow him into the kitchen. Kang Hyun calmly explains that he will first wash the spinach thoroughly and remove the excess water. Water splashes gently as he cleans the leaves. Afterward, he separates half of the spinach. He explains that he will blend 1/2 together with minced garlic, pine nuts, Parmigiano cheese, and olive oil. The blender immediately comes to life with a loud whirring sound. Outside the kitchen entrance, Rice Cake and Tori quietly gather. They desperately want to go inside. However, because filming is currently taking place, they hesitate and remain outside while peeking through the doorway. Inside the kitchen, Kang Hyun moves with smooth and practiced motions. He announces that he will begin the next step. A pan heats over the stove as he pours olive oil into it. A sizzling sound fills the kitchen. Kang Hyun explains that minced garlic and a spoonful of doenjang should be sautéed in olive oil while taking care not to burn them. A rich and fragrant aroma immediately spreads throughout the kitchen. Several staff members unconsciously swallow. Producer Yunha's eyes widen in surprise. She does not expect doenjang to be used. Next, Kang Hyun pours fresh cream into the pan. He explains that the cream should be added and allowed to simmer gently. The sauce bubbles softly. Then he adds lightly blanched spinach along with cooked pasta noodles. As he stirs everything together, the bright green spinach blends beautifully with the creamy sauce. He lowers the heat slightly and seasons the dish with salt and pepper. Finally, he picks up a block of Grana Padano cheese. He explains that the finishing touch is freshly grated Grana Padano. Snow-like flakes of cheese fall across the pasta. Several crew members stare at the sight as if hypnotized. A short while later, Kang Hyun carries 2 completed dishes into the dining area. He thanks everyone for waiting and carefully places the dishes on the table. He then presents the spinach dishes to them. Hwang Daegil immediately leans forward with interest. His eyes widen as he realizes that Kang Hyun prepares both pizza and pasta using spinach. Kang Hyun smiles and replies that, after all, it is still an Italian restaurant. Daegil closely examines the pizza. He notices a light drizzle of honey on top and comments that it reminds him somewhat of gorgonzola pizza. He picks up a slice. Crunch. The moment he takes a bite, his eyes widen dramatically. A satisfied sound escapes him. He remarks that the fragrance of the spinach pesto is spreading throughout his mouth. Quickly taking another bite, he praises Kang Hyun for preserving the natural flavor perfectly. Then he turns his attention to the pasta. As soon as he tastes the sauce, he nearly freezes. He exclaims that it is cream pasta, yet the depth of flavor is astonishing. His eyes shoot open as he realizes the secret ingredient is doenjang. Producer Yunha immediately tastes the pasta as well. She comments that the combination of doenjang and garlic wraps around the richness of the cream beautifully. Another producer eagerly joins in and remarks that beneath the smooth and nutty sauce, the subtle sweetness of the spinach can be tasted clearly. The crew continues praising the dish. One person describes it as delicious. Another comments that it is a dish both adults and children can enjoy. Someone else praises the excellent balance of flavors. Hwang Daegil enthusiastically showers the food with compliments. Kang Hyun responds with a modest smile and says that he is glad the dishes suit their tastes. Daegil eventually sets down his fork. He points out that there are Western dishes that use spinach as well. Then, with a sharper gaze, he asks whether Kang Hyun intentionally chooses familiar ingredients. Kang Hyun nods and confirms that he does. He explains that the people in the village are not very familiar with authentic Italian cuisine. Producer Yunha tilts her head and asks why he chooses to open an Italian restaurant there if that is the case. Kang Hyun thinks quietly for a moment before answering. He explains that when a familiar taste appears within an unfamiliar dish, it lowers the barrier for people to enjoy that food. His smile softens as he adds that he simply wants everyone to enjoy his cooking without feeling intimidated by it. For a brief moment, silence fills the restaurant. Then Hwang Daegil dramatically slaps the table. He loudly declares that the village's beloved superstar truly operates on another level. Kang Hyun nearly jumps out of his seat in shock. He protests that the title is a little too much. Daegil bursts into laughter and remarks that the village head is right all along. Kang Hyun immediately accuses him of teasing him. The crew laughs even harder. Daegil warmly comments that the villagers probably like Kang Hyun because they recognize this kind of consideration in him. Quietly observing Kang Hyun, Daegil hopes that the broadcast successfully shows just how much he has changed. Suddenly, one of the staff members looks down at an empty plate and asks where the pasta goes. Everyone immediately looks. Somehow, the entire pasta dish completely disappears. People begin wondering where it goes. Before anyone can solve the mystery, the restaurant door suddenly opens. Jangwon loudly asks what is happening and why there are so many people inside. Peeking into the restaurant, he remarks that he has never seen so many customers there before. Jiwon immediately snorts and asks whether Jangwon is going blind, pointing out that a sign outside clearly states that filming is in progress. Kang Hyun greets the two of them and explains that filming is currently underway. The pair awkwardly shuffle their feet. They nervously ask whether it is inappropriate for them to come inside. Then they admit that they simply want to eat Kang Hyun's food. The filming crew chuckles. Suddenly, producer Yunha freezes. Her eyes widen as she laughs and remarks that the two regular customers look exactly like painter Gi-hun Jong and pianist Jong Hwan Lee. She jokes that they could probably appear on a celebrity lookalike special. The restaurant instantly becomes silent. The two men blink. Then Hwang Dae-gil casually states that they look like those famous figures because they actually are those people. He compliments Yunha for having a good eye. The entire filming crew explodes with shock. Producer Yunha nearly falls out of her chair. She shouts that they are filming at a famous star chef's restaurant. One staff member dramatically points at the pair and exclaims that the regular customers are legendary figures known throughout Korea. Another declares that the situation is unbelievably lucky. Producer Yunha's eyes sparkle as she excitedly points toward them. She immediately orders everyone to start filming. A confused cameraman reminds her that they are already filming. Another points out that the microphones are already recording everything. The producer practically vibrates with excitement as she shouts that she strikes gold. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos surrounding him, a cameraman approaches Kang Hyun and politely asks if he can take a photo with him as well. 1 month later, the broadcast finally airs. The village community hall is packed with excited villagers. Everyone shouts that the program is finally starting and airing. The village chief bounces excitedly in their seat and asks Haun whether she wants to watch too. Haun immediately raises both hands and excitedly announces that she has done an interview and will appear on television as well. In the middle of the crowd, Kang Hyun sits nervously. Sweat rolls down his forehead. He admits that he has never watched one of his own broadcasts live before. Then he remembers what the producers told him. They reassure him that the editing has changed and that his screen time has been reduced. Letting out a sigh of relief, he thinks that this is good news. Immediately afterward, Sangwoo grabs his sleeve and excitedly shouts that Kang Hyun should remember what he said during the interview. At that moment, the television screen lights up. Hwang Dae-gil appears and announces that today's destination is especially special. He explains that the place is run by a junior whom he cherishes greatly. Then the next title card appears. It reads that Yongpyeong Village has become a place where the entire village has become fans of the chef. Kang Hyun nearly falls out of his chair. He demands to know what is wrong with that title. The screen changes once again. A caption appears introducing handsome chef Lee Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun stares in horror and demands to know what those captions, effects, and sound effects are supposed to be. No one pays any attention to him. On the screen, Dae-gil asks the villagers how they would describe Chef Lee Kang Hyun in a single sentence. The village chief immediately launches into a grand speech, declaring that Kang Hyun is the greatest cosmic chef of all time, a master and the treasure and jewel of Yongpyeong Village who is praised by everyone. Dae-gil interrupts and politely requests that the answer be limited to just one sentence. The villagers burst into laughter. Next come the children. They enthusiastically declare that Kang Hyun cooks well, is handsome, and even plays soccer with them. Someone watching the broadcast comments that he is basically the village idol at that point. Kang Hyun buries his face in his hands. Nearby, a villager dramatically complains that after changing televisions, they can no longer record programs. Another villager replies that modern televisions now have replay features. Kang Hyun desperately shouts that the show is supposed to be a food travel program. Then the screen changes again. Painter Gi-hun Jong appears and comments that Kang Hyun cooks well and has a kind heart. Pianist Jong Hwan Lee nods and remarks that everyone else has probably already said those things. He jokingly adds that such comments are boring. The next caption appears. It announces Chef Kanghyun's unexpected charm. Jong Hwan crosses his arms and declares that Kanghyun's physique is incredible. As a gym enthusiast, he guarantees it personally. The entire hall explodes with laughter. Kang Hyun shouts Jong Hwan's name in disbelief. Meanwhile, the narrator continues mercilessly, commenting that Chef Kang Hyun indeed possesses impressively solid arms. At that moment, Kang Hyun suddenly disappears. A villager looks around in confusion and asks where the young chef has gone. Someone replies that he has just run outside. Another person sighs with disappointment and comments that things have been getting interesting. Inside the hall, the interviews continue. One villager says that Kang Hyun is like a savior to their family. Another explains that ever since he arrived, they have smiled much more often. When asked why the villagers like him so much, an elderly woman smiles warmly and replies that no one needs a reason to love family. The touching interviews continue one after another. Back at his restaurant, Kang Hyun sits crouched on a chair with his face burning bright red. He bitterly concludes that he should never have trusted the producer. Beside him, Tori chirps cheerfully. Rice Cake tilts his head in confusion. And Kang Hyun, who will never watch the second half of that broadcast for the rest of his life, has absolutely no idea what other heartwarming stories the villagers share about him afterward. After the broadcast airs, the effects are immediate. The quiet countryside restaurant that once struggles to attract even a single customer suddenly becomes one of the busiest places in the region. The restaurant doors barely have time to close before another group arrives. A waitress hurries toward a newly arrived couple and asks if they want a table for two before inviting them inside. The dining area buzzes with conversation. Every table is occupied, and a line of customers stretches outside. From inside the kitchen, orders keep coming non-stop. Someone calls out for 3 more spinach pastas. Myung's mother is helping him. Kang Hyun immediately looks up from the stove and replies that he understands and that they should prepare them right away. The kitchen staff moves frantically. Steam rises from boiling pasta. Cheese is grated without pause. Fresh dough is rolled out one batch after another. If the villagers do not take turns helping every day, Kang Hyun knows he will be completely overwhelmed. Near the counter, several customers pose for photos. Someone cheerfully calls out for everyone to say cheese. Click. Another picture is taken. Day after day, the restaurant remains packed. Every morning, every afternoon, every evening, every single seat is filled. Watching the crowds gathering in Yongpyong village, the village chief can already imagine how jealous the head of Garam village will become if he sees such a scene. Outside, a group of children spots the village chief walking through the square. They greet him loudly. The village chief smiles warmly and greets them back. He then asks whether they have come to see the young chef. The children nod enthusiastically and reply that they have. One child says that they want to go sledding with Uncle Kang Hyun. Another child lowers their head sadly and says that he is busy again that day. The village chief looks toward the crowded restaurant. There are simply too many customers. One child sighs and says that it cannot be helped. Another suggests that they should just play by themselves. A third child nods and says they should wait for Keelman and Miju. The children slowly walk away. The village chief watches them leave before turning back toward the restaurant. He quietly remarks that Kang Hyun is so busy. A proud smile appears on his face as he thinks that it is a good thing. However, his expression soon softens with concern as he wonders whether Kang Hyun is doing all right. That night, long after the final customer leaves, Kang Hyun finally collapses onto his bed. The room is dark and quiet. Rice Cake lies curled up beside him. Tori rests nearby. Kang Hyun stares at the ceiling. He remarks that it has been a long time since he has been that busy. A small laugh escapes him as he says that, compared to the days when he averages only half a customer per day, such growth almost brings him to tears. The restaurant is thriving. The village is thriving. Everything is changing. He thinks about how the village chief is happy because more young people are coming to the village. He folds his hands behind his head and reflects that he no longer needs to worry about not having enough customers. The loneliness that once follows him everywhere has also faded. He realizes that he is not nearly as stressed about dealing with people as he used to be. His gaze drifts toward the ceiling. He admits to himself that it feels wonderful to cook as much as he wants once again. Everything is going well, better than he has ever imagined. Yet, slowly, his smile fades. He repeats to himself that everything is going well. The room becomes silent. Then a single thought surfaces. He wonders if this is really what he has wanted. The question lingers. He thinks about the reason he chooses this remote village instead of returning to the city. The reason he opens a restaurant there is. Before he can finish the thought, a familiar sound interrupts him. Rice Cake lets out a soft howl and lifts its head. Tori chirps sleepily. Kang Hyun laughs. He sits up and looks at the two companions. He points out that he is the one who has been working non-stop. He gently pokes Rice Cake's forehead and asks why the two of them look even more tired than he does. Rice Cake weakly wags its tail. Tori simply flops over dramatically. Kang Hyun chuckles. He remarks that they have both been stuck on the second floor for quite a while. Looking toward the window, he says that it must have felt stuffy. Then an idea comes to him. He remembers that the next day is his day off. His smile widens as he suggests that maybe they should all go out and get some fresh air for a change. The next morning, cold winter air brushes against Kang Hyun's face as he walks through the village. Rice Cake trots happily beside him. Kang Hyun pulls his scarf tighter and comments that it is still quite cold. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts a greeting from nearby. Kang Hyun blinks in surprise. Before he can react, a group of children comes running toward him, loudly calling his name. The children instantly surround him. Kang Hyun laughs and asks what they are all doing there. Sangu excitedly explains that they are going to catch smelt fish. His eyes sparkle as he asks whether Uncle Kang Hyun wants to come with them. Before Kang Hyun can answer, Myung hurriedly interrupts and tells Sangu not to ask. Sangu looks confused before remembering something and trailing off. Kang Hyun tilts his head and asks why not. The children exchange nervous glances. Finally, one of them explains that Kang Hyun is very busy. Another child nods and says that his mother has told them not to bother him by asking him to play because he must be tired. A third child adds that he probably has to go back to work as well. The words hit Kang Hyun unexpectedly. For a moment, he remembers something his grandfather once tells him, that if he ever wants to rest, he can come there anytime. The memory lingers warmly in his heart. Then Kang Hyun smiles. He tells them that he actually has the day off. The children's eyes widen. Kang Hyun crouches down to their level and says that he wants to play with Sangu and Myung. With a genuine smile, he asks if that is alright. For a moment, the children simply stare. Then they explode with excitement. They shout that it is alright and eagerly suggest that they all go ice fishing for smelts together. Nearby, Haun's father looks surprised. He asks if Kang Hyun is serious and laughs awkwardly while saying that it is his day off and that he should rest instead. The children are already cheering loudly. Kang Hyun shakes his head and insists that he truly wants to come. His expression softens as he explains that he genuinely wants to play. Glancing at the children, he adds that this is exactly the reason he comes outside. Immediately, the children begin making plans. One suggests bringing a fishing rod for Uncle Kang Hyun. Another proposes going sledding afterward. A short while later, they arrive at the frozen river. The entire surface is covered in thick ice. Kang Hyun looks around curiously. Haun's father asks whether he has ever gone smelt fishing before. Kang Hyun shakes his head and replies that it is his first time. Pointing at a strange tool, he asks whether it is used for drilling holes in the ice. Haun's father nods and confirms that it is. He demonstrates the large hand auger and explains that if the ice is thin, people can break it with a hammer and chisel. As he slowly twists the drill, he explains that the ice there is more than 20 centimeters thick, making it difficult to drill by hand otherwise. Looking down seriously, he adds that the ice needs to be at least that thick to be safe. The drill spins round and round. Crunch, crunch. Tiny pieces of ice scatter everywhere. Kang Hyun watches with fascination. Nearby, Rice Cake and Tori are also staring at the hole. Tori tilts his head. Then his eyes sparkle mischievously. Without anyone noticing, a faint magical glow appears. The ice suddenly begins melting. A neat hole forms almost instantly. Tori proudly puffs out his chest. Unfortunately, he leans too far forward. Crack. The ice beneath him shifts. Tori freezes. The tiny spirit suddenly finds himself dangling above the freezing water. Rice Cake immediately notices. Without hesitation, the dog grabs a nearby tree branch and hooks it under Tori. With one strong pull, Rice Cake yanks him back onto solid ground. Tori collapses dramatically. Rice Cake stares at him as if silently asking what he thinks he is doing. A little later, Sangu comes running back. He excitedly calls for Uncle Kang Hyun and proudly hands him a fishing rod along with some bait. Kang Hyun thanks him and examines the rod. Myung grins and, noticing that it is Kang Hyun's first time, offers to help put the bait on the hook. Kang Hyun laughs and replies that he can at least manage to put a worm on a hook himself. The child immediately corrects him, explaining that it is not a worm. Holding up the bait, he informs Kang Hyun that it is actually a maggot. Kang Hyun's smile instantly disappears. The children burst into laughter. One of them teases him by asking whether he wants help putting it on. Kang Hyun quickly refuses. After several minutes of struggling, Kang Hyun finally lowers his line into the water. The children gather around him. They explain that he needs to twitch the line occasionally, just like a fish, because it will make catching them easier. Suddenly, one child points toward the water and urgently tells him that now is the time. Kang Hyun jerks the rod upward. Splash! A tiny fish flies into the air. His eyes widen in amazement as he exclaims that he has caught one. Sangu cheers excitedly. Then everyone looks at the fish. After a moment they agree that it should be released because it is still too small. Kang Hyun stares at it and points out that the hook is bigger than the fish's mouth. Sangu agrees. The fish is immediately released. Soon everyone returns to fishing. The children continue giving instructions. They tell him to pull whenever the line moves. They remind him that if the rod bends more, he should pull immediately. They encourage him, saying he can do it. Then suddenly, the rod bends sharply. A child points frantically and shouts that the fish has taken the bait. The child urges him to pull now. Kang Hyun quickly responds and pulls with all his strength. Whoosh! Everyone freezes. 5 smelts fly out of the hole at once. Silence follows. Then, the children erupt with excitement. They shout in disbelief and admiration, telling him that he is amazing and incredibly cool. Kang Hyun blinks. Then he smiles warmly. Laughing loudly, he dramatically points at himself and jokingly agrees that he really is pretty great. The children laugh even harder. At that moment, a familiar voice echoes across the ice. Haun's father calls out, asking who wants hot chocolate. Everyone immediately turns toward him. The children excitedly shout that they do and rush toward the adult. Watching them run across the frozen river, Kang Hyun suddenly stops smiling. His gaze softens. He realizes that he has almost forgotten. The laughter, the warmth, the children, the villagers, the simple happiness filling the cold winter day. At last, Kang Hyun finally understands. Looking at the people around him, he quietly smiles. For the first time in a long while, he understands why his grandfather left this place to him. And for the first time in a very long time, the answer feels completely clear. Warm steam rises into the cold winter air. Kang Hyun holds a cup of hot chocolate with both hands. The warmth slowly spreads into his fingers as he takes a sip. His eyes immediately widen. He exclaims that it is incredibly delicious. Haun's father laughs while sipping from his own cup. He says that he has been thinking about cooking the smelt they caught earlier and asks what everyone thinks about it. Kang Hyun immediately replies that it sounds good. Haun's father nods enthusiastically, but Kang casually continues by saying that if they are going to do that, they need to catch around 150 fish. Haun's father hums thoughtfully. Kang Hyun suddenly freezes. Haun's father slowly turns his head and says that he does not think they can eat that much. Kang chuckles and explains that they also have Rice Cake and the children, so there are many mouths to feed. Nearby, Rice Cake's ears immediately perk up. Torai, who is sitting on top of the dog's head, also raises his tiny face. Both of them stare at Kang Hyun. Their imaginations instantly begin running wild. In their minds, huge mountains of freshly cooked fish appear. Kang Hyun stands before them carrying a giant serving plate. In their imagination, he tells Rice Cake and Tori that there is plenty of food for them and that they need to eat a lot. Jayu! Awo! The two practically sparkle with excitement. Then Rice Cake's eyes flash. A faint magical energy quietly spreads beneath the ice. Meanwhile, Haun's father lets out a sigh. He explains that this is not an easy place to catch fish. Pointing toward the frozen fishing hole, he says that catching that many fish might be impossible. Suddenly, he stops speaking. He stares at the hole and asks what is happening. Kang Hyun blinks in confusion. He also stammers in shock. At that moment, the surface of the water explodes. Haun's father shouts that the smelt have suddenly started doing something strange. Fish begin launching themselves out of the hole. 1, 10, 20, 30. An endless stream of silver bodies shoots into the air. Flop, flop, flop. Within moments, a huge pile of smelt forms beside the hole. The children stare with their mouths hanging open. Haun's father is completely speechless. Kang Hyun nearly jumps out of his seat. Inside his mind, he yells at the two idiots. He immediately glances toward Rice Cake and Tori. Both of them deliberately look away. They act as though they have absolutely nothing to do with the situation. One of the children shouts excitedly that now they can eat until they are full. Kang forces a smile and cheers along. At the same time, Haun's father shouts in confusion, asking why the fish are suddenly jumping out of the water. Kang, however, is already celebrating. He excitedly declares that fried smelt is definitely going to be delicious. He then says that they have caught more than enough and urges everyone to hurry up and cook the fish. Afterward, Kang Hyun points accusingly at Rice Cake and Tori. He calls out to the two of them. Ricecake pretends not to notice. Torai begins whistling innocently. Soon, preparations for lunch begin. Haun's father takes charge of the cooking. The freshly caught smelt are cleaned and washed thoroughly with plenty of salt. Afterward, they are dipped into a yellow batter and carefully lowered into hot oil. Sizzle! The delicious smell immediately spreads along the riverside. The children bounce around excitedly. They chant happily about fried fish. They say that it looks incredibly delicious and announce that they are going to eat until they are completely full today. Suddenly, one child looks around and wonders where uncle has gone. Haun's father glances toward the village and explains that Kanghyun says he is returning to the house for a short while. Almost immediately afterward, a familiar voice echoes from behind them. The voice announces that he is back. Everyone turns around. Kanghyun walks toward them carrying several containers. The bags sway in his hands. He explains that since the catch is so large, it is a waste to simply fry all the fish in the usual way. He places the containers down and says that he has already prepared the sauce, so they only need to use it. The children lean closer with curiosity. Kanghyun grins and announces that they are also going to make dory bang bang. The villagers immediately gather around him. Following Kanghyun's instructions, the clean smelt are arranged neatly in a circle inside a large pan. He instructs everyone to place the clean fish in a circular pattern on the pan. The children listen carefully. Kanghyun explains that the first step is to slowly roast them over low heat without oil so that the moisture can be removed. The fish gradually dry as the heat works through them. He then explains that when the fish are half-cooked, enough oil should be poured in to completely submerge them before frying them over medium heat. Golden colors slowly begin appearing on the fish. The smell becomes irresistible. After the oil is drained, Kanghyun carefully brushes the prepared sauce across the fish. He instructs everyone to spread the sauce evenly after draining the oil. The sauce glistens beautifully. Kanghyun then explains that the fish should be roasted until browned before filling the center with chives and additional sauce. A few moments later, he proudly steps back. He announces that the smelt dory bang bang is finished. The children gasp in amazement. They exclaim that it looks extremely tasty. Ricecake's tail wags furiously. Oh woo! Everyone thanks for the meal and quickly starts eating. Moments later, happy voices erupt from every direction. People shout that it is delicious. Others praise the sauce and say it is amazing. Some comment that the sweet and spicy flavor is addictive. Others mention that the regular fried version is also very delicious. Someone yelps because the food is hot. Another person comments that the fish must be extremely fresh because there is no fishy smell at all. Others simply praise how savory it tastes. Even Haun's father cannot stop eating. He sighs happily and remarks that the meal would be perfect if it were accompanied by a drink, even if it were only one glass. Kang nods in agreement and says that food like this is truly best when paired with a drink. Kanghyun laughs and promises that the next time they come, he will bring drinks with him. Haun's father immediately cheers and suggests that next time they should invite the village chief and Sujin as well. Sangu tilts his head and asks whether food really tastes better with a drink. Haun's father laughs and tells him that it might not seem tasty to him yet, but that he will understand when he gets a little older. Before Sangu can ask another question, Myung points toward the food. She announces that Ricecake is staring at their meal. Some time later, lunch comes to an end. The children play nearby while the adults clean up. Kanghyun sits quietly beside the frozen river. The winter wind gently brushes past him. For the first time in months, he feels completely relaxed. Looking up at the pale afternoon sky, a peaceful smile appears on his face. After a while, he slowly stands up. He announces that he is leaving first. The children immediately turn toward him. They sadly ask if he is leaving so soon and comment that it is a shame. Kanghyun smiles apologetically and confirms that he is. Adjusting his scarf, he explains that some business has suddenly come up and that he needs to take care of it. The children reluctantly wave goodbye. 2 weeks later. The restaurant is quiet. Unlike before, there are no crowds. There are no endless lines. There are no non-stop orders. Kanghyun sits behind the counter while holding his phone away from his ear. On the other end of the call, his friend is practically screaming. His friend demands to know why Kanghyun is making such a rule. Kanghyun winces and complains that his ears hurt. His friend continues shouting that opening the restaurant only 4 days a month makes no sense. Kanghyun again mutters that his ears hurt. His friend then complains that the restaurant is reservation only and argues that even Michelin restaurants are not that strict. Kanghyun calmly explains that the reservation rule only applies to outsiders and that villagers can come whenever they want. His friend sounds as if he is about to cry. He points out that the villagers rarely come either. Then he begs Kang Hyun to think about it again, reminding him that the promotion has been a huge success. Outside the restaurant window, leaves rustle softly. His friend insists that Kang Hyun should take advantage of the opportunity. However, Kang Hyun shakes his head. He says there is no need because he does not join the show to make his restaurant famous. He closes the restaurant door behind him. A travel bag rests on his shoulder. Rice cake and Tori wait nearby. Kang Hyun adds that he is planning to take a few days off anyway. His friend immediately becomes suspicious and asks what he is planning. Kang Hyun smiles and replies that he will be unreachable for a while. Then he says that he is hanging up. His friend quickly tells him to wait. Click. The call disconnects. Kang Hyun mounts his bicycle. Rice cake happily runs beside him. The three head toward his grandfather's old house. The sun slowly begins setting behind the mountains. After some time, they finally arrive. Kang Hyun enters the familiar house. He walks through the old wooden hallway and opens the hidden room. At the center lies the mysterious pit that connects different worlds. The sight instantly brings back many old memories. Kang Hyun smiles. He wonders aloud if they should go on another trip after such a long time. Rice cake barks excitedly. A whoa! Without any hesitation, all three step forward. Together, they jump into the pit. As darkness swallows them, Kang Hyun's cheerful voice echoes behind them. He says that everyone has worked hard. A genuine smile spreads across his face. Then he happily declares that it is finally time for them to take a proper rest. Once again, an adventure beyond the world awaits them.